This is an inconspicuous shabby pawnshop. At night, there was a long queue. But this pawnshop does not collect gold, silver and treasures. Instead, it is various special evil things. Such as the money that is pressed from the mouth of a dead person. Executioner's ghost head knife. As long as you pass by the boss. Sell every time. It can turn evil into treasure. Not only can you get promoted, but you can make money. It can even change fate against the will of heaven. This is the store that lasts forever. The core of winning crazy pilgrimage to guests from all sides. And it is the owner of this store. 2.5 years ago. Grandpa went out to collect evil things and never came back. Leave only a note and a bank card. Xiaofei, remember not to come to see Grandpa. 2.5 years later. You need to reopen the evil font. If you can receive 3 evil things within 1 month, you keep doing business. Otherwise, you will go as far as you can with the money. The money my grandfather left was enough for my life for the rest of my life. But now 2.5 years have passed. I strictly follow my grandfather's instructions to reopen the evil font. It's a pity that the door has been open for half a month. There wasn't even a single customer. I thought the evil font ended like this. Unexpectedly, a woman in white dress walked into the store at this time. The next second, the air in the room suddenly became a little cold. When I see her appearance clearly, I gasped for a sudden breath. The woman has a tall figure and is particularly delicate. But the skin all over my body was as white as a dead person. The most important thing is under the light. There were more than a dozen shadows under her feet. What is this woman doing? So many dirty things were recruited. At this time, the woman's haggard voice rang out. My name is Xia Yao. I heard that evil characters are specialized in collecting evil things. I'm the shopkeeper, please take a look at this item. After saying that, she took out a black box and handed it to me. Wait for me to open the box carefully. But it made me stunned. I looked up at Xia Yao, who was pale with questions. Miss Xia, are you sure this thing affecting you? But Xia Yao's tone was very certain. Since I put it on. Every night, it seems like someone is staring at me by the bed. Later I threw it into the trash can outside. But at night, not only did the figure disappear. Instead, there is one more. And the thing I threw away actually returned to my neck. I threw it a few times after that. But after throwing it away, there will be one more figure. Until last night, there is a dense crowd by my bed. She thought that after saying these things, I will take this evil thing. Unexpectedly, I pushed the black box back. And he directly refused her. Sorry, Miss Xie. You're lying. The things here are not evil things at all. Xia Yao was stunned in place and realized 3 seconds later. The shopkeeper. I'm like this. Why lie? But when I take out the things in the box. But it made Xia Yao feel shocked in an instant. Before I go out, I clearly put the necklace into the box. How did it turn into hair? I don't think her expression looks like she is pretending. More importantly, the dirty things under her feet are not fake. After I thought for a while. Wrong. I immediately had a guess. The evil thing knows Xia Yao. To deal with him. That's why I used the remnant thoughts. Fascinated her eyes. After explaining all this, Xia Yao was suddenly creepy. Manager Lu, can you go home with me to pick it up? No matter how much money is. I spread my hands and replied. Yes, but can you describe the necklace? The necklace is a string of beads. The material is a material between jade and stone. Gray and white with a little yellow. Very special. Hearing the words, I had some guess in my mind. Then I turned around and went to the back of the shop to pick up something and put it in my backpack. Dealing with evil things. It was a dangerous thing. If you are not careful, you will give it away. This industry has great benefits. The risk is greater. But this is my first business. No matter how dangerous it is, you cannot retreat. Otherwise, you will not be qualified to be a shopkeeper with an evil font. Soon, Xia Yao and I got in a car. Back to her house. Just opened the door. A middle-aged woman came forward to greet her. Under her surprised gaze, Xia Yao took me hurriedly up the second floor. In the master bedroom. Xia Yao. Point to the dressing table. There is a string of necklaces on it. Seeing this, I took out a pair of gloves from my backpack and put them on. Then I walked over. Pick up the necklace and carefully identify it. The tentacles are cold and irritating. The necklace is made of irregular small off-white beads. And each bead is engraved on it. A weird symbol. There was a vague black air lingering. This texture and this energy are confirmed to be human bone necklaces. I gave my own identification results. Although Xia Yao has made psychological preparations. But when I heard my answer, her body still shaking uncontrollably. There is a kind of jewelry in Tantric Buddhism called Gabala. It is made of the skull or finger bones of a monk. Tantra believes that this kind of Gabala can help them practice. The more powerful the Taoist practice of the monks is, the better the effect of Gabala. Ordinary people can't suppress it at all. Even if you hold the necklace in your hand for a long time, you will feel uncomfortable. I quickly put my necklace back into the dressing table shoes. Evil font size collects evil things. Certainly. It's never been as simple as taking items away. It also includes solving the evil spirits attached to objects. It seems that only at night can you figure out what exactly this necklace is doing. Night is coming soon. Xiaoyao went to bed early according to my suggestion. I brought a chair and sat in the corner. Be careful to stare at the necklace on the dressing table. The first time I faced evil things alone, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although I have been influenced by my grandfather for many years. Rich theoretical knowledge. But there is no real time yet. As time passes by minute, the necklace on the dressing table has never changed. Everything looks calm. But I know. This is definitely not that simple. Until the time comes to 1:0 a.m. The strange symbol of the human bone beads became more and more bizarre in the darkness. Suddenly, an ancient bead turned. Seeing this, I was suddenly facing a great enemy. Holding tightly on the mahogany knife in your hand. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the necklace. Just when I hesitate. Should I come forward and test it? A strange sound suddenly sounded behind him. The sound gradually became clearer from a faint and clearer. One by one. Very regular. I listened carefully. It was the sound of sharpening the knife. In the middle of the night. Who is sharpening the knife? Nanny Wuma's room is on the first floor. She had already returned to the room. Xiaoyao also reminded her. Never come out at night. And the sound of sharpening was obviously heard in the master bedroom. Wait until I turned to look at the bed. I was stunned. Xiaoyao was not seen on the bed. And the bed sheets still retained traces of her sleep. But the bed is cold. I suddenly felt something was wrong and turned to look at the dressing table. Another sudden heart rate. The human bone necklace was gone. I listened carefully and found that the sound of sharpening the knife came from the bathroom and the master bedroom. I stepped through the bathroom half-open door. Then looked inside carefully. I saw a slender figure squatting on the ground. Grinding the bone-clearing knife one after another. The sound of metal rubbing against stones is particularly harsh. I called out tentatively at the back, Miss Xie. But the other party did not respond. Still grinding the knife one after another. I swallowed. Step into the bathroom. I finally saw a little clearly. The person who sharpened the knife was Xiaoyao, who was still sleeping just now. This is probably not sleepwalking. But be fascinated. But strangely, I didn't see the necklace on her. I feel my existence at this time. Xiaoyao. On tiptoe, turning around little by little in the darkness. Her posture is extremely weird. Seeing this, my heart then rose. This is a terrible thing. Xiaoyao is no longer her. Just a stiff confrontation for 2 seconds. Xiaoyao's face. Suddenly moving. But it's not rushing towards me. Instead, he ran out with his feet lit up. I quickly caught up with her. I chased towards the corner of the stairs. At this time, I found there was a door behind this. Under the dim light, a staircase extending downwards came into my eyes. But Xiaoyao's pale figure disappeared at the end of the stairs. It's a basement. I suddenly had a bad premonition. I came to the basement, and the space inside was very open. This is a dedicated gym. After I go downstairs, finally saw Xiaoyao. She faces the mirror. What words are constantly repeating in your mouth? That weird look is creepy. I approached Xiaoyao carefully. A razor that escaped her hand. Xiaoyao turned around suddenly. Grasped my wrist with your backhand. In the messy long hair. Exposed red-blooded eyes. She stared at me tightly. The next moment, I was shocked to see one hideous black shadow after another appearing in the mirror. They stretched out their black hands. Holding Xiaoyao's head. Tear her shadow out of her body bit by bit. Seeing this, I finally know what the necklace is. This is a necklace that sucks people's souls. And the manufacturing method is extremely cruel. Each bone bead can hold a resentful object. And those black shadows are the souls sucked into the necklace. This is a rare thing. Who did Xiaoyao offend? But I can't think too much about this situation. I quickly stabbed the mahogany knife hard towards the black shadow in the mirror. With a click. The mahogany knife and the mirror are on the ground at the same time. The shadow distorted and disappeared. Human bone beads scattered out of thin air. Although Xiaoyao was unconscious. But the man's bone necklace was not stopped. The gray beads rolled towards the two of us quickly. This thing is too fierce. The mahogany knife lost its function after only one use. I quickly carried Xiaoyao on my back. Run up the stairs desperately. However, at this moment, the door leading to the first floor was closed. Behind him there are gray beads chasing him. After I twisted the door handle a few times, I was shocked. The door is locked from the outside. Who locked the door? Wrong. There is another person in the villa. At this time, the human bone beads approached me quickly. Seeing this, I can only fight one thing. Quickly bite your middle finger. Squeeze 2 drops of blood into the incense ash. Then sprinkle the blood-stained ash around. Form a circle. Circle yourself and Xiaoyao. and keep the human bone beads out of the circle. The beads beating impatiently blazed at me viciously. But I dare not step over the incense circle. This made me feel a little relieved. 3 fires on a living person. Commonly known as young fire. 2 drops of middle finger blood represent 2 young fires. The incense ash with blood in the middle finger. Spread around. It can form a protective circle burning with sunfire. Night is Een. The sun is young. Evil thing? Usually it can only be done at night. As soon as the sky is dawn, the resentful soul will return to the bead. Human bone beads are eyeing each other. I gritted my teeth and persevered. This night has never been so long. Just when I was about to get over it. It's finally dawning. The human bone beads fell to the ground and turned into a string of necklaces that stopped moving. My tense body also relaxed at this moment. The human bone necklace is not dangerous for the time being. I'll take a little rest. Forced to wipe off the incense ash from the ground. Then he carried Xiaoyao on his back and hid it in the gym below for a long time. The sound of the lock turning. The basement door was pushed open. The middle-aged woman came in. After looking around, she then walked down the stairs. It's the nanny. Wuma arrived at the gym. Wuma didn't find 2 people. Wuma couldn't help but show her doubts. However, at this moment, one way. A cold voice sounded behind her. Are you looking for me? She just turned around in shock. A knife hit her hard. The knife handle is in the center of the face. Ma Wu cried bitterly. Stagger back. The nose bleeds out. And I'm not in love with the fight. I carried Xiaoyao on my back. Run out of the basement in one breath. And locked the door. Back to the living room. I threw the bone knife aside. Put Xiaoyao on the sofa. Then pull the thick curtains open. Let the sun shine in. After doing this, I can no longer hold on. He leaned against the huge floor-to-ceiling window like a burst. Gassing heavily. Dong 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 dong. The sound of the door smashing in the basement. As well as unheard curses. Luffy turned a deaf ear. A long time. Xiaoyao opened her eyes in a drowsy mood. My head hurts so much. I'm dreaming again. She held her head and sat up from the sofa with difficulty. I went to see the necklace around my neck as soon as possible. But she was stunned. The neck is empty. There is no necklace. Miss Xie. You woke up. Luffy's voice came from the side. Xiaoyao turned around and saw Luffy walking out of the kitchen with 2 plates of food. Although she looks tired. But his expression was very calm. Manager Lu. Am I saved? Xiaoyao asked quickly. Yes. Luffy put a plate of food in front of Xiaoyao. And I took another plate and ate it without hesitation. Received Luffy's affirmative reply. Xiaoyao's tense shoulders loosened. Tears flowed out in a daze. She covered her face with her hands. It took a while to calm down. Feel sorry. I've lost my composure. Nothing bad. I seemed to dream of a lot of things last night. What exactly happened? Miss Xie is not in a hurry. Eat something first. Restore your spirits. I'll tell you slowly. Luffy pointed to the milk bread in front of her. Xiaoyao was anxious and took 2 sips of milk. Just look at Luffy with his eyes. This necklace is not a simple human bone necklace. It is a kind of evil thing that is deliberately made by man. It is called the soul-absorbing link. Luffy put the human bone necklace on the coffee table. While eating, he said slowly. In addition to Balik, the jewelry made of human bones is. There is another type. Some people commemorate their lost lovers. The bones of the deceased will be made into ornaments and worn on the body. Although it is a bit perverted. But the mood is understandable. And your necklace is different. It is made by peeling off the skin and bones when people are alive. So there is a lot of resentment. As long as someone wears this necklace, the ghost who was tortured to death, you will vent your resentment on the wearer. Every night. The mental breakdown that tortures the wearer. When the wearer's soul is unstable. It is when he sucks his soul into the necklace. Each human bone bead represents a soul full of resentment. Those dark shadows you dream of. It is the soul that was sucked into the necklace before you. They all vent their resentment on you. They will increase as they wear it. One by one, come out torture you. Until you suck your soul into the necklace. Xiaoyao's face suddenly turned extremely pale. If I didn't find you, would I die last night? She asked in a trembling voice. No, you won't die. Luffy shook his head. You will become a soulless living dead person. Just follow the orders of the necklace owner. Living dead. Xiaoyao thought she would never hear about death again and was more afraid of things. Cruffy's answer once again refreshed her 3 views. Let me tell you this. Anyone who is sucked away by this necklace will become a soulless living dead person. On the surface, it seems that there is no difference from ordinary people. You also need to eat and sleep. Actually, he is a person without self-awareness. Just listen to the orders of the necklace owner. Therefore, this kind of human bone necklace is also called the obedience chain. If you want anyone to follow your advice, obey everything you have without condition. You can let him bring this necklace. Xia Yao's face looked ugly than ever. Asked in a low voice. Necklace, who is the owner? Is it the one who gave the necklace? I can't be sure of this. Generally speaking, the person who refined the necklace is the owner of the necklace. But it is not ruled out that someone spends money to ask others to do one. Luffy drank the last little milk. Then he continued. This kind of evil thing that is deliberately refined by artificially. Unlike other evil things that are instinctively plagued by them. Very purposeful. His existence is to attract people's souls. Turn it into your own slave. It was something that was used in ancient times to harm people. I only heard my grandfather tell stories related to it before. I didn't expect that there was such evil in this world. This is why Luffy didn't think of it at the beginning. This is rare. I may not be able to buy it if I spend money. Can spend such a big deal to deal with you. I think it must be someone who has a deep hatred with you. Not hard to find. No need to look for it, I already remember who gave it to me. Xia Yao closed her eyes. The long eyelashes trembled constantly. A sneer of a slap. Ridiculously. I have no deep hatred with him. On the contrary. In a few months. It's time for us to get married. Luffy was stunned. Getting married soon. Isn't that fiancé? He could not have thought that the person who wanted Xia Yao was her future partner. But what are you trying to do? And Xia Yao is not the first victim. Before her, many people had been sucked away by necklaces. Is her fiancé an evil way? Luffy shook his head. Take a look at the basement doorway. Miss Xia has one more thing to tell you. Please say. Last night you went to the basement. When I want to save you. The door was locked from outside. Lock the door? Who? She is locked in the basement by me now. Luffy didn't have a positive answer. Xia Yao. Such a smart person immediately thought of her. Come to my house for 3 years. I'm not bad at taking care of her. But she was stingy. Xia Yao. Take a deep breath. His eyes were full of coldness and determination. Manager Lu. Thank you. You not only saved my life. It also made me see some people clearly. Luffy felt a little sympathetic. She was plotted by her fiancé like this. No matter how strong she is. I can't get much better inside. But Luffy himself has no emotional experience. I don't know how to comfort her. Never mind. Let's talk about business. Miss Xia is so serious. I'm here to collect evil things. These are all matters. If possible. Now let's talk about the price of the necklace. How do you want to pawn? Death or life? Of course, it's dead. To be honest is equivalent to selling items to pawn shops. And live. It is to mortgage the items to the pawn shop. You can redeem it with money in the future. Xia Yao adjusted her emotions. With a hint of worry. If possible. Of course I chose to die. But won't this necklace cause you trouble? No, even though evil things are powerful. But as long as you find a way to restrain it, it will be easy to convince. Luffy said. Pick up the salt jar brought from the kitchen. Sprinkle salt on the necklace. The necklace suddenly burst into black smoke. After the black smoke dissipates, the light yellow oily light on the surface of the necklace also disappeared. Soul-absorbing chain. The most feared salt. Just sprinkle salt on it. It loses its soul-sucking effect. Can't harm people anymore. Luffy smiled. Very interesting. It is very simple to restrain her things with such a cruel evil thing. Yes. But except for your evil characters. Who can think of it? Xia Yao smiled bitterly. However, the soul-absorbing chain loses its effect. Can you still make money after you collect it? Say you saved my life. I should give you a reward. Don't worry. Miss Xia, our evil pawn shop. Never do a loss-making business. Although this necklace loses its soul-absorbing effect. But there are other uses. Oh? What is that? This is not a matter of worrying about Miss Xia. Anyway, it's not harmful. I did not mean that. I just don't want you to have a waste of time. I heard of evil characters. Have the ability to turn evil into treasure? I think I was worried about it. Xia Yao smiled apologetically. I can give you the necklace. Gift? It's not pawning. Luffy shook his head and refused. This is the rule of evil characters. Trading is trading. Use transactions to cut off cause and effect. The business of eating yin and yang rice. Don't interfere in other people's affairs easily. Otherwise, it will be stained with yin fruits. There are constant troubles. But if it's a business, it's a different matter. So can I make it $1? Luffy took out the ticket and pen from his backpack. Write the transaction content and price on it. Human bone necklace dead. Price per $1. Miss Xia signed and stamped. This human bone necklace belongs to the evil font. Okay. Lu Yao didn't hesitate at all. Sign and press the handprint. The ticket is in duplicate. Luffy flipped through his bag. He only found 1 coin. Miss Xia has a happy transaction. He put the coin in Xia Yao's hand. Then start packing things. Ready to leave. Manager Lu. I promised you. If things are done, I will take you to meet the elders in my family. But I have some things to deal with now. When I finish processing, I will definitely fulfill my promise. I understand, Luffy said. This is my contact information. Miss Ye. When you have time, please contact me anytime. Luffy left his business card. Then nodded. Bring a human bone necklace. Then he left the villa. Xiao watched his back leave. Turning around and looking at the basement door. His eyes were extremely cold. Then she picked up her cell phone. Dial a number. Please check 2 people for me. When will the results be as fast as possible? On Antique Street, Luffy got out of the taxi. Go back to the pawn shop to sleep. He is so tired. The young fire that has been consumed overnight. The body is extremely deficient. It can't be made up for just a breakfast. When he got home, he could no longer hold on. He fell asleep. This sleep is till noon the next day. If it weren't for being so hungry, he can sleep for a while. He went out for a big meal. It just felt a little better. Looking at the human bone chain, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. I finally received an evil thing based on my ability. The evil thing that is dead is fully owned by the evil character. Luffy can stay for himself. Can also be sold. The evil spirits in the necklace have been eliminated. Now this necklace has the effect of attracting attention and attracting attention. It will make people go wherever they go. They are all in focus. But there is also an obvious disadvantage. The necklace just attracts attention. But no matter whether these eyes are good or bad, wearing a necklace is equivalent to living in full view of everyone. Any flaws will be magnified. We must be careful in our words and actions. Be a perfect saint. Luffy doesn't want to be a saint. He plans to sell the necklace. Making money is second. The main thing is to reprint the name of evil characters. He told the owner of a nearby antique shop, Lu Fugue. Lu Fugue knew their evil characters. He was not vague, and he found a buyer in just 2 days. This buyer is a little internet celebrity. The little internet celebrity has been doing live broadcast for 2 or 3 years. Always tepid. I'm almost crazy if I want to be popular. I heard of this necklace. As long as she can make her famous. She dares to take anything. Not to mention necklaces made of human bones. It's the eagle card that raises ghosts. She's tried it all. But she met a liar. That eagle card is fake. No effect at all. Miss Bing Bing. You have to think clearly. Bringing this necklace is equivalent to living under the surveillance of the public. Every word and action is noticed. If you have black stuff, it is very likely to be exposed. Luffy told the other party clearly about the side effects. The evil font size is not a black store. Any transaction requires a clear and evil thing. It can harm others and help others. Don't want to be enlarged. First of all, I have to hesitate. After a while, in order to become an internet celebrity, he has also done some disgraceful things. But he wanted to be popular too much. Thinking of black and red, too. Finally, I gritted my teeth and took out all my savings. I've borrowed some online again. Collect 500,000. I bought a human bone necklace for Luffy. A necklace with obvious side effects sold for 500,000 yuan. Get in at a low price and sell at a high price. This is the transaction of evil characters. Grandpa said. The business of evil font size is done. No worries about fame, fortune, and status at all. Luffy generously distributed 50,000 yuan to Lu Fugue to ask for someone to do things. The reward must be given to him, Xiaolu shopkeeper. In the future, your evil font size and treasure will be released. The first one to tell me Lao Lu. I will definitely help you promote it. Uncle Fugue will work hard in the future and be kind. It is my honor to be able to cooperate with Shiezi. Can be related to evil characters. Lu Fugue felt happy. He also devotes himself to doing things. But Luffy didn't expect the effect to come so quickly. The next day after the human bone necklace was sold, customers came to Luffy. Help me, a tall and thin man in a bamboo pole style hurried into the pawn shop. Sweaty. Very anxious. You are Luffy and didn't recognize who you are. I'm a beard. Why are you so thin with a beard? Luffy was shocked. Beard is a guy from an antique shop on the street. This guy was tall and strong. 1 meter 8 in size. The muscles on the arms are as strong as stones. But now he is extremely thin. The cheeks on both sides were deeply sunken. I haven't had a meal for a few months. I heard from the people on the street that you can collect evil things. Right? Beard took out a piece of copper coins from his pocket. Throw it on the counter like a poisonous snake. Please help me see if this thing is an evil thing. Luffy put on gloves. Pick up this copper coin. Take a closer look at the copper coins. Foreign aid and domestic players are very old. From the texture and orange. It's a real ancient coin. There was a faint black air swaying on the money. This black gas is different from the black gas of a human bone necklace. The human bone necklace is evil spirit. This copper coins are deadly. This kind of ancient coin should be a funeral object. Where did you get it? You really have 2 brushes. It can be seen at a glance that it is a funeral object. The beard quickly gave a thumbs up. Then is it an evil thing? Whether it is an evil thing has to be clear to me before you can judge it. Luffy looked at his beard and looked skinny. But he poured a glass of water for him. But it seems like seeing something terrifying. You can't drink white gloves. I just vomit whenever I eat. Drinking water is not good either. My intestines are almost coming out after vomiting. Can't eat anything. Luffy took a look. His face turned dark. There is a black blue under your eyes. It is indeed a manifestation of being possessed by evil spirits. But strangely, he was too thin. Almost all the skin bags are bulging, but they look like they have beer belly. This creates an extremely strange contrast. Luffy couldn't help but become curious. Urge. Then you might as well tell me. How did this copper coin come about? Explain it clearly. I'll help you. Huzi hurriedly talked about the origin of the copper coins. When he and the boss went out to collect antiques for this copper coin. I accidentally collected that day. The boss negotiated with someone in the house. He was waiting outside. An old man dressed in a farmer came over. I asked him secretly if he would collect ancient coins. Just 500 beards. In the past 2 years, I have been running around with my boss. I also learned some knowledge of things. Recognize. This is the ancient coins that are qualified. The market price ranges from thousands to 10,000. He wanted to sell the money. You can earn thousands of dollars. It's worth his monthly salary. So he didn't tell the boss. Secretly collected this ancient coin. I plan to find a chance to take action when I come back. Unexpectedly. That night. His body began to get into trouble. He didn't know how he felt at night. The mouth is very itchy. Want to eat in particular. Usually, you can eat at most 2 bowls of noodles. I ate 5 bowls that day. Not satisfied yet. He was afraid that he would lose his stomach. I just held back and didn't continue to go to bed. But as soon as I lay down, I felt a severe pain in my abdomen. It was like a knife was stirred in the intestines. Then there was the unstoppable disgust. Spit out all the noodles I eat. After vomiting, I felt extremely hungry. He didn't sleep well all night if he wanted to eat. He thought it was gastroenteritis. I went to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. But I didn't expect that after taking the medicine, I vomited even harder. He couldn't stand it, so he went to the hospital for examination. Strangely, the doctor found no problem. I prescribed some stomach-nourishing medicine for him. The hospital's medicine doesn't work. After he ate, he vomited continuously. He was so thin that he was not as tall as a human. No matter how stupid a person is, he knows that it is not a physical problem. It's bumping into something unclean. Beard thought about it before and after. I can't collect such an ancient coin. It's probably the problem with this thing. But he doesn't know anything big. I just heard that evil characters can collect evil things. Just come with a try attitude. Luffy. You don't know. I vomited as soon as I ate. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. I'm so hungry that I'm scratching my heart. Itchy teeth. I wish I could catch someone to chew my beard. Smile teeth. His eyes were staring at Luffy's neck strangely. It seems like you really want to eat people. Luffy quickly stepped back a little. Keep a distance from him. I accidentally saw something in his mouth, etc. Beard. What's in your mouth? I didn't eat anything. The beard suddenly came to an end. Brazil asked me to see my beard and open my mouth. Luffy turned on his phone. The flashlight shone in. See clearly what's happening in your beard's mouth. The backhand shook violently. I almost didn't get the phone. What's wrong? Luffy. What's wrong with my mouth? Seeing his reaction. A heart suddenly rose up. The eyes stabilized. Emotions reached the teeth. He thinks he is not a timid person. After the baptism of soul-absorbing love. I've seen the world. But the situation in Huzi's mouth is really incredible. Don't scare me. What's wrong with the teeth? Beard almost cried. You have a lot of teeth in your mouth. Rows of pointed teeth. Your TV's unusual mouth. Luffy endured that he didn't take a photo of his beard. Let him see the photos by himself. The beard was trembling all over. A waxy face. There was no blood at all. Why do I have so many teeth? Normal people only have 2 rows of upper and lower. Oops. But his mouth was densely popped up. There are many fangs. How cunning are saints? Luffy rode. Huzi. You've probably been cheated of. The old man didn't explain it to you clearly. How did this copper coin come about? He just said. What was dug out from your own ancestral tomb? Don't everyone who sells antiques says that? Hovu cried and mourned. Luffy pondered. Even if it is a funeral object, it will not be successful. This is even if there are too many funeral objects on the street. You think unless it's a dead mouth. Money in your mouth. But now I look at it. It's white. As a member of the antique industry. Of course he knows what it is to keep the money. The money is also called salty money. It is a kind of funeral custom left by the ancients. Put jade or copper coins into the mouth of the deceased person. It means that you have treasures in your mouth to protect your descendants. Or come to be reincarnated as a wealthy family. Rich people put jade on their backs. Ordinary people put money. Except for the deceased, the only wealth that can be taken away. Think about it. If you work hard and make a fortune one by one. Not tolerate savings. In the end, I was taken by others. I have a bad luck. So whoever dares to take this money will be tangled by the debt until death. This money doesn't even dare to move the thief, the most greedy thief. The old turtle knew it was a silence. Sold to me. I was miserable by my family. Whose breath is very bright. But now it's not a settlement. When you save your life, you will be tight and tight. This money must be an evil thing. You almost stopped him and he looked at the road. It seems to be looking at the savior. Generally, it can be collected. But you have to first resolve the resentment from above. Otherwise you're a dead end. Then how to resolve it? In fact, the easiest way is to return the copper coins. Some tributes are provided. I sincerely apologize to the deceased. But in this way, I can't collect this money. You can do it yourself. There are only 7 days left this month. Although Luffy wants to receive the second piece of clothing soon. But what should be explained clearly should be made clear. Shoe-size pawnshops never do cheating business. Not to collect evil things. It should let customers take risks. As long as there is a simpler solution. We'll tell the other person. The beard shows bitter face. I don't know where people are buried. That old turtle is probably a liar. Is it the people from that village not necessarily afraid of finding him? I'm not starving to death. Just vomit Luffy to death. Is there any other way? It's best to be effective today. Said. The beard rubbed his cheeks with his thick fingers. It seemed like the teeth were itching again. Luffy thought about having a roommate. But it's more adventurous. I'm not sure if I can taste it. As long as you can get rid of it. This thing is taking risks. I'm not afraid of beards. Nodded without busyness. Good. You go and prepare some things first. Luffy found paper and pen. Write a list for beard. You can't leave spicy paper money if you buy something from above. Try to buy more beards. Holding the list, squinted. The more I read, the less I don't understand. Pork head white rice. Soaked in water and raw chicken egg whites. Tofu. Sephora flour wine. Spicy paper man. What do you care about this? They all like to eat. Whether you were cheated or cheated. You took someone else's stuff. First make a table of silver dishes and give them apologize. Then why are there copper coins behind this? Copper coins are important. I have to give the copper coins to me. Of course, it is best to buy one to compensate the person. Dongdong's ancient coins. Don't buy a fake one to fool people if you have money. Luffy urged him to leave the moji. Go and prepare for the sunset. Must buy them all. Try to send it away today. It's about your own life. Who's dared not delay. I immediately took the list and went out to purchase Luffy and prepared some other things. Afternoon. The beard came back with a large bag and a large bag. He was so tired that he finally bought all of them. I'm so angry that I just sit on the bus. Gassing heavily. If you usually mention this thing. He was not at all trouble. He was originally working for the boss. Eat the rice with strength. But he was tortured by copper coins. I've been stimulating for a few days. The body is very good. It's still moving now. It all fell from one breath. Brother Luffy. What you want is too complicated. I ran to several places before I got together. You see if it works? Luffy nodded after the inspection. I have good things, money. I'm afraid of losing him. Put it in your pocket. The innermost mustache wiped the forehead. The forehead is cold and hurting money. Exhaust a copper coin from his pocket. My boss went to another antique shop to buy it. Just one money. 2 or 2,000 yuan. In addition, this thing smashes 7 east and 8 dragons to offer flowers. I have several thousand. That old turtle really cheated me to death. Wait for me. Must settle the score with him. Don't worry about money. Just take his copper coins as a money to buy Ping and Luffy and take a look. Frown. No. This copper coin is fake. How could the boss of Zenbazai personally guarantee me that it is genuine? Beard was stunned. I've recognized it myself. You have no time to master. This copper coin is well made. Almost all the fake can be used to make the real one. But there is no charm that has been precipitated by time. That is the so-called old flavor. Luffy shook his head. Then I was cheated again. Supporting a skinny body. Struggled to get up. So bad that's not bullying people like this. I'll settle the score with him. It's useless for you to go. As soon as the things are out of the cabinet. Money and goods are cleared. If you go to him at this time, he will not admit his claim. What should I do? No. Can this copper coin still send that dead man away? The beard was so anxious that he was in a state of urgency. Don't worry. I'll find a way for you. You are waiting here for me, Luffy, to leave a word. Go out to Linglong Pavilion. Looking for Lu Fuguei. Lu Fuguei brought a whole box of ancient coins and came out for Luffy to choose whatever he wanted. Luffy picks and chooses. Finally selected a year. The closest Uncle Fuguei. How much money is not worth it? If you like it. Uncle gave you the opportunity to play with Lu Fuguei, wave your hand quickly. How can that work? Brothers settle accounts clearly. You must collect this money. The guy who was jealous of money suddenly became so big. Luffy is worried about a pitfall. I insist on giving money. Lu Fuguei symbolically accepted him 100. Smiling. You can collect evil things. Right? I have a friend who seems to have encountered something dirty. It turns out that there is a mistake in asking for it. No wonder why you are so generous? He invited a statue of God home not long ago. I heard that it can bring luck. But the statue of God has arrived at home not long after. Instead, the family members had an accident one after another. I suspect there is something wrong with the statue. What do you think? Didn't see it with your own eyes? I'm not easy to say. But there are many things to pay attention to when asking God. If you are not careful, you may invite something else. Can you accept this kind of thing? It's okay if it's an evil thing. But I have to wait until I finish the work. Luffy couldn't find any business. But now he is not available. We must first solve the light of the beard. When you are anxious about evil characters. Beard was so anxious that he had been waiting for a long time. Without waiting for the beard to open, Luffy picked up the things on the ground and bought them for real money. Go to the intersection where there are fewer people now. Near Antique Street. A remote street with almost no pedestrians. The sparse street lights emitted a faint light. The beard stands at the intersection. Looking around the darkness. I feel my whole body is straight and furry. Luffy. Aren't we going to send that dead man away? What are you doing when you run to this dark place? The Een energy at the intersection is heavy. Want him to show up. I got this kind of place to come to Luffy and look around. Put down a bunch of things in your hand. What else should he come out? He won't come out. How do you apologize to him? Don't stand there. Come and put things on. By the light of streetlights. Luffy and Beard took out the things buried during the day little by little. Placed at the intersection. Placed the pork head carefully. White rice soaked with roasted chicken. Livelihood. White beans. Dried tofu. Fructose cake. There are 8 bowls of apples in total. What do you think of Luffy's things? Why do you like to eat these? Who's he? I asked the truth curiously. People eat sheep and ghosts eat cigarettes. Luffy picked up many on the side. While explaining pork head. Roasted chicken. Sugar cake. Fruit. These are common tributes for sacrifices. White rice soaked in water. Raw eggs. There is also bai dafu. They are all things that ghosts love to eat. Locust tree rat cherry blossom. Soaked locust flowers and alcoholics. The best 8 bowls to drink. Add another bottle of wine. Even if the table is serious for ghosts to eat. The table is also called giving away smear dishes. Beard was stunned when he heard it. Admiration. Isn't your house run a pawnshop? Why do you still understand these things? Our pawnshops specialize in dealing with evil things. How can I eat this bowl of rice if I don't know what to do? Luffy said this patiently. Of course it was all my grandfather who taught him. Then he directed the Beard to put the paper man in 8 big bowls. What are the 2 paper men on both sides doing? This is called the Golden Boy and Jade Girl serving him to eat. He is willing to eat this table and deliver smear dishes later. There is something to talk about this matter. Beard was shocked. So much prepared. Another 8 bowls. It's Golden Boy corn again. I'm very sincere. He probably won't make things difficult for me. I don't dare to eat this. Anyway, be sincere. By the way. You have bituminous coal. If the other party likes to smoke. So this is not good for me. Oily and bearded. He hurriedly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. It was his own heart to eat cigarettes. I'm not very good at all. But I'm considering it. Everything is ready. I took out the incense ash and sprinkled a complete collection of Luffy outside the 8 big bowls. What does this mean? These are all things that ghosts love to eat. Draw apart. Don't attract other lonely ghosts to do all the preparations. Luffy took a look at it. It will start at 12 o'clock in the morning. He asked his Beard to light the candle. In front of 8 bowls. Then burn paper money in 8 big bowls. Invite the deceased to come out for dinner. Don't be surprised if there is any strangeness. Whether it's the elder brother or the elder sister. I didn't take your money on purpose. I was also cheated by that old man. There are injustice and debts. To settle accounts. You should have moved him to eat this meal. Please let me go. I will burn more paper and beard for you while burning paper and worshipping you around. But after half an hour. There was still no movement in the 8 bowls of dishes. Why haven't Luffy moved yet? Did he refuse to let me go? The Beard is a little panicked. Don't worry. You keep doing it. Luffy was unsure. But he can't show it. Suddenly my beard couldn't hold on. Something strange. Don't blame the abyss for having a head. There is a candle for debt. Please let me go. The beard keeps worshipping. Suddenly a gust of cold wind blew. Paper flying. The paper people standing on both sides of the 8 big bowls trembled and danced gently. The beard immediately made a clever move. Both eyes looked around in horror. Shivering and flying. Has he come? Have no idea. I didn't see it. Luffy squinted his eyes and looked around. He could feel a coldness. But I couldn't find that thing. You will continue your journey. Turning around and seeing his beard, his pupils shrank. The beard was squatting stiffly, and his face was dull. I still keep burning paper money in my hands. But the money was not thrown into the brazier. The flame swayed like a fixed bodycraft. It seemed like a strange black shadow was coming on his back. Luffy's heart suddenly jumped. Try not to make any noise. To avoid angering the other person. After staying for a few seconds, the beard suddenly raised his head. He stared at the 8 bowls of English dishes with a strange look. His mouth opened. Makes a tooth-inspiring sound. Sip of water dripping from the corner of his mouth. Then, he grabbed the dishes in the bowl with his hands. Frantically stuffing oil into your mouth. Make your mouth and face full of your mouth. It makes a sound like a pig soaked in its mouth. Even if you can't chew it. The picture was disgusting and terrifying. Luffy was watching from the side and got goosebumps all over his body. But I can't stop it. I know that this is the dead man eating with his bearded body. As long as the dead are willing to eat, it is a good thing. But how come this way of eating is like a starving ghost? Luffy's eyes changed slightly. Re-looking the beard. He is as thin as a body. But my belly bulged high. This is not a thought. This is clearly a starving ghost and his heart is stuttering. The starving ghost is the most greedy. I don't know if this dish is enough for him to eat. If he is not full, wouldn't it be counterproductive? Sure enough, only a few minutes. 8 bowls of slut vegetables were eaten cleanly by the beard and wind. He seems to be not full yet. Turning around and staring at Luffy with his dull eyes. Keep licking the pimples with your tongue. That gaze is very cunning. Luffy gritted his teeth and put the copper coin he bought in front of him. As long as he collects this copper coin, just forget it. Big brother. My friend knows that he is wrong. This is the money he pays you. Please give your hands up. Let him go. But the beard doesn't look at the copper coins. Just staring at Luffy intently. The saliva dripping out. Luffy doesn't feel good. Retreat carefully. He moved. The beard moved. A strange scream from the throat. He rushed towards Luffy like a snatch of food. Luffy ran away quickly. Huzi was in the air. He is thin. Big belly. The center of gravity is unstable. He fell to the ground all of a sudden. Luffy took this opportunity to splash a bucket of attacking blood on his body. His beard and his body were cramped like an electric shock. Then his high belly squirmed strangely. The expression is extremely painful. Finally, I was venting my whole body. But it wasn't what I just ate. But a bunch of black viscous substances like mud are extremely smelly. I vomited a whole lot of bay. Not finished yet. Keep retching. Luffy hurriedly endured the stench and went forward. A handful of incense ash was sprinkled in his mouth. Finally stopped his vomiting. Otherwise he would have to spit out all his internal organs. No. Luffy dragged him aside. Splashed some cold water on his face. He opened his eyes slowly. The first sentence is to send it away? Saw away, shake your head. The thin body of the beard shook and the light in his eyes became darker. Husky. Am I dead? It's not just a rescue. Luffy took out the copper coin. His eyes were bright and authentic. I know what evil things are thrown on this internal organ. He doesn't have to move. You're so lucky. This is a unique and good thing. Good luck. I heard it right. Listen to Luffy. The bearded and yellow skin pulled. I don't know whether to cry or laugh. I was almost tortured to death by this thing. You said I'm lucky. This kind of good luck is for you. Do you want the ash to get stuck in your throat? He spoke stutteringly. Didn't you give me copper coins? This good thing is mine. Luffy smiled. Hold your beard up and sit down. You take a break first. I'll help up here. After saying that, he then gave the dishes to deliver English dishes. Put things in plastic bags. Then a lot of soil was shoveled. Buried the vomit from the beard. It's deserted here. It's also dirty and messy at the intersection. How else can others walk and fly? Isn't anyone with moral integrity obsession? But he doesn't like to influence others because of his own affairs. Huzi was breathing weakly against the streetlight. Seeing Luffy's relaxed look, I couldn't help but have hope again. Luffy. I'm really saved. Certainly. Aren't you making me happy? Don't worry. I am a person who is right and wrong. Even if you can't save me, I won't cause trouble for you even if I die. Even if you come to me? I'm not afraid of Luffy interrupting him in anger. What's more, you won't die. At least not dead now. I already know what evil thing it is. I know that Fu Huzi's eyes will not lit up again if he knows. What exactly is that? Let's go back first and then talk about the heavy yin energy at the intersection. Your yang fire is weak now. It's like a house that's closed. It's a dirty thing. All can throw everything into the garbage. Luffy patted. The corruption on the body. Get up. The beard of a 20s looks like an old man hanging from the wood. The tall body is hunched over. Luffy helped. Stop and stop all the way. It took an hour to return to the pawn shop for 20 minutes. Luffy put him on the chair. I took the keys to go to the bedroom in the backyard. Open an old cabinet. Take out an old yellow talisman from it. He lit his stomach. Put it in the water cup. Made a cup of water. Handed to the half-dead beard. Drink this. You still think I didn't vomit enough? The beard is full of resistance. This is floating. It has the effect of suppressing evil. You won't feel that bad after drinking it. Maybe you can still eat. True or fake? Beard took the water cup with his trembling hands. There is such a good thing. Why didn't you give it to me earlier? Isn't this saving you money? 200 cups of water. Luffy said seriously. If the starving ghost could be sent away tonight. You don't have to spend this money. Unfortunately, the cup is not that simple. By the way, I spent 100 more money to buy copper coins. Remember to give it to me together afterwards. In fact, this yellow talisman was left to him by Grandpa. Use one whistle and one whistle. He can't bear to leave you with a good face. The beard smiled speechlessly. Holding the cup. I took a sip first. After waiting, you will find no sign of vomiting. I just finished drinking the rest. It was so long since I ate. Even a glass of water is so delicious. The beard smacked his lips with an unsatisfactory feeling. Just put down the cup. I felt a warm cow gushing out of my stomach. Walking around with your body. The cold and numb limbs are relieved. The high bulging belly has become much weaker. Even the itchy teeth are much better. Really useful. The beard was surprised and happy. The look of Luffy's eyes are different when he looks at him. I'm really convinced. Brother Luffy. No. Brother Luffy. Tell me what the hell is that copper coin? How to deal with evil things. Luffy took out the copper coin. Put it under the light and see it. This is called evil ghost money. What does it mean? The conditions for a special evil thing to become a bad ghost money are very strict. It's not just digging it out from the grave. The first thing is to suppress the mouth. Second. This person must be a terrible devil. Luffy looked at Huzi with a smile. Money to the point. There are many starving ghosts. But the chances of these two meetings are incredible. If you are not lucky, your beard is biting your hands repeatedly. Whoever loves this luck wants. Just tell me how to deal with it. To solve this evil demon killing. It's simple and simple. It's also troublesome to see trouble. The main thing is that some starving ghosts are needed. Isn't this still impossible? The bearded face collapsed again. I didn't even know where to find his grave to go where to bury him. Don't worry. I have a way. Tomorrow we will first go to the village where you collect copper coins. Leave the rest to me. It's getting late now. Go to bed first. Don't have a good rest. Where can I get the strength to dig a grave tomorrow? Luffy patted his beard on the shoulder. Seeing Luffy so confident, Beard put all the problems back. Being tossed repeatedly. His body really can't hold on. Resting on the sofa. Almost fell asleep as soon as I closed my eyes. After drinking the talisman water. Warm body. No longer tormented by vomiting. This sleep was the most reliable time he had to sleep on this day. The next morning, Beard finally can eat normally. Sitting at a street stall. While he was gnawing on the hot meat buns. While wiping away tears. Luffy really wants to pretend not to know him. You are floating around. Can play a role for 3 days. These 3 days are enough to solve the problem. That starved ghost. You don't understand the feeling of being hungry for days or nights. Even if the grave cannot be found. I have to be full even if I die. A dead ghost will never be a starving ghost. Live starving to death. It would be better to be killed directly. Never mind. It's not enough for Beard to eat 6 cages. Pack some more. Eat on the road. I moved the roadside stall owner as if I had found a soulmate. He had to give him 2 cages of buns. The village where copper coins are collected. In a remote county below Jiangdu. To get over quickly. Beard goes to find friends. Borrow a van. Swaying all the way. Beard eats while eating. It took me a long time to drive and finally arrived at the entrance of the village. My boss was collecting ancient peach bowls from a family in the west of the village. Let's go inquire. If it is the old turtle who sells copper coins. Even the people in the village can definitely ask you to eat a beard after eating. Although still thin. But people are much more energetic. He's a good car. Lead the way with memory. Fly into the village. I found that family very smoothly. The master is a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. Yellow teeth all over the mouth. Because I sold the ancient peach bowl not long ago. So I have the impression of 2 cages of beard. The uncle asked you about his beard and sent him a cigarette. You said that a middle-aged man put cigarettes on his ears. Is there an old man in our village? Wearing a black cloth dress. Very faint. Don't all thin old men look like this? You say a name. I don't know what his name is. The beard scratches his head. Try to remember. I remembered it. There was a big black spot on his neck. There are also many dark spots on the back of the hand. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. The eyes became weird. Asked, looking at the beard. What do you want to know about this person? A look at the beard. The other party knows it. Suddenly excited. Gritting teeth and authentic. I'll look for that old king. Luffy quickly interrupted him. We will buy antiques from the old man. Last time he took one for my friend. We had something to do and left in a hurry. Not having time to ask in detail. Come back and ask now. If the old man was from this village. The middle-aged man knew that Beard was coming to settle the score. I'm afraid it will cover up the old man. Luffy hit his beard with his elbow. A beard reacted. He nodded busily. Yes. We bought antiques for him. When did you buy antiques? Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man's face was even more strange. My boss came to your house a few days ago. When I was waiting outside that day, the old man brought an antique and asked me. Say or not? You read that right? What a black-spotted old man. I know it too. You will never see the bearded and swear. The middle-aged man's eyes were wide open. A shocked expression. Road. It's really rare. They were willing to take out those treasures and sell beards in Huangjiao village. Can't wait to ask the uncle. You know him. Don't know people from their village. Don't like to interact with other people. But there is a genetic disease in their village. As long as a grandma is, she will have dark spots on her body. If you read that right. It must be the people in Huangjiao village. Where is Huangjiao village? I really didn't expect it to be on the mountain behind. In the past, so many people went to their village to collect antiques. They don't want to. Now he will take the initiative to sell the treasures. Luffy said curiously. What treasures are there in their village that are very famous? I heard that there are many treasures buried in an ancient tomb. The middle-aged man glanced at them. You don't know. He didn't tell us that much. Just took something for us to see. Then how much you need to be careful? The middle-aged man lowered his voice and said mysteriously. Their scene is so good to write. Many native masters have made up their minds before. Guess what? Go. It's so fierce that no one of the people has come back. Luffy and Beard looked at each other. Everyone thinks that the ancient tomb must be the tomb of the starving ghost. What's in the tomb is good. It's Tyene. Few people can hold it. If you really want to collect antiques, I have a family heirloom. Thank you, uncle. Let's go to Huangjiao village to see the beard first. You're not polite to put the whole box of cigarettes in the middle-aged man's hands. Put the cigarette in your trouser pocket directly. And kindly reminded. If you really want to enter the village, don't go to their village empty-handed with a weird temper. There were many antiques in the past. They were driven out of the past. Beard rolled up his sleeves. I don't care about how many groups of people Luffy is referring to. So what should we do? People in their village like to eat meat the most. Can eat 3 meals a day. We all called them Shira village. We had a famine 100 years ago. Other people's homes look at every meter. There is meat to eat in their village. You can buy some meat and meat to talk. Eat meat and tiger beard with confusion. Everything It's not easy for me to travel. I have native chickens at home. You bring 2. I don't make money. If you give 200 yuan, it will be 200. There are many valuable treasures in their ancient tombs. How many of you can really collect? You are so tired that you make a fortune. What are 2 chickens? Without waiting for Beard to answer, Luffy nodded first. Okay. You catch 2 roosters for us. You need to be a good practice for the red crown. The middle-aged man immediately grabbed 2 roosters with great crowns and put them in a snakeskin pocket. Put it into Beard's hand. Beard gave money in a mess. I only realized after walking out of the village. Did the Luffy brothers get cheated again? I think he was just talking nonsense about selling my 2 chicken whips. Luffy smiled. Not necessarily. We are facing the tomb rooster. Maybe it can come in handy. The back mountain is not open to the road. The car can't drive. The 2 of them could only walk up the mountain. Huzi's body has not fully recovered. I was so tired that I was out of breath. Luffy is fine. When you go up the winding mountain road to the hillside, they saw a large yellow horn tree with thick trunks. 2 adults can only surround themselves with their arms spread out. At least it has a history of hundreds of years. But this towering tree has long withered. Only bare trunks remain. Twisting towards the sky, there is a sense of vicissitudes of desolation. There are many old village houses behind the yellow horn tree. That should be it. Luffy narrowed his eyes and looked at the withered ancient tree. This kind of tree is usually a feng shui tree in a village. This tree is so stout. This village should have been very good. Prosperous. Unfortunately, the tree is dead. The feng shui of the village is not good either. The beard is extremely admired by Lu Fei. Brother. You even know feng shui. Just understand a little. Lu Lin smiled. When I was a child, I always listened to my grandfathers talk about feng shui and numerology. Knowledge such as yin and yang forbidden. Grandpa said. Those who do evil business just know everything. It is not easy to get into a pit. He has learned a lot of silence. But my grandfather kept asking him to study hard. In the past, there was no chance to use feng shui trees that grew to this level, which would not be easy to die. The trunk is dark and dark. It looks like something is hit. Has there been a big change in the village? Then, Luffy turned his eyes to the village. The mountains and forests are surrounded by low and low. The old house is silently curled up with the earthen walls. Gray tiles. The walls were covered with gullies and beards like an old man's face. Trees are drilled out from every corner, covering the courtyard. Withered and deep. It looks like a small countryside. But it gave him a feeling of discomfort. He couldn't find the problem. Where to care about their village? I'll settle the score with that old turtle now. I took off my beard and applied a handful of sweat. Stripped towards the village and so on. He will definitely not admit it if you look for him now. The purpose of our trip is to grave soil. Let's first solve the evil demons on you. Luffy called him to beard. Think about it for a moment. It is also equal to forcefully retracting your legs. I'm alive. Clean up again. He said, looking around. This mountain is quite big. I don't know where the tomb is. Brother Luffy. I remember you mentioned the place yesterday. You have a way. That's right. Luffy nodded. What's easy? He will look for Luffy himself. Let the beard carry the chicken. Take out the evil ghost money yourself. Then tie a red thread to the wall of money. Throw the money to the ground. A gust of wind blew through the fallen leaves and weeds and shook gently. Then the copper coin moved. He actually stood up by himself. I'll go. What kind of spell is this? Beard's eyes widened in surprise were simply incredible. You should know that Luffy didn't pull the red rope. It was the copper coins that stood up by themselves. This is not a magic. It is an instinct. It's like reaching the doorstep. Everyone can find their own home. He will also find his own tomb. We follow him. Just Luffy. Just finished speaking. Copper coins are like wheels. Roll forward. Keep up. Luffy holds the red line in his hand. Follow the copper coins forward. Beard was shocked. He quickly carried 2 chickens and followed the copper coins. Rolling all the way through the ground covered with weeds and leaves. Go straight to one direction. Luffy looked forward. Suddenly stopped. Showing doubts. What's going on? How to go to the direction of the village? Is the ancient tomb in the village? No. Who built the grave at his doorstep? Could it be behind the village? Beard said. Let's try another direction. Luffy lifted the copper coins with red thread. Go around to the other side of the village. But a strange scene happened. The copper coins still rolled towards the village to Luffy. I ate it twice more. But no matter which direction you go, the copper coins are all clear in the direction of the village. Without a trace of hesitation. It seems that his tomb is in the village. Luffy frowned. This is too strange. Isn't it unlucky to repair the tomb in your own village? Brother Luffy. Nothing wrong. The beard feels incredible. Would you get the wrong place of your home? Won't. He won't. Luffy put away the copper coins. Wave your hand at the beard and go to the village to see the situation. The public walked towards the village. Who knew that I hadn't entered the village yet? The rooster in the snakeskin bag struggled. Something uneasy in your mouth. The struggle is so strong. Huzi almost didn't hold it. What's wrong with this? Knowing that I was going to be eaten. Luffy thought about it and wanted his beard to open the snake belt. 3 black tails were pulled out on the 2 roosters. What are the things that Brother Mao Luffy does? The beard is full of curiosity. There is an old saying. The rooster sings. The world is white. In ancient times, people think that roosters are birds. Can dispel darkness? Therefore, the tail hair of a rooster can ward off evil spirits. Luffy split 3 tails. To the beard. Strange to say. He just finished pulling his hair and became listless and stopped making noise. It seemed as if the spirit had been pulled away. I guess there is something strange in this village. The rooster may have sensed something. We are prepared for any trouble. I originally thought that all the treasures that ward off evil spirits must be enlightened by some master and monk. I didn't expect that the rooster feathers would work. Beard admires all his body. I suddenly felt that the cost of 200 yuan was worth. If you buy something to ward off evil spirits from the master, the peace talisman is not worth 1,000 yuan. Can't get down at all. The 2 of them put on their cocktails and walked into the deep and ancient mountain village with their quiet rooster. The trees in the village are particularly dense. The light seemed to be darker than outside. Not many houses. It's still the oldest adobe house. Narrow and small windows. Luffy swayed his turbid eyes behind him, looking at these two uninvited guests with caution. Who are you? Accompanied by an old voice. Several old men with pale faces and skinny faces came out. Stopped two people. Seeing their appearance, Luffy and Beard couldn't help but look at each other. No matter how tall, fat, thin. On the faces of these old people, there are blackboards of different sizes on the neck and even on the back of hands. It looks extravagant. Uncle. We came to find someone to suppress the surprise in our hearts. Luffy put on a kind smile. Who are you looking for? The one who was leading was a faded dress. The old man in Zhongshan suit. The old face with hands behind his back was majestic. He is an old man. He wants to sell us antiques. Asked us to come and pick Luffy up and gave a wink to his beard. Who should I ask for to hand over the two roosters in a hurry? No greetings. A little meaning. Not respectful. When the old people see the rooster, the eyes trembled suddenly. The turbid old eyes were shining with light. The attitude took a 180-degree turn. It turns out they are two bosses. We are really neglecting. Please come in quickly. The old man in charge is the village chief. He enthusiastically brought Luffy and Beard to his house. Order people to make tea with water. Luffy observed that although there were dozens of people in the lower road, but they are all old men, one by one, one by one, one by one. Dark spots are covered in old skin. It looks vicissitudes and scary. Luffy has never heard of such a strange genetic disease. The two bosses wanted to buy something. The village chief looked at the two strange young people. Ask for directions with a gentle attitude. Faye tentatively said. I heard that you have an ancient tomb here. There are a lot of good things in it. Those are all talk nonsense by outsiders. Where did a small village like ours come from? Ancient tomb? There are just a few old objects handed down by our ancestors. The village chief waved his hand. As long as it is a real old item. Luffy also responded to the village chief, putting it into his pocket and touching the copper coin. Don't know what's going on. After arriving at the village, the copper coins became quieter. I'm really sorry. The things passed down by the little boss. We never thought about selling the village chief. Sorry. I don't know who told you. Selling antique beards. An old man wears black cloth clothes. There is a big black spot on my neck. He had just watched it. I didn't see him selling copper coins. How come the old man looks like the fourth brother? But it's impossible. The village chief looked at each other. The old face showed strange expressions. The fourth brother has been dead for half a month. How could I have seen him die last week, and it was definitely not his beard, shaking his head and listening to him say this. The village chief and other elderly people were not sure. Confused. Say goodbye. Look at us all have spots. The only one with the most spots on the neck is the fourth child. His photos are placed at home. Or I'll take you to have a look. Good. Immediately, Luffy and Huzi followed the village chief. The fourth brother's house is in a dim and simple earthen house. A black and white photo is placed on the cabinet. The beard stepped forward and looked at the thin old man in the photo frame with expressionless expression. Although only half of the neck is exposed. But it can still be seen that the large black spots are the contraction of his beard and pupils. All over. How can a dead person sell things to him? Did he hit a ghost at that time? That's broad daylight. The old people looked at each other. After a moment, the village chief sighed heavily. Road. The fourth brother probably couldn't swallow it. That tone. He had already tried to sell the things left by his ancestors. I don't agree. Unexpectedly, he apologized to Luffy and Beard. Sorry. Two little bosses. We didn't expect that he would not stop after his death. Beardless. What should I do when I ask for help? Luffy also felt a little confused. Thinking of the village chief. Do you think this is okay? We go to his grave to sing incense sticks. Ask him to rest in peace. Don't look for us in the future. It's really causing you trouble. The village chief was very sorry. I quickly prepared some spicy paper money. Then I took the two of them to the grave. His grave is not far behind the village. You can reach it in a few steps. The two followed the old man and walked through the middle of the village. Walking towards the cemetery outside, Luffy quietly observed. I didn't see the grave in the village. Then why did the copper coins run to the village? I was wondering in my heart. Suddenly I felt the copper coins in my pocket move again. It seemed like I wanted to go somewhere. Luffy looked in the direction. There is the end of the village. There is a small tomb that is taller than other houses. Covered by tall earth walls and trees. Gloomy. There is a mystery. Arrive at the village chief. Stop in a wood outside the village. There are many graves in the dense forest. The years are not short. It can be seen that it is indeed from the tomb of the village. And the village chief stopped in front of a new grave. On the tombstone, the tomb of Zhao Ligan is engraved. The fourth brother. You're confused. The things left by our ancestors cannot be bought randomly. Aren't you causing trouble for people? You can stop later. He scolded Luffy in front of the grave with a long face. The beard didn't move. He was a little reluctant. Even if this old turtle is a ghost, he also cheated himself. Why do you still have to burn incense for him? Luffy didn't force it. He secretly grabbed a handful of soil on the grave while burning incense. After finishing, the village chief poured money for the two of them again. He said only once. There are no antiques in their village. I want to sell the tactfulness and ask the two to leave. The fourth brother didn't say much. He pulled his beard and left. But not long after leaving the village, he stopped. Take out the dirt road on the grave. Finished, brother. You want to use this land to rob? On my evil spirit. That means that the old turtle who sells copper coins is a starving ghost. He sells his own beard. His face was full of confusion. Of course it's not that I just feel something is wrong with the grave. Want to verify it? Luffy said, squatting down. Move a stone away. 2 earthworms were caught from it. Then sprinkle the soil on the earthworms. 2 earthworms twisted and slender. The body crawled over the soil on the grave. Luffy narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, what does this mean? The stolen worm caught the earth dragon and lived underground. They know best that land cannot be drilled. He did not respond to the soil on the graves. It means there is no moisture in the grave. The grave is empty. It's a way to show people. Beard was stunned for a while. Angry clenched fists. People in the same village are all liars. They are afraid that we will cause trouble for the old turtle. Deliberately lie to us. The old turtle is dead. Luffy pondered. It seems to be so. But they said directly. That fourth brother is not in the village. Isn't it easier to do it? Why did you spend a lot of effort to repair a tomb? And I have observed whether there is a burnt wreath next to the grave. There are white cloth hanging in the house. Traces of the mourning hall arranged. I think they really had a funeral. Not to deal with the creepiness of our beards. Have funerals for an empty tomb. Is he brain related? I guess there is a secret in this village. But none of these are the most important. Luffy shook his head. Get rid of these doubts. Our purpose is to rob you of evil spirits. If you get the soil on the grave, you will leave. When he heard what he said, I know there is a chance. Turn to the road of joy. Fly. Brother. You already know where the grave of the starving ghost is, right? That's right. Let's sleep while the villagers are sleeping at night. Take action quietly. The sun gradually settles. The night in the mountains comes early. A few sporadic lights lit up in some villages. There is silence around. There is only the sound of the wind blowing. The two men sneaked into the village and approached the small building at the end. When passing by the village chief's house, Luffy looked inside curiously, under the dim light. The village elders were holding a basin. What are you eating voraciously? I have the food all over my mouth. I can't help but let Luffy go. Thinking of the way his beard was possessed by a starving ghost. I really like eating meat so much. Luffy shook his head. Retract your eyes and beard. 2 of them walked through the village with their own hands. I came to the small building very smoothly. The adobe wall is 2 meters high. A big lock hangs upstairs from the tomb door. The black and broken ones didn't have any lights. Flip in. Although the wall is high. But for 2 young guys in their 20s. It's not a difficult thing. The 2 climbed over the wall. Leaning on the ground. Waited for a while. After seeing that the villagers did not find out, he turned on the flashlight and shone it towards the small building. This photo doesn't matter. Both of them were shocked. This is really a little building. There is only 1 door. There is not even a window. Standing quietly in the night. Extremely glowing. This is a hut for the dead to live in. The shady house cannot see light. So there are no windows. Luffy quickly reacted. He stepped forward and pushed open the door. Suddenly a chill came out from it. The air smelled of coal ash and the heavy dead flashlight shone into an old grave in the middle of the building. I went alone and curled up. The old turtle leader of the ancient tomb village is indeed lying. The beard's eyes widened and anxious. Let's try it out with the copper coins when you come to Luffy. Luffy threw out the copper coins tied with red lines. The copper coin stood up as soon as it landed. Like a jingle rolling towards the grave. Crashed against the tombstone. That's it. Luffy was very calm. Although the village is full of weirdness. But nothing is more important than this beard's life. There is nothing else in the building. This small building seemed to be built specifically to hide this ancient tomb. The grave is not big. Made of blue stone. Perhaps because of the lack of light for many years. The stones are covered with moss. It looks old and ruined. This is the tomb of the starving ghost. We'll make ground on his grave. He won't make trouble, right? So move quickly. Luffy asked Beard to put the copper coin he bought in front of the tombstone. Worship to the grave. Then let your beard turn on the flashlight. He reached out to pick out the soil from the cracks in the grave. Carefully put it in a mineral water bottle. Beard looked nervously. It seems that Luffy is not pretending to be a grave. But his life. Just as the 2 of them were concentrating. A strange night sound suddenly sounded in the grave. The two were stunned. Then he looked at each other in horror. In a hurry, the sound of a ghost screamed. It's particularly harsh in this gloomy little building. The two took out 3 black attacks. The hair was blocking in front of him. But after waiting for a while, nothing scary was coming out. Luffy was settled for a moment. The grave turned around and found that the sound was coming from the grave. But the grave. It seems that there are no starving ghosts behind it. The grave hasn't been filled enough yet. Walking now means that all previous efforts are wasted. Luffy gritted his teeth and went back. The flashlight shaking. The beard followed him tremblingly with the trembling light behind him, and the face that was originally in the will of the will was reflected in his eyes. Mom is wrong. Hoo-Hoo-Z was afraid of being ignorant. And found that the picture in front of me was wrong. The old man was tied up in all kinds of colors. The mouth is filled with broken boards. Excited to coach him and Luffy. There are still tears in the old eyes. It's obviously a personal fucking situation. Beard feels that his brain is completely out of order. The old man in front of him was the one who sold him copper coins. The people in Jowligan held a funeral for the old man. An empty tomb was built. But the old man himself was tied to a lighthouse. Don't worry about him taking the soil on the grave for now. Although Luffy also has a lot of greetings. Let's suppress the curiosity in my heart first. I came to the grave to get enough soil to the grave before I came to the old man. Old man Zhao was very excited. The thin body kept twisting. It made an unpleasant night sound to the two of them. It seemed like asking for help. Brother Luffy. I have to find out if this old turtle deliberately cheated me. The beard gritted his teeth. Authentic movement and stillness are smaller. Luffy looked outside. The beard pulled out the cloth strip from the old man Zhao's mouth. Pinch his dark-spotted neck. He said viciously. Dead. I dare to sell the money from my mouth to me. Are you impatient? Old man Zhao coughed a few times. He begged for mercy in a hoarse voice. I have no idea. I really don't know. I just want to see that he is valuable. What does it mean to want to sell some money and escape? Aren't you from this village? Please let me out. I'll go out and kowtow to you. It's too late to go. After 12 o'clock. The death day of our ancestors is on the death day. What's the death day? Husband didn't believe what he said at all. Please. Otherwise, the death day will come. You must die, too. Old man Zhao was so anxious that he was sweating. It doesn't look fake. Luffy took a look at the time. Calm and calm. I don't explain it clearly. We won't put tied up. It's you, not us. There are 2 hours left. Enough for us to leave this mountain. This is the secret of our village. Old man Zhao breathed rapidly. It seems that I have had some fierce psychological struggle. Finally, he gritted his teeth as if he had made up his mind. Our village has a tradition. Every year, the ancestors' successors have to offer sacrifices to one person. Otherwise, the whole village would be silly. Isn't it your ancestors? I won't bless you. You're going to die. The beard was so cold that old man Zhao said anxiously. I'm not talking nonsense. Because his ancestor died with resentment. Before he died. All of our descendants have strange diseases. Luffy said it clearly. He was also very curious about how this evil ghost came. Old man Zhao sighed heavily. He spoke hoarsely. The older generation in the village said. More than 100 years ago. There was a famine in our place. All I can eat within a radius of dozens of miles. Many people starved to death every day. Later, a master passed by our village and said that our village had offended the mountain god and caused disaster. As long as one person is given to seek the understanding of the mountain god, you can survive the famine safely. After the ancestors discussed, choose someone. Come out. He built a tomb and buried it in it. Speaking of this, old man Zhao's voice became weaker. Subconsciously, he looked at the ancient tomb and buried it alive. Luffy frowned. Old man Zhao didn't lie. It's equal to default. No wonder it's resentment. So big that his own fellow villagers buried alive in the grave. It's such a conscience to starve to death. You believe it, either. We are the original ancestors. Old man Zhao had a bitter face. They did it. But it has dragged down our descendants. As long as we start to grow dark spots on our bodies, we'll be unable to control it? Want to eat meat? I'll vomit after eating. It's even more uncomfortable than death. Every year on the death day. Even if you can't eat anything. And bite people everywhere like a madman. Anyway, people die every year. Later. They found that. As long as you choose someone to apologize for your ancestors on the day of the festival, others won't get sick. Old man Zhao finished speaking. I found a strange silence in the small building. He raised his head. Seeing the faces of the two people on the other side look extremely ugly. Suddenly shivering. Whispered. These are all decided by the village chief. I can't do anything about it, either. Luffy felt chill in his heart. There is an old saying. People say ghosts are terrible and ghosts say human hearts are poisonous. But he never thought that. People can be foolish when they have something to do. Too cruel. to survive, believe in the evil technique of sacrifice to the living. Isn't their symptoms the evil spirits? No wonder that all the feng shui trees are dead. I really don't know if they deserve it or should they deserve it. Paused. He suppressed his emotions. Asked again. What's going on with copper coins? The master said. Just put the copper coins in my ancestors. You can suppress your resentment in your mouth. It was useless as a result. Should everyone get sick or get sick? Should I starve to death or starve to death? Unless one person now apologizes to his ancestors. It's my turn this year. I don't want to give up asking the copper coins to be an antique. Steal out. The farther you run after selling, the better. I didn't know if they were caught back. Old man Zhao begged pitifully. No matter how these two young people found it. He just wanted to do everything he could to grasp this life-saving straw. I don't know that copper coins will affect the person. As long as you let me out. Whether it's corpse curse. I just pretend if I recognize you. It is this thing that harms the people in your entire village. You dare to say that you don't know, Luffy sneered. You wouldn't think you sold this copper coin. Tell others to take your sins. You're fine. I didn't think about it. Old man Zhao buried his head and felt obviously guilty. The old turtle in the dog field. Are you still a human? You deliberately hurt my beard. All the blood was pouring out of her body. Pick it up. Old man Zhao was about to punch him. I heard the sound of kicking and stomping outside. Oops. They are here. Old man Zhao's face changed drastically. Let me go soon. I know the path. I'll take you down the mountain. Otherwise they will arrest you too. The secrets of our village cannot be known to outsiders. I'm afraid that you old men will not let go. Luffy said with a serious expression. Don't be impulsive. So many evil deeds. If you start to relax. Not a beard that two people can withstand. Although I feel very hated. I would rather fight hard than let go of this vicious old turtle. But he didn't want to implicate Luffy. So he threw it away fiercely. Old man Zhao Luffy only loosened his legs. The hands are still tied. It doesn't affect his walking. The sound of unlocking sounded outside. Squeeze until the flashlight shaking. I came to lead the way in the building. Luffy pushed Old man Zhao. Old man Zhao stumbled and led the two to the back of the building. Kick the corner with your feet. A board. The board is raised. Luffy opened the wall. A small hole 1 meter high appeared. Outside is the weeds with wastes. It turned out that those people dug holes to escape. Old man Zhao is like a bug. Climb in alone. It can be seen that in order to escape. He worked very hard. Luffy and Beard followed closely behind. The village chief and the old people have already chased in. Stop. Stop. The villagers' voices roared behind them. Luffy and the Beard followed the old man Zhao who was rolling and crawling, and ran out and howled in one breath. Until it cannot be seen. The lights in Huangjiao village stopped to breathe. The mountain wind blows. I could vaguely hear some unwilling howls. From the direction of the village. Like a wild beast, it makes people frightened. Cold sweat soaked the clothes. Luffy's back was cold. Beard. Holding the trunk with your hands. He cursed the fucking meat village with lingering fear. I think it's called Canrun village. It's almost a beard. Luffy suddenly called him in an incorrect tone. What happened to pull his arm away from Old Man Zhao with caution? Beard's heart sank. Look at Old Man Zhao. Old Man Zhao stood hunched over among the weeds. Dark hands. Under the light of the light. His cheeks were sunken deeply. But my belly bulged like a balloon. The evil ghost attacked. Old Man Zhao's wrinkled mouth. Open your mouth and drip water. It flows down the corner of the mouth. Greedy eyes. Staring straight at the two of them. Then there was a scattering howl. The big-mouthed mouth pounced at the two of them. The two of them missed their bodies and dodged. Old Man Zhao was tied behind his hands. Luffy stepped forward and stepped on his back. Press it tightly. Don't let him get up. Beard. Come and help. Luffy took out the rope and Beard that had previously tied up Old Man Zhao. 2 hands and feet tied the skinny old man up and tied him up again. Old Man Zhao struggled desperately like a dying fish. A strange whine made in his throat. Luffy sprinkled some incense ash into his mouth. He used 3 black roosters to bury his eyebrows and left and right temples, releasing a lot of black blood. He slowly calmed down. Brother Luffy. I won't have an attack tonight. Only after looking at Old Man Zhao, who was bearded, did he realize what he looked like when he was possessed by a starving ghost. Before, it was more of the pain of being tortured. Now it's more scared. He couldn't imagine. What would be the consequences if Luffy didn't find him and he really bites him? It shouldn't be floating. It can last for 3 days. Luffy dared not guarantee 100%. Or you tie me up too. I would rather die than eat. When people think of this beard, they feel a sense of disgust. You can still think so. It means you are very sober. Nothing will happen. Luffy comforted. You have to be really scared. Just take the rooster feathers to ward off evil spirits and also have a suppressive effect on evil things. The good beard hurriedly held the rooster feather in his hand. I don't know if it's psychological effect. He really felt much better. Wait for a while. Beard saw that he was still very sober. Only then did I feel relaxed. Brother Luffy. How to deal with this old turtle? After the evil ghost is solved, he can also return to normal. Luffy rode. But it cannot be relieved at night. Otherwise the dirty things will fight us to the death. It must wait until dawn. That's not a waste of money for him. Beard is very unwilling to accept it. You decide what to do. I am only responsible for collecting evil things. Luffy found a dry place to sit down and rest. He took the risk to run this trip. It's not an evil character to help anyone get revenge. Only responsible for solving the trouble caused by evil things for customers. Don't care about anything else. The beard stopped talking. The nurse looked at the unconscious old man Zhao with his eyes. The night finally passed. When the sun shines into the forest, Luffy took out the evil ghost money and the soil he collected from the grave. There is also a bottle of cooking oil prepared in advance. First, bury the evil ghost money into the grave. Then sprinkle with cooking oil. After the soil is soaked, put it in the sun and expose the soil to boil. It makes a sound like a stir-frying in the oil pan. Blasts of black smoke emerged. Wait until the black smoke dissipates. He flew to pull out the copper coins from the soil. Wipe it clean with a tissue. Put it in the sun and look at it. Show a big smile. This will dissolve the bearded face. There was a trace of evil demon who suddenly tortured him to life and death. It was so easy to be dissolved by Luffy. I can now prove 100% violent. You're fine. Luffy patted his shoulder. Beard quickly licked the top of his mouth with his tongue. I found that all the extra fangs were gone. Bathed in the sun at this moment, I suddenly felt excited to be a new person. Brother Luffy. You're really amazing. He admired Luffy. Protrude to the ground. Then, the old man Zhao looked at the ground and his eyes became cold. Then is he the same? That's right. People in Huangjiao village. Beard took a deep breath. Staring at old man Zhao, Luffy's brothers killed someone in a deep voice. I can't do it. But let me just forget it. I can't bother you. Wait for me for a while. Shing Luffy nodded. Although I was curious. But I still didn't ask what Beard was going to do. Beard picked up old man Zhao's feet. Drag him toward Huangjiao village halfway up the mountain. The tall figure gradually became flooded by the trees. That old man is very bad. Luffy would not sympathize with him. Luffy looked at the evil ghost money without a white pen. A bit complicated. Behind a small copper coin, there are so many lies and sins hidden. I wonder who the so-called master is. He recalled old man Zhao's words. I always feel that the master's approach is to use the people from Huangjiao village to raise evil ghosts' money. The idea of offering sacrifices to the living is made by the master. The money is also given by the master. What did he do to raise evil ghosts? It doesn't matter to him. Anyway, this money is mine. Luffy can't figure it out. Just shook his head. Leave doubts behind your mind. Looking at the evil spirit of this copper coin happily. Resolve evil spirits. Money can no longer harm people. But it also has its special value. 2 hours later, Beard returned from the mountain. He was physically exhausted. But there was a hint of great revenge in his expression. Passers-by didn't ask him what he did. The two found a van and rushed back to Zhengcheng Pawnshop with a heartwarming look. How do you want to do it cost? Luffy took out what he used as a ticket. I'm so embarrassed to collect your money. Is it a rule to be a dead person or a living person? What is the price? Luffy scratched his head with a serious beard. I'll smile after thinking about it. I heard that evil characters can turn evil things into treasures. How much can this thing be sold outside? Luffy glanced at his beard. Hearing lightly. It's nothing to do with you. The evil font will not sell evil things to anyone. How much did it sell? Tell the pawn customer. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Luffy. Brother. Who do you think of my beard? How can I worry about this money? Just curiously asked Beard and explained quickly. I definitely choose death as the price. I scolded him for a long time. He stretched out a finger and said. Is a penny okay? As long as there is a number. Luffy can do whatever it is. Write it quickly. When the ticket is handed to Huzi. Sign and stamp if there is no problem. Beard sign. The ticket is in duplicate. Each party will leave one transaction to complete. Huzi took out 2,000 fortresses to Luffy. Say it is buying copper coins and floating money. Luffy only took 300 and moved his beard. I don't know what to say. Brother Luffy. My tiger will revenge if you have any grudges. Be kind to repay. There will be something useful to me in the future. Even though he opened his mouth to send off his beard. Luffy breathed a long sigh of loss when he saw the ticket and the copper coins. Although the process is ups and downs. But this second evil thing was finally received successfully. It's a good evil thing. But there are also disadvantages. Luffy thought for a while. This thing is not needed, either. It's better to sell it. You have to go in and out when doing business. Only when it runs will it be prosperous. So he went to Linglong Pavilion. Lu Fugue was leaning against the recliner with a beer belly. Watch the live broadcast of beautiful girls. See Luffy come in. Get up immediately. The shopkeeper of the small road. Is your necklace really awesome? He took the phone to Luffy with excitement. Look who this is. Luffy looked at it for a long time but couldn't recognize it. Just as I was about to ask. Suddenly, the female anchor was wearing the human bone necklace around her neck. He said in surprise. Isn't this the little internet celebrity? This is a big difference between bare face and makeup. That's right. It was him who suddenly became popular these 2 days. Look at the rocket's gifts flying in the live broadcast room. How much money does he have to make? Lu Fugue couldn't stop pricking his mouth. The annotation love is used to attract attention. Luffy smiled. Of course the evil effect is good. The premise is that the price is acceptable. It's really amazing. Lu Fugue was convinced. I was a little suspicious before. Luffy's ability. But he is smart. I still helped with the name of the evil font. Didn't think so. This kid is really capable. His eyes were very different when he looked at Luffy. This kid is afraid that he won't get his grandfather's true teachings. You have to call the police. This die will inevitably lead to the opportunity to make a fortune in the future. The shopkeeper of Xiaolu drank tea by mistake. He gave up his chair. He took out his treasured tea guanyin to make tea for Luffy. That's so passionate. Seeing that he is so active, Luffy was not in a hurry to take out the things. Drink tea slowly. The special tea guanyin is fragrant. The shopkeeper Xiaolu came to see me at this time. This is not the previous thing. It's true that I haven't finished working for a while. Lu Fugue couldn't help but ask. Finished? Luffy nodded. That must have been received again. Big baby, Xiaolu, the shopkeeper, is young and promising. Not even more than your grandfather. Let Lu Fugue rise up more often. Opening your thumbs is flattery. My friend heard that the evil font size reopened. Many people want to buy treasures. Don't swear. You can look at this road. Fly rolled his eyes. Take out the evil ghost money and put it on his counter. At this time, Lu Fugue looked at it for a long time. Can't understand. If I read it correctly. It's similar to the copper coins you bought that day. From the perspective of ancient coins. You read that correctly without a score. This is an ordinary ancient coin that can attract your evil characters. Don't keep it aside. Tell me what kind of treasure this is. This is called turning the world around. The money brings this copper coin on your body. No matter what business you do. How much money has you lost? All can turn the world around. Turn losses into profits. Of course, Luffy also took the name. But the effect is not to starve the ghost. Represents greed. Greed is not necessarily a bad thing at some point. He just finished speaking. Lu Fugue's eyes lit up immediately. I'll be good. This is a good baby. Lu Fugue is in business himself. A treasure that can turn business into profits. How could he not be jealous when he saw it? He swallowed. Ask. Can this baby be sold to me? Uncle Fugue was joking. Where do you need this? Luffy smiled. This money is only useful for people who lose money in business. Your business is doing so well. How can this guy who is jealous of money make him lose money? Manager Xiao Lu raised me. Business is not easy these days. I just barely made a living. Lu Fugue's businessman's National People's Congress looks humble. It's just a small part of what can make money. A treasure that can turn all business into profits. It's simply a treasure that businessmen dream of. I'm afraid that the news will be released. There were many people snatching it. Don't worry. There are conditions for using this copper coin. Luffy said slowly. Shopkeeper Xiao Lu. Please say. Lu Fugue listened carefully to the money. Although it can guarantee that losses will be profitable. But once you start making a profit, it will not be used. Otherwise it will have a counterproductive effect. Greed is not a bad thing at some point. But excessive greed will be backfired. And from now on, we can't do anything wrong. Just make one. No matter how big or small. The money you earn will lose exponentially. If it is a positive desire. That can be any loss. But if you are unfaithful. But it will only fall into the bottomless things. Lu Fugue immediately started to suffer. These conditions are a bit harsh. Who can guarantee that he will never make any mistake in this life? But he immediately thought that it would be the case. There are also people who are buying and turning losses into profits. It's enough to attract me to look back. Let's release the news of the epidemic and be rich. You are too kind to the cabinet of Xiao Gue. But this is my honor. Lu Fugue smiled. Since you finished putting it here. Friend Lu. Then when can you go? You customize the time. I can make arrangements. Luffy was waiting for this sentence. I want a day off. What is tomorrow? This is what he said. As long as you receive another evil thing? The kippa given by Grandpa is finished. He could breathe a sigh of relief, too. That must do. You have a good rest. I'll go to the pawn shop to pick you up tomorrow. Lu Fugue sent Luffy out. I couldn't wait to go back and call the seller. The better the evil thing is sold, the more he has. Of course it's active. Luffy showed fatigue when he returned to the pawnshop. After eating something randomly, I fell asleep. I don't know how long I'd been sleeping. Wake up by the ringtone of the phone in a daze. Who is it? Luffy took out his cell phone's sleepy eyes from under the pillow. Ask Manager Lu easily. Once the pleasant woman comes. The sound came from the receiver a little familiar. Luffy was stunned for a moment. Then I remembered who the other party was. Miss Xie. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. Have I disturbed Manager Lu? Nothing is wrong. You said you promised you before. Let me see my elders. My matters have been handled. Finally there is time to fulfill your promise. I don't know when Manager Lu had time to rub his eyes and his eyes randomly in the afternoon. Is it okay now? Things related to Grandpa. He didn't want to wait for a moment. Of course, I will take over Manager Lu now. Xia Yao agreed very happily. Put down your phone. Luffy rubbed his face. Get up and wash. Change into clean clothes. Soon. A woman is full of elegant figure. After walking into the shoes. Miss Xia Luffy stood up. I just felt my eyes lit up. Buyao is still wearing an elegant white dress. But the spirit of the whole person is completely different. The eyes are dark and bright. The lips are plump and rosy. The skin is natural, smooth, and fair. Just like a satin white skirt outlines the delicate and orderly body curves. Although pointing to light makeup, it is bright and charming. Pearl earrings are like morning dew dotted on both sides of the face. While she is like a white rose in bud. The pure room is still feminine. If you don't look carefully, it is hard to find that he looks a little tired. It seems that Ms. Xia is in good condition. Luffy smiled. Thanks to Manager Lu. Otherwise I wouldn't have the chance to pull myself out of the mud. Xia Yao smiled. The smile is a bit complicated. In fact, Luffy was curious about what happened to his fiancée. Why do you want to attack him? But this is someone's privacy. He didn't ask much. Manager Lu. Please close the door. Walking on the street with Xia Yao. Antique Street is a pedestrian street. Can't park. Xia Yao's car was parked outside. His appearance attracted a lot of bright eyes to Luffy. Only Lu Fugue showed a stern expression. No wonder I have to take a day off. It turned out that my family had an appointment. But only one day off. Is it enough? Xia Yao's car is a very low-key white Mercedes-Benz car. There is a nice scent of perfume. He was driving Luffy through the bustling streets of the city, going farther and farther towards the suburbs. Luffy was a little surprised. Does his elders like to live quietly on very remote roads? Xia Yao was particularly silent. The white and slender hands were holding the steering wheel. Gaze at the eyes. Leave Luffy a delicate side face ahead. Don't know what you're thinking. Luffy is embarrassed to ask more questions. Close your eyes and rest. Let the other party carry him away. Manager Lu has been there for a long time. The car stopped. Xia Yao's pleasant voice sounded. Luffy opened his eyes. Looking out the car window. The air is fresh. Green mountains and clear waters are a beautiful mountain forest. It's just among the lush pine and cypress trees. Luffy, who had a tombstone looming, was stunned. Xia Yao led Luffy to a good-located grave. Showing apologetic look. Feel sorry. Manager Lu. My grandfather has passed away. On the way to come. I've been wondering how to explain to you. But I never knew how to speak and died. Then how could he ask you to find the harmonic font size? Luffy was disappointed. The business card was given to me by my grandfather before he died. Tell me that you can go to Antique Street when you encounter evil things. Find a good font size to help. Xia Yao. Even more sad. Explained. I didn't think much about it at that time. I just took the business card as my grandfather's relics. Later, because of that human bone necklace. I just remembered it again. At that time, he only held the facts. Unexpectedly, Luffy really saved him. After, he specially re-understood font size. Only then did I know what kind of existence the evil font size is. The cemetery is quiet. The area of this tomb is very large. Stay away from the tomb group. I want to be quiet alone. There are rivers nearby. There are mountains in the distance to open the feng shui. It is very good. The location is obviously carefully selected. Luffy looked at the tombstone and remained silent. I thought I could find some clues related to my grandfather. Unexpectedly, I was disappointed and sorry. Manager Lu. Can you tell me? What did you ask my grandfather to do? Maybe I can help you. Xia Yao. Very guilty. What do you want to make up for it? Luffy is silent. After a while, he spoke slowly. I'm looking for my grandpa. What's Xia Yao? Surprised. Didn't you say that old Manager Lu has gone on a long journey? That's right. He never came back 3 years ago after he left. I've been looking for him. I thought I would find clues here with your grandfather. I'm really sorry for the feeling of leaving my loved ones. I can understand. I should explain it to you in advance. But at that time I wanted to solve the problem differently. At least your grandfather is buried here clearly. And where is my grandfather? Is life or death? Don't know. Luffy smiled with a self-deprecating smile. There is no intention to blame Xia Yao. Instead, he waved his hand easily. Miss Xia, don't think too much. This has nothing to do with you. My grandfather deliberately avoided me. Don't want me to find him. But I'm not that obedient. I don't know how much I have been fighting against him since I was a child. This one is not bad anymore. He said this. Xia Yao felt even more uncomfortable. After all, I'm not doing this well. Leave the news to me. I know some people. Very good at tracking. That's great. Luffy was a little surprised. He could see that Xia Yao's family affairs were unusual. There should be a lot of connections. He can find someone to help. It's better than asking around yourself. Much more useful. But he doesn't like the love he owes others for nothing. Looking around, thank you. Miss, did you choose the location of this cemetery? My grandfather chose it himself. Say it's buried here. I hope my descendants can bless me with peace and safety. Xia Yao gently helped the fallen leaves in front of the tombstone. Smiling. After he left. Although I often encounter some troubles. But in the end, it will always turn bad luck into good luck. Get through the difficulties. I often think. Maybe it was my grandfather who was blessing me with the distant bone necklace. This time, too. If Grandpa hadn't given her that business card before her death, he may have become a puppet without self-awareness. Luffy shook his head. Wrong. This cemetery has clear feng shui. It will harm children and grandchildren. What a shock to Xia Yao. Black Eyes looked at Luffy. How is this possible? Manager Lu. Have you read it wrong? I am my grandfather. One hand held. It is my only relative. He will never harm me. This is definitely like Luffy trusts his grandfather. That would be strange. Luffy pointed his hand at the woods on both sides of the grave. Who planted those roses in the forest of Miss Xie? Xia Yao looked over as he pointed. There are several large clumps of dark green vines spreading around the trees. All the yin climbed up the trees. The branches are trunk. Very vigorous. It's May now. It is the season when roses bloom. Large pieces of pink and white flowers. The wind blows in the hot shot. The petals are floating. Very beautiful. He asked in confusion. When my grandfather was buried. There are no flowers here yet. I didn't let anyone plant flowers around here either. It should be playing rose. Although roses are beautiful. But his vines have thorns. The vine surrounds the grave. No matter how good the feng shui is, it will be broken. Luffy frowned. Think about it. Being pricked every day. Can you feel comfortable? Luffy and Xia Yao walked into the rose bushes. A faint fragrance of flowers is swaying. Luffy found a dead branch. Use dead branches to hook a rose petal. The dense leaves and flowers are scattered. Under cover. It's densely packed spikes. There seem to be many thorns in this kind of rose. The location distribution of these rose bushes is also very interesting. It just surrounded the grave. If it is wild, it shouldn't be so even. Looking at the spikes, Xia Yao recalled the death of her grandfather. All my own discomforts. I couldn't help but shivered. Could it be that someone deliberately planted this here? What if it is the wild rose that I grew up on myself? But no matter what the situation is, it would be better to find someone to cut it as soon as possible. I'll make arrangements right away. Xia Yao's face was embarrassed. It seems like I'm stabbed by needles. Don't want to wait for a moment. Take out your cell phone and call and arrange the person immediately. He calmed down and looked at the shopkeeper Luffy and Lu gratefully. You saved me again. Once. Miss Xia is serious. Feng shui matters. I understand. Not much if I just think too much. No. You definitely didn't think much about it. Xia Yaoyue looked at the pain. The more I feel like a shackle with thorns. There is no such coincidence in the world. These roses were planted intentionally by someone. I think I know who did it. Shuryao's face was gloomy for a while. The person he was looking for arrived. Use tools to eradicate the roses one by one. Take them all back. Burn one with fire. No stay is allowed. Xia Yao was very majestic when giving orders. The workers used a small truck as they did. Pull all the thorn vines away. After the magic truck left, he immediately felt the uneasiness that had been lingering around him. It suddenly disappeared. Half a year after my grandfather's death, Xia Yao often feels uneasy like a ray of light on her back. It's like something is targeting her in the dark. It makes him feel restless. But I can't find the reason. He always thought he was under too much pressure. Now Luffy is pointed out. I realized that this is not the case. No wonder he is not going well everywhere. It turned out that someone had harmed him in the dark early in the morning. If he hadn't brought Luffy to Grandpa's grave, Even if there is no human bone necklace. Maybe there will be something else. Can escape the first year of junior high school? Can't escape the 5th day of the first lunar month. Xia Yao didn't know what she did wrong. He hasn't even stepped into my house these years. But the other party still refused to let him go. Be patient and tolerate. It seems to only encourage the other person's arrogance. Xia Yao's hands were tightly clenched. The nails were almost inserted into the flesh. Miss Xie. You're okay. Luffy's voice made Xia Yao come back from grief and anger. The afterglow of the sunset shines on the cemetery. It was dim everywhere. Luffy stood in the sunset. Looks a little worried. Lu Yao's heart was slightly warm. Since the death of my grandfather, he never seemed to have felt a real relationship again. I'm fine. Manager Lu has time to have dinner together at night. You saved me twice. But I didn't even invite you to miss the meal. This is too unreasonable. Miss Xie, please. Please help me find out about my grandfather. I should thank you for being the god. It's almost black. Let's go back first. The sun sets and the white Mercedes-Benz leaves the cemetery. The lights in the city are just on the ground. Luffy declined Xia Yao. Good intention to invite a meal. Xia Yao insisted on sending him home. The little Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped outside the antique street. It's already dark. Miss Xie. Thank you Luffy for opening the door and getting off the bus. The car window fell. Xia Yao's fair and beautiful face was a little disappointed. Looking at Luffy Road. Manager Lu. Since the evil font size also sells treasures to the outside world, I can buy a self-defense thing from the evil font. Sure. But it's not possible yet. Of course Luffy will not refuse to do business. It's just before I complete my grandfather's mission. He is not qualified to use the evil font. When will the treasures be available? It should be like this next month. I'll notify you at that time. I will arrange for Mr. Lu to get news when I go back. I'll notify you right away. Xia Yao. Check out the time. 3 days left. It's next month. His mood became inexplicably better again. Warner smiled. Mercedes-Benz slowly merged into the night. Luffy returned to Antique Street. Prepare a noodle shop. Prepare to eat something? Sorry, the empty 5 insect temple. This noodle restaurant is a time-honored brand on the street. Not only selling noodles, I also sell some braised snacks. Taste is very good. Those who come here to eat are basically acquaintances. It was the hotel now. The museum is very lively. But the diners didn't seem to be in the mood to eat noodles today. Everyone said something excitedly. In the afternoon, something big seems to have happened in the Antique Street. Luffy was eating noodles. He pricked up his ears and heard that Boss Liang's family was in a miserable state. Yes. I heard that the ground is covered with blood. Why do people suddenly go crazy? Kill all your wife and children to death. He is smarter than a monkey in business. It doesn't look mentally ill. Luffy's heart skipped a beat. Isn't Boss Liang of Duobakshuan the boss of Beard? This is so mysterious. You won't receive anything unclean. I heard him show off a few days ago. I received a great treasure. Ask him what it is? He didn't say he was covering it tightly. I'm afraid that someone will rob him. It seems that this is the tragedy of the 5th floor. If I want to say he is too greedy, do our job. Don't you know that things with heavy evil spirits cannot be collected? The diners shook their heads inside. Luffy asked. Brother? What's wrong with Duobakshuan? You don't know. Boss Liang went crazy last night. In the middle of the night, his wife and children were cut to death. His guy looked for him in the afternoon. Haven't seen each other yet. He opened the door and went over to take a look. Just opened the door. I smelled a very cute smell of blood. Walking in with a choking nose, I saw blood in it. Boss Liang's wife and children's heads are neat. On the table, Boss Liang sat next to the table, holding a knife in your hand. The face is covered with blood. He looks scarier than a ghost. The beard was so scared that he urinated on the spot. Pants rolling and crawling out. The police arrived soon. After reading the scene, it was said that Boss Liang did a miserable job. The diner's expressions are very heavy. Not as relaxed as gossiping in the past. Luffy heard his temples hopped. Well done. Why do people suddenly go crazy? Who knows? 3 years ago, there was also a tragedy in our Antique Street. But that person did not harm others at least. I heard that I peeled off my skin. Stop talking. I can't even eat. Poor Boss Liang's wife and children. His son is only 6 years old. Very cute. The diners shook their heads inside. What about that bearded man? Luffy asked again. Taken away by the police. I haven't seen him back since then. Maybe I'm still asking questions there. This happened. He certainly doesn't want to come back either. Luffy doesn't know how to eat. I was thinking about this tragedy on the way back to the pawn shop after eating noodles. If Boss Liang suddenly goes crazy, if it really has something to do with the antiques he collected, that thing must be a big evil thing. Evil things will not be removed. It is very likely to continue to harm people. But Boss Liang's family is dead. Others are in the bureau. What is that? Where is the evil thing? No one knows if Beard is going to be pregnant this year. I just finished killing the evil ghosts and encountered this kind of thing again. Luffy walked alone in the alley. Suddenly I felt a little uncomfortable. That feeling is strange. It was as if someone was staring at him maliciously behind him. Who? He suddenly turned around. The old locust tree sways under the streetlights. There are some cold receptions. Only Luffy. Am I suspicious? Luffy forgot to look around. He withdrew his gaze suspiciously. He took off the shop owner and went out. A phone number for something. Open the door. Go straight back to the backyard. There will be no customers at this time. Luffy was washing and going to bed early. Duobachuan is miserable and terrifying. It has nothing to do with him after all. And there are probably no evil things at all. It's people on the street. Rumors are spread. Dad police took the person away in the afternoon. The survey results did not come out so quickly? I thought I would go to Lufugua's friend's house to collect blood tomorrow. Luffy shook his head. Put aside distractions. Close your eyes and sleep. The next morning, he opened the pawnshop door. Lufugue arrived as promised. I still have a breakfast in my hand. If the shopkeeper Xiaolu is fine, it is fine. Let's set off now. Lufugue drove a business car. Lots of space. It's quite comfortable to sit. It is inevitable for two people to go on the road. Speaking of Duobachuan, this old Liang must have been scared. I've advised him long ago. Be a person and do things. Don't be too amazing. Leave a thin face to others. He doesn't listen. Uncle Fugue? Do you know what he received? Lufugue shook his head. Make a layer of chin and shake it together. I don't know what it is. But it must be a dirty thing. I saw him coming back from outside that day. Something was in my arms. Wrap it tightly in black cloth. Although I didn't see clearly what it was. But that thing was gloomy. There is murderous intent. I've been in the antique industry for a long time. Although it is not as powerful as your evil-size eyes. But the eyesight is still a little bit trained. I didn't think it was good at that time. He asked him indirectly what good things he had collected. He said he was a treasure that the big boss had been growing up for a long time. He finally received it from a family in the countryside. But I didn't tell me what I was afraid of robbing his business. Which big boss will collect murderous things? I guess he was cheated. Didn't think so. Something happened the next day. Still so miserable. Luffy's scalp is numb. What kind of hatred? What a grudge. This method is too cruel. It said that the goods are not as good as the wife and children. But the other party asked Boss Liang to kill his wife and children with his own hands. This is more than killing him directly. Do you still make him suffer? Hi. Are there few people in this world who have no bottom line? Lufugue sighed. He started flattering again. If everyone is as kind as your evil name. Justice collects evil things. Save people and accumulate virtue. The world has long been peaceful. Luffy said. We are not that noble. But it is also a business that can make a fuss. Not to mention this. Today we went to my friend's house to see evil things. My friend's surname is Su. In Jiangcheng, he is a well-known figure. Lufugue did not forget that his purpose was very fast. Get back to the point. Luffy also retracted his thoughts. Yesterday I heard you say that their evil thing is a statue of God. Right. In the past 2 years. Their business is a bit unhappy. Looking for big things in other places. I invited a statue of the god of fortune back. The business is getting better. But Lufugue tested the spit. The expression becomes solemn. But their family members suffered one after another. What's the meaning? As long as their family makes a business. There is one person in their family who is unlucky. Not a terminal illness. Just something unexpected happened. Luffy's eyebrows hopped. Jumping so fiercely. What god did they invite me? I only know that I invited it back from Nanyang with a lot of money. Lufugue curled his lips. I've heard about the evil things over there. I don't know what they think. Run there to invite God. If you really use your life to exchange for wealth. I'm afraid he's an evil god. Don't say it. Smile. The evil god is hard to deal with. It is more ferocious than ordinary evil things. Lufugue saw his face. At a glance. Fine. When you get to the place, you will first gain your eyes. Can collect. Of course I'd better accept it. We have no loss either. But I believe in the skills of the shopkeeper Xiaolu. There are no shoes in this world. Can't feel good. Uncle Wealthy. Did you raise a horse in your previous life? Luffy suddenly looked at him seriously. What does it mean? Otherwise, why do you always like to flatter? Lufugue was stunned and smiled. All I've told is the truth. It's just here. Said. He turned the steering wheel. He drove the car to an extremely tall and grand gate. There is a dragon on each pillar on both sides of the gate. surround the panlone. Behind is the huge landscaping at the entrance. Under the towering and crisp rockery. It is a clear gurgling stream. There is a huge milky white pillar in the middle of the stream. This is a layout that hides wind and breath. Behind the well is lush and green. Some exquisite building outlines appear and disappear between the branches and leaves. Luffy was slightly surprised. This villa area in Longting River Valley is well known in Jiangcheng. It's different from Siat Sonsong's small villa. It's not something you can live in with a little money. Those who live in it are not rich. That is, wealth. It is a rich man of the richest man. It is the noble of the powerful. Lu Fugue is full of market spirit. I've been hiding in antique streets all year round. There are even friends of this level. Could this guy be hidden? Luffy couldn't help but look at him more. Too many cars. Sorry to drive in. I'll let Xiaolu shopkeeper take a few steps with me. It's okay for Fugue to park his car in the parking lot outside Longqi Valley. The two walked to the grand gate. Lu Fugue walked up and said to the tall security guard at the door with a smiling face. The security guards used the walkie-talkie to pass the phone before they could let the two of them in. Everyone enters the villa area around the huge landscaping well area. Here are pavilions, towers. Virtual path. Every grass and tree are very particular. And the area is so large. Like a super large garden. If Luffy comes in by himself, we'll definitely get lost. He couldn't help but tidy up his clothes. I said to myself. Lu Fugue didn't say this earlier. If I had known, I would have changed my body and looked like a little dress. Now Lu has not had the clothes of other people's security guards for a long time. So, the Su family has arrived in front of a huge and grand villa. Lu Fugue stopped. Mr. Su has bought antiques from me several times. I think my price is low. Reliable. So I asked me to find someone to help. Don't think their family is rich and powerful. Actually, I don't have much money. The shelves are easy to get along with. Lu Fugue said as he reached out to ring the doorbell. Someone heard a faint voice. Old Don Lu is my little Lu. Lu Fugue showed a flattering smile at the camera. A few seconds. Thick and heavy. Solid. The carved door sounds. Open the road. Lu Gue invited Luffy and Lu Fugue to walk into the wide courtyard together. Boss Lu. Right? Please follow me to an old man who looks like a housekeeper. The two who led the two to their villa. My grandfather is rushing from the hospital. Just a little bit, I'll mind if I'm interested. You can go and worship first. Worship Buddha. The butler at the door of the mother's side hall lowered his voice. Said carefully. As if I was afraid that something would hear him speak. Worshipping Buddha is evil. Why do you have to pay homage to Lu Fugue to see Luffy? Luffy nodded. Go and take a look first. Please open the door by the butler. A smell of incense comes to my face. The dim and luxurious side hall caught the eye of the two. Luffy saw the altar placed against the wall at a glance. On the altar, there is a statue of a god covered in red cloth. Stand quietly to offer incense. Slowly, the smoke is rising. The local area is filled with incense ash. The tributes are fresh food. Obviously. People from the Su family worship the statue of gods every day. Very pious. But the statue of the god was covered with red cloth. Under the cloth, a strange outline is revealed. I can't tell what it is. What kind of god Luffy is this? I asked the butler but found that the butler hadn't come in at all. Just stood outside the door with a low eyebrow. This is called violent money. The Buddha mother was invited by the master from a temple in Nanyang. Very noble and wealthy. Buddha mother. This is the first time I heard that Luffy had only come into contact with two evil things. The local one hasn't figured it out yet. I'm not familiar with Nanyang. But this name sounds like a fortune. How did you determine that something happened to your family is related to this Buddha mother? Luffy wanted to ask more clearly. The butler suddenly changed his face and interrupted him. A look of the image in fear. Seriously. In front of the guest Buddha mother hall. Please pay attention to the time of worship. Don't move the red cloth. Otherwise, it will collide with the Buddha mother. The consequences are at your own risk. He seemed afraid that he had said something wrong. Very taboo. Luffy's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that statue of God be heard? As for what happened at home, it depends on your ability. The butler said something. I understand. I noticed that Luffy was so cautious that the two asked the housekeeper to make a gesture of invitation. Then closed the door. The huge side hall suddenly became dark. Two incense sticks swaying on the altar. The statue of the god shrouded in red cloth became more and more mysterious. Damn. What are you doing when you close the door? Lu Fugue was shocked. The fat body quickly approached Luffy. The doors and windows are closed tightly. Thick curtains were pulled into the side hall. It's obviously airtight. But there was always a cool air behind the two of them. The two of them plucked up their courage to walk towards the Buddha mother. The shopkeeper of the small road. I heard that your grandfather has the ability to study things and appraise treasures. You must be, too. Lu Fugue looked at Luffy with a gaze. Don't worry. I don't have the heart to comfort me. He found that he didn't feel like moving forward. Feeling of verbal pressure. There is a kind of force in the Buddha's shape to stop it. The closer he got to the Buddha mother, the more obvious this pressure is. Even Lu Fuguei felt bad. Did that Buddha mother notice something? Lu Fuguei lowered his voice like a thief and said carefully. Don't panic. We didn't do anything disrespectful. The two walked to the altar with calmness. At this time, even if you are panicked, it cannot be shown. Whether facing evil things or evil gods. Can't show your fear. Otherwise they will easily grasp it. Silk thoughts are cold. The cold air seeped out of the Buddha mother from the red cloth. It's only half a person tall. But on the altar, it gives people a sense of height. A sense of pressure high above. Luffy wanted to look up. But I feel that my head and shoulders are particularly heavy. It seems like something is pressing against the waist. It cannot help but press down from the Lord. Rich and wealth are even more exaggerated. A cold sweat as big as a bean. One by one, emerges from the forehead. The legs kept shaking. It seems that I will not stand. The pressure of this Buddha mother is so powerful. Is it really a god in Nanyang that is wrong with Luffy? Feel the coldness on your body? This cold and gloomy. It is clearly the yin energy and yin energy pressure. Even if the yang fire is Nanyang Yangshan tail swinging cage, it is impossible for the yin blood to be emitted. Can't bow your head like an evil spirit. Otherwise, the yang fire will be weak. The fortune is sluggish. Either you get sick or you are unlucky. Thinking of this, Luffy made a fuss. With that cold and oppressive feeling, he gritted his teeth and raised his head. But what followed was a heavier pressure seems to weigh 1,000 pounds. It seems like a sound from the ears. The scalp seemed to explode before my eyes. The picture is distorted. The Buddha mother's sculpture is like a kaleidoscope. The sky is spinning. Just then, he suddenly felt a hot and golden light on his chest. Flashed through him and pushed the pressure back. The pressure dissipates instantly. The candle sways. The red cloth covering the statue swung twice. There seemed to be a black tail flashing on the red cloth. Soon it was like a person who saw his tail. The beating of the heart. This even more evil talisman is used to wield power. I heard that the evil thing I have to face today. Maybe it is the evil god of Nanyang. Before he set out, he took a grandpa's evil-proof talisman and brought it to his body. In case. I didn't expect that I would use this old 10 sons who trusted the Buddha mother so soon. Luffy didn't even see his true face. Just almost gotten. His words. All this happens only in an instant. Lu Fuguei only felt a gust of coldness blowing over his body suddenly disappear. Don't know what's going on. What happened just now? He wiped the sweat on his face and looked at Luffy for fear. I saw Luffy's straight line. Looking straight at the statue of the god. Serious expression. But there is no fear. Could it be that I had hallucinations just now? Lu Fuguei is even more confused. However, the pair of red statues seemed to be even more gloomy and made him feel furious. Luffy. Let's finish the incense quickly and go out. He whispered. Extend your fat hand to get the incense owner on the altar. The gods and Buddhas in China cannot come to worship. There is no way to worship abroad. But Luffy didn't move. It seems that there is no intention of worshipping at all. Lu Fuguei's fat hand paused. Don't get incense anymore? He quickly asked in a low voice. What did you see? I don't have a perspective. What can I see? Luffy shrugged. Don't sell any coffins to your uncle. Say it quickly. Lu Fuguei was so anxious that he felt sweaty again. He felt that this Buddha mother was very evil. I am worried that after visiting, I will be born like the Su family. But I was afraid that I would not worship when I arrived in front of the hall. It will be even more unlucky if you offend Buddha mother. Should I worship or not? Please tell me clearly to my uncle. Anyway, we don't have the habit of worshipping God in the evil font. Luffy's journey is light. I understand. Lu Fuguei gritted his teeth. Make up your mind. Luffy is nothing. He just did it. He can do business in Antique Street for so many years. One truth in deep peace. You must obey the opinions of professionals for things you don't understand. Never be stubborn. Do whatever you want. How are you looking? Why don't we go out and talk about it in detail? He has 1 minute. Don't want to stay here for more. Nothing good to look at. Luffy nodded. He has confirmed that this Buddha mother is an evil thing. But the butler didn't let the red cloth be open for a long time. Instead, it is dangerous. The two left quickly. At this time, the door of the Tian Hall suddenly opened. There are also 2 people outside the door with 4 pairs of eyes and big eyes. To the small eyes. Who are you? Why outside my Buddhist temple? The young man in good clothes shouted sternly. Lu Fuguei recognizes it. This person immediately smiled. Go forward and say please. Mr. Su. I'm Lao Lu. It's Mr. Su. Let's come the young man. It is Su Mingxian, the eldest son of the Su family. My dad asked Su Mingxian to come and his face was full of suspicion. Obviously I don't know Lu Fuguei. Lift your eyes and look at it. Lu Fuguei and Luffy showed a strong slander after their clothes. Even if my father called me to work, You shouldn't have trespassed into the Buddhist temple and made trouble. Can you afford to stay alone? Mr. Su misunderstood. Mr. Su said that his family has not been peaceful recently. We are here to help you solve the problem. Lu Fugue wasn't angry either. After explaining with a smile that this shopkeeper Luffy Lu was a famous shoe. What a mess. Su Mingxian interrupted impatiently. I don't know you or him. Outsiders in my Buddhist temple should not enter randomly. Get out quickly. Okay. Let's come out and say. Lu Fugue smiled and pulled Luffy out. Luffy frowned. The Su family is so arrogant. Don't stick at the door, either. The housekeeper is full of old Zhang and Su Mingxian. Call out. The housekeeper hurried over to take the young master. You are back. I'll ask you. The two of them were called by my father, and they were indeed the master's guests. The master also told me to take two of you to the Buddhist temple to worship on the way. Unexpectedly, the eldest young master happened to run into this incident. It was my dereliction of duty. I didn't explain to the eldest master in advance. Recognized by the butler. Su Mingxian was even more surprised. What did my father think about these two people at first glance were unreliable? The fat man with the bigotry is obviously a young scammer in the world. That's nothing more than a poor loser. I guess I just made a living with the fat man. Even if the family matters are in urgent need. You won't be so anxious that you will seek medical treatment. He frowned. What did you see? Without waiting for Lu Fugue's answer. The housekeeper promptly reminded. Master Dai. It is not advisable to make noise in front of the Buddhist temple. Su Mingxian forgot to act in the Buddhist temple in awe. The sound is a little bit lower. Instructed. That's the case. Lao Zhang. You take them out for tea. My dad should be back soon and don't let them wander around here. It was the butler who bowed and said. He looked at the middle-aged man beside Su Mingxian again and said. Then this is Master Yang. But Su Mingxian, whom I specially invited from the Shenmen, suddenly became respectful. Middle-aged man in tang suit. With a faint smile on his face. He looks like a master with a light wind in clouds. But the young master told me to pay more attention when entering the Buddhist temple. The housekeeper whispered. I have my own sense of responsibility. Su Mingxian waved his hand impatiently and had to shut up. Please go Luffy and Lu Fugue. Drink tea while doing it. Lu Fugue. I was afraid that Luffy would be unhappy. He hurriedly pulled him away. Luffy snorted coldly in his heart. Su Mingxian's face is lying and his eyes are unconscious. The temples on both sides of the lips are concave. The crow's feet at the corners of the eyes exploded. A look of excessive indulgence. I'm afraid it's singing every night. If you are not restrained. I'm afraid I can't stand up in the future. Yang Mingxian turned his head and looked smiling. Respectfully made a gesture of invitation to Master Yang. Master Yang invites Mr. Su. Since your family has hired someone else. I guess I can't use Mr. Yang anymore. Master Yang did not raise his foot. Instead, he turned around and said. Mr. Yang is busy. Let's say goodbye first. Master Yang must not leave. Yang Mingxian quickly explained. I don't know either. My father would suddenly call someone over. Yang and the others are obviously liars. How can I compare with Master Yang? It's really that much has happened to my family recently. My grandmother, uncle and mother were diagnosed with terminal illness. The doctor said. The situation is critical. Only then did Yang's father get confused. Master Yang, please save us. There must be serious evil afterwards. Money is a trivial matter that will never be saved. I, Mr. Yang, can't stand up completely. Let Mr. Yang come and have a while. Master Yang, the Nanyang Buddha mother, looked righteous. Walk into the Buddhist temple with legs. Su Mingxian was very happy. Follow the other person quickly. The door of the Buddhist temple closed it by yourself. The huge space suddenly became dark. It became cold. Master Yang had an ominous premonition in his heart. Just a few left. His speed slowed down. I feel like my legs are stuck in mud. Every step is particularly difficult. But he cannot show it in front of Su Mingxian. Take out a string of cinnabar bracelets and put them on your wrist. Cinnabar slightly heats up. Reduce. Obstacles support him. Walk to the altar. This Nanyang Buddha mother has some skills and sweats all over. Before he could react. I felt shorter again. The shoulders were severely suppressed by cold and invisible forces. He couldn't raise his head. Under the red cloth. It seemed as if a pair of cold eyes were staring at him from top to bottom. Red cinnabar bracelet. One by one, it turns black and bad. Not easy to deal with. Master Yang knew that he had encountered a tough guy. He quickly took out a protective jade plaque and hung it on his neck. Wait until the back pressure is reduced. He raised his head suddenly. A dizziness strikes. On the altar, the statue of Buddha Mother, shrouded in red cloth, became taller. It's like the body is rising inch by inch. Almost squeezes the entire Buddhist temple. Take all his sight. How about Master Yang? Su Mingxian saw that he looked bad. Asked carefully. Chu District Nanyang evil spirits can't defeat me. Have said it. At this time, he escaped at the last battle. The big tree of the Su family can't hold him. He forced himself to suppress his dizziness and pulled out a copper coin sword. This sword is made of the 5 emperors to form a red pendant at the hilt of the sword, soaked in black dog blood. It is the nemesis of all evil spirits. How can external blood be used to cut the territory? In Su Mingxuan's awe-inspiring gaze, Master Yang wielded the copper coin sword and stabbed the Buddha mother. Like a red steppe. A fierce wind resisted it. The two of them were instantly enveloped. After a moment, there is only dead silence left in the Buddhist temple. I heard Luffy and Lu Fuguei sitting on the leather sofa, drinking the tea made by Butler Zhang. Lu Fuguei's but seemed to be really helpless and twisted left and right. Looked towards the side hall for a while. Looked towards the gate for a while. The shopkeeper of the small road. You have a secret to your uncle. Are you sure that Buddha mother looks like you? I didn't see anything in my palm. How can you talk about securing it? Luffy shook his head as he recalled the flashing tail under the red cloth. I have also heard of Master Yang. That's not a liar. There are real skills. If he took the lead in conquering the Buddha Mother Su family's thigh, we would have no share. Lu Fuguei's face was full of friendship. What are you afraid of? Are you and Mr. Su friends? Luffy asked him back. It was strange before. Where did Lu Fuguei get his skills? Knowing rich people of this level? Lu Fuguei scratched his uncle who was scratching his head. Tell you the truth. Uncle knows Mr. Su. But I only sold antique vases to him twice. Lady isn't that lost. This time I also benefited from you. Mr. Su heard that I knew people with the evil characters agreed to bring people here. Luffy's differential road. He knew that the evil character was so famous that my grandfather was famous. Who hasn't heard your legend? Your grandfather is too low-key. But Mr. Su probably doesn't know your grandfather. Otherwise, wouldn't I just go to the imitational font size to find you? Not to mention this for now. You think of a solution quickly. Lu Fuguei urged. Actually, Luffy was anxious. After all, there are only 2 days left in Jinming this month. Less than the third evil thing. Can't complete the task given by my grandfather. He is not qualified to manage the evil character. The evil font is really only legendary. Why don't we go to the Buddhist temple to take a look? Lu Fuguei put down the teacup. As soon as I got up, I saw a car driving in outside. I was immediately overjoyed. Director Su is back. The car door opened, a middle-aged man with extraordinary temperament walked out of the car. Butler Zhang stepped forward and said something respectfully to him. He nodded slightly, looking towards the tea room. That is Su Ligua. Director Su. Lu Fuguei waved to the other party excitedly. Feel sorry. Let the two wait for a long time. Su Ligua soon came to the tea room. Who is Broad? Mr. Su's family is busy. It won't be a problem for us to wait for a while. Lu Fuguei asked quickly with concern. What is the situation between the wife and the old lady? The doctor said it was not very good. Surgery should be done as soon as possible. There was a look of fatigue between Su Ligua's eyebrows. Bringed by Jianmen. Then he looked at Luffy. This is Mr. Su. Good. My name is Luffy. Luffy nodded politely. This Su Dong reported to him about 5 incidents. Bright. Thick eyebrows. There is a divine eyes. He is a rich and noble figure. The arms are a little bit white. It has both elegance and domineering temperaments. It's right that Lu Qingxian Lu's old shopkeeper is your grandfather. Can you see the old man coming out? Feel sorry. Mr. Su. My grandpa is not here. Xinjiang City. I can't come back in a short time. I'm taking care of Sulihao now. For those who are not familiar with it, it's not the matter at the Zhengcheng. Su Ligua's eyes flashed with disappointment when he heard Lu Fuguei claiming to know the evil character. I thought the person who came would be the old shopkeeper. Although Lu Qingxian Luffy is a descendant of Lu Qingxian. But it's too young. The ability to have evil characters. He can learn a little. Lu Fuguei arrived at Su Dongpa quickly and rest assured. Xiao Lu's shopkeeper is young and promising. I have seen his skills with my own eyes. It is definitely no less than that of the shopkeeper Lu. So, have you seen the Buddha mother? Su Ligua has been fighting in the mall for many years. Have long been filled with joy and anger. It's definitely not as bad as his son. Drive people away directly. Luffy glanced at him. The sick hall and the present are black. The face is slightly dark. This is a sign of unclean things. And the eyelids twitch slightly. The eyes are covered with red bloodshot. And the fingers shaking off slightly unconsciously. This is a sign of anxiety and anxiety. It was obviously anxious. The surface can still remain calm. A person who can be the richest man. The mind is indeed not simple. To be honest, Mr. Su, I just arrived. I just took a quick look at the Buddha mother. I don't know what happened in your home. I dare not make a conclusion. Luffy said truthfully. Please tell me first. After inviting the Buddha mother to your home, what exactly happened at home? Lu Fuguei also said. Director Su also pays attention to seeing a doctor, listening, asking and touching. Not that I don't understand the situation. Even if the shopkeeper Xiao Lu is so powerful, he can't help him. Su Ligua rotates the jade ring. He didn't know how good Luffy was. But seeing that the other party is sincere. No big talk. If you boast, you can try your son. Su Mingxian invited Master Yang to come over. It's better to compare the two to see who has more. So he sat down and spoke slowly. The Buddha mother comes from a temple in Nanyang. I guess you know it too. It was a familiar Xianmen master who helped me get a secret so much that I spent a lot of money to transport it home. Set up a Buddhist temple. The effect of worshipping the Buddha mother is really good. The next day, a big business came. But when I signed the contract, received a call from home. The old mother suddenly fainted. Admission to the hospital. The doctor said it was a heart attack. My mother suddenly focused on maintaining her regular life. Daily life. There are dedicated people to take care of the catering industry. My body has always been very strong. Before this, never had any signs of heart disease. The explanation given by the doctor is human. Been older? There will always be one or another problem. We reluctantly accept this explanation. Transfer my mother to the best hospital for treatment. 7 days later. The second big deal was completed. The other party's requirements are very low. It seems that when you are rushing to send money, it is also time to sign a contract. Another person at home suddenly became hospitalized in an emergency. My eldest brother Su Liming was diagnosed with liver cancer for the third time. When the business is completed. Sister-in-law's car accident. Spleen damage. Life-threatening. There are no three things. I can't convince myself. This is a coincidence. Su Ligua took a breath slightly. Because time is too accurate. Almost I just completed a deal. Someone at home was in trouble. You cannot worship Buddha in temples. Don't seek God indiscriminately. Can't get up randomly. Luffy. Strangely. Some gods are not orthodox. Although the effect is good. But the price paid is also extraordinary. Didn't that expert explain to Director Su? The Buddha mother has many tails. But some kind of weirdo, he assured me. As long as the red cloth is not lifted. There are no side effects. When I found that there was something wrong with the Buddha mother. This person can no longer be contacted. Su Ligua's eyes were cold. Luffy and Lu Fugue looked at each other. The Su family was obviously scared. I was going to stop all business. But my son Mingxian happened to sign an egg. The person who had the accident this time was my wife. Su Ligua clenched her fist and was diagnosed with lung cancer. Now. All 4 of my family members are lying in ICU. Life hangs on a thread. A business. A life cannot be controlled. The people of the Su family are probably going to die. Su Ligua finally showed a hint of fatigue and torture on his face. Very authentic. Whether it is you or Master Yang. Who can save them? It's me. The benefactor of the Su family. Lu Fugue hurriedly said. Mr. Su is serious. Can share the worries of Director Su. It is our honor. Storekeeper Xiao Lu and I will do our best. Then he turned around and asked Luffy's shopkeeper. Mr. Su said so clearly. You should have a way. Luffy thought something. Ignore him. Heart. Liver, spleen, lungs. Plus the kidneys. Isn't it the 5 internal organs of the human body? Why are these parts sick? He looked up and asked Mr. Su. Is it true that someone has an accident every few days, and is it sure that 7 days? Very sure. This time is very regular. Plus it happened not long ago. Su Ligua will never remember it wrong. Luffy took a breath. Because he thought of a possibility. If he succeeds in evil. I'm afraid there's no one. The shopkeeper of the Su family. Did you see anything if you asked this? Su Ligua Road Lu Fei was about to answer. A strange scream suddenly came from the side hall. The villa is very quiet. This strange scream seemed extremely harsh. Lao Zhang. What sound seems to be coming from the Buddhist temple? The eldest young master and Master Yang are in there. It's not going to hit the Buddha mother. The butler's face changed drastically. Didn't he tell him not to act rashly? It is related to the safety of the son. Even Su Ligua. I can't sit still even if I'm calm. Immediately got up and strode towards the Buddhist temple. The housekeeper ran away in a panic. Luffy and Lu Fugue looked at each other. Keep up immediately. The group did not rush to attack. Just turned back. Just now the heavy door of the hall opened with a flat sound. 2 people stumbled and rolled out. It was Su Mingxian and Master Yang who were both bloodless. How about it? The master was greatly frightened. Looks embarrassed. Master Dai. Are you okay? The housekeeper hurriedly helped Su Mingxian. Get up. Su Ligua was angry and asked what was going on. Just now. Master Yang and Buddha mother Su Mingxian stood firmly. Just now, it was hanging on the butler. His lips were trembling. What is the result? The master stabbed him at first sight. Suppressed the Buddha mother. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened. Lu Fugui is even more willing to believe that the movie is still so powerful. Daligui immediately forgot about the arrival of the Buddhist temple. The great Buddha mother sat down very happily. On the altar, the red cloth still covers the whole body. How could he look like he was suppressed? Who couldn't help but ask? What exactly is Master Yang? Master Yang got up from the ground. After rectifying his embarrassed clothes, he said, "Don't dare to deceive Mr. Su. This Nanyang Buddha mother is really amazing. Mr. Yang is better than his best efforts." He was barely suppressed. But Mr. Yang is worried about it from now on. This Buddha mother can no longer cause trouble. As long as the red cloth is not lifted, he will be sincere. Bless. The Su family not only made Su Dong's business flourish, it also makes the descendants of the Su family prosperous. Su Ligua's slight eyebrows are just suppressing him. Not completely eradicated? He was not satisfied with this result. But seeing Master Yang's embarrassing appearance, it seems that it can only be done this way. Where is my sick family? Their condition will not worsen. As long as you are healthy and well-behaved, there will be a day when you will recover from your health. Master Yang's answer is ambiguous. It cannot convince Su Ligua. He turned to look at the shopkeeper Luffy and Deer. What do you think? Luffy looked at Master Yang. His neck had a bruise. It seems to have caused something to pass. Money is gradually dispersing. Half of the years turned black. Tang suits are stained with incense ash for 100 years. There are a few tearings. It really looks like a fighting country. Luffy looked at the Buddha mother inside, as if the cold pressure had disappeared before. The Buddha mother no longer gives people a gloomy and weird feeling. It seemed to turn into an ordinary statue of a god. Could it be that Master Yang really suppressed the Buddha mother? He thought about it and asked Master Yang. Have you ever seen his true face when you fight with the Buddha mother? What exactly does he look like? I fought with him in a distance. I haven't seen the true appearance. Master Yang glanced at Luffy. Sneak the Emperor's way. Xianmen fighting method. Mysterious and mysterious. It's not a gangster fight. Holding a knife and an axe and fighting in close combat. Luffy didn't care about his attitude. Instead, he gave a thumbs up and praised. Master Yang is worthy of being a master. I have one of the biggest questions. I would like to ask Master Yang to answer the questions. Master Yang couldn't help but raise his head and chest. Since it is a god and a Buddha, why can't Buddha mother show her true face? Be sure to hide behind the red cloth. Luffy looked at him steadily. No matter how the master who gave the Buddha mother to Dong Su, it's Master Yang who has fought with Buddha mother. They are all emphasizing the same point. Can't lift the red cloth. Why is that Buddha mother shameful? Master Yang was stunned. Dao Nanyang Shenling has many forbidden skills. Each has its own considerations. How strange is this? Since Master Yang has suppressed the Buddha mother, what else do you care about so much? Luffy smiled. Why not ask Master Yang to lift the red cloth? Let us have a glimpse of the true appearance of Buddha mother. I told Mr. Su to feel at ease. As soon as the words fell, everyone present's eyes fell on Master Yang. Just now, what happened to Master Yang and Su Mingxian in the Buddhist temple? No one else can know. Su Mingxian just saw him use a sword to fight. What's the result? It's not his family's words. Lu Fugui was overjoyed. Luffy's trick is amazing. A difficult problem was lost to Master Yang. If Master Yang dare not lift the red cloth, this means that he did not suppress the Buddha mother at all. If he lifts the red cloth, Luffy had the chance to see what Shue Buddha mother was. So we find a way to completely subdue it. Master Yang. Why don't you understand? I don't dare to do it. Lu Fugui urged him sarcastically. Luffy. How could it be? I heard that the master is famous in the Xianmen of Jiangchang. Buban has a high ability. Also noble in character. How could you do something like a charlatan? The two sang and reconciled. He set up Master Yang. Master Yang's face twitched, but he didn't want to go. It's not Su Mingxian hanging on the butler. Regain some strength. He shouted without hesitation. Didn't you hear Master Yang say it? The taboos of the Red Masters cannot be lifted. You guys have no ability. I can't get along with Master Yang. What a shameless dad. Let them get out quickly. Such people are dirty in our Su family. The floor of our house must not be rude. Su Li Guo Li Sheng. Yes. Is this the way I teach you how to treat guests? The two of them are guests I invited. Su Mingxian was frightened and trembled. What else do you want to say? He was glared back by his father's cold eyes. Su Li Guo owed Luffy and the others slightly. Then he made a gesture to Master Yang. The attitude cannot be refused. Master Yang. And he will not be fooled by Master Yang in just a few words. Let him believe that the Buddha mother will no longer cause trouble. You must come up with something that will make him happy to test it. One person. Don't listen to what he said. It depends on what he did. Since Su Dong has spoken, then I'll give it a try. Master Yang tested his saliva. Tear out an ugly smile. Go back into the Buddhist temple. Others followed him. Lu Fugui quietly gave Luffy a thumbs up. Luffy just kept silent. looking at Master Yang's back. Master Yang stood at the altar. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Behind him were several gazes that were rushing to the market. He stretched out his hand tremblingly. Grab the red cloth. First, I gently pulled the red cloth with a sigh. Slide a little bit of Buddha Mother. The base is exposed. They were a pair of legs sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform. Carved from bluestone. Wait for a moment and see nothing happen. Master Yang breathed quietly. Then I feel relieved to pull the red cloth and slowly slide down. The Buddha Mother is about to reveal her true face. At this moment, everyone's hearts were raised. Even if you dare not blink the Buddha cloth. A strange fragrance completely dropped. The true appearance of Buddha Mother was displayed in front of everyone. Everyone looked up at the Buddha Mother. There was an incredible look in my eyes. They were all stunned for a moment. The Buddha Mother sat cross-legged on the lotus platform. Wearing a veil. Smile Buddha's hand with one hand. Holding it before your death. The arms are filled with gold ingots. It means to embrace wealth. Although the entire Buddha statue is carved from bluestone. But it's vivid. It seems like I can survive. Graceful figure. Charming appearance. Smiling at the corner of your mouth. A pair of eyes can drip out water. He looked at everyone with affectionate feelings. Make people intoxicated by Buddha Mother. It's so beautiful. Luffy was a little lost. I'll see in my heart. There is no problem with the statue of Buddha Mother. Master Yang's voice came. Benign countenance. Gorgeous and gorgeous. Yes. So beautiful and beautiful. Others are very rich and generous in their confusion. The saliva is almost flowing out. Luffy felt a little nervous. How could the Buddha statue be so charming? The fragrance permeates Luffy. Feeling my brain groggy. Involuntarily attracted by the Buddha Mother. The Buddha's mother's eyes seem to be able to capture the soul and have problems. Luffy bit his tongue hard. Sweet taste. Filled with oral pain. The picture in front of Luffy. It changed, trembled. Where is the beauty of the Buddha Mother statue? The traitor was disgusted. There are fangs at the corner of the mouth. Exploding the gloomy. Ugly. It is clearly a magic trick. This trick is not new. Many evil things have the ability to confuse people's minds. But this Buddha Mother's ecstasy technique is particularly powerful. And he was able to confuse so many people at the same time. The reason why Luffy bit his tongue out. It is because the blood on the tip of the tongue is also clear to the Xinjiang sword. Where the world's psyche is located can ward off evil spirits. Because his eyes are no longer confused. The brain is awake. The bullshit Master Yang didn't just suppress the Buddha Mother acting. He snorted coldly and prepared to wake everyone up. But at this moment the evil thing's stone eyes actually turned into a weird green. This man collided with the Buddha Mother. Disrespect to Buddha Mother. Death deserves death. Master Yang shouted violently. He rushed towards Luffy and killed him. Su Mingxian. The second one grits teeth. It seems to be very hated. Then there was the butler of Lu Fugue, Lao Zhang. These people surrounded Luffy. The expression is crazy. The eyes were white like a layer of gauze. Only Su Liguo was struggling with his head on the side. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Several people waved their fists toward the road. Fist Si Luffy didn't retreat. He shouted and raised his hand. He slapped Master Yang hard. Master Yang slapped his harsh hands and suddenly had a red and swollen handprint on his face. Then, Luffy slapped Su Mingxian in the face again. Su Mingxuan's body is empty and powerless. It's like a top. Luffy pulled him around. The crisp slap kept ringing in the Buddhist temple. Su Fei slapped the two of them several times in the face. The palms are painful. Stopped. He spit out a mouthful of blood at the Buddha Mother's statue. In an instant, everyone wakes up. The eyes are clear. Looking around in a daze. My face hurts so much. Who hit me? Su Mingxian and Master Yang covered their swollen faces. Recalling the scene just now. Su Mingxian was furious. You dare to hit me. You have taken the courage of ambition. Mr. Su, you misunderstood. I'm saving you. Luffy was talking nonsense. Su Mingxian. Fly into a rage. Lao Zhang called the bodyguard. Beat him to death. Luffy shouted. You guys are so happy. Let's see what the Buddha Mother looks like. Everyone was stunned. Refacing the Buddha Mother. Like looking. Suddenly my face changed drastically. How did it become like this? What about the beautiful Buddha just now? Luffy rode. This is the true face of the Buddha Mother. You were all blinded by him just now. How so? Su Mingxian is stunned. Lu Fugue, who could not believe that his eyes could see, first reacted. Shouted. So? The Buddha Mother was not suppressed at all. Master Yang. You are fooling Su Dong. Su Li's face turned gloomy. Like a lion about to get angry. Master Yang's face suddenly turned bloodless. Tremblingly. How dare I deceive Mr. Su? I really suppressed the Buddha Mother just now. He told me in person. He admits defeat. Mr. Su can testify. He gave the bronze coin sword before. Suddenly I felt the wind blowing out. His eyes turned dark. Nothing can be seen. In a daze, I felt something strangled his neck. He was so scared. The power of the copper coin sword was relaxed when he tried his best to wield the power of the copper coins. He woke up from his drowsiness. The Buddha mother's words lingered in his ears. Give him 10,000 courages. He didn't dare to deceive the Su family either. He really thought he had suppressed the Buddha mother. Mr. Su, please say something quickly. He looked at Su Mingxian for help. Su Mingxian himself was in chaos. Luffy is fascinated by evil things. The eyes don't know it yet. Do you know or not? You almost harmed the entire Su family. As long as the Su family goes to worship, he can continue to absorb the energy of human internal organs. Wait until all the 5 internal organs are in place. But no one will have the Su family. What? Master Yang was shocked. The body shaking. Su Ligua asked a question immediately. Shopkeeper Xiaolu. What does the energy of these 5 internal organs mean? Mr. Su. Your family's germs are in the internal organs. Darling. The spleen and lungs are still 1 kidney shorter. Then gathered all the 5 internal organs. Right? Luffy not only did he slow down. Su Ligua nodded vigorously. There have been many weirdos since ancient times. The case of pretending to be a god. Some are for the purpose of cheating on incense. Worship. Help practice. Some are for sucking human essence. Every 7 days, the semen can be used to absorb all the 5 internal organs. The 5 internal organs can transform into human beings. Then it will turn into the Su family. Don't take Nestle. The entire Su family became his nutrients. Luffy said the whole Buddhist temple. A dead silence. A small evil statue can actually swallow the entire family. Lu Fugue is not from the Su family. I also felt frightened. The cold air couldn't be stopped all over my body. He rubbed his arms. Stay away from Buddha Mother. The statue of Buddha Mother near Luffy's altar. It seems to be able to eat people. In everyone's eyes, it became more and more ferocious. Su Ligua took a deep breath. Stabilize your emotions. The shopkeeper of the small road. What a shocking thing about this. How should we deal with it? Feel sorry. Mr. Su, I don't know. I only see so many. Luffy asks again. It has been a few days since the last person got sick. The father and son of the Su family looked at each other. His face was ugly. 7 days? Today is the 7th day. Su Ligua's voice and color are so shocked. Why Luffy is shocked? Today is the last day. That's trouble. If you can't think of a solution. Unexpectedly, the entire Su family was in danger. Su Ligua's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Gritting teeth. If the deal is not completed today, can business delay time? You can try it. Su Ligua immediately took out his mobile phone and gave it to the company forcibly. Everyone has 3 days off. Who dares to make a deal within these 3 days? Any business will make anyone unable to survive in Jiangcheng within 3 days. Can you solve this evil thing? Luffy said seriously. Mr. Su. Our evil font rules. You know? If needed. I'll solve the evil things. You must treat evil things as me. Luffy is not here to do charity. He is here to collect evil things. Only when the other party treats things as a gift will he take rules. I understand. Su Ligua. The shopkeeper of the small road is quick to make a decision. Rest assured. You can save me. The Su family is my Su family benefactor. Stop being a good person. It was Song Yi who refused to refuse. Su Mingxian said worriedly. Things that Master Yang can't solve. Can he do it? If he is exaggerating. Shut up. Su Ligua glared at him coldly. How could the Su family give birth to a stupid son like you? What is the person named Yang? It is also compared with Xiaolu shopkeeper. In fact, he didn't completely believe in Luffy. But compared with the one named Yang. A sharp sword. He wants to see what Luffy does. Su Mingxian dared not talk back. He lowered his head aggrievedly. Master Yang said one more thing. I dare not say it. Su Ligua turned around and said to Luffy's sweaty hand path. I will do my best if the shopkeeper has to work. Luffy is not vague. Turn your head to look at the stone statue of the Buddha mother of the true spirit. A true Yang sword. Just temporarily suppress this evil thing. He wants to find out what the evil thing is as soon as possible. How to restrain the red cloth that stares on the ground. Luffy came to the stone statue. The strange fragrance in the air disappeared. Instead, it was an inexplicable fishy smell. It's a bit like after the rain. The scent of the earth. What would be a monster with a tail? Luffy walked to the altar. I suddenly found a small hole as thick as a fist behind the statue of Buddha Mother. The unpleasant smell of Saturn came out of this small hole. It's hollow inside. It seems that the evil thing should be hidden inside. This Buddha statue is just a cover-up on the surface. Luffy turned on the flashlight of his cell phone. Shine the light in. It's too dark inside. The angle is also limited. Only a grayish-white thing can be seen. It's hard to see clearly when nestled inside. Did the shopkeeper discover what kind of small road? Everyone else followed Luffy and was nervous. Curious. Master Yang was left aside. I know in my heart that I'm finished. He almost killed the Su family. The Su family has no time to take care of themselves now. We'll definitely settle the accounts afterwards. Luffy put away his cell phone. For the national highway of the Soviet Union. Director Su wants to find the true body of the evil thing. I'm going to smash the stone statue. This is not a problem. The shopkeeper of the small road thought. I will cooperate with you with all my strength. Su Ligua immediately ordered the housekeeper. Lao Zhang. You go and call for someone right away. Mr. Su, don't worry. Luffy interrupted the Daosher family as a protective shell of evil things. We smashed it rashly. He will definitely be anxious. What should we do if we fight hard with us? It is best to be able to follow something restrained. But the problem is that you can't see the true body of the evil thing now. What kind of monsters will be there in Nanyang? Luffy paced back and forth in the side hall. Think seriously about other people's heads following his pace. Don't dare to disturb. Waiting for his answer. Unconsciously, Luffy became the backbone of these people. The tail-pointed face Saturn-flavored Luffy repeatedly pondered. A bald spark flashed in my mind. He seemed to know what it was. But it's not enough. After all, it involves the life of the entire Su family. He must be sure of a little more. Mr. Su. Let's talk about it outside. He glanced at the hideous Buddha mother. Like discussing how to deal with evil things in front of evil things. If it is angered. Fight to the death. It's not good to have a good deal of the shopkeeper Sholu cut everyone and move their steps. Then I realized that Master Yang disappeared at some time. This thing is really fast. Lu Fugue scolded. Su Mingxian. Tighten your neck. Looking around. There was no sign of Master Yang, and he was immediately dejected. Su Ligua didn't care at all. The Su family has some ways to settle accounts after the autumn. Back to the spacious and luxurious living room butler. Since to serve tea for everyone. Luffy asked without hesitation. Mr. Su. What are the zodiac signs of your family? Is it the zodiac sign that everyone is? 4 sick people. And you and Mr. Su. It is best for all immediate relatives. My mother belongs to brother Ma and sister-in-law. Monkey and sheep respectively. My wife is rabbit Su Ligua. I don't know why Luffy suddenly asked this. Still answered one by one. I'm a tiger. Mingxian. Snake. By the way. I have a daughter who is also a rabbit. Luffy nodded. If I guess correctly. Not conquering the evil thing in time. The next one that will happen will be your daughter. Why is Su Ligua shocked and seems to care about this daughter? Because it was explained by Xiang Luffy's slow voice. The evil creature dared not attack people born in the year of the tiger, dragon, and chicken. Not willing to attack people born in the year of the snake. Why is this? Not only Su Ligua. Everyone looked puzzled. Because that evil thing is a snake. Luffy confirmed the tunnel. It's just not a living snake. Saturn's moon is actually a snake-hearted snake. Everyone shivered. Snakes are originally evil animals, snakes are snakes. No wonder it's so powerful. Luffy asked Mr. Su again. Where is your daughter? Will his study abroad affect him? As long as you don't come back. It should be fine. Luffy's mind is settled without further delay. I'll prepare some restraint now. What are you needed? Shopkeeper Xiaolu. Even though I said I arranged someone to prepare for Lu Fugue. Is it Realgar something to deal with snakes? That's nonsense. Snakes don't like Realgar. I just don't like that irritating smell. Realgar cannot restrain snakes. Fenyu Jing is more effective than that thing. Luffy waved his hand directly. The best restraint is of course the natural enemy. For example, snake eagles that specialize in eating snakes. If you can find a snake eagle, it will be the best. But snake eagles are protective animals. We can't break the law. Su Ligua was a little anxious. Then what else can I buy a black cat and be a tiger? The so-called dragon and tiger fighting can fight against snakes. But this is not safe. It is best to buy another red crown attack chicken that has been more than 5 years old. In mythology, it is called Mari Star fungi chicken. Eating insects can suppress snakes. Both of these things are easy to buy. I believe that I will conquer this evil thing today. It's completely time to wait. Suli ordered the housekeeper to save him. I'll buy it now. After saying that, he hurried out. Before you buy something restrained, don't run around and get together. If something unexpected happens, have a response to each other. Good. Su Ligua focuses on the key points. The tense heart finally breathed a little relieved. He had completely believed that Luffy had begun to re-examine. This young man has such superb abilities at a young age. And do things safely and thoughtfully. Nothing to do with yourself. Not comparable to those who are alone fishing. At this age, with such a mind and ability. In the future, he will definitely become a person who stirs the situation. Just when Su Ligua sighed in his heart, the phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and looked. It was actually Xiao Ning who called her daughter. Why do you call at this time? Which hospital do parents and grandma are in? I'm going to see them. You can read with peace of mind. They are not seriously injured. You will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. You're lying to someone. Mom and grandma are obviously very ill. I've arrived at the airport. I want to see their Su Ligua's face changed drastically. What are you back? The relaxed atmosphere just now became solemn again. Luffy was so anxious that he couldn't let her come back. Once evil is successful, your whole family will be finished. Su Ligua certainly understood. Eat Xiaoning against the phone. You go back to school immediately. No trouble. Then he loudly ordered Su Mingxian. Hurry up and buy your sister a plane ticket back to the United States. Su Mingxian took out his cell phone in a hurry. No. I won't reply to the phone. Su Ningxi's voice was very stubborn. You're too much. Mom is so sick. I didn't let him see him. There is only your voice in your heart. Xiao Ning. You believe in Dad. I'm trying to find a way to save them. Su Ligua. After sweating on the forehead. I'll explain to you again. Now, once you come back, all your efforts will be wasted. Why didn't Su Ningxu finish speaking? The sound came to an abrupt end. Pause for a second. A flat sound came from the earpiece. Now, there are the chaotic footsteps. And the chaotic and panic shouts of many people. Someone fainted. Miss. Are you okay? The ambulance call is interrupted. Su Ligua was cold all over. Fingers tremble. Xiao Ning. Something happened to Xiaoning. The shopkeeper of the small road. Does our Su family still have a chance? No one would have thought. Su Mingxue will come back suddenly. The living room is heavy. Just started. There should be a chance of evil things. It also takes time to absorb the energy of the 5 internal organs. Luffy keeps himself calm. Say quickly. Mr. Su. You are now sending someone to pick up Miss Su. Let him get the best treatment as soon as possible. Stabilize the situation. Uncle Fugue. You go to the Buddhist temple with me to delay time. Lu Fugue is stunned. Pointing to yourself with your fingers. Why don't you want to? I can't do anything without it. I'm worried that I won't come with me by dragging you down. Luffy pulled him to the temple without saying anything. Su Ligua also took action immediately. Waved to Su Mingxian. Take people to the airport to rescue you. My sister must save his life. Otherwise you don't come back. I went to Su Mingxian and ran out of the living room with weak hands and feet. Su Ligua then called the butler again. I learned that I had bought a rooster. On the way to select a black cat. The troops were divided into 2 groups and sent people to send the rooster back first. Put down your phone. Su Lishuan took a deep breath. No one around. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. If there are real gods and Buddhas in this world. He was willing to exchange for the Su family's peace and listen to Buddha Tang Luffy at any cost. He came straight to the Buddha mother's appearance, which was like the Buddha mother's sharp face. Isn't it just the image of the snake spirit in the story? What is the statue of Buddha mother and mother? The corners of the mouth are raised. Holding the gold ingot in your arms. The whole body is full of yin energy. Double stone. The eyes change strangely. The green copper seemed to laugh at Luffy coldly. So what if you see through his true body? Not 1 step slower than him. Uncle Fugue borrows the same thing as you. What Lu Fugue is trembling with fear. Luffy, a real sheepsword. Let him open his mouth. Bite the snake's tip. Lu Fugue is afraid of pain. But thinking that this is the best opportunity to climb the Su family. Bite the tip of your tongue cruelly. He sprayed blood on the snake mother. Like above. The cold wind blows through the green copper of the snake mother. I suddenly changed back to my eyes. Useful Luffy was overjoyed. But Lu Fugue was dizzy. Almost stopped. Always drunk and mourn. His physical fitness. It's not as good as Luffy's real sheepsword. It can also be alive. This time I really fought my life. He sat on the futon and panted. Half an hour and 5 of Hong Hong attacks were finally sent to the mouse path. The long and noble country will lead the attack. Attack! Run into the Buddhist temple at the fastest speed. Very good. It's time to come. Luffy took the rooster. Quickly untie the rope that tied the chicken feet. Throw it at the snake mother. Like that man patted the stone, he flew up. Screw straight on the snake. It pecked at it like the top of the head. The sharp mouth and the stone collided and made a crisp sound. The face of the statue actually showed pain and fear. When will the black cat arrive? Luffy asked again. It's on the road when it's close. Is it too late for Su Ligua to be anxious? It should be too late to attack and suppress it. Luffy was not sure about it either. At this point, I can only try my best. He took out a small dagger made of dog teeth. It is not possible to plan to hit the public. Then he used a dagger to stick the blood on his middle finger and fought hard with the snake mother. Everyone stared at the cock nervously. He dared not show his vigor. For a moment, only the sound of a rooster pecking at the stone was left in the Buddhist temple. This cock is very big. Very powerful. After a fierce peck, a crack appeared on the top of the stone statue. But everyone didn't have time to be happy. Because a pungent black liquid flowed out from the cracks of the stone statue. The rooster hit the liquid in pain a few times. The wings fell from the stone statue. The venomous snake Luffy's heart sank. Be prepared to cut the middle finger to start. The desperate situation is at this critical moment. The black cat arrived at the housekeeper. Run into the Buddhist temple staggeringly. Falling accidentally. A black cat like a dark cloud ran out of his arms from the sky. One leap. He pounced directly on the snake mother. It fell to the sharp cat's claws and struck the stone statue. The rooster also struggled to stand up and peck at the stone statue. Under the bottom two-fold attack. The stone statue was shaking. Finally, I couldn't bear the bang and broke. A grayish-white object inside finally revealed. Luffy's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a snake retreat. Both the rooster and the black cat were very interested in the snake's retreat. They actually started scrambling. The road can make a desperate profit. Bring gloves quickly. Refund that ball of snake to yourself. The rooster and the black cat in the bag were both stunned. Stop fighting. At the same time, looking at Luffy. I didn't use this thing, it was mine. Go back and for your delicious food. Smile at them. Pull the backpack well. Zippers are hard. It's just to receive this bloody item. How could they be taken away? Then he checked the broken stone statues again. The golden ingots were broken into pieces and there were milky white snake eggs. It really put the Sue family in his own nest. Here lay eggs and raise offspring. Luffy felt sick. Waved to the two little animals. These are your roosters and black cats who come over and fight to eat the snake eggs cleanly. Only then did Luffy completely wipe the sweat from his forehead. Right. Sue National Highway. Mr. Sue is fine. Sue Ligua's heart was still beating violently. The battle just now. Although he wasn't involved in it personally. But it also feels thrilling. Now. I stopped and felt that my back was soaked in cold sweat. He still couldn't relax. Then my family should be able to improve after today. Mr. Sue. If you are not at ease. You can give me these errors tomorrow. I will keep it for the first time. Luffy smiled. Of course I believe in the shopkeeper Xiaolu. Just then. Su Ligua's cell phone rang again. It's Su Mingxuan's father and sister. His sister is out of danger. The doctor said that my sister had sudden acute nephritis. The data is very poor. If you can't control it, it may develop into renal failure. But I don't know why it suddenly improved. My sister's condition is very stable now. Dad. Has the family matter been resolved? Dad Su Mingxuan's anxious voice came from his phone clearly from Su Ligua. My brain that felt dizzy finally calmed down. He often exhales a sip of turbid air. It's okay. Take good care of your sister. Then several more phone calls came in. All the people who stayed in the hospital came to report the good news. Almost at the same time. The four Su family lie in the ICU. All the patients who are in danger of life have improved. The doctors feel incredible. It's a miracle. Lu Fei just took over the evil ones here. There's that there. The anti-revolution was immediately effective. The legendary evil. The font size is indeed well known. Originally, the fate of the entire family was suppressed on a stranger. It's a pretty risky thing. Fortunately, he was convinced when he bet right. It takes less than a day to see it. He seemed to have experienced the ups and downs of his life. He started from scratch. The mall has been ups and downs. Along the way. Haven't seen any scene before? But those business ups and downs. How could it be as dangerous as it is today? Now. He can no longer hold on. Just exhausted. If it's a little later. The consequences are unimaginable. Not one or two lives. It's the entire Su family. His mother. Brother. Wife, children. Even he was eaten by drugs little by little. In the end, all the Su family became nutrients for monsters. Thinking of this, Su Ligua still couldn't stop his fear. There seemed to be more white hair on the temples. Fortunately, the Su family still blessed God to meet the successor of the evil character. Su Ligua has recovered some strength. Holding Luffy's hand heavily. Serious expression. The shopkeeper of the small road. You are the benefactor of the Su family. Great gratitude. I asked Su Ligua to record this kindness. Will definitely report again. Mr. Su is serious. The evil font is originally an evil business. Since I took on this business, you have to do your best. Luffy smiled. I wonder if Director Su is free. Let's talk about this evil thing now. How to pawn this hard work, Xiaolu shopkeeper and Boss Lu. Please go to the main hall to rest first. It's not too late to talk about it in detail later. Su Ligua cheered up and arranged it. The housekeeper fell. Knee breaks. But I still couldn't stop being happy. Limpton ordered the nanny to serve tea and snacks. Everyone returned to the hall. Soon someone served tea and delicacies. Use both of them slowly. I lost my companion for a moment. Later, I went back to Su Ligua and greeted him. Hurry back to the room. His ishan and his hair were wet. Very embarrassed. Need to be sorted out. After this busyness. Luffy is really dry and dry. A little tired. Then I started eating and drinking without hesitation. Top West Lake Longjing. Crab. Little Feet Rock Candy Bird's Nest. Lu Fugue is like Shubeiji. Eat ginseng fruit. Put all kinds of delicacies into your mouth. I was so happy in my heart. The corner of his mouth is still hard to suppress the Su family. This big tree finally got involved. It's still an important relationship like a life-saving benefactor. Just by the wealth and status of the Su family. From now on. He, Lu Fugue, was not allowed to walk sideways in Jiangcheng. Certainly. All this is thanks to Luffy. There is no Luffy's leg. Since Su Jiajia's big tree. From now on. This thigh needs to be held tighter. Thinking of this, Lu Fugue picked up the teapot and added teapath to Luffy. Brother. Thank you so much today. He doesn't call him shopkeeper Luffy anymore. Let your brother get closer. I'll just say it. It will definitely be fine to leave this to you. Compared to your grandpa. You are simply better than you. The evil font has arrived. That will definitely make you bigger and stronger. Create more brilliantly. Not sure to be more brilliant. Very flattering. Looking at his flattering smile. Luffy couldn't help but feel a little funny. How can a person be so shameless? After taking it, I received the third evil thing. He is in a good mood, too. He accepted Lu Fugue's service with peace of mind. Uncle. There is something I'm really angry about. You said how many horses did you raise in your previous life? Otherwise, how could flatter you so well? To the pinnacle. Wherever I say the truth. Luffy called him. He was not angry at all. Luffy is his lucky star. Little god of wealth. No one can be convinced that he can't get along with the god of wealth. Luffy gave a thumbs up. There is a reason why Lu Fugue can stand on the antique street. The two laughed once. Lu Fugue rubbed his hands. Look at the housekeeper next to him. Lower the sound. Full of excitement. Ask. Having said that. Is this snakeskin from the Xiaolu brothers Su family a treasure? Is it valuable? This is not an ordinary snake leg. Of course it's a baby. Luffy said without hesitation. Very good. What is the effect of this baby? How much can it be sold? Lu Fugue rubbed his eyes and shone brightly. What are you anxious about? Let's talk with Director Su. Luffy has eaten almost the same food. Sit down and rest. Lu Fugue's but started to grow needles again. Twist left and right. Fortunately, Su Ligui came back soon. He took a shower and changed his clothes. Recare your hair. Restored 7 or 88 8-point style. Two people look energetic. It's ready to eat. Have eaten it. Thank you, Director Su, for entertaining Su Ligua, for ordering people to remove the table. Change to a new cup of tea. The fragrance of tea is lingering in Luffy. Take out the large ball of gray-white snake and return it as a ticket. How do you want to live? Or what price to be true? Su Ligua glanced at the snake with fear. Be honest. The shopkeeper of the small road. It's also my first time doing business with harmonious fonts. I don't know what rules and regulations should be taken. Luffy smiled. It's the same job as other pawn shops. When we agree on the time and conditions for pawning expire, Director Su can redeem the death as agreed. This snake draw completely belongs to the evil character. The national highway of Su Li will never be redeemed. So, for the harmonic font size, which one is the best? When the method is the same, the font size is the same. Don't lose money. How to choose a transaction. It is also because if this snake retreat is useful to Sudon, or want to keep it as a souvenir, you can choose to live. When Su Ligua waved his hand and smiled bitterly. This thing is a disaster for the Su family. How can I leave it as a memorial? I choose to die. So what about the price? Luffy picked up the pen price. Su Ligua was slightly stunned. Others charge high fees for doing things. But Luffy has to spend money on evil shoes. The font size is really extraordinary. This evil thing that absorbs people's essence. In his hands, he can really become a treasure. Anything is okay. All follow the arrangements of the shopkeeper Xiao Lu. He doesn't know what the price is. It is the most beneficial to Luffy, so he said this. Since Mr. Su is a business, you'd better tell me a number. Luffy offered his own price. There is a suspicion of taking advantage. Such Su Ligua looked at Lu Fugue with thoughts. Lu Fugue immediately understood it. Smiling. In fact, we all understand Mr. Su's mood. I must thank the shopkeeper Xiao Lu for not having time. But this is the rule of evil characters. If you want to trade with evil characters, you have to be the price. Don't care too much. If there is a number, it becomes Su. Ligua thought about it once. Seriously. 99 how? Whoever is full wins. If the moon is full, it will be a loss. I want to be a good font size. Always prosper. Thank you for your blessing. I accepted it. Luffy quickly wrote it as a ticket. Su Ligua's signature. The dragon and the phoenix dance are sonorous and powerful. 2 votes are made. The payment transaction is completed. Mr. Su. My work is done. I guess you still have a lot to be busy with at home. I won't bother you much. Luffy stood up and said goodbye. Although Lu Fugue still wanted to have more talks with Su Ligua. I had to stand up. Manager Lu is so anxious. Why not have more rest? Dining together in the evening. Su Ligua sincerely invites you to keep. Save the entire Su family. We haven't had time to do it yet. Thank you, Mr. Su, for what he said. I'm just doing what I should do, too. Luffy smiled indifferently. Rejected the other party's kindness. The evil thing has been obtained. He was in a hurry to go back to the pawnshop. Su Ligua was a little surprised. You should know how many people in Jiangchen want to sharpen their heads. Want to climb them. How many people couldn't ask for a meal with him? For example, Lu Fugue. But Luffy was plain and plain. No intention of making friends. It seems that from beginning to end it is just for a business. Neither humble nor arrogant. Not afraid of honor and disgrace. Su Ligua looked at Luffy with admiration. I can't keep it. He personally sent Luffy and Lu Fugue out. At this time, the housekeeper came over to remind the master. What should the cock and black cat do? Su Ligua looked at Luffy as he was all creatures that could ward off evil spirits. If Director Su doesn't dislike him, it can be kept as 2 mascots. Luffy said casually. Good. Then support Lao Zhang. You go prepare the place and food. It was Su Ligua who sent the 2 outside the door. He also ordered the driver to take them back to the antique street. The shopkeeper of the small road. I will go to the letter when my family recovers. You will definitely enjoy the scenery at that time. A luxury car drove out of a huge courtyard, opening a huge villa area. Half an hour later, the 2 got off at the intersection of Antique Street. The driver also came down. He respectfully sent the 2 to the pawnshop door. It attracted a lot of attention along the way. Lao Wang. You're taking a walk, too. Lao Ding. You go and buy the goods. Oh, how do you know I'm coming back from Su's house and shouting? Nothing. Nothing. I just negotiated a small business with Dong Su. Lu Fugue greeted everyone he saw. I'm afraid that others won't know Luffy. It's secretly funny. A driver is with him. What's so proud of? Look at his promising prospects. Send back to the pawnshop. Lu Fugue followed in. Full of spring breeze. Joyful and authentic. Brother Lu. You didn't see Lao Wang's expression just now. His eyes were almost glaring out. Is the Su family very powerful? Luffy carelessly unzipped the backpack. Take out the snake carefully. Put it on the counter. Look carefully. You don't know. That is one of our 3 major families in Zhengcheng. In addition to the Su family, there is also the Tang family, Shangguan family. No matter which one of theirs is reported, they can take off. Lu Fugue was excitedly looking forward to it. Brothers of dear. As long as the Su family is backing, we will become more developed in the future. You can calm down. I'm going to collect evil things. Not looking for a backer. Our shoe size does not need such a backer. Luffy is white. Lu Fugue saw that the Su family was rich and powerful. To him, he was just a guest who pawned evil things. Can be good friends. But without the system, wearing gloves, it is a little bit unfolding. Snake legs are wrapped in a circle. Not much seems to be there. It's really long. It is only about 10 meters widest. It is a python with the size of a bull. It is unknown what kind of variety. Yes. The evil font is naturally extraordinary. Maybe one day those big families want to find evil characters as their backers. Lu Fugue flattered it. I also got to the counter to be fat. His face was full of curiosity. Brother Lu. What are the benefits of this snake leg? Now it can be said. The effects of evil things are usually closely related to their characteristics. What this snake mother is best at confusing people's minds. The snake's nature should be so that this snake leg has the effect of attracting peach blossoms. Luffy sorted out and analyzed. It's just a lovely love. Lu Fugue was a little disappointed. The biggest result of this evil thing is the most common. Of course not that simple. Just use this snake leg. No matter how ugly a person is. In the eyes of others, they will become more beautiful than a fairy. What's this? Luffy? Suddenly, he looked surprised. Pull out a thin little snake leg from the snake shed. There is actually a small snake leg. It's only about 1 meter. The thickness of the fingers is wrapped in the middle by the big snake's legs and not taken apart. Can't find it at all. It's also a good thing to buy one and get one free. Lu Fugue said happily. The little snake legs can be sold for money. The effect is the same as that of a big snake. I don't know, this situation was beyond Luffy's expectations. He didn't know what it meant to have one more little snake leg. He was going to look through the notes of evil things left by his grandfather. This note records the establishment of the evil font. The characteristics of all evil things that have been encountered or heard of so far. What if he doesn't matter? Let's release the news of the snake's retreat first. Beautiful in the eyes of others. Who doesn't like it? Especially those rich female celebrities. Lu Fugue started to think about it again. No. I'll find out the situation first. Otherwise, I'll get it wrong. Effect. That's harmful. Luffy put both snake legs into a cloth bag. Wave your hand at him. Uncle has been busy for a day. Don't use it here. Go back and have a rest. Turn the world of money. Come to me when you have a buyer. Okay. You have a good rest. I'm asked about the buyer. Snake 2A figured out the first notice. Lu Fugue was so angry that he had a bad name. Luffy closed the door. Retreat to the backyard with the snake. A yellowed ancient book was found from the bedroom drawer. Open the window and place it on the desk. Turn it open. Check the records of evil things carefully. Written by every shopkeeper of the Lu family in history. Every evil thing has been found by blood and sweat. I don't know how much the price I paid. There are also some grandfather's records at the end of the booklet. If Luffy makes new discoveries in the future, it should also be recorded in the entire booklet. It is the effort and essence of the evil font. He gradually saw the osmanthus tree in the mysterious courtyard, swaying with the wind. Time passes without realizing it. When Luffy finished reading the entire record carefully, it's already dark. There is no exact record. Is this a new evil thing? Luffy closed the notes. If there is a hint of surprise and confusion, the little snake retreats and hides and the big snake retreats. Is it of special significance? Luffy has not found the entire book he has read. What does it mean when two snakes retreat together? Although the snake retreat has already reached his hands, this ordered business has been completed. If the characteristics are not fully understood, he always feels uneasy. If there are hidden dangers for the Su family, not only did the Su family harm, it also smashed the evil sign. Luffy got up and made a cup of tea. Wake up your bags. Then sit under the osmanthus tree. Review the Su family's affairs and the process of collecting evil things from beginning to end. Nanyang is located in many tropical jungles. There are only a lot of snakes. So the real body of the image is a snake. It's not surprising that blood is not surprising. A business and a life absorb the energy of the 5 internal organs. I want to change myself and call myself a Buddha mother who holds money. This name seems to be not just for deceiving people. Because he really has something in his arms. It's just not treasure. It's a snake egg. The so-called Buddha mother is actually a snake mother, etc. Luffy was so anxious that he stumbled. Since you are a mother, you must have offspring. There is a small snake spirit hidden in the big snake's legs, and the key point is that it is difficult to be used. In fact, it was the little snake mother who used the Su family to nurture offspring. Thinking of this, Luffy was shocked. There is still a small snake hidden in the Su family. Although the black cat and the rooster defeated the snake mother's stone statue. But no one knows whether it was one snake spirit or 2 eggs that were destroyed at that time. Luffy dared not have any luck. He called the Su family immediately. I picked up my phone and found that I didn't have the Su family's number. Hurry up and beat Lu Fugue. Lu Fugue is taking a bath lazily. Soak the white fat meat in warm water. Hot air. Full of enjoyment. Take a ride on the big tree of the Su family. He intends to reward himself with a full set of horses to kill chickens. Throw your phone aside. I don't bother to see the technicians who are preparing essential oils beside me. What the hell is Fatty Lu doing? Luffy stomped his feet in a hurry. He paced back and forth in the yard. Try to convince yourself by thinking too much. The 2 snake legs were close together and they should die together. Moreover, all the patients in the Su family improved at the same time. But what if? What if the snake mother sacrifices herself to choose a little snake? If human life cannot be gambled, if the evil character is just collected, you can't let customers die at the hands of evil things. He gritted his teeth and took the snake back. Lock the door in a hurry. Run out of the antique street. Take a car. Hurry to Longting River Valley. It was dark. Night falls. Put the city into a city that never sleeps. Even at night it's very lively. The neon lights of the building and the lights of the traffic flow complement each other. It shines half of the sky slightly. But there is one place that is exceptional. Although Longting Valley is located in the core area of Zhangchang, but it's quiet in the midst of trouble. Lush and rare greenbelts. It's like a clear dividing line. Keep the city Xuanga away from the villa area outside, quiet and comfortable. Su Ligua sat in the study on the 3rd floor and lit a cigarette. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the city lights looming in the distance. He has a kind of relaxed and seriously ill relative that he had never experienced before. All miraculously improved. He went to the hospital in the afternoon and saw it. The doctor said that he would be discharged from the hospital after a period of treatment. This is incredible. It seems that the previous critical illness notice was just a misdiagnosis. The hospital doesn't know what's going on. The president personally explained to Su Ligua with a group of famous doctors. I was afraid that the Su family would be punished. Su Ligua certainly won't blame them. Instead, please ask them with a pleasant look. Take care of patients more. The Su family has survived this disaster. The next thing to do is to sniff out a sip of smoke. Su Ligua took a sip of wine. The look gradually became cold. Just like a lion looking for prey. There was murderous intent in his eyes. After suffering such a big loss, Su Ligua will never give up. This move is obviously to destroy the entire Su family. No matter who the other person is. He will do whatever it takes. Return it back twice or even 10 times. Su Ligua tried hard to cut off the cigarette butt and arrange the call. Then prepare for a break. Working hard and tense for days. He was already exhausted. Su Jiahe company also needs him to take charge of the overall situation. He must adjust to his best condition as soon as possible. When passing by the stairs, he accidentally heard the movement from downstairs. It seems to be a woman's laughter. A vague and unconfrontation. Su Ligua is a little strange. He doesn't like having too many outsiders at home. At night. In addition to the housekeeper Lao Zhang. Just leave only 2 nannies at home. But the nanny and Lao Zhang both live on the first floor. The workers behind. House. All the relatives are under the hospital. Where did the woman come from? Only the wall lights are on downstairs. Such a huge villa. It looks dark and deep. Su Ligua shouted no response. Walked down a few steps in the stairs suspiciously. The woman's sneering voice. Floating in the darkness. Even Su Ligua. I felt a little nervous. He found that the laughter came from the second floor. Walking away after sound. That was Su Mingxuan's room. Laughing came from the dark room. My son is not at home. Why are there any news in his room? Su Ligua's heart arose. A bad feeling. Hold the door handle. Just as I was about to push the door and check, my dad shouted. From the entrance of the corridor. Su Ligua turned his head and looked at it. Su Mingxian ran up the stairs quickly. Why are you back? Didn't you ask you to take care of your sister in the hospital? Su Ligua's sister. He thought I was quarrel. He drove me back. Su Mingxian looked aggrieved. I thought you had rested. Didn't call. Dad. What are you doing at my door? What room are you nervous about hiding someone? Su Ligua snorted coldly. Su Mingxian. He looks confused and pretends. I've heard it. Su Ligua's eyes were stern. You're still young. Have fun outside. I can understand, Dad. You misunderstood. Don't bring those unclean goods to your home. Dad. You made a mistake. Maybe it's the computer brain sound. Dad. I forgot to turn off the computer when I went out. Su Mingxian quickly opened the door. Turn on the light. If you don't believe it, please see. Su Ligua glanced at the laptop on the desk in the room. The room was empty with light. My father is so irritable about this. How to hand over the Su family's great responsibilities to you in the future. Su Ligua scolded him and left his father with his hands behind his back. The tall and majestic back disappeared from the corner of the stairs. Su Mingxuan's face suddenly became gloomy. From small to big. My father is very impatient with himself. Nothing can be pleased with her in the future. In the eyes of outsiders, he is the eldest son of the Su family who has countless glorious and wealthy people. Can be at home. He is just a son who is not favored by his father. Closed the door under the cumbersome and dim lights. A pair of slender and pale jade guards. From behind, he stretched out and hugged Su Ming's gentleness. It is easy to take revenge when touching Su Ming's eyes. Worker room housekeeper. Lao Zhang wears an exquisite old desk lamp. Apply medicine to your broken knee. It's getting late. The nannies all went back to their rooms to sleep. The whole villa is silent. It's time for him to rest after taking the medicine. But he has a habit that he has developed for many years. I have to patrol the villa before going to bed. Make sure everything is correct. He just went back to his room to sleep. Even if I was injured today, it was no exception. Although Director Su said he would take a break early. But without walking around, he couldn't sleep. Su Jia has not been peaceful these days. Be cautious. Don't worry, what's the end? Lao Zhang packed up his things. Pulled the side door and walk out. The living room is clean and tidy. The yard is fresh and quiet. The weeds here have not been removed. The flowers over there are going to be trimmed. Lao Zhang looked while walking. Whispering. Suddenly I heard a strange clanging sound in the yard. What's the movement? Lao Zhang suddenly became alert. Turn on the flashlight and shine in that direction. There are chicken and cat nests that were temporarily built today. Are the 2 mascots uncomfortable living? Lao Zhang walked over quickly. I couldn't help but be surprised. The black cat and the rooster in the cage are spinning back and forth in the cage. Slap and bump. The black cat also made a sound and screamed. Looks very manic. Hungry. But Lao Zhang went into the cage and mixed the water. What's wrong with the water full of dangling? At this time, the Su family has never raised these small animals. For a moment, Lao Zhang was also a little unpredictable. The rooster and black cat are obviously not normal. Especially the black cat. It seemed that he was looking up in a certain direction upstairs and shouting. Thriller than a sound. The listener was creepy. Lao Zhang looked upstairs. A dark shadow seemed to flash by the window on the third floor. His heart suddenly stumbled. Look again. Did you read nothing wrong in the window? Lao Zhang rubbed his eyes. I watched it several times. The windows upstairs are all dark. Like eyes closed. It makes people unable to see through the secrets inside. Lao Zhang looked back at two restless mascots. Always worried. Decided to go upstairs and take a look. Walk into the living room. Go up the solid wood stairs step by step. The wall lights are lit up with a long yellow light. The entire third floor is pitch black. Lao Zhang felt more and more uneasy. Master is not sleeping well. Don't like a completely dark environment. Even if you sleep, you will leave a night light. Why did you turn off all the lights today? Master, have you slept? Lao Zhang stood at the door and changed twice. There was no response in the suite. Quiet made him feel nervous. The Master Zhang stretched out his hand and wanted to knock on the door. But I found that the room door was not locked at all. It's hidden. Master Zhang carefully opened the door and walked in. The lounge area is always overnight. But there was a stuttering night sound in the direction of the bedroom. Master. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Shi Zhang hurried over and turned on the light. I was suddenly frightened by the screen in the room. Su Liguo lay on the bed. The legs keep struggling. The head was pinched by a man. Mr. Yi, who was in pain, rushed up in panic. But the man pushed away with his palm. That man was so powerful that he was scary. Lao Zhang flew out directly. The head and back hit the wall. It hurt so much that I can't stand up. The man turned around and stared at Lao Zhang fiercely. But the young master and old Zhang were dizzy. The person who pinched Su Liguo's neck was Su Mingxian. At this time, his eyes turned into strange green-tongued trees. His face was as ferocious as a monster. Su Mingxian pinched Su Liguo's neck tightly. Blue veins on the back of the hand. It seemed like a death move. Su Liguo's face was swelling. If your eyes are turned up, you can't hold on. But the young master stopped. Lao Zhang wants to stop it. But the body can't use any strength. The back of the head is warm. All of a groggy person. The vision became blurry. At this time, the cell phone that fell beside him rang. The number of the villa security guard is displayed on the screen. The security guard is called a security guard. Lao Zhang's heart arose. I hope to use all my strength to move my fingers and press the quivering button. Mr. Zhang. Feel sorry. Trouble your door so late. There is a man named Luffy. Say there is something urgent to see Sudo. Come and help me. Lao Zhang shouted weakly. Mr. Zhang. What did you say? Help. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang's voice no longer came from his phone. The gate of Longting Valley is terrible. Something must have happened. Luffy's face changed drastically. Tell to the security guard. Brother. Let me go. Human life is at stake. The security guard also vaguely heard Lao Zhang shouting for help. He quickly drove out the shuttle bus next to him. I'll take you over. The two rushed to Villa No. 9. Climbed the wall into the wall. A harsh alarm sounded. Too sleeping Nanny was awakened. He ran out of the worker's room in panic. Luffy didn't bother to explain. Go straight to the third floor. Stop. Blast into the bedroom. He saw Su Mingxian, who was committing an attack at first sight. Su Mingxian turned his head and grinned at him fiercely. He saw a slender black shadow like a poisonous snake wrapped around Su Mingxian's back. More than 1 meter long. The little snake indeed had a Luffy shouting. If you take it lightly. It really caused a big setback. He bit his middle finger. Spread the blood on the dog-tooth dagger. Rushed up. Don't harm people if evil things are important. The little snake immediately bounced from Su Mingxian's back. Open your mouth and bite the way Luffy comes. Don't sprinkle a handful of incense ash on it. The incense ash drifts away. The eyes of the little snake were fascinated. Slowed his speed. Luffy took this opportunity to stab the dog-tooth dagger at his 7-inch. Who knew that the little snake was very cunning? Twist directly to avoid the dagger. He drilled into the bed like lightning. Luffy didn't bother to look for him. If you don't open Su Mingxian's hand, Su Liguo's neck is about to break. What a person who is obsessed with evil. The strength is too great, Luffy. Not alone. He shouted at the stunned security guard at the door. Why are you still standing there and doing some help? The security guard then rushed up. The security guards in Longting Opera Valley are all grinning carefully. Whether it's strength or stretching your hands, they are all top-notch. With the two working together. Finally, Su Mingxian's hand was pried open. Su Liguo finally got a chance to breathe. Rushed up. Coughed violently. You held him down, Luffy. Let the security guard control Su Mingxian. And he lifted the sheets. Looking down to the bed. On the spotless floor. The black snake flashed by. Running towards the window. There is no way to escape. Only Luffy could see the strange snake spirit. The security guard tried his best to control Su Mingxian, who was like a monster. A face full of horror. The little snake is extremely fast. A big bed threw out. Luffy didn't have time to chase him. In desperation, he threw the dog-tooth dagger in his hand out with all his strength. Ding! Luffy threw his dog's teeth high. Hit the glass. Luffy was upset, and he was frustrated. But the next moment, I saw the falling dog's teeth falling on the little snake jumping up. Blood on the middle finger on the dog's teeth. When he touched the little snake, it burned with pain. The little snake exerted force. Stumbled to the ground in pain. Twist and struggle like a bug. I also want to escape Luffy and feel very happy. Where can I give the little snake a chance to escape? Rushed over. Pick up the dog's teeth. Punched directly into the little snake's 7 inches. The little snake's body stiffened. Fire ignited all over his body. Almost at the same time, Su Mingxian let out a shrill dog teeth. The whole body is spasming violently. The security guard almost let go of his hand in fear. Fine. This state lasted only 2 seconds. Su Mingxian lowered his eyes and rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. And the snake has been burned clean. A winding burning mark left on the solid wood floor was finally dead. Luffy was very calm. Gasping against the window. Used the blood of the middle finger to consume essence and nourish fire. He went in for a moment. Fortunately, the little snake is not as powerful as the snake mother. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with what happened to the shopkeeper of Xiaolu. On the big mahogany bed, Su Liguo sat up with his black-green neck. Look around. He remembered that he was sleeping in a daze. Suddenly, a pair of cold and powerful hands were stalked by their necks. And that man seemed to be his son. Feel sorry. Mr. Su was my mistake. This is a pair of mother and child snakes. Although my mother was destroyed. But there is a little snake hidden in your house. The driver takes revenge on Luffy and sincerely apologizes. Only then did I see Lao Zhan lying in a pool of blood. He quickly called an ambulance. It's not your fault, that Xiaolu shopkeeper. How could Su Liguo blame Luffy? Luffy made a special trip to save him in the middle of the night and he was grateful. He used a complicated look. Looking at Su Mingxian in a coma. Since it is a revenge of the little snake. Why is this kid who took action? Luffy analyzed. Mr. Su must have been confused by the little snake. Now the little snake is also destroyed. He will be able to return to normal soon. A person fascinated by evil things. I don't know what I'm doing. Mr. Su must not blame Mr. Su, right? Su Liguo's face was unstable. There seems to be doubts. But there was an outsider, a security guard. He didn't say anything more. Soon. The ambulance arrived. Lao Zhang was sent to the hospital for treatment. As for Su Mingxian, Su Liguo asked a doctor to check it out. After confirming that he is not in danger of life. So he insisted on keeping him at home. Then, Su Liguo looked at the security guard. Young man. Thank you tonight. This is my family business of the Su family. I don't want to hear anyone criticizing it outside. Don't worry. I'm just patrolling by. Just saw Mr. Zhang fall accidentally. The security guard is very sensible. The Su family will not treat you badly. Su Liguo nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your uncontrollable joy on your face. I went downstairs tactfully and heard the alarm. The security team rushed to the scene. The 2 nannies dare not sleep anymore. The villa on the first floor was restored to calm. But Su Liguo's heart was not calm. He called the hospital. Make sure that the family's condition has not changed. After all. Turn around. Looking at the unconscious shopkeeper Su Mingxian on the sofa, he looked gloomy. Tell me the truth. Why are several people in the family fascinated by the little snake? It's him? Luffy hesitated. What's wrong with saying it? Luffy then said. Mr. Su has excessive indulgence. The thought of physical deficit. This kind of person who is weak and cannot be suppressed. Most easily confused by evil things. But this cannot be blamed on Mr. Su. The main reason is that I didn't find the little snake in time. You can't blame me. This kid did it on purpose. Su Liguo raised his hand to interrupt Luffy and took a deep breath. Suppress the anger in your heart. It was Luffy's turn to be surprised this time. How could this happen? I want to know the answer, too. The shopkeeper Xiaolu has a way to make him awake now. But Mr. Su has to suffer some trouble. He had to pierce his finger. Su Liguo snorted coldly. What is this little bit of pain? If you have time, the shopkeeper of Xiaolu will do it. Luffy used a dog-tooth dagger to pierce Su Mingxuan's 2 fingers and squeezed them 2 drops. Blood stasis came out. After a moment, Su Mingxian is leisurely. Open your eyes. I saw my father in a trance. I couldn't help but feel a little confused. Dad. Don't call me Dad. What's wrong with Su Liguo's cold and stern face? Dad. Su Mingxian was stunned. Sit up with difficulty. Seeing Luffy's expression became even more confused. You have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Do you know I almost died in your hands? Su Liguo's tone is serious. Extremely cold. Su Mingxian was scared by his father's severity. He screamed in unjustly. Dad. What are you talking about? How could you die in my hands? I beat me to death. I can't be disrespectful to you. Then I'll ask you. What exactly is hidden in your room? Su Ligua stared at Su Mingxian tightly. The eyes are as sharp as a knife. It seemed that she could freeze her into the room. Su Mingxuan's body shook. Don't dare to look at my father. He lowered his head guiltily. Road. Nothing hidden without me. Su Ligua slapped him hard. Screamed in anger. The bastard is still lying. How could I, Su Ligua, give birth to such a rebellious son? Su Mingxian was beaten stupid. Roll from the sofa to the ground. I dare not say a word to give you a last chance. Don't tell the truth anymore. Get out of the Su family. I just pretended that I hadn't stretched out. Your rebellious son Su Ligua was frightened by an ultimatum. Dad doesn't want it anymore. I said Su Mingxian knelt down in a hurry. I dare not hide it anymore. Yes, it's a woman. She is very beautiful. One night I suddenly appeared in my room. I began to think it was the new little nanny woman. However, the girl of 18 or 19 years old looks so tender that she can pinch it out of water. A pair of eyes seemed to be able to speak. It made him distracted. He couldn't help but have a night of spring breeze with the girl. The girl's body is weak and boneless. Wrap him tightly. That was a joy he had never experienced before. Wake up in the morning. The girl is gone. He found the housekeeper. Lao Zhang asked. But I learned that there was no new nanny at home. Was the happiness of last night just a dream? He felt lost. Who knew that he opened the door at night? I saw the girl lying on his bed. Twist at him. The figure is extremely charming. He was ecstatic. Ignore asking. Who is that girl? How did he enter his room? He rushed up directly. After another night of ecstasy. The girl will appear every night. Have fun with him every night. He was obsessed with this feeling like he was taking drugs. Indulge in it and enjoy it unrestrainedly. Gradually I didn't care. Who is that girl? I only know one night. It cannot be separated from it. So I only found an excuse tonight. Hurry back from the hospital and get sucked. Su Ligua was even more furious. No matter how many slaps were, they could not extinguish the anger in his heart. Luffy was stunned. It turns out that this is how Su Mingxuan's excessive indulgence comes from. Obviously that girl was transformed by a little snake. That is to say, the little snake has been seducing him from the beginning. Dad. I was wrong. I really knew I was wrong. Su Mingxian kneeled on the ground, crying bitterly and trying hard to admit his mistake. He remembered it all at this time. Almost killed my father with my own hands. Really dazed. So damn it. He didn't know why he was confused. It seemed as if I could not help but do anything for the girl when I saw her. I never dared to do it again. Dad. You hit me. You also know that you are obsessed with the witch and know that there is something wrong with that witch. But he still ignores his greed for pleasure. Su Ligua was extremely sorry for his son. Don't teach me if I die. Father's fault. I'm not willing to die. But if this harms the entire Su family. Su Ligua was furious and frustrated in his heart. Luffy saw that he was in a wrong state. He hurriedly stepped forward to comfort Mr. Su and was careful of his health. I'll say justice. Actually, it can't be completely strange. Mr. Su's little snake had already set his sights on him. Flies do not bite seamless eggs. If it weren't for his own lust, how could he be targeted by that monster? Su Ligua shook his head coldly. Can't say that. How many people can withstand the means of monsters confusing people? Even people in the Shenmen like Master Yang are also fascinated by their eyes? Strictly speaking, Mr. Su is also a victim. The two snakes of mother and child not only want to be adults. I also want to give birth to offspring in your Su family. To reproduce. Naturally, an object is needed. And Mr. Su happens to be a snake. Now the snake mother is dead. The little snake wants to take revenge. We'll definitely try every means to capture it. Mr. Su. Su Mingxian couldn't believe it. I didn't expect Luffy to speak for himself. Even so, it cannot clear his fault. Su Ligua's tone did not ease. I have a responsibility at this time. When I got the snake retreat, it should have been checked clearly at that time. This gave Luffy a great lesson to deal with evil things. No negligence. How can I blame Xiaolu? If this rebellious man woke up earlier. I have never done anything bad in the morning when I confessed myself. Unfortunately, he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Su Ligua often sighs. There was unstoppable disappointment in my eyes. When he heard the woman laugh. Just think it's wrong. Unfortunately, Su Mingxian refused to tell the truth at that time. He had high hopes for his son. Therefore, we require centrifugation everywhere. I hope my son can take over the Su family's great responsibility in the future. But my son's heart is so unbearable. What he was angry about was not that his son was controlled by evil things. Do it yourself. But the son is for his own happiness. But the safety of the entire Su family is ignoring the wealth of luxury and food. In the end, a waist was raised. A deep frustration enveloped him. Even when the business fell to the bottom. Have never been disappointed like this? I don't want to see you again. He waved his hand. Hurry Su Mingxian away. Su Mingxuan's body trembled. There were tears in my eyes. But Su Ligua just turned his head coldly. Su Mingxian knew that he had committed a big setback. He dragged his body and walked out in a daze. Xiaolu shopkeeper's family scandal makes you laugh. Su Ligua smiled bitterly at Luffy. Mr. Su. Actually, this is an outsider. Not qualified to say anything. But your family affairs are caused by evil things after all. I don't think the Su family should complain to each other. If you want to blame the design for the people who undermine the Su family. Isn't it just their wish that you make the father and son feel apart? After Luffy finished speaking, he stopped disturbing the downstairs. The driver was already waiting for the escort. Luffy left home. Luffy relaxed. The mother and child snake finally solved completely. Fortunately, the Su family was safe and sound. This lesson must be remembered tonight. No matter how anxious you are in the future. Also, we need to figure out the evil things. Only when it is complete can it be taken away. This time he was lucky. Have time to recover. What about next time? Back to the pawnshop. Luffy feels at ease. Sleep when you fall. Until noon the next day. Lu Fugue called back. Brothers of the road. Sorry. I fell asleep last night. Didn't hear the phone ringing. What's the matter for me? Fine. Don't disturb me to sleep. Luffy didn't want to say anything more to him. I hung up the phone in anger. If I really wait for him to reply to the news. The daylily is cold. Lu Fugue was confused. But it was hard to continue calling and disturb Luffy. Luffy got up slowly after he slept. After eating something casually, I took out the mother and son snake and studied the little snake that seemed to be more powerful than the snake mother in terms of charming the opposite sex. Then the effect of this on snake retreat should be far more than confusing people's hearts or attracting peach blossoms. I don't know what else it will do. Evil things can harm others and help others. The premise is to figure out its true role. Luffy didn't plan to sell the snake legs left by the snake spirit. Maybe it will be of great use. He put the snake into the cloth bag. Take out a very old key. Come to the warehouse located behind the pawnshop. The shoe size stored here has collected all evil things since its opening. In the past, my grandfather was managing the warehouse. Don't let Luffy enter. I don't know how many evil things are stored here. To rotate. The gray is slightly falling. The dark door was pushed open. Rows of neat and quaint shelves caught Luffy's eye. Luffy walked in and saw that the warehouse was divided into two areas. The shelf on the left stores dead evil things. On the right, there are evil things that are alive. The evil things that died were completely taken to the pawnshop. And the evil things that are alive are still waiting for their master to redeem them. He retreated the mother and son snake on the empty seat on the left shelf. Have good labels and dates to post. Then look around. Come to the Huadong district curiously. If the paint thread is passed, no one has come to redeem it yet. The evil things that are alive will be completely taken to the pawnshop. Move to the dead zone. Luffy thought there would be very few evil things to live in. Unexpectedly, there were more than a dozen boxes on the shelves. Detailed notes on the label. Win conditions. Paint wire and other information. There is an evil thing among them. The most exaggerated. It has been pawned for more than 100 years. Not yet expired. Luffy is here. Interest opens the box. A cold heroic spirit suddenly surged out. A pale paper bone human finger bone lies quietly inside. What kind of evil thing is this? Take a few more glances. It feels like hairy all over the body. It seemed as if there was something extremely terrifying inside. Luffy quickly closed the lid. Go to see other evil things again. Some boxes contain a black umbrella with oil paper. Some boxes contain 7 peculiar nails. There is also a jar. I don't know what liquid. A variety of things. All kinds of wonders. Luffy checks the labels on the box one by one. Some evil things will expire in a few decades. Some have several months. The most recent one is that the oil paper black umbrella has only been more than 10 days left. Will anyone really redeem these things? Luffy's heart was full of curiosity. Watched for a while. Then he returned to the dead zone. Choose an evil thing that can ward off evil spirits and prevent them. This is what he promised Xia Yao. Luffy is interested in a string of 5 emperors' money. There is a saying among the people. When red money has been handed over 10,000 people, gather the yang energy of hundreds of schools. There are evil spirits to prevent villains. The effect of warding off evil and promoting wealth. And the string of 5 emperors' money collected by his family. It all comes from the era of emperors that have established great achievements. The ancient coins these emperors cast for their period. It brings together more spiritual weapons from heaven and earth. The magical artifact of China. The domineering spirit of the emperor and the wealth of the 100 schools of thought. Double the effect. The records of the Lu family's evil things are recorded. This string of 5 emperors' money is a tomb robber. If you give the evil font size, the tomb robber robbed a lot of ancient tombs. There should be losses. The fortune is sluggish. After digging out the 5 emperors' money from a mysterious tomb. Being tangled by evil spirits every night. Extremely painful. Find the evil font size. Please help him. Grandpa collected the 5 emperors' money. When he got rid of the evil. But warn him from now on. You have to wash your hands. If you feel an antique. There will definitely be no place to die. He agreed. Take the money of the 5 emperors to the evil. The font size period is 3 months. But after 3 months, he will not see him come to redeem people's hearts. It is the most unseen thing in the world. Expired unfamiliar. These 5 emperors' coins are based on the evil name. The evil font has the right to deal with it at will. Luffy used a red rope to string the 5 emperors' money together. Made into a bracelet. Unfortunately, he was not good at his hands. This bracelet is made in a crooked manner. Very funny. Comparing to the level of a kindergarten class. Never mind. Don't care about these evils. The most important thing is to be useful. Luffy tried several times. Finally give up. He sent Xia Yao a message. Notify him that he has time to get something to ward off evil spirits. Xia Yao is very happy. He said he rushed over and put down his phone immediately. Luffy stretched his waist. Looking around the pawn shop. He is in a good mood. In dark. Received 3 evil things to complete the K-disc left by Grandpa. He finally didn't have to worry. From now on, we can continue to manage the evil characters with peace of mind. As long as your home is still there. Grandpa will come back one day. If the old man could see his own ability to receive evil things. I guess I'll be very pleased. I just don't know when Grandpa will get news. Luffy sent it once. Stay. Soon, cheered up again. I want to make the evil font bigger. When Grandpa came back, he scared him. One jump. I've been busy with the Su family these 2 days. There was a layer of ashes everywhere in the pawn shop. It's time to clean up. Luffy complained in his heart. He doesn't like doing housework. But Grandpa has very high requirements for pawnshop hygiene. When my grandfather was there. Every day, I clean the pawnshop spotlessly. The shop is the face of evil characters. No luxury required. But it must be clean and tidy. Clean is the best feng shui path. Finally reluctant. You have to decide what you want. I didn't hire an hourly worker yesterday. Luffy cleaned almost the same thing. Lu Fugue comes to the door. The shopkeeper of the small road. You woke up. Lu Fugue licked a fat face. Smiling. Nothing happened last night. Why did you call me suddenly? It's okay. The Su family wants face. Of course the fewer things happened last night. People know the better. Even if it is Lu Fugue. Luffy won't say it. It's fine if it's okay. I have good news. Turn the world around. There are 3 buyers who want it. Everyone's bids are not low. Who did you say to? Okay. Lu Fugue. I shine. His face was full of happiness and worries. Have you explained to them the taboos of using this money? Once profitable. It can't be used anymore. Luffy rode. Of course I said it. Such an important thing. I definitely remember. They can all accept it. Then choose the one with the best character. Okay. I'll inform him now. Luffy nodded. Lu Fugue called immediately. Then I went outside to pick up people. Half an hour later. Lu Fugue leads a gentle appearance. Middle-aged man with a pair of black-framed brown glasses. Enter the evil font. This guy is very thin. The eye socket is very deep. Looks exhausted. Shopkeeper Xiao Lu. This is Mr. Luo Hebeluo. This person is the successor of the evil character. Shopkeeper Luffy Lu. Don't look at him young. That's a young and promising Su Jia. You know? Yesterday, Su Liguat and Director Su asked him to go over and do business. So awesome. Su Jia is in Jiangcheng. Who doesn't know? Who doesn't know? Originally, Mr. Luo saw Luffy's age. Still a little suspicious. Listen to what Lu Fugue said. His eyes suddenly changed. Turning into Shopkeeper Lu. I admire the name of the font for a long time. Is there really a treasure here that can turn my losses into profits? Of course, Luffy asked him to sit down. Take out the evil ghost money. Asked with a smile. What kind of business does Mr. Luo do? I run a textile factory. Help many clothing brands do OEM processing. There is a brand that has dragged us a lot of money. Don't let the capital chain break. If you can't find a factory, you will go bankrupt. Too much trouble. I have nothing to do with losing money. Now I can't even pay my salary. But the workers of No 100 have no food to eat. The road is picked. Picked. It seems that Luo is always a good boss. I've also started out from workers. It is not easy to know the workers. Mr. Luo pushed his glasses. Now Lu Fugue says that's not it? Mr. Luo's character is beyond words. I did charity in the early years and made news. So how much does Mr. Luo plan to pay? Luffy asked 800,000 without any haste. This is my last bit of savings. Isn't it better to have 800,000 yuan left to pay employees? I have hundreds of employees. There is also the factory rent. 600,000 water and electricity. I can't even pay a month's salary. Even if it is posted this month. Then next month, it's not the same. Mr. Luo said with a wry smile. If I find a way to save the factory, from now on, I will be able to pay my salary on time every month. The environment is bad now. Finding a job is not easy. The employees have old people and young people. How long can I last? These words sound quite earnest. Very visionary, too. Lu Fugue gave a thumbs up. A conscientious boss like Mr. Luo. It's really rare. The shopkeeper Xiao Lu sold the copper coins and Boss Luo saved their factory. We do good deeds, too. If you have 800,000 yuan, you can take effect within 1 month. But I'll remind you again. You must not do any wage losses. How much profit is it? I'm not responsible. Once the factory starts to make a profit, this copper coin must nod. Cannot continue to use. Mr. Luo solemnly reminded him. I see. Mr. Luo focuses on the key points. There is an uncontrollable record in my eyes to sign and pay the agreement. The evil ghost money was handed over to Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo wishes you good luck. Thank you, shopkeeper Lu. Thank you, boss Lu. Mr. Luo took the evil ghost money and looked happy. Leaving Luffy in a hurry. Looking at his faraway back. Suddenly asked Lu Fugue. Uncle Fugue. Do you think this person is telling the truth? These words confused Lu Fugue's question. Can this be fake? He thought about it. I've asked someone to find out that his factory is really in trouble. Besides, if you don't make any losses in business, buying it is a waste of money. Who would spend more than 100,000 yuan to buy something useless? Luffy didn't think about this anymore. After all, he is just a pawn shop collecting evil things. Sell evil things? It's enough to explain things to customers. He can't even care about it too much. If you don't care about competition, the other party is unlucky. Are there any evil things in this world that are flawed? Have. But it's too rare. A small copper coin sold for 800,000 yuan. It's worthy of being an evil character. The shopkeeper of the small road. You're so awesome. Lu Fugue smiled and rubbed Luffy's hands excitedly like a fly. Of course, I understand what he means. Earlier 80,000. Promise him a 10% profit. Give it if you should. Although Lu Fugue is greedy for money. But the matter is not vague. Besides, I can receive the third evil thing. Thanks to his help. Luffy is not a stingy person. Of course I won't treat him badly. Then, Luffy took out the account book. Record the transaction records of evil ghost money and make money by making money in 2 transactions. More than 100 as long as you have the ability. Receive the evil things. This money comes like flowing water. Grandpa said. The business of evil font size is done. No shortage of money status at all. But the purpose of evil characters is not to make money at all. What is that? Luffy thought for a while. Still don't understand. He just took over the evil font. There is still too much to learn. I closed the account book and looked up and saw that Lu Fugue had not left yet. Brothers are generous. Lu Fugue looked at the collection record happily. By the way, can you also send the message out of that snake leg? I know some celebrities and rich women. For beauty at all costs. They are certainly willing to pay a lot of money. Eat in the bowl and look in the pot. He was still thinking about the pair of snake legs of the mother and child. Don't think about it. Snake legs are not sold for the time being. If you know who has evil things to be, can tell me. Luffy interrupted his fantasy directly. It's a pity that Lu Fugue is still unsatisfied. At this time, the light and shadow at the door sway. An elegant and beautiful figure. Enter the evil font. Manager Lu. The sound is pleasant. Move a smile. Gentle and subtle. It's Xia Yao. If it's the family that has an appointment again. You guys talk. You guys talk. When I don't exist. Lu Fugue recognized it at a glance. It was the beauty who dated Luffy that day. I immediately showed the look I understood. Give the position in front of the counter. But he had no intention of leaving. Instead, he sat on the sofa with a gossip on his face. Pretend to drink tea. Actually, I listened to the two of them with my ears. Miss Xie's stuff has been prepared for you. Luffy took out the string of 5 emperors' money. This is the 5 emperors' money. Can block evil spirits? Very fit. Your situation is that the handmade is a bit rough. It was made by manager Lu himself. Xia Yao looked at the brand new red line above. Eyes lit up. A hint of surprise appeared on his fair face. Luffy smiled embarrassedly. Not done well. So give you a discount. Xia Yao. A little stunned. Scared. Then I won't be polite to manager Lu. How much does it cost? What's the price? Luffy pondered. Then give 500,000 or 500,000. Will it be too few? Xia Yao rushed to Luffy. Saved him twice to buy self-defense items. It's the second to find opportunities. Thanks to Luffy is the main purpose. Luffy was stunned. This string of 5 emperors is collected for 2,000 yuan. It's just an effect of warding off evil spirits. There is no special value like other evil things. At best, it's sold for 100,000 yuan. But Xia Yao rushed to give the money. Put the poorly handmade 5 emperors' money on the treasures. The vermilion silk thread further highlights the holy blood of his skin. Thanks. I love so much. I don't know if it's psychological effect. 5 emperors' money in the area. Xia Yao. I feel much more at ease. Just be really amazing, just be satisfied with Miss Xia. Customer satisfaction. Of course Luffy was happy to keep the account. He asked again. Is there any news about my grandfather? I've asked there. Under investigation. I'll let them as soon as possible. Xia Yao took out her cell phone and was in trouble. Luffy was slightly disappointed. But he also knew that he wanted to find clues in 2 or 3 days. That is unrealistic. There is news. I'll notify you as soon as possible. Xia Yao said. Thanks. Said a few more words. Xia Yao's cell phone rang. He said goodbye and left. It's still a bad font. I also have the 5 emperors' money here. Why can't it be sold for less than 500,000? Lu Fugue looked at Xia Yao's back as he walked away. Turning around, he said enviously. Brother Lu is really tired of blessings. I know who he is, Luffy is no longer there. He said with a glance. His name is Xia Yao. It's my guest. No. His real name is Xia Yao. He is the great daughter of the Tang family. The Tang family, one of the 3 major families in Zhengchang. Lu Fugue couldn't stop pricking his mouth. I said, why do you look so familiar? There are photos of him on the news. You kid are both the Su family and the Tang family. There is no one else's luck. The daughter of the Tang family. Then how did he believe it? Xia Luffy said strangely. He took his mother's surname. But his mother had passed away long ago. His father Tang Mingda later married another one. But he couldn't get along with his stepmother. Move out from home. This kind of family matters that you live in someone else's house. You know, too. Hi. Gossip from rich families. Who doesn't like watching it? I heard that this young lady is pretty. But the temper is not very good. His stepmother was so angry that she was hospitalized. Because this is gossip news. This kind of gossip. You believe Luffy is speechless. Xia Yao doesn't look like that. Lu Fugue used his shoulders right. He said with a few eyebrows. I saw that the lady was very good at treating you. Could it be that I like you? Work harder. Take her down. Did he put too much salt in Su rice today? Luffy interrupted him. Otherwise, why are you so idle? What the Uncle Xiaolu brothers said are the truth. Think of the past. There was also such an opportunity. Put it in front of him. Uncle didn't cherish it. I regretted it later. If you give your uncle another chance, I'll say to him. Don't want to work hard anymore. Gangon Luffy drove Lu Fugue out of the pawnshop. Luffy starved to death in his life. I won't eat a bite of soft rice either. Time flies by. It's dark again in a blink of an eye. After seeing off Xia Yao and Lu Fugue, time is free. Luffy played the game happily for the afternoon. It's almost time to see. Pull down the door and go out to find food. When passing by Duobachuan, he couldn't help but stop and take a look. The lively Duobao pavilion was deserted. The doors and windows with big seals at the doors are black and inexplicably gloomy. A pedestrian passed by here. He will also speed up his pace with nervous expressions. Go quickly and go quickly. I heard that someone heard the cry of a woman and a child inside, and died so miserably. It would be a mistake for Duobachuan to be haunted if he doesn't cry. Luffy was wondering. Suddenly, my hair was standing up with a chill on my back. It seems to be targeted by something. This feeling is not the first time anyone has appeared. Luffy suddenly turned around. A figure flashed across the alley not far away. Then a hand was placed on his shoulder. The masterpiece of Luffy's clarity. Dodge the hand. But I saw a familiar face. Who's he? Luffy looked surprised. The tall man appeared in front of him at this moment. Who is it not who's he? Not seen for a few days. Who's he? Although not that thin. But it's too haggard. It seemed like I had experienced another ordeal. Who's he? You're okay? Luffy's concerning question. He has just lifted the evil spirits. But I encountered Duobachuan's birth. The boss's family is gone. He could not stay in this matter. I don't know where to beg for food in the future. Why am I so unlucky? The beard covered with bloodshot eyes. Looking at Duobachuan. Deep fear in his eyes. He will never forget the horror scene he saw that day. Beard mourns. Luffy patted his beard on the shoulder. Again. There was no one in the alley. But he clearly felt that place just now. Someone is staring at him. Isn't this the first time I felt this way? Is someone following him? Who will be for no reason? Luffy. Brother. Will you do me a favor? Beard's voice asking for help made Luffy withdraw his thoughts. You said I still have some clothes and luggage in Duobachuan. But I don't dare to pick it up alone. It's okay if you can accompany me in. But Luffy thought of the conversation between passers-by just now. It's going to be dark soon. If Duobachuan is really haunted. This time it's not safe to go in. So he redirected. You haven't eaten yet. Let's have a meal first. Have a good night's rest. I won't eat anywhere if I go tomorrow. I've always lived in Duobachuan. The small compartment behind won't go back. No place to live. Living to me is fine. Then walk. Have a meal first. I went to Luffy to go to the noodle shop with my beard. One person ordered some braised pork side dishes in one bowl of noodles. Just eat, beard. It looks really hungry. You don't bother with Luffy. Gone with voraciousness. It tastes slower. If you don't have enough, beard, just order it. If it weren't for Luffy's personal help to him, I thought he was still possessed by a starving ghost. Drank a bowl of noodles. Huzi drank all the soup. The face just turned a little bloody. He dared to see the feeling of being able to eat a full meal. It's so great. The police station cooperated with the investigation these 2 days. Being questioned repeatedly, can't eat well and can't sleep. Luffy called him another bowl of noodle knife. You are not the murderer. Why do you still examine it? Mainly cooperate with the investigation. Or say I'm in trouble. That day, the evil ghost sister. I was happy for a moment. I went to the internet cafe and went all night. The next day. Duobachuan has not opened the door for a long time. I didn't answer the phone call from my boss. I just climbed over the wall and entered. The tough face was full of bitterness. As soon as I entered, I smelled something wrong. Just as there was a bloody smell in our countryside. I'll go inside. I saw the boss sitting in the middle of the house covered in blood. Speaking of this, my beard shivered. Next to him is the boss's wife and Xiangxiang's head. It's the lion dog that the dog has at home. His heads were also in a neat row. I was frightened. Run outside. My fingerprints and footprints are everywhere in Duobachuan. There is still blood on my body. So the police have to investigate me too. But I can see it in online sales. So the police did not doubt it. I just let me stay. Cooperate with the investigation. It's mainly because my boss is so evil. The police officers in charge of the case said they had never seen such a terrifying case. My boss doesn't admit that he cut the person. Luffy was shocked. Could it be that the murderer was either him or that the police had tested it? The blood on the kitchen knife is the boss lady and Chang. There is also the fingerprint of him alone on the bloody knife. Any other on-site trace analysis? Anyway, the police won't wrong him. That ironclad evidence is like a mountain. Why didn't he admit that Luffy was full of strange noodles and couldn't even care about eating it? Who knows? Maybe I don't want to die. But his business is a bad person. But I have nothing to say to the boss lady. Just a wife is strict with her. I am usually afraid of my wife and I will die. As a result, Beard shook his head. Confusion also appeared on his face. Luffy guessed. Maybe my wife is too ruthless. In fact, he was already unhappy. It just broke out suddenly. But even so, it wouldn't be cut off his son to death. Even the dogs at home are not spared. Did the boss wife cheat? The child is not his beard. Or shake your head? The police have already analyzed the things you said. After testing, Xiangxiang is the boss's biological son. His spirit is normal, too. It means insisting that people are not killed by others. Luffy's eyes wide open. Then who did he say killed it? He said that his beard swallowed. His face turned pale. He said. It's the boss's wife and Xiangxiang herself. Luffy, who cut his head off, was stunned for 2 seconds. How is this possible? Not to mention the strong ones. A child of 6 or 7 years old. Even adults can't cut off their heads? Not to mention that dog. Yes. But he just said that they cut it himself. Including dogs, who can believe that the police found any micro-expression experts? Also on a lie detector. Guess what the result is? How to analyze it? The results show that he didn't lie. Luffy felt a little creepy. But all the evidence shows that he did it. Yes. The police said that it might be because his psychological quality is too strong. I asked me. He is probably the death penalty. Killing someone to pay for his life. It is natural. What's more, the one who killed his wife and children. But the other party is his own boss. The beard still sighed for a moment. But if you are mentally normal, who would find such a fantasy excuse to excuse himself? Luffy was silent for a while. Ask for Beard. Did your boss collect an antique a while ago? He collected a lot of antiques. Which one of the beards you mentioned is wrapped in black cloth that is not allowed to be seen by outsiders? After thinking about it, it seems that there are so many things. I don't know what it is. He was mysterious and secret, either. I see that thing is still chopping and keeping fresh. I don't know if I encountered an evil demon in those 2 days. Asked for leave from him. I know if he sold his beard or not. What seems to be aware of? Looking up at Luffy's nervous road. Luffy brothers. Why do you ask this and that thing? I heard that he might have received something unclean. The beard's eyes were wide open. You mean that people are not killed by him? It's a dirty thing. That's not what it means. I just heard of it. I believe the police have no problem with their case handling capabilities. Luffy waved his hand. No basis for comments on the street. How can I get the evidence from the police? Huzi listened. He lowered his head and chewed a few bites of the dish without knowing the taste. It seemed like I had made up some decision. Lift your head up. Brother Luffy. I'll ask you one more thing. Luffy was stunned. Guess what he was going to say? Luffy put down his chopsticks. You think I'll find that thing? Right. The beard focuses on the head. Although the boss treats me very well. But if he hadn't picked me out of the security team, I'm still in that broken place. I got a salary of 2,000 yuan and lived there. Days when there is no more meal. Get things clear. I'm giving him a love. Is this guy more loyal and loyal? But I'm an outsider. You're a guy. We are not qualified to touch Duobachuan's things. It's time for Huzi to grit his teeth. Don't care about so many. Just look for other ones. I'm still very hesitant when I come to Luffy. He has completed the K-disc left by his grandfather. No hurry to collect evil things. Don't want to cause this kind of trouble for yourself. If you can be sure that it is an evil thing, and obtain the consent of the owner, then he would be very happy. But now this situation is really not good for people to touch others. What's more, the ironclad evidence is like a mountain. It may not be the cause of evil things. Feel sorry. I really can't think about Huzi for a while. Luffy is still very clear. Rejected. My beard is not impulsive. Huzi quickly apologized. That's what I am. Sometimes when I get up, I eat noodle without caring about it. The two went back to the pawnshop. When passing by Duobachuan, there are no one else on this street. Even the shop next to it was closed tightly early. It looks like he is avoiding it. Huzi couldn't help but look up. Looking toward that, the house is pitch black. Curled up in the night. It exudes a gloomy and ominous atmosphere. Is the boss really a bad thing? Huzi sighed. Just about to withdraw your gaze. Suddenly I caught a glimpse of the window on the second floor. It seemed like a figure was set up. Someone's body was shocked. Look at it again. But there is nothing left. Luffy saw that he didn't follow him. Turning back. What's wrong with Beard? I just wanted to see a figure by the window. Luffy's heart skipped a beat. I remembered the passerby saying. The haunted thing about Duobachuan. Looking up. But I saw nothing. No. Have you read it wrong? Maybe I'm overthinking my beard. Wait for a while. Still haven't seen any self-deprecating. Smile. Left with Luffy. Back to the pawnshop. Luffy let his beard sleep in the guest room safely this night. After breakfast the next day, Luffy accompanied Huzi back to Duobachuan to get his luggage. The beard has a key. He took a deep breath. Tear off the seal. Open the door with the key. In fact, several days have passed. There was still a lingering smell of blood inside, and the smell was dissipated. He and Luffy walked in one after another. Shop. Still the same. There are various antique beards placed on the shelves. Knowing that 90% of these things are fake. The real thing is hidden behind. There is no mysterious antique collected by the boss here. Don't look at the beard. Walk to the small compartment behind and pack your own things. The whole Duobaoshan was surprisingly quiet. Beard is worried. But nothing terrible happened. Before leaving, the beard plucked his courage to look at him. Backyard. There were still blood on the ground. But other than that, no exception. Brother Luffy. Have you noticed any beard asking Luffy if he was unwilling to accept it? Luffy shook his head. This house is just because it is extremely eccentric. In addition, he really didn't feel anything. It seems that I'm overthinking my beard. Sigh. Lock the door. Pulling your luggage. Looking at the antique street that has lived for 2 years. I was very confused for a moment and didn't know it. Where should I go? What are your plans for the future? I don't know either. Huzi was stunned for a while. Suddenly turned around. Bow heavily to Luffy. Luffy. Brother. I'm a tiger. No other skills. Just have a handful of things. The strength will squeeze the punches and feet. If you don't dislike it, I'm willing to do things with you. Luffy was stunned. I don't have much pawnshop business. There is no shortage of manpower for the time being. I really don't want to go back and be a security guard. 2 or 3,000 a month. There is no day to make a comeback. I can see that. You are a big business person. Please give me a chance. Huzi. He bent over and refused to get up. Huzi. Don't worry. Luffy scratched his head. I thought of a compromise idea. Let's do this. You live in my place first. Wait for you to find a new job. Settling down slowly. I will definitely prove with my actions that I am a useful person. Huzi immediately respected. Stand on the road. Fly behind. He looked like he was the boss to Luffy. It's very unaccustomed to it. The two returned to the pawnshop. Beard. Put your luggage in the guest room. Just rolled up your sleeves and started working. We won't be like Luffy brothers. Even if you don't keep me. This is what I should do. I can't eat and drink for free with you. Huzi insisted that Luffy couldn't stop him. Just let him go. Don't look at the big and thick beard. Working without any ambiguity. In a short while, I cleaned the backyard. You're pretty good with beard. What's this little job? When I was a child, I not only had to do homework. Do the work in the fields. My family is poor and I can't read books and I come out to make a living when I am a teenager. I have done any dirty and tiring work. Wipe your sweat. A bitter smile appeared on his face. At that time, I tied steel bars at the construction site. The back was so hot that it hurt. The foreman sees that I am young. I only give me half of my salary if I bully me. I couldn't help but beat him up. He takes revenge on me. I found a group of people and beat me up. Not allowed to use other construction sites. I can only sleep in the bridge hole. Not as good as a dog. I swear at that time. I, Huzi, have to make a comeback. Luffy couldn't help but feel moved. Compared to Beard, I live a life like an ivory tower. Although my parents died at a very young age. But my grandfather protected himself very well. It can be said that he grew up carefree. Luffy made tea for Beard. Let him sit down and rest. Anyway, the pawnshop has no business. It's also good to have someone brag about chatting. You are well developed. What do you want to do? The first thing is to do the foreman's meal. Then make money and make money. The big house built for my parents. Build a road and a school for our village. We are so poor that we go to school to cross mountains and hills. The small village houses are all broken toilets. Just a few rotten wooden boards separated. You can also see the girls but being pulled away. The bearded old face turned red. Luffy smiled. My pawnshop is doing business dealing with evil things. If you are not careful, you may die. Aren't you afraid? Honestly. Beard, who was still a little scared, was still scared when he thought about being tortured by an evil ghost. But compared to poor. What are these? Luffy thinks Huzi is pretty good. Be able to endure hardships and value friendship. But the evil font has no habit of attracting outsiders. Is he going to break this precedent? Thinking about it, I decided not to rush to make any decisions. Next. He opens his business shop as usual every day and is still deserted. No customers. Luffy Gue is here. Both trips were disappointed. And Gue Luffy thought it would take a long time to come for the next order. Unexpectedly, it took a few days later. Repeat customer. The strong perfume smell fills the pawnshop. These two women were wrapped tightly. Wearing a hat. Face mask. The strong perfume smell of sunglasses seemed as shameful as Luffy couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Huzi was very diligent in pouring water for two female guests. Go to Luffy's side. It looked like a store was in a hurry. Excuse me. A little rhinitis. Luffy rubbed his nose. Looking at two very tightly wrapped young women. The friendly smile when facing customers on the way. Two? Is there something to be two women? Look at each other. One of them, Manager Lu, took off his sunglasses and mask. You don't know me anymore. Luffy narrowed his eyes and looked at it. Suddenly said. It's Miss Bing Bing. That's right. It was my woman who smiled. She is the little internet celebrity who bought a human bone necklace last time. I have to say. There is still a big gap between the internet and reality. At most, he is a little beauty from a small family. But online. Some filters and beauty blessings. She suddenly turned into a beautiful beauty with fair skin and bulging front and back. I saw her before, but she looked dim. But now he is radiant. It seems that people feel happy when they are happy. Miss Bing Bing looks very good. It seems that the necklace hasn't disappointed you. Luffy laughed, too. It really surprised me. Bing Bing took out the necklace from her collar. The eyes were full of incredible. I'm still live streaming like before. But I don't know why the day I put on the necklace. Live broadcast became popular. It's like doing a rocket. Popularity is rising rapidly. It only took a few days to increase its fans. Her tone was full of excitement. Eyes flashed. It's like a dream. Luffy said. This necklace can last for half a year. She couldn't imagine what level of internet celebrity she would become in half a year. Just be satisfied with Miss Bing Bing. But I still want to remind you. The function of a necklace is not endless. Although Luffy's fans are rising quickly. But Miss Bing Bing still needs to pay attention to her words and deeds. Otherwise, if you guess too much black material, you will have a counterproductive effect. Otherwise, the higher the station, the more severe the fall. Don't care about her so much. It's a day to become popular. Internet celebrities are originally youth. If not, I will be financially free in half a year. Bing Bing obviously doesn't listen to these. My mind is full of fantasy. The woman beside her lowered her head slightly. Masks and sunglasses can cover your face. But it can't cover up that envy. The woman gently pulled her arm. She just restrained her. Fantasy. This time I came here to help my friend ask about this kind of necklace. Is there any more? Luffy glanced at the woman. Excuse me. Commentary love. Only this one. Just one or two women looked at each other. All eyes are disappointed. So is there anything else that can help attract traffic? The woman asked unwillingly. The thing of luck. But it is not as effective as the human bone necklace to attract attention. Luffy answered truthfully. Look at her and said. Is this lady a thing that needs to be transferred? To me, Bing Bing. The woman who is an internet celebrity never takes off her sunglasses and masks. It seems unwilling to be recognized. Lulu is much better than me. Bing Bing hugged her slender arms. We signed into the same company at the same time. But she has become popular long ago. If I weren't this necklace, I don't know when I can make it through. But Lulu is a little unlucky recently. Keep losing powder. Manager Lu. Is there anything here that can help her gain her fans? Lu Bing doesn't pay attention to internet celebrities. I don't know which internet celebrity this Lulu is. The names Bing Bing and Lulu. Bing Bing is not his real name either. In fact, the role of revealing the charm is quite suitable for them. Unfortunately, Luffy hasn't fully understood the function of snake retreat yet. If there are any side effects, it will be bad. She squinted her eyes and looked at Lulu anxiously. I think Miss Lulu should not need anything to be transferred. Why was Bing Bing stunned Lulu? It was also a while since Miss Lulu had something on her body. What's the thing on Luffy Road? Bing Bing's face was full of confusion. Lulu didn't say anything. Sunglasses and mask covering her face. I can't see her expression. Some things are not as good as possible. What's more, Miss Lulu's things are not clean from. She would never allow Miss Lulu to use other things. Luffy induces Bing Bing even more puzzled. Looking at your friends with strange eyes. Lulu. What's going on? Nothing. Since she doesn't want anything here. Let's go. Lulu stands up. Pull Bing Bing out. Two people walked slowly. If Miss Lulu wants to be a thing, you can get the evil font again. Find me. Luffy smiled and watched. The two went out. Lulu seems to be afraid of sunlight. She has obviously worn a hat and a mask. After going out, I took another umbrella. Boss. What did you mean by saying that? What's wrong with that, Lulu? Beard has been curious for a long time. Once the person leaves, he asked a question immediately. He has energy. It should be dirty. Luffy slapped his nose with his hand. There is still a pungent perfume smell in the pawn shop. He's so tightly. I can't even see the face clearly. You can also see the energy. Chi is a kind of chi. The Lulu who doesn't look at her appearance. There was a black air lingering on his body. It's obviously dirty. And the perfume smell is also normal for him. Who would spray such a strong perfume? It must be to cover up some smell. What's the smell? Beard's eyes wider and wider. The perfume smell is too strong. I didn't smell it carefully. I should have squinted my eyes and thought. It seems to be a rotten odor. A solid beard. Rotten. Is he sick? How could I tell this? Just these. Luffy waved his hand. Then how do you know that there are evil things on him? If he accidentally touches the energy or something else. For example, what foundation? Crematorium. Hospital. Mortuary or something. Because the energy is emitted from his collar. Apparently he brought something unclean. Luffy sat down and made kung fu tea. Now there are no customers again. I have to find something to pass on the incident. The boss inside the neckline. You've read it very carefully. A beard smiles. What are you thinking? Can I be that kind of person? Luffy was speechless. Not going out to find a job yet. What are you doing here? Why are there so much dust? There is no one working in the shop. Just not. Beard immediately picked up the rag and pretended to work. Luffy felt depressed. I thought the beard was quite real. Why did you get so familiar? This shameless man obviously depends on him. There are also benefits of this. That is, Luffy no longer has to worry about cleaning. A few days later. The beard seems to have discovered a new world. Suddenly he pulled Luffy to read a gossip news. Boss. Look at the internet celebrity mentioned here as Lulu. There is shocking news on the screen. There are pictures below. The foul-stealing internet celebrity circle. The famous female internet celebrity Candy Lulu actually does this kind of thing in public. Be utterly shameless. Weibo's eyes have no bottom line. It is urgent to rectify the internet celebrity circle. Peitu is a beautiful woman with beautiful makeup. Screenshots of various indecent actions taken to the live broadcast camera. I don't know what to eat with my face. Still a crazy smile. It gives people a very pathological and neurotic feeling. Boss. Did you ask the Lulu beard yesterday? Who knows this? Luffy shook his head. Lulu, who came with Bing Bing yesterday, was wrapped so tightly. He didn't see his face again. By one name alone. It doesn't mean anything. The name Bing Bing Lulu sounds like a pseudonym. I don't think it's that coincidental. It must be his Bing Bing didn't say he lost his beard. I also found a lot of information about Candy Lulu on the internet. Candy Lulu is one of the first batch of internet celebrities to become popular. It's a sweet wind. Popularity has always been very high. There are millions of fans. But I don't know what happened this week. He suddenly went crazy in the live broadcast room. Do all kinds of indecent actions. It's shocking. Then it was revealed that it was very bad. Materials like plastic surgery. Dang Dang is so small that it is sucking. Everyone made it quickly. It's obvious that I'm not too popular to attract attention. I looked at his photos and didn't look normal. I immediately studied it for a whole morning. Is the boss harming the unclean thing on him? If so, it was really possible that Lulu yesterday. Luffy rode. These days, it's normal for internet celebrities to be guarded against. But suddenly, like Candy Lulu's temperament changed drastically. It is really rare to destroy your future. Even the screenshots during live broadcast. It can also be seen that his expression and consciousness were not normal at that time. If it weren't for her dirty pictures. Just like the materials say, it is a drug addiction. Neither of them arrived. Their guess is the best. To confirm. Accompanied by a strong fragrance. A sunscreen shirt that is long up to the ankle. Female customer wearing a wide-brimmed hat came to the door. Hello? What are the needs? Luffy put down his teacup. Get up politely as the shopkeeper. You said yesterday that there is something to be done. You can come to find your female customer to have a familiar voice. Luffy was stunned for a moment. React immediately. It's the other party, the female internet celebrity Lulu. She was already wearing long-sleeved trousers. There was also a sunscreen shirt that was as long as the ankle. Wearing a big sun hat on his head. The face is covered with masks and sunglasses. Even wearing gloves on his hands. Wearing long socks on your feet. It can be said that it is wrapped tightly from head to toe. Not a single point is revealed. Almost I heard that women nowadays pay attention to sun protection. But this level is really exaggerated. Luffy looked behind him. He was the only one who came this time. Miss Lulu, please sit down. What do you want to be? Luffy politely made a call to him. Show a friendly smile to the customers again. The beard tried his best to control the gossip's eyes. Turn around and pour water. I heard that the shoe-size pawnshop specializes in the collection of unclean things. Lulu sits down. His eyes were staring tightly through his sunglasses. Luffy is Luffy who can feel his nervousness and anxiety. Anyone who is Evil Devil is 100% sure to collect it here. Take Miss Lulu away. I don't know what you want to be. How to assure you. Luffy smiled. At this time, Huzi brought the water over and placed it in front of Lulu. Then he stood in front of Luffy with a play-watching expression. Lulu struggled for a while. Unzip the sunscreen zipper. Take a strange-shaped necklace from the neck. I think when this Luffy noticed that there were very fine scars on his neck. But he didn't say it. If you don't mind. I'll have eyes first. Lulu nodded. Put the necklace on the counter, Luffy. Wear gloves. Pick up the necklace. The necklace pendant is a rectangular piece. The small brand is about the same size as a pocket watch. String the sign with a red rope. A very small photo is embedded. The photo shows a black and white woman's avatar. This woman has an indescribable weird beauty. A pair of eyes are clearly black and white. The eyes are particularly big and the corners of the mouth are slightly raised. Smile. But my eyes didn't cover my mouth with a smile. Is she expressionless? Typical smiles are not smiling. The strangest thing is that her eyes are not focused. No light. Luffy frowned. This look of eyes is dull. No life. The pupil is dilated. Isn't it the eyes of a dead person? But how could a dead person laugh? Could it be that someone opened her eyes and hooked the corner of her mouth to take pictures of him? Luffy glanced at Lulu. Isn't the person in this photo you? Lulu hesitated. Take off your mask and sunglasses. A sweet face was revealed. She was wearing heavy makeup. Thick foundation. Thick eyeliner. Exaggerated jealousy. And the big red jealousy. But it couldn't cover her pale complexion. Luffy and Beard couldn't help but look at each other. This Lulu was really the Candy from the collapsed house on the internet. Although Lulu was shocked. But both have professional ethics. Not revealed. So who is the person in this photo? Luffy asked. I don't know. Lulu shook his head. He looks exactly the same as the woman in the photo. And say there are similarities. That's the eyes. Her eyes are bigger than ordinary people's. Black Luffy. After careful observation. She didn't wear beauty contacts. It should be born with big eyes. Black and white photos are usually based on who will take the photo of a person he doesn't know as a necklace and take it with him. Can you tell what necklace this is? Lulu's black eyes looked at Luffy. With consideration in your eyes. Luffy. I know that this big internet celebrity has not fully trusted him. Smiling. Miss Lulu. The amulet in Nanyang. You should know, right? No. Lulu nodded. The amulets are divided into genuine cards and cards are made and consecrated by regular temple monks. Most of the selected materials are herbs, pollen, metals, etc. The eagle card uses sound materials. For example, corpse oil, hanging rope, ashes, etc. Therefore, both have the effects of seeking good fortune and avoiding bad luck. But compared to the genuine brand, the eagle card is more effective. Luffy is not only slow, and your necklace is actually a kind of eagle card. It is called Jean, your sister card. But the eagle card is a little ghost. The sister's responsibility in the card is the female spirit. That is the soul of a young woman. That's right. This is the sister card. Lulu's tense face finally relaxed a little. The seller told me. Sister's card uses more functions than ordinary ink cards. What is their function? This kind of sister card is just a new trick created by the seller. In fact, change everything from oil to oil. Not only some medicines. In fact, how unscrupulous merchants brag about it. Lulu opens her cell phone. Let Luffy show it. The offering of the female spirit can help you do your wish. Raising money can greatly enhance your charm. Let you have the magic of being loved by everyone. Looking at the 3 genuine loves of Tawafang brand. Turning into regular. The superior party is in trouble and evil, and the villain can attract money. Block the fortune and nobles. Protect you in all aspects and wait and see. I'm not mistaken. Luffy was dumbfounded. Sister's card has so many functions. It can not only prevent mistresses but also help mistresses become regular. So what would happen if the original wife and mistress bought one? That's what the seller said. Lulu took back her phone with helpless expression. So I bought one with a try and how it worked. It's really so versatile. Luffy asked Lulu for a moment of silence. Road. The first few things will be more useful. The more the quantity and efficiency of my original brand increases. But her face with heavy makeup. A hint of embarrassment. It will be a counterproductive soon. It's awesome to erase the powder. The situation is very bad now. Luffy thought of the black stuff. No wonder I have to wrap myself up so tightly. Maybe I'm afraid of being recognized. Whether it is the sister card or other eagle card. All are wrong ways. It seems to help people try to transform their fortunes. In fact, it is to consume people's blessings and luck in advance. Luffy rode. Do you know how these eagle cards are made? Lulu stewed. The other party told me that it was a beautiful woman who died unexpectedly. To remember to be a good family. So it's such a ridiculous excuse to help people realize their wishes. Trust Luffy couldn't help but be funny. Eagle road sign is a general use of cards. The means are extremely cruel. To torture the eagle child when she is alive. Because the more effective the card, the better it is. My sister's brand production method is not much better. Compared with the eagle card. Although it works quickly. But there are many taboos. If you are not careful, you will be backfired. Lulu wondered. But he backfired too quickly. Just started to work. I haven't reached my wish yet. There will be a reaction. Is there any problem with Manager Lu's sister brand? This is hard to say. In fact, 90% of the amulets on the market are fake. But the fake one will not have a counterproductive effect. Luffy looked at her sister's card again. There is indeed an energy on it. Entanglement should be a real thing. But my wish has not come true at all. Lulu's eyebrows were tight. Luffy couldn't help but ask Miss Lulu. What wish did you make? I'm nothing more than a career wish. I hope I can maintain my original position. Lulu rubs the sun's blood for nothing. Now it's useless to say this. The most urgent task is to solve these problems first. So Miss Lulu wants to use the sister card as the evil font. Can I choose to be a manager, Lu? Lulu immediately said. After going back last time. He specially asked someone for the evil font size. The evil font is very legendary. Not only sells treasures for transportation. It can also collect evil things. His answer surprised Luffy. Why live? When? You must know. Most of the customers who encounter evil things will throw the evil things as far as possible. It's best that I will never see it again in my life. Few people have to pay for redemption. I'll give you this sister card. Please help me suppress the spirit of my sister inside. Let him not cause trouble. Then I will redeem it. Lulu Road Luffy was stunned for a moment. Only then did I understand what wish I can do. I want to continue using my sister's card. I just hope Luffy can help him solve the power of backlash. Is there such a good thing in the world? Miss Lulu. This is probably unrealistic. Luffy rode. I can add money. Lulu is anxious. This is not a matter of money. Luffy shook his head and the evil font size. Receive evil things. It also includes helping customers solve the trouble caused by evil things. But to solve the problem, it is necessary to eliminate the evil spirits attached to the evil things. There is no way to preserve evil spirits and resolve dangers. If someone tells you there is, then he must be a liar. There is really no way. Lulu is half believing and half doubting. At least I don't have Luffy's stand guard. Lulu looked at Luffy. It's certain that he was not pretending to be embarrassed to raise the price. Suddenly disappointed. I thought the evil font was so powerful. It turns out that he is so incompetent. Miss Lulu. No matter how you think of the evil font size as the shopkeeper of the evil font size, I still have the obligation to remind you. This sister card should be removed as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be life-threatening worries. Luffy didn't care about her attitude. Alarming. I don't believe it. No one can find a capable person. She snorted coldly. Put away the sister's card. Wear a hat and mask. He left in a hurry. What qualities? Beard complained to his back and said to his boss. You kindly reminded him. Even if he is not good. It's time to say thank you. This is the attitude. It would be strange if he didn't guard against such a person. Be calm in business. There are always times when the talk is successful but the talk is not successful. We just need to do what we should do. Luffy didn't take it seriously. After all, the material of the sister brand poo-poo was made of the simplest plastic. He has nothing special about it. Can't turn evil into treasure. It's really not a good business. Now he has hundreds of thousands in his hands. No rush to collect blood. Not open for 3 years. Open for 3 years. As for Lulu's life safety, he doesn't take it seriously himself. Do you want Luffy, an outsider, to come up and care about these days? Because beards take care of cleaning and trivial matters. Luffy just needs to open the door and eat. Drink tea. Life is leisurely. If it weren't for Grandpa's news, this kind of life is enjoyable. So he has a very good mentality. But the beard was angry. Imitation Tion reads Lulu's black material online. Not reporting to Luffy. Boss. Look at that, Lulu is going crazy on the live broadcast again. Luffy is busy playing games. The beard is hard to stuff the phone over. He was just a casual glance. Still shocked by Lulu's condition. In the live broadcast screen, Lolilo Road's non-sighted eyes. The face looks like a thick layer of lime is painted. Pale and pale cheeks every day. 2 round blush were applied on both sides. What's even more terrifying is that his dark pupils almost occupied the entire eye. He cried and laughed at the camera. I kept laughing and scolding myself for being a bitch. It seems like I have a deep hatred with myself. Finally took off his clothes. The weird behavior of cutting the skin with a knife. It just stunned the audience. The live broadcast room was quiet for 2 seconds before it was released. Damn. Damn. Immediately afterwards, the signal mirror is dropped and the non-crazy Ban is. Have you been deceived by Gue Gue? It's a blessing to fly to the movies. It's him that he is very different from the mirror. The creepy hair. No matter whether it is afraid. I'm afraid she's far away from death. Luffy didn't expect it. My sister backfired so quickly. This kind of makeup on his face is called dead makeup. Only dead people need such exaggerated makeup to cover up their death breath. It's almost dying. Beard gasped. What sister card is so powerful? Let me tell you this. Whether it's raising ghosts or offering eagle cards. It's like borrowing fortunes, like borrowing usury. Borrow and return. The more you want, of course, the more Luffy you have to do. It's just that when you have nothing to pay back, only one life is left. The faster the effect, the better the effect. The greater the power of the eagle card backlash. I will be a good beard. Eyes wide. His face was full of fear. When I followed Boss Qian out to receive the goods, I've also met an eagle seller. Fortunately, I can't afford it. Most of the eagle cards on the market are fake. You may not be able to buy it if you want to. This Lulu is probably very lucky. That day you remind him to deal with the results as soon as possible. He doesn't listen. Now it's okay. My life is almost over. Everyone has a lucky mentality. Everyone thinks it's okay as long as you stop in time. Both of them were a little sad. After this day, suddenly there was no news about Lulu on the internet. His social accounts have also been banned. Don't know what happened. Just when the two thought Lulu was cold, he actually came to the evil shopkeeper Lu again, begged you to save me. He still called in a tightly wrapped manner. Take off your sunglasses as soon as you enter the door. Showing haggard and black eyes. Crying to Luffy, begging Miss Lulu. Luffy looked at each other with his beard in surprise. How are you now? I'm dying. I'm really dying. Lulu started crying directly. Put the sister's card on the counter. Manager Lu. Just save me and collect this thing. I should listen to you earlier. Dispose of it. At least he won't become like this now. My number was blocked. The company not only wants to fire me, I also want to compensate for the losses. My boyfriend wants to break up with me, too. I went to find someone who sold my sister's cards to me. But he had already run away. I don't want to die. Lulu cried very sadly. Take off your mask. Your face. Luffy and Beard were shocked. Although Lulu didn't draw that horrible dead person at this time. But the face was covered with deep knife marks. The flesh flips like several terrifying insects. Make his originally sweet face become hideous and ugly. Even if heals later, it will also leave scars. Can't return to the beautiful state he used to be. For an internet celebrity, it's already the most deadly blow. Not only are there knife wounds on the face, but also on the hands and body. I've been in a daze every day these days. Still fainting at any time. Sometimes I wake up and get hurt. I don't know what I did either. At night, I also feel like I'm being grabbed by a pair of hands. I can't control myself at all. I'm afraid the next time I'll cut it will be my neck. Lulu's dark eyes were almost filled with fear. Huzi couldn't help but sympathize with her. He didn't do anything bad. Just want to coax. I made myself miserable by using the wrong method. It's also quite pitiful. Luffy hesitated. If you gave me your sister's card that day, I'm still sure to save you. But now I'm full of food and fear. You don't dare to make a promise either. Once the shoe size is picked up, business must be kept to the end. But Lulu's current situation. He was not 100% sure either. Lulu immediately said, as long as you can save me, let me do whatever it takes. That's not what it means. Luffy thought for a moment. In fact, it is useless to just take away the necklace. The sister card usually has a piece of spiritual guard at home. That's the most critical right. Spiritual position. Right in my house. I offer sacrifices to him every day with what he likes. I'm afraid of being unfair for a day. I will die faster. Lulu nodded vigorously. Let's do this. You bring the spirit guards here too. If you can collect it, I'll try to collect. With the lesson from last time, Luffy won't make a decision easily anymore. The evil things must be clarified. Besides, I dare not move his spiritual position. Or you can go to my house to see it. Very good. Thank you. Lulu then had a little smile. Wipe the tears. Rewear the hat and mask. Luffy and Huzi are about to go to his house. He was sneaky along the way. Go out like a thief. He also carries a sunscreen umbrella. In fact, he will easily arouse others' masters. After all, the beginning of summer has passed. Everyone is not short-sleeved. It's a skirt. Suddenly, someone wrapped like a rice dumpling appeared. Who wouldn't take a look? Luffy felt that Lulu wrapped herself so tightly. It seems not just because I am afraid that others will recognize me. It seems like I'm afraid of sunbathing. Because he doesn't have any inch of skin on his body. It is exposed to the sky. Out of Antique Street. Lulu got a car. Take Luffy. The two rushed to his house. Sitting in a taxi. Because it's a small space. Luffy smelled the rotten smell covered by perfume again, which seemed to be stronger than before. What's going on with this rotten smell? It should be caused by the backlash of cards. Along the way, Lulu couldn't stand still. Keep urging the driver to get faster. He didn't know when he would faint again. She must take advantage of her calm sanity. Find someone to help. Arrived in the taxi. Stop with a sound. Lulu got off the car quickly. She lives in a hotel-style apartment. It is said that 80% of the rooms in this community are rented to internet celebrities. Therefore, it is called an internet celebrity apartment. Lulu lowered her head. Walking through the door hurriedly. Arrived in a place without sunshine. Only slow down. The elevator rises to the 14th floor. The door opens. An indescribable smell hits my face. It was a mixed smell of rancidness and fishy smell and perfume. The house is messy. Clothes and debris are thrown everywhere. Compatible with a garbage dump. My room wasn't like this before. Lulu feels a little embarrassed. But she didn't bother to explain too much. Lead Luffy to the place where his sister's spiritual seat was worshipped. The corners that cannot be shined by the sun. On a special small altar. Cosmetics are placed in full bloom. Perfume. There are also various necklaces. Bracelets and other jewelry. Luffy doesn't know those cosmetics. I just feel like the logo on the bottle has been seen on TV. The price should be not low. And these famous brands or the stars in the middle stand a rectangular black wooden box like the moon. This should be the urn of Sister Ling. It contains her ashes. Items like hair or room oil. How about Manager Lu? Lulu asked nervously. Hold on. Luffy didn't do it. Just squinted my eyes and looked at the small urn. I soon found that the wood in this box was a bit special. As black as charcoal. But it does not lose the luster of wood. The whole box is surrounded by yin energy. But this yin energy is not emitted from the box. It is the wood with its own yin energy that comes with the wooden box. Could it be that Luffy was a little unbelievable? Gloomy wood is also called ebony. It is the trees buried underground. Thousands of years have not matched. The whole body of black is formed. Delicate wood grain. Because the sun is buried deep in the ground for many years. So it has a yin energy. It's a good yin material. It can be used to make coffins or to suppress evil spirits in the house. Even Luffy, the ghost, looked at the urn in front of him. Feeling incredible. Miss Lulu. How much does it cost to buy this sister? What's wrong with 66,000? The road is so tight that it is impossible. Luffy is even more incredible. Gloomy wood is very expensive. Even if it's of ordinary quality. At least it costs more than 100,000 yuan per yuan. The other party sold it to you only 66,000 yuan. Didn't you lose money? What is gloomy wood? Lulu looked puzzled. An old and expensive wood. Tens of thousands of years have been dug out from the ground to form an old nose. It's expensive. Someone dug up a whole piece. It's worth hundreds of millions. Guzi has been in the antique street for 2 years. Of course I understand a little. As the saying goes, there is ebony at home. Half a square is better than a treasure phenomenon. But does this have anything to do with the sister card? Lulu was still a little confused. Luffy's gloomy wood can communicate with the sound. So you can raise ghosts. And the ghosts raised are even more powerful than ordinary ones. It would be too conscientious to use gloomy wood as the sister card. Did he tell the truth? Is the sister's card really that good? Lulu was stunned. You won't want to keep it for use, right? Beard glanced at him. My boss said. This kind of thing. The better the effect. The bigger the matter is. Certainly. Not that I was almost killed by him. Haven't you awakened yet? Lulu waved her hand quickly. No matter what he made of, how much it is worth. I just want to get him away. Manager Lu, please accept him. Luffy thought it seriously. If it is just an ordinary spiritual position, Luffy may not be able to accept it. But this is a rare piece of gloomy wood. Looks pretty good. Absolutely rare thing. He was a little moved. Manager Lu. You just accept it. I don't want money. It's okay to give you money. Lulu looked at Luffy with eyes wide open. He has already regarded him as a life-saving straw. Looking into his eyes, the pupils have not completely diverged. There is still a glimmer of hope. If the pupils become exactly the same as the sister's photo, then it will be completely helpless. It is also a living life. Grandpa said. The real purpose of evil fonts is not to make money. So will it be a rescue? Good. I took Luffy into the tunnel in the middle. Really? You really want to save me? Lulu's body trembled. Tears flowed down again. These days, he has asked many people for help. But the people who had cursed him. But they all hide from him like the plague god. None of them was willing to lend a helping hand. Don't worry. My boss spits and nails. He said he would save you, then you would definitely be bearded. Consoling. Thank you, thank you. Lulu burst into tears and laughed. After the event is completed, I will definitely thank you very much. Don't rush to say it. Thank you for telling me this sister card first. How long have you been worshipping? Luffy said seriously. Lulu wiped her eyes. Road. It's only been a week. It's so amazing in a week. To be honest. Did you use your own blood to support Luffy's heart? It seems that the effect of this gloomy wood is indeed extraordinary. Lulu touched the scars on her wrist. Bitter, it is the one who sells sisters cards to tell me. The effect of using blood to supply oxygen will be faster and better. Luffy understands it. This is probably the reason why his backlash comes faster. This is the ghost spirit that is offered to grow faster. With the blessing of the dark wood. Under double catalysis. The sister spirit soon became out of control. Instead, he came to control him. It is not easy to resolve this backlash. I'm going back and preparing something. Good. I'll go to Lulu with you. Take the initiative. He doesn't want to stay with his sister card. Your body is already very weak. It's not suitable for running around. You go to a crowded place. Wait for our news. Luffy walked out. On the one hand, Lulu also follows. Following the crowded places. What he fears the most now is the bitch. To many people. Heavy young energy. It's good for you. Don't stay alone at this time. There is a shopping mall nearby. But I don't want to be alone and I'm afraid I will suddenly faint again. I don't know how terrible it will be. Fear of something. Lulu miserably walks on the road. Thinking about it. Give the dog-tooth dagger to the beard. Arrange. Who's he? You're with him in the mall. Take care of it more. Contact me immediately if you have any information. The boss, please leave it to me. Beard. He patted his strong chest hard. These days, the food and drinks are delicious. His body has been restored. Most of the time I waited for the opportunity to perform. The three of them hurried downstairs. At the intersection, Bearded. Lulu goes to the mall. Luffy took a taxi back to Antique Street and used his own blood to support his sister's card. The soul has established a connection with the ghosts inside. There is no shortcut to go. Want to resolve the reversal of the sister's card? There is only one stupid way. Forced installation. Back to the paving road. Go straight to the warehouse. He wants to choose a handy magic weapon in the dead zone. This time I was fighting a powerful ghost. The best magic weapon for knights to kill ghosts must be treated with caution. There are 2 magic swords on the shelf of Shifa sword. One is made of peach wood and the other is an ancient sword for Kaifeng. But Luffy can't count down the sword. It is difficult to play the greatest role in his hands. So it's not the best choice. Choose something that is attacking ghosts. Luffy looks around. The eyes fell on the edge of a willow branch. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that willow branches beat ghosts 3 inches shorter. This whip is made of wicker from the past. If the effect doubles, it collapses. Luffy put the wicker whip into his backpack. But that's not enough. He then chose another gossip mirror. The Bagua mirror has a deterrent effect on ghosts. Can be used for defense. Finally, he also packed a bag of incense ash and possibly useful spiritual shatters. He took 2 more evil-proof talismans left by his grandfather. Grandpa left me a total of 7 talismans and consumed them so quickly. This business is done. To find a way to get some talismans. Prepare well. Luffy took a car and sent a message. Notify. I saw my beard at the door of the apartment for 20 minutes. Received the beard and put down the phone. Seeing Lulu's timid look. Consoling. Don't worry. My boss is so powerful. He can definitely save you. The boss will arrive in a while. Let's go over. I'll go to the bathroom. Lulu smiled through her sunglasses. Walk into the women's bathroom quickly. Who knew that after half an hour, I didn't come out yet? Not seen in half an hour. Lulu came out of the bathroom. The beard was so anxious that it was circling. This is the first thing Luffy gave him. If it is broken. What other faces? Leave it after the word evil. Beard. I have arrived. Where are you, Miss Lulu, who hasn't come out for a long time? I went in and called him. Seeing Luffy send a message urging him. A bite of beard and teeth. He broke into the women's bathroom with his teeth. I thought I would be regarded as a hooligan. Unexpectedly, I saw Lulu standing in front of the sink at a glance. The water from the faucet is flowing. He seemed to have not seen it. Facing the mirror, you will see the way you come. Miss Lu looked around and saw the women's restroom. No one is rushing. He told his boss has arrived. Let's go there quickly. Miss Lulu deaf ear to his voice. Looking blankly at the big mirror on the sink. It seemed that something attracted his beard. I feel like his condition is not right. He stretched his neck and looked at the mirror. This time I was suddenly frightened. In the mirror, Lulu almost occupied the black pupils of the entire eye socket. The corners of the mouth are raised upwards. It seems to be laughing. This smile is so weird. His scarred face. Obviously there is no expression. But the corners of the mouth were upturned to an incredible level. It was like a pair of invisible hands pulling the corner of his mouth and hooking it hard. When Beard looked at him, he also noticed the black bearded eyes turning. Twist the neck. Opening his mouth towards his bearded. It's time to see someone giggling at the giggle. The beard has a great harm in his heart. This is not Lulu's voice at all. Could it be that she was possessed by a ghost? But it's not dark yet. Damn it. Damn it. Lulu had a thrilling smile. Extend your hands. Snatch hard into your face. Her face had scars and became clothed. If caught. Injured on the body. It's even more terrible. Stop. Beard didn't care about fear at this time. He rushed up and grabbed Lulu's hands. Lulu is like a dead fish. Flew wildly. Miss Lulu. You wake up. The beard relies on his strength. Control Lulu with one hand. The other hand caught the dogtooth dagger given by Luffy. Punched into Lulu's eyebrows. A drop of blackness pierced the skin. Blood flowed out. Lulu's body stiffened. I suddenly fainted. Beard hurriedly ran out of the women's bathroom with him on his back. I was afraid of being arrested as a hooligan. Lulu's body was cold and had no temperature. There was a faint smell of rotten odor at the tip of my beard and nose. He felt as if he was carrying a corpse that was about to decay. Lulu's body is dead and sank. I wanted to run out of the mall in one go. Go to the internet celebrity apartment and meet Luffy. Unexpectedly, Lulu's body became heavier and heavier. Like a heavy mountain. He was so strong that he was 1.8 meters tall and bent down. Steps are getting slower and slower. Huzi knows something is wrong. Want to let go of Lulu. Kellyulu's hands. But his feet were tightly wrapped around his body. Can't get rid of it at all. This location belongs to the corner of the mall. Almost no one. Huzi is sweating coldly. From the bathroom to the mall gate. The distance of just about 10 meters has become particularly far. Huzi was just when his beard couldn't hold on. Suddenly I heard Luffy's voice. Luffy waited at the door of the internet celebrity apartment for a long time. The two of them came over and guessed that something might be wrong. Hurry up. I happened to see the scene where my beard was carrying Lulu. In his eyes. Huzi's back is more than Lulu. A person has a dark shadow. Shadow. The black gas on his body constantly infected his beard. Despite the trembling feet of the beard. Still trying hard to move forward. Luffy quickly took out the gossip mirror. Shine towards your beard. The black shadow suddenly looked up. Luffy saw a pair of resentful eyes. But in just a moment the shadow disappeared. At the same time, my beard felt like my back was loose and the cold mountains pressed against me were gone. Only a light road left. Lu. Who's Z? How are you? Luffy nervously asked the ghost to press his body. In fact, it is a ghost attached to the vest of a living person. It's a living person. The yang energy on the shoulders. If people can't stand it, being overwhelmed to the ground, 2 young fires are extinguished. Fortunately, he came quickly. A little later. My beard is about to be cold. I'm fine. The beard is full of shame. The boss is too sorry. The first thing you told me about was not done well. This is an accident. How can you blame me? Luffy waved his hands. This mall is not popular enough. Can't bask in the sun inside. In addition, the toilet is a place for corpses. Who can come out to cause trouble? Who knows when Lulu goes to the bathroom? After all, it's just me useless. My beard was very frustrated. It's not that you are useless. But the backlash power of this sister is too powerful. After all, it is a ghost raised by gloomy wood. He hasn't had any life yet. If he was let to kill, Lulu can turn into a ghost. The only ones we both have fans who give away their heads. Luffy's expression was solemn. Pulling your beard. Step out of the mall quickly. Standing in the hot day under the sun. But my beard doesn't feel any heat. When he was in the evil spirit. More physical torture. And now. From another perspective. Seeing the power of evil things. It is a kind of fear from the heart. Why are you afraid? It's still time to regret it now. Luffy smiled. What the evil font does is the sound of dealing with evil things. This is just the beginning. Maybe you will encounter even more terrifying evil things in the future. This is just a terrible evil. When he hopes his beard can think clearly. Boss, I won't leave anymore, it's more dangerous. I also follow the Dingxie font. A man with a bearded gritted teeth. 1 spit and 1 nail. Retreat when encountering some difficulties. What a beard is my man who saw that he said so firmly. Luffy is no longer polite. He really needs help from this business. The two walked into the internet celebrity apartment with unconscious Lulu on their backs. When I arrived at the door of the room exposed on the 14th floor, Luffy applied a little incense ash to Lulu's hard hall. Increase yang energy. Then wake it up. Lulu opened her eyes tremblingly. His black pupils seemed to have dilated again and looked at the two of them in confusion. Manager Lu. Am I in the mall? Why did you go back to the apartment? When you go to the bathroom. Being possessed by evil. Beard told the story once again. Lulu's tears suddenly burst out. There is a hint of embarrassment and fear. Shiver. Am I doing something embarrassing? I saved you in time without a beard. Luffy rode. Open the door. Miss Lulu. We will save that sister tonight. Thinking of being saved. Lulu cheers up. He supported his weak body and opened the door. The three of them walked into the messy small apartment. Luffy mixed cinnabar into incense ash. Throw down the corner of the house. Form a circle of encirclement. Seal the entire house in it. Miss Lulu. Tonight. No matter what you see. Don't run out of the room when you hear anything. Do you understand? The only window is closed. Even with the light on. This messy little apartment also feels dim. The smell of the rancid smell is even more obvious. I see. I will work hard. Lulu sat on the small sofa full of clothes. Throw masks and sunglasses aside. On the scarred face. Full of fear. His body shivered. Lulu then used the remaining jus in the left hand of beard to write a pronunciation word that does not support this word for the time being. Boss. Is this a blessing? The beard looked at his palm novelly. Not this is a word that can be engraved with ghosts. Make a single branch. The old saying goes. People die and become ghosts. People know that ghosts are dead and do not support the pronunciation of this word. The ghost is afraid of encountering a ghost. You can use this word to type him. Luffy said seriously. You should be careful. Don't mess around. Understand. He held his right hand like a beard. With this word. He had a talisman. I feel a lot of confidence in my heart. Manager Lu. I want this word, too. Lulu heard it. He quickly stretched out his pale palm. Writing this word requires effort. I'll write it most one at a time. It would be useless to write with your own blood to support your sister's ghost spirit. Luffy rode. You all have protective things. Then wouldn't I be more dangerous? Lulu was worried. If the salvation is not successful, Luffy is just losing a business. But he lost his life. Since I have agreed to collect my sister's card, it will ensure your life is safe. If you don't believe we can leave now without taking any penny. Luffy doesn't care. The land cannot protect the shopkeeper Lu. I did not mean that. I'm just too scared. Lulu shook her head quickly. Luffy was the only one who was willing to help him. Beard said. What are you afraid of? My boss said it. If you ensure your safety, you will definitely do it. I believe you. Then are we just waiting for our sister to come out? Lulu squeezed out a flattering smile. Unfortunately, his face is scarred. This smile is not good looking. You are the same as usual. Do whatever you should do. Leave the rest to us. Luffy made a gesture like a beard. The two hid in two different corners on the left and right. Observe the sister's card quietly. Usually Lulu smiled sadly. I usually prepare for live broadcasts at this time. Now my account has been blocked. He walked to the computer desk. Turn on the computer. Looking at my banned millions of accounts. There are too many reluctances in my heart. In order to become a big internet celebrity. He is paid too much, but there are always new people in this industry. In order to maintain status. He had no choice but to buy a sister card. But what he never expected was that. Not only did the sister card not help him to recover the depressed. He also fell to this point. Even if you can survive this time. Will there be a chance to broadcast live in the future? Lulu caressed the scar on her face. I couldn't help but turn to look at the urn on the altar. Time passes minute by minute. Night is coming. The internet celebrity apartment is very noisy. Someone is playing music. Someone is talking loudly. From time to time, footsteps sounded in the corridor. The more noisy it is outside, the quieter the room is. Luffy shrank in the corner. I kept observing Lulu's condition. With the previous experience. He is now dealing with the evil house incident. I've been calmly hiding in front of the computer for a long time. The body is motionless. If it weren't for the slight ups and downs in the chest. It looks like a dead person with eyes open. The screen is now light. Sprinkled on his face. His pupils were dark and dull. There is no trace of glory. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth slowly raised upwards. A terrifying smile came. This smile was exactly the same as when he was in the mall bathroom. Beard's heart suddenly lifted up. Protect your left hand with the word ghostly written on it. Lulu laughed twice. Pick up cosmetics from the altar. Apply polish in front of the mirror. He applied his entire face to snow white lips. But with the most gorgeous lipstick on the cheeks. Thick blush on both sides. It looks like a paper dress used for sacrifice. She smiled satisfied while drawing. At first sight, I turned around and looked around at the room with black eyes. Do I look good? He swayed his voice. Ask a gentle question. Not Lulu's voice. Luffy held the wicker whip. Ready to go. Am I beautiful? Lulu asked the air. But no one answered. The smile suddenly became gloomy. Not pretty enough. I'm not pretty enough yet. I have more flesh on my body. My face isn't small enough. His face was ferocious. Pick up the eyebrow trimmer on the table. He whipped hard in his face. The sound of shaking sounded in the dim hut. Luffy saw that Lulu was going to harm himself again. Take action as soon as possible. He wrapped Lulu's hand holding the knife with the edge of the willow branch. Lulu let out a shrill scream. Black smoke rose from the arms. The willow branches hit the soul directly. Even if a ghost possesses a human, he can't hide. It's so good. Lulu takes advantage of the victory to pursue. Another whip. Lulu's body flashed. Dodge the bitch from an incredible angle. Damn it. Why help this bitch? He wants to yell at the poison. All the damn deserves to die. He had bleeding from his eyes. The scars on the face and body were squirming. Blood flows. Ferocious and terrifying. My beard makes my scalp numb. But still came out of the corner. And Luffy surrounded Lulu on the left and right. The two of them approached carefully. Lulu made a strange giggle in her throat. Luffy rushed towards the two of them like crazy. Waved the edge of the willow skeleton immediately. Fear flashed in Lulu's eyes. Body. It seems to be a weightless flip. Go away from this side. He took the opportunity to grab the beard with both hands. Such a bloody dead face. Very powerful visual impact. The beard's heart beats violently. He rushed to beat the left-handed Japanese out in a hurry. Lulu's body was hit by an invisible dramatic force. He was actually knocked out directly. Bumped over the sofa. I'm so good at it. The effect of defeating the Japanese is so good. Huzi suddenly became very arrogant. He and Luffy walked quickly towards Lulu. Luffy looked very excited. Don't dare to escape. Turning to the door. Want to escape. But I touched the incense ash next to the door again. Another pain. Get back. Before he can react. The willow branches were beaten down again. The black smoke echoed in the hut. But strangely, it was the voices of two women. What is the situation at the same time? Are there two ghosts? Luffy was shocked. Boss. Not afraid of both. It just so happens that each of us is one person. Who's he? Can't wait to show off. Another palm. He beat him out. Lulu hurriedly dodged. The body floats. Entered the bathroom. The next life. The lights in the apartment suddenly went out the whole room. Suddenly he fell into darkness. The odor in the darkness seems even more intense, stimulating Luffy's nasal cavity. He was afraid that the ghosts would attack in the darkness. I quickly turned on the flashlight of my cell phone. But the dim light can only illuminate a corner in front of you. He and Huzi both leaned against each other. Be careful to guard against the sound of running water in the surrounding bathrooms. Beard. If you can't go over and defeat the Japanese, it will be useless if they are made of flowers by water. Luffy said in a deep voice. I'll lure him out. As long as he appears, you can beat him with the devil immediately. No matter how many ghosts there are, we will collect them first. A good beard focuses on the head. Guarding at the bathroom door. Luffy pushed the goalkeeper's flashlight away. The light shone in. The small space is filled with water vapor. The vision was greatly blurred. Luffy narrowed his eyes and his eyes were dim. There seemed to be a figure hiding behind the shower curtain in the hazy state. Luffy is holding a cell phone in one hand to illuminate the light. Hold the edge of the willow thigh in one hand. Walking towards the shower curtain while stepping on the ground. Huzi stood outside the door. Looking at his back nervously. The figure behind the shower curtain was motionless. Passers-by opened the curtain with a slid sound. See what's inside. First, he whipped in. The sound of a whip hitting the air sounded. The figure behind the shower curtain turned out to be a piece of clothing hanging on the wall. Where are the passers-by? Luffy was anxious. Look left and right at the bathroom. That's that big. Where can he hide? Could it be that you jumped off a building? Luffy was shocked. Go check the windows quickly. This window is narrow and small. It can't tolerate an adult at all. Even Lulu is the beast before. Where did that person go? Luffy felt a little relieved. But he was also surprised and suspicious. The bathroom space is small. It's even more impossible in the cabinet. Tibetan. Did you sneak out of the bathroom when the lights are turned off? I was shocked when I thought of this. Beard. Being alone outside. Isn't he dangerous? Beard, be careful with Beard. I just heard Luffy's reminder. I felt a chill on my back. Then a pair of cold hands hugged his neck from behind. The more I collect, the more naked I become. In an instant, my beard feels cold all over. It seems that my body is frozen. Can't move at all. Even if you engrave the word ghost, you can't use it. Let go of Luffy's arrows. The bathroom whipped it behind Beard. The figure disappeared instantly. Hidden into the darkness. The Beard can breathe. He coughed violently while covering his neck. I'll go to the flashlight. A pair of black and green finger marks were left on his neck. Be careful about this path. It's hard to deal with if you're sly. Luffy applied some incense ash to his neck. Prevent entry into the body. Boss. I can hold on. Beard recovers. Twisted his neck and Luffy leaned against his back. I found it in the small house. The door is next to the locked door. The incense ash is intact. It can be seen that Lulu hid in the house before she went out. There are not many places where there are not big houses that can hide people. Under the wardrobe bed. Luffy and Beard looked at each other. Beard pulled open the wardrobe door suddenly. Luffy swung his whip in. There are only 2 messy clothes inside. There are only 2 places in the other place. Luffy squatted by the bed one by one. After nodding each other. Also lift the sheets. One can shine the gossip mirror in. One will write the word ghost in. But there was no movement under the bed. Isn't it because the 2 of them were surprised? Luffy signaled his beard to guard with the word. On the other hand, I bent down to check the flashlight under the bed, and it was lighted in little by little. There was only dust on the ground under the bed. Where is Lulu people? Do I look good? Luffy hasn't straightened yet. Suddenly, a cold sound came from the top of my head. Looking up. Suddenly my scalp exploded. Lulu's bloody dead face was hanging in the air. The corners of the mouth are cracked. The lips and teeth are full of bright red. It seems like I have just sucked blood. He attached himself to Lulu and sucked his blood. This means that Lulu has used blood skills to nourish him today. His ghost power increased greatly. Luffy shouted in his heart. Just as I was about to wave the willow bien Lu. Open your mouth. A fierce wind blows. Go straight to Luffy's face. He felt like he was hit by a truck. Dizzy. All internal organs are numb. The phone and the wicker side were removed. Fortunately, my phone fell into a pile of miscellaneous items. No breakage in the middle. It also provides faint lighting. The boss Beard is panicked. Hurry up and beat the Japanese in the direction of Lulu. But Lulu's body floated. It disappeared into the darkness again. Boss. How are you? Beard ran to Luffy quickly. Full of anxiety. Fortunately, I found him soon. Don't let him suck Lulu's blood dry. Otherwise he will become a ghost. We don't think about a way out either. Faye endured the severe pain. Stand up. Take out the gossip mirror. Looking at the dark hut. Brows pounding wildly. Could it be that it can be invisible without ghosts? But when ghosts are attached to humans, it is impossible for people's body to hide together. It must be hidden somewhere? Luffy was anxious. Huzi is also in a panic. My palms are sweating. He quickly blew with his mouth, for fear that the word repelling ghosts will be made into flowers. Do I look good? Suddenly, the tragic defeat was covered with scars. The face appeared behind him. Luzi was shocked. The word Kague was typing it behind him. But that time I was melted by sweat. Not working. Lulu opened her mouth and sprayed a cold wind. Careful. Luffy quickly pushed his beard away from Lu Feng. He rushed towards him. He quickly used the gossip mirror to resist it. In Feng was bounced back by the Bagua mirror. Lulu's figure flashed and disappeared again. The boss just saw the direction of Lulu disappearing on the beard on it. Pointing to the ceiling, Luffy immediately shone the gossip mirror upwards and heads to the ceiling. A strange black shadow flashed by. Luffy constantly adjusts the direction of the gossip mirror, tracking the black shadow. When the mirror is just aimed at the black shadow, a golden light suddenly lit up. Lock it. The black shadow was fixed. Can't move for the time being. Luffy and Beard saw clearly that the condition of the ceiling was all the hairs standing upside down. The dew of the road is like a gecko. On the ceiling, the mouth is full of blood. Both wrists have traces of bitten. I'm afraid I'll be a little later. The flesh on his hands was bitten to pieces by the ghost spirit. Go and find the edge of the willow twig. Luffy can't let go of the gossip mirror. Otherwise, Lulu would run away again. The time for the Bagua mirror to shock ghosts is limited. The good Beard hurriedly searched around. The light of the Bagua mirror is getting weaker and weaker. Time is coming. The Beard was sweating profusely. The Beard is about to disappear. Huzi finally found Willow Biao and whipped him. Luffy shouted, his beard and whipped. He tried hard to hit Lulu on the ceiling. With a swish, this side hit Lulu's stomach hard. In Shanglulu's body, two screams came at the same time. Falling down from the ceiling. Get him quickly. Luffy rushed over with Beard. Tormented. I caught Lulu's crazy struggle. His strength is so terrifying. He opened his bloody mouth and bit Luffy. Seeing that bloody mouth was about to bite his arm, Luffy quickly blocked the gossip mirror in the middle. The mirror lights up and the road is shocked. Taking advantage of this skill, Luffy asked his Beard to hold Lulu. He picked up the willow whip and whipped Lulu. Lu Jie beat ghosts and the ghost energy on Luli's body became weaker and weaker. But at the same time, his own body is getting weaker and weaker. And every time the whip hit him, two screams sounded wrong. Luffy stopped and looked at Lulu. There is a sound in it. How come it is like Lulu's willow with the ghost corpse? But it won't cause much harm to people. Luffy flows. At most strength will leave some red marks on him. It will be fine in a few days. Why did Lulu scream so badly? It was as if his soul was whipped too. What's wrong with the boss? Beard asked puzzledly. At this time, Lulu had struggled less than that. As long as Luffy continues to whip, it will definitely eliminate the ghost spirit completely. I think there is something wrong. Luffy frowned. If there are really two ghosts, there will be two things to deal with us just now. But it only attaches to Lulu from beginning to end. Maybe they all attach to Lulu. Beard guess. This is impossible. People may be followed by many ghosts, but there is only one possessed by a ghost. Because the capacity is only so much. It's like a cup of water that can only hold one cup of water, instead of two cups. Luffy explained. Why is Lulu? Huzi didn't understand. Luffy said in a deep voice. I don't think he's totally telling the truth. He still has something to hide from us. He's almost dead. Not telling the truth yet. What did he think? Huzi was shocked. Then I have to ask himself. This is how it will be tonight. Let's talk about it when you're asked tomorrow. With the lesson from last time, Luffy will never do it easily. Everything must be clear. Besides, then what should he do? A pair of beards on Lulu. The extremely resentful gaze shuddered. This is easy to deal with. Luffy took out the remaining incense ash and scattered it on Lulu's body. He also placed the gossip mirror opposite my sister's rib urn. Use the gossip mirror to eat the whip that passes by the willow branches. The power of the ghost has become much weaker. You can temporarily calm it down with the Bagua mirror. Lulu rolled her eyes. Dizzy. Luffy and Beard dare not rest. Staying in the rotten house all night. The windows are not opened until dawn to breathe. Xingxing Beard shook Lulu's shoulders and woke him up. Lulu opened her eyes in a daze. I felt pain all over my body. Seeing the two people standing by the window, I couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Am I saved? Are you going to die? Luffy said coldly. What a shock. Struggled to get up. Looking at Luffy in disbelief. Didn't you say you would save me? You don't keep your word. It's not that I don't keep my word. But you didn't tell us the truth from beginning to end. Luffy snorted coldly and was stunned. The eyes flashed. Why didn't I tell the truth? That's the case. Then please ask Gao Ming. Luffy's expression was cold. He was about to leave with his beard. Etc. You can't leave. Lulu stumbled out of bed and stopped the two of them. You said you wanted to save me. How can you give up halfway? Then are you willing to tell the truth? Luffy advised. At this time, don't hide it anymore. Tell me if you have anything. We were going to successfully conquer that ghost yesterday. Stop only when you find something wrong. What happened last night? Behind being possessed by a ghost, Lulu has no memory. This is his wrist that saw his bitten. The already bloodless face turned pale a little bit again. The ghost spirit wanted to suck your blood beard dry. We temporarily controlled him last night. But as soon as we leave today, you will definitely die. The blood-sucking dew reveals the body's weakness. A face full of pain and fear. But I really didn't hide it. I bought your sister's card by accident. I don't know why he is so fierce. Luffy looked at him and said. I suspect that your soul is already tied to my sister spirit. Eliminate the sister spirit. Your soul will disappear. Even if you survive by chance, he will also become a fool. So when I whipped Lulu with wicker last night, only then will there be two screams at the same time, the souls are tied together. Why is this happening? Lulu doesn't want to believe it, right? Because I offered her blood. I'm afraid it's not that simple. I always feel that his behavior is not like a ghost. More like for Luffy. Recalling some of Lulu's symptoms. Rotten smell. Fear of the sun. Miss Lulu. Excuse me. Can I look at your back? What's wrong with my back? Lulu didn't mind that he knew that he was not good looking at all now. Luffy couldn't have taken advantage of him. He swallowed his clothes. The back of the body. Thick. The smell is full of rotten smell. This look. Luffy and Beard all got goosebumps all over their bodies. There was a large piece of oval flesh rotting on Lulu's back. But he himself couldn't feel it. And the traces of decay tend to spread around them. What's wrong? What's wrong with my back? Lulu can't see it herself. Inquire about asking. Your back has begun to rot. Luffy said in a deep voice. Sister Spirit is not just trying to kill you. She was taking over the body and rotting her body. Fear of the sun. All are side effects caused by taking over the body. Lulu was stunned. Even if my sister's urn is made of gloomy wood, it can only be even more powerful. Luffy looked straight at Lulu. So Miss Lulu, what did you hide? Lulu trembled all over. The eyes are red. But I couldn't shed tears. About the sister card. I really didn't hide it. I received a private message after the live broadcast that day. That person told me. He has a way to restore my popularity. I was also confused. I bought it from him after believing him. This is the process of this sister card. I don't know that person. The thing is also the expression of Lulu that she delivered to me. Not like lying. So, have you done other things wrong? Luffy asked again. Taking over a body is not just a body. The birth date and 8 characters must be consistent. If you just bought an eagle brand by accident, how could it be so coincidental? It must be that person who deliberately harmed me. Lulu cried. So how did he know your birth date? As far as I know, the birthday you left online is fake. Actually, Luffy guessed this for a birthday fraud. Because of the black material related to Lulu on the internet. There is a revelation about changing age. Lulu seemed to think of some tears still there. The face was full of incredible. Only 2 people know my real birthday. But how could it be him? Whoever Bing Bing Lulu. One exit Luffy and Beard were shocked. Looking at each other. Bing Bing? Not your good sister? Maybe he is jealous of me being too popular. So I found someone to make an eagle card to harm me. Lulu drooped her head. I guess Luffy thought about it. But it is unlikely to shake your head. If Bing Bing really knows this kind of person, he doesn't need to buy annotations from the evil font. Just buy a powerful eagle card. And he will take you to the evil font to buy fortune-telling items. If he is jealous of you, there is no need to do this at all. I don't know what he thought. Lulu wants to cry without tears. I treat her as my best sister. Even if she is not popular. I've never disliked her. Share everything with her. Except for her. I can't think of anyone else. The beard is strange. Didn't you say there were 2 people who knew your birthday? There is another one. That person is impossible. Lulu shook her head affirmatively. Why is she dead? This answer was beyond Luffy's expectations. Bing Bing and me, and she. The 3 of us came to Jiangcheng from a small town to work hard. We joined the same MCN company. Created different personalities for us. Lulu sighs. Telling the past with pride. I am Tian Mayphone. Bing Bing is the cold wind and sunny. Because the most ordinary appearance. So you can only use inspirational characters. I'm the first to make it happen. Although Bing Bing is not alive. But it's still possible to go on. Only Xiaoqin is the most unlucky. This is a society that looks at faces. Even if she is the hardest of us. Still can't survive. Maybe because of the big gap. She gradually became distant from us. Later I heard that she failed to undergo plastic surgery. Later, there was news that she jumped off the building and committed suicide. That's why I said it must be that she has been dead for half a year. It can only be Bing Bing. A complicated sneer appeared on Lulu's face that was dissatisfied with the scar. Being a sister for so long. Of course I know how much she thinks about it. There can only be one sister in a company. She's in a good momentum now. As long as I fall. The position of the no one sister is not hers. For this kind of plastic sisterhood. Luffy and Beard don't know what to say. But no matter what. It is already a fact to take over the body. It doesn't make sense to worry about the reasons now. The most important thing is to save Lulu's life first. If it's a body-taking position, you can't force it. I must first separate my sister Lin from you. Otherwise you will be scattered. How to separate Luffy's scattered path? Lulu is in pain. But in order to survive, she must cheer up. I only know one way is risky. You will also be in pain. Luffy thought. I'm not afraid. Only survive. I'm willing to take risks. Lulu grits her teeth. She has been tortured to death. Nothing good except life. Lost good. You have a rest first. I'll prepare things. Luffy couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Originally a woman who was as beautiful as a flower. He was turned into an ugly monster full of stinking smell. This is the end of getting involved in evil things. I don't want to stay here alone. Luffy said immediately. Huzi is here to accompany you. Luffy looked at his beard. Huzi said that he was definitely optimistic this time. Lulu won't let him get into trouble. Lulu was relieved. Luffy endured his fatigue. Go out to buy things without stopping. It took a whole morning to abandon the things that separated the soul. In addition, I bought some medicine and gauze to treat the wound. Help Lulu bandage the wound. Lulu looked at Luffy seriously. I couldn't help crying again. The best sisters try every means to kill themselves. I've known Luffy for a few days. But he sincerely helped himself. Manager Lu. Thank you. Don't say that. You are my customer. Take good care of customers. It's my duty. Luffy was calm and authentic. You are so outstanding. There should be many girls who like it. Lulu couldn't help but touch the scars on her face. He knew that his ugly appearance was not worthy of the other party now. I look like a ghost now. I'm afraid no one will like it again. That's not to say. The medical beauty industry is very developed now. There is definitely a way to treat your scars. Besides, isn't the most important thing for a person? Yeah. Lulu fell into silence. Perhaps it was because the wicker weaving worked. This day, my sister's spirit was not at work. The three of them all had some rest time. In the evening, Luffy began to prepare. He took out a brush and dipped it in Lulu's fingertips. Written his birth date on a piece of yellow paper. Then stuffed the yellow paper into a scarecrow. Then let Lulu blow her breath at the scarecrow. The scarecrow has his breath and birth date. Become his stand-in. Wait until night. Sister awakens. Luffy will find a way to put him on the straw. I can't write ghost words today. Luffy thought about it. Still reluctantly split the beard. A beard with evil-proof talisman was very happy. He knew very well how powerful this evil-proof talisman was. I was careful to receive the word intimate and it was not a pat on it. In the end, Luffy asked his beard to apply mud on his facial features with him. Boss. What is this for? I finally found this mud. What we take is the soil in the wet and humid places that cannot be shined by the sun. It can cover the aura of living people on us. That sister is very cunning. I was worried that he would not come out if he knew we were there. The boss is still thoughtful. Beard convinced. Prepare. The two of them hit again. Lulu sat alone on the sofa with fear. Even if we know that Luffy and the other are still uneasy. These days, he never dared to look in the mirror. I'm afraid of seeing my ugly appearance. No courage to live. He didn't know what his fate would be. All hope can be put on Luffy. The night is getting darker and darker. The entire internet celebrity apartment has become quiet. Sister Ling showed no sign of showing up. Lulu couldn't help but doze off. Been tortured for several days. She has been exhausted physically and mentally. After a while, he fell asleep on the sofa. Huzi was anxious several times and wanted to ask Luffy. Is that Sister Ling not coming out? Luffy used his eyes to signal him to calm down. Time comes to the second half of the night. Since I didn't have a good rest last night. Lu-E gradually attacked. The beard couldn't help but yawn. I feel my eyelids are getting heavier. Even Luffy couldn't hold on. Suddenly, Luffy felt a bone-broken chill. I immediately woke up cleverly. He raised his head. He suddenly met a pair of resentful eyes. Lulu woke up at some point. Zheng Ying looked at Luffy's hiding place with sympathy. The black eyes were full of chill. Those eyes are full of resentment. It's definitely not Lulu's sister Ling has awakened. Now it is him who dominates Lulu's body. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes. She is really furry all over. Luffy tried his best to control his discomfort. Keep yourself motionless. Because she knew that she wanted to block the aura of a living person. As long as Niba doesn't move around. Other side. You can't sense your existence. Sure enough, in less than 2 seconds. Lulu looked away. His black eyes turned and looked around the room with vigilance. It seems to be observing whether there are other people's eyes. When sweeping past the beard, Beard felt his heart almost jump out. Fortunately, Lulu quickly withdrew her gaze. He walked to the dressing table. Pick up the cosmetics. Putting on the face. Soon. My face was covered with snow and white makeup. He smiled satisfiedly in the mirror. Do I look good? That pale face in the mirror. With hideous scars. The face is full of slutty and ugly, and it is not good looking. Still not good looking enough. It seems that I didn't get the answer I wanted. Lulu's expression became gloomy. Reaching to grab the things on the table. Tools such as knives have been put away by Luffy. Lulu can't find it. Suddenly became impatient. Turned the table upside down. Not pretty enough. Not small enough face. Not strong enough. He overturned the table wildly. Trying to smash everything in the house. Suddenly I felt something stopping my hand and my neck twisted over. The black eyes looked in a certain direction. There is a little scarecrow. Holding an eyebrow-squeezing knife. Waved gently at him. Lulu's eyes lit up suddenly. He rushed towards the scarecrow. The scarecrow jumped gently. Lulu lost in vain. Looking up, I saw the scarecrow waving in front of me. He rushed over again. That's all. Between stumbles. Lulu stepped on the red rope ring. The red rope tightens immediately. He tied up his two-legged legs. And Beard. A man holding the rope. Don't let Lulu move forward. The scarecrow is right in front of Lulu. Lulu's feet cannot move. Wave your hands desperately to grab them. But it's always just a little bit. In desperation. A blurry black shadow gradually emerged from the top of his head. That is the true body of my sister ghost spirit has taken effect. Luffy was overjoyed. Pulling the rope in your hand harder. The ghost spirits will not appear from Lulu's body little by little. Trying to catch the scarecrow. Every time I catch it. The scarecrows are backing a little bit. A painful expression appeared on Lulu's face. It's like the flesh is separating. It's a kind of body that hurts the most. Involuntarily followed the ghost to lean forward Luffy. Gripping his teeth and Beard tightened the rope. With their efforts, the ghost gradually completely escaped from Lulu's body. He rushed into the scarecrow. The scarecrow moved tremblingly. He took the eyebrow-squeezing knife and cut his face apart. Luffy immediately threw off the rope and rushed up. The scarecrow is very alert. The ghost came out instantly. Want to get into Lulu's body. Luffy hurriedly skewed the willow branches. Whipped over. The ghost retreated in a hurry. Huzi quickly sealed Lulu's facial features with incense ash. Luffy shouted and waved the wicker side. Don't let ghosts approach the tiger's son. Do as it is now. In a hurry, the incense whispered. Lulu's face was sealed. The ghost spirit can no longer return to Lulu's body. Suddenly became angry. Carrying the fierce and gloomy wind, rushing towards the road. Faye took out the gossip mirror and blocked it. The golden light lit up and the wind dissipated. Luffy waved the willow branches. Whip at the ghost spirit in panic. Running around in the small apartment. Every time I get whipped by wickers. Once. The figure shrank 3 inches. Can't afford to offend Luffy. He threw himself at his Beard. But Beard has a dog-tooth dagger in his hand. He also carries an evil-proof talisman on his body. He didn't get any advantage either. In desperation. The urn made of gloomy wood was drilled back. Very good. Luffy was waiting for this moment. He quickly stepped forward and took out his evil-proof talisman. Posted on the urn. The urn trembled a few times. Quiet completely. Become a sister, ghost spirit, and was sealed in an urn. As long as Luffy opens the box under the sun. Expose his ashes to the sun. He was completely wiped out. Luffy breathed a long sigh of relief. Only then did I feel that my clothes were wet with sweat. Boss. We've succeeded. Successfully. Get Luffy's affirmation. Beard's heart also stomped down. Sighing with breath. It is really not easy to collect evil houses. After the two of them had enough rest. Help Lulu clean up the incense ash on her face. And lifted him onto the bed. Beard opens the window. Let fresh air flow in. The smell of rottenness in the house is really bad. He felt like he had been here for a long time. This smell is also stained with the body. The two moved the chairs. Sitting by the window waiting for dawn. Feel the cool air at night. When a person relaxes. The feeling of fatigue surged up. But just in case. Neither dared to sleep. There is a chat that refreshes the spirit. The boss has a beard. Take out a pack of cigarettes. I don't know how to shake my head. If you hadn't seen your power. You don't look like a master who can conquer evil things. Serious. Beautiful and fair looking. Don't smoke. Don't drink alcohol. Instead, he looks like a student who has not graduated. Beard lit a cigarette himself. Dispel odor. It makes him feel comfortable that he can still drink some cigarettes without smoking. Luffy smiled. When I was a kid, I'd bought a pack of cigarettes secretly. Learned to smoke on TV. I think I look handsome. After my grandfather discovered it, he had a meal of fried pork with bamboo shoots. He said to do our job. Can't get involved in those bad habits. Wine, sex, wealth and energy will damage the yang energy. If the yang energy is weak, it cannot handle those dirty things. Tobacco and alcohol can damage yang energy. Huzi suddenly felt that the cigarette in his hand was no longer fragrant. I didn't know whether to draw or not. It's fine. Many bad habits hurt yang energy. For example, staying up late. Are we just staying up late now? Yang energy can also be restored. How about it? Beard hesitated. Or put out the cigarette butts. A simple 12-word mantra. Eat and drink well. Go to bed early and get up early. Exercise. It's that simple. The beard is incredible. Simple, simple. Luffy spread his hands. But you can see how many people can do this, and it was also a hint of beard. Looking at Lulu on the bed, he said. Actually, this road do is quite pitiful. Boss. Do you think his face can be raised? I'm afraid it's difficult. Don't there be many treasures in the evil font? Is there anyone who can restore his face? Before Luffy can answer, the window suddenly sounded. It seemed like I was hit by a little stone. Yes. At first, the two didn't care. After a moment, I was stunned on the 14th floor. Where did the little stone come from? The two looked out the window cautiously. I saw a pair of miserable green eyes suddenly bumping into it. He rushed directly to the urn on the table. The two were shocked. They were birds covered in darkness. Like a crow. But looking at the eyes, it was a ghostly green. Where did the strange bird come from? Get out of here. Seeing the black bird pounce on the urn, Huzi quickly reached out to beat him. Unexpectedly, his fingers actually passed through the black bird. After a closer look, I found that the black bird is condensed from a thick ball of black mist. This is the ghost bird Luffy's shock. This bird is made of Een energy. There are no corpses at all. Seeing that the bird's claws had already grasped the river of ashes, he quickly picked up the willow branches and whipped them. The ghost bird flapped its wings. Flexible avoidance. Holding the urn, flying out the window. Let me go. Quick eyes and hands. Hold the bone in time. The half of the river is very fast. To turn back immediately. Using a sharp bird will peck at the beard's hand. Let go, beard. Luffy shouted anxiously. Wave the willow branches and fight toward the ghost bird. The ghost bird in the valley entered the body with the Een energy. Huzi's hand may be useless. Fortunately, the ghost bird hides from the willow branches. The hand that didn't peck at the beard. But his body is extremely flexible. But old age is fast. Luffy didn't even hit him on a few sides. Mama. Finally conquered the ghosts. How can you pick up this trick? And the bird and tiger were holding the urn tightly. The muscles on the arm are slamming. Always too hard and turn white. He actually pulled the urn back. Seeing this, the ghost bird. Open your mouth and scream twice next moment. A large group of ghost birds flapped their wings. Crashing towards the two of them. Beard let go. This is not the amount that the wicker whip can handle. Luffy took out his gossip mirror and shone it towards the flock of birds pressing against the crows. The stars are lit up. The ghost bird shot by the light suddenly turned into ashes. But the mirror's surface has limited exposure range. Several ghost birds flew into the window. Think hard. Beard and beard are loose. Luffy shouted anxiously. Huzi let go unwillingly. The urn was immediately taken out of the window by the ghost bird. It disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Mama. Where did the ghost stuff come from to grab things from us? Huzi stomped his feet in anger. Don't worry about beard. You see, what is this? Luffy picked up a few from the window. Dusty black hair. What is this? The beard is confused. My sister's hair is dripping. The urn cracked in the battle just now. His hair is mixed in part. The ashes leaked. What's the use of this hair? What we want is not a gloomy Trojan horse. With hair, you can find gloomy wood. Luffy looked out the window. The direction of the ghost bird's disappearing. His eyes narrowed coldly. Hurry up to grab something from the evil font. I want to see who the other person is. The duck that I got flew away. He could not see this tone. It's dawn on the eastern road. Lulu woke up in a daze. Open your eyes. The first thing is to find Luffy. Luffy's cabinet is right in the house. Just a little sunshine. Shine in through the window. Have I been saved this time? He asked carefully. I feel like there is an indescribable emptiness and loss in my body. It seems that something important is lost. Sister Ling is separated from your body. You saved your life for the time being. Luffy replied. Lulu was very sensitive for the time being. I noticed Luffy's words. The urn was stolen. Your crisis has not been completely resolved. But don't worry. I'll find this person. Luffy's expression was calm and authentic. But Lulu felt a chill stolen from the calm. Who can't figure out who? Who would steal such a bad thing? Of course, it is someone who uses gloomy wood to raise ghosts. Isn't that intentionally harming me? The Lulu grabbed the corner of her clothes angrily. It must be Luffy who looked at him. You'd better leave this apartment. Find a farther place to hide for a few days. Wait until I've done it. We'll give you news. Am I alone? Sister Ling has disconnected from you. As long as you don't tell others where you are. The other party can't find you. I still want to stay with you. Lulu looked at Luffy pitifully. Luffy is here. He feels safe. No. You will become a burden. Luffy shook his head firmly. If Lulu is in her sisterling, she will have another opportunity to take advantage of. All his efforts and Beard had in vain. All right. Seeing that Luffy's tone had no room for negotiation, Lulu had no choice but to agree. Then he simply cleaned up. I found a hotel near Antique Street to stay in. Thinking that this place is close to the evil font. If there is anything, it's easy to ask Luffy for help. In the pawn shop, Luffy took out a few black hair wrapped in a tissue. The boss relies on these few hairs. You can really find someone to grab the gloomy wood. It's not that Beard doesn't believe in Luffy's ability. But anxious and angry. Do you remember that I told you that evil things will find their own home, Luffy? Slightly authentic. Of course I remember. How could my Beard forget the picture of the copper coin standing up by herself when she was in the past? He deeply shocked his views. The same goes for this hair. He also looks for his own urn. Luffy found yellow paper and scissors. Picking up a small paper man. Then pick up the pen and write a birthday character on it. Isn't this Lulu's birth date? The Beard said strangely. You forgot that Lulu's horoscope is the same as that of Sister Lin. Luffy smiled faintly. Tie those hairs to the paper man. Then I ordered a stick of white wax and placed it in front of the paper man. After a moment, it seems like a candlelight is blowing. It turned green. The paper man who was originally lying on the table stood up on his own. The good guy feels that his 3 views are impacted again. Keep up. We can find the urn of this paper man. Luffy took the paper man in his hand and went to the warehouse to get something. Walk out of the Antique Street with your Beard. Where is the handsome guy going to take a car? The driver asked. You drive forward first. I'll tell you to go wherever you go. Luffy rode. You are deliberately looking for trouble. The driver was about to stare. Luffy took out $200 bills. No need to ask for it. Let's go. The driver collected the money. The attitude changed by 180 degrees. Smiling with eyebrows. Step on the accelerator. Taxis will enter traffic. Turn left and run. Receive it to the right at the intersection in front. Under the influence of superpowers. No matter which direction Luffy points. The drivers all have a good attitude to taste. Taxis in the city. Shuttle through the streets and alleys. Turn left and right all the way to stop. The driver immediately braked. Stop the master. Thank you. Good driving skills. Luffy nodded slightly to the driver. Open the door and get off the car. The Beard follows right afterwards. Handsome guy walks slowly. I will take my car when I have time. The driver looked at the price of 50 yuan on the meter. I drove away happily. Luffy stood in front of a narrow and dirty alley. There are a group of chaotic buildings on both sides of the alley. This is a village in the city. The most chaotic and dilapidated place in Zhengcheng. Walking up your legs and walking into the narrow alley. A mustache looking around. I hurriedly followed the trash can in the corner. It smells bad. The wires above the head divide the sky into many blocks like spider webs. Standing in front of the window in front of the building, you can shake hands with the person on the opposite building. There are many and chaotic buildings here. No planning. All kinds of mixed feelings that are chaotic. Like a maze. It is easy for people who come here for the first time to get lost. But Luffy has more. Afterwards, the pace was fast. I came to a rustic self-built downstairs in one breath. That's it. Luffy looked up at the 7th floor house. A typical rental house. There are several compartments on each floor. Where is the old car man? I'll drive the car right now. The Beard couldn't wait to snatch the things he called for. I see he's impatient to live. Don't worry. The gloomy wood must be brought back. But fighting with foreign ghosts. Care must be taken. Luffy looked around and found this rental building. There is a small mahjong hall across from you. I'll treat you to tea. The two went to the tea house. Sitting near the window, I fell off. 2 cups of tea, Beard. You take a break first. I came to watch Luffy and took a sip and said. The Beard waved his hand quickly. This doesn't work. There is no reason why the boss is going to sleep. I'll do it. The boss hasn't had a rest for 2 nights. You go to bed first. I can withstand it. Foreign ghosts have a special aura. Unable to see it for ordinary people. Then I won't sleep either. I'll be with you to watch me. Just sleep for a while. If you don't have the strength, how do you beat someone? Luffy glared at him. Then he leaned against the back of the chair in disappointment. Close your eyes. Who knew that I was so active just now? In less than 2 seconds. He started to sleep. Luffy is a little bit tidy. He shook his head. I looked at the little paper man in my hand. Look at the rental building opposite. Although I didn't sleep for 2 nights. But he felt a sense of anger in his heart. Instead, it's not sleepy. Urban village. Everyone has a rental building. From time to time, people come in and out. Luffy only glanced at it. I know that there is no ghost-raising person, but it is angry. But Luffy was particularly calm. He slowly drank tea. I also ordered some snacks to fill my stomach. At dusk, there is a man in black. Walk out of the rental building. This person is not tall. Slim body. Even walking in the sun. It also gives people a gloomy feeling. The ghost-raising man is separated by a street. Luffy could also clearly see that the energy on his body was him. Beard, wake up. It's time to do work. Luffy woke up Beard and waited for the man in black to leave. 2 people entered and went into the rental building. With the guidance of the paper man, Luffy is relaxed. Just find a door. Boss. I'll open the door in Beard. Look at this kind of simple rental building, there will be no surveillance. He took a piece of paper and pen. Fold into slender strips. Insert it into the keyhole. After a few turns, with the sound of the door, my Beard opened twice. Luffy raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. In the past, to make a living, I've learned a little Beard in everything. Sorry. This is not a brilliant technique. If the other party hadn't stole the gloomy wood, he doesn't know how to push the door open either. Beard walked in first. This room is very small. It's only more than 10 square meters. There are simple furniture. The curtains are pulled up. The house is darker. The smell of incense ash is filled with the air. The 2 soon found the altar in the corner of the wall. The gloomy wooden urn stands upright there. Very good. Fortunately, that guy didn't carry the gloomy wood on his body. The Beard was overjoyed. This is not a blessing. But the other party will definitely not take the urn out. Because my sister's bell was beaten by the willow branches. The soul is unstable and needs rest. Can't see the road of light. Fabian said. Then he walked towards the altar. Then what are you waiting for? Luckily, take it back. Beard reached out and wanted to get it. Be careful, Luffy grabbed him. Because at this time, a few black shadows in Shao Luo flew towards the 2 of them quickly. The miserable green eyes flashed with gloomy light. It was the ghost duck in Huzi I saw last night who held Luffy and stuffed a ball of gray and white into his Beard's hand. Huzi looked closely. It was actually a snake's skin. He was too late to do this. Asked the ghost crow has rushed to the front. He instinctively retreated. But I found that the ghost duck suddenly stopped in front of him. It seems to be very scared. I dare not get close to anything. Huzi walked forward. Those ghost ducks retreated in fear. Everything is mutually generated and restrained. What you hold is exactly the birds you can do. Of course they were afraid. Luffy smiled faintly. 2 snakes are retracted. The 2 happen to be one of them, a black ghost duck flapping its wings. Wandering around them. Just don't dare to get close. The strange horn in a hurry made the boss a big fuss. This is also a treasure of the evil font. The tiger suddenly felt like he was buried in the ground. Luffy calmly put on his pistol. The ashes were taken from the altar. Stop. Just then. The door is fierce. The state of the state is roaring on the wall and the door is. It was the man in black who was panting. 2 silly eyes. Staring at Luffy with hatred, putting down the urn. He shouted coldly. Why is Luffy not surprised? Any giant duck in this room can inform him. Yesterday, Yang Gairan's light and shadow ghost flying could become his ears and eyes. You dare to take him away. I will tell you that there is no place to die. The man in his clothes was watching the light. You can try it. Luffy opened the curtains. The faint afterglow of the setting sun shines in. He raised his urn. The sun is approaching. I'm afraid I'm not dead yet. He was wiped out first. You dare to be the man in black, suddenly furious. Those ghosts clamored around Luffy. Can be restrained by natural enemies? Still can't get close to me? Why don't you dare? Luffy's face was irrelevant. What I want is the gloomy wood. Not the ghost inside. The man takes risks of stealing gloomy woods. Obviously. The ghosts inside are very important to him. The beast is indeed a man in black gritting his teeth. But he dared not act rashly. He didn't understand what the other party did. Even the ghost girl dared not get close to her. I could only curse loudly in anger. You are beasts. For a little money, I helped that vicious woman. People like you should go to hell. Let your mother be furious. It's obviously you who raise ghosts and harm people for money. He can even turn the tables. I won't beat you today. You're looking for teeth all over the ground. My name is not Zhao. Said. He pulled the snake into his clothes and stuffed it. He swung his fist and smashed it at the man in black. The man in black has trembling eyes. Wave your hands and direct the ghost girl to resist. But Guaya couldn't get close to her beard at all. The beard reached his side in just 2 steps. He punched him hard. The man in black fell to the ground. Nose bleeding. Huzi only punched him. Not satisfied. He swung his fist again. Unexpectedly, this ghost-raising man couldn't help but beat him up. 3. After 4 fists, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Although the ghosts are suppressed. But for a long time. Inchi enters the body. The man in black gritted his teeth and became weak. No ghost protection. Only the beating. The beard stepped on her back. Swear. Stealing our evil-size things to seek death. Evil font size. You are people with evil characters. The man in black face was covered in blood. Unbelievable Luffy. The world is full of evil characters. It turns out that I will also help people with money. I dare to say nonsense that I exert force on my feet. You obviously received the money. Raising ghosts and harming people. He even slandered the reputation of the evil font. The pain came from the surface. The man in black endured the pain. Screaming with a ferocious expression. I confiscated the money. I'm going to kill that bitch. It was her that forced Xiaoqin to death. I want to avenge Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin Luffy frowned. Lulu mentioned a sister last night. It's called Xiaoqin Beard. Strangely. Didn't Xiaoqin commit suicide by jumping off the building? If it weren't for her, Xiaoqin wouldn't have jumped off the building. He concealed the live broadcast room of the Water Army to hate Xiaoqin. The inspirationality of scolding Xiaoqin is a fake character. Calling Xiaoqin ugly. He also fooled Xiaoqin to go for plastic surgery. The man in black roared at the top of his lungs. That black hospital was also Xiaoqin she introduced to Xiaoqin. The plastic surgery failed. Only when you have lost all your thoughts will you jump off a building. Xiaoqin will go to a dead end. What wasn't her pussy? He just didn't push the piano down with his own hands. But isn't she the murderer? I just want to kill her to avenge Xiaoqin. This is completely different from what Lulu said. The beard was shocked. But he was a little bit skeptical. You made this up. Don't think this is the case. They will let you go, why do I change? I just want that vicious woman to die. The man in black is distorted. The eyes are full of anger of hatred. That is an expression that only ends with hatred. You can't pretend. Luffy looked at her thoughtfully. Who are you, Xiaoqin? I'm her boyfriend. We will get married at the end of the year. That vicious woman took advantage of me to do things in other places and forced Xiaoqin to death. I didn't protect Xiaoqin. I'm not a qualified husband. The man in black shed tears of regret. But you don't just want to kill Lulu. Do you still want to Bebo? Yes. What's the use of killing her? Xiaoqin can't come back. Unless Xiaoqin survives with her body. The man in black smiled in a twisted manner. Their horoscopes are exactly the same. Xiaoqin used to treat her as her best sister. He also celebrated his birthday with her. Xiaoqin's mistake is that she is too kind. Too weak. Then believed that she killed Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin survived with her body. What is this, not God's will? Hu Qing saw what the other party said so decisively. Have no idea for a moment. Looking at Boss Luffy with a consulting gaze. Do you think what she said is true? It's true. Luffy rode. Whether it is to use expensive gloomy wood to raise ghosts. Or take risks. Snatch the gloomy wood back. They all represent the importance of the ghost to her. The beard is stunned. It turns out that this is the truth. It's not Bingbing who is asking someone to plot against Lulu. But Lulu himself killed others. Being stabbed by someone to take revenge is the consequence. To some extent. She ended up in this incomplete end. She deserves to help this evil woman. You are not a good thing about evil. The man in the clothes is staring at Luffy fiercely. The hatred was vented on him. Luffy is not angry. He even had some sympathy. This man who was distorted by hatred. Lulu is hateful. But your methods are also harmful to nature. Our shoes are good. Not helping anyone. It's just taking on a business. I just want this gloomy wood. Your grudges are yelling with me. Luffy waved his beard. Motioned to him to let go of his black clothes. The man has nothing to do with you. It's really funny. You deal with Xiaoqin. Isn't it just helping that vicious woman? Return Xiaoqin to me. The man in black rushed towards Luffy regardless of everything. But he was kicked away by Beard and couldn't get up for a long time. Just then. The urn in Luffy's hand shaking violently. A black shadow emerged from it. At the risk of being exposed to the sun. Flying desperately towards the man in black. Xiaoqin, don't panic in black. Shouting the ghost flying over. The man opened his arms and stood in front of him. Please don't hurt him. Xiaoqin. Don't ask for such people. The man in black hurriedly took off his clothes. Covering the sunshine for ghosts and spirits. Actually, I'm very tired. I don't want to take revenge anymore. My stay in the world will only drag you down. I feel it's time for me to leave. The ghost shook his head. No. You can't leave. Xiaoqing. You can't leave. Man in black. Have an ominous premonition. He has been disfigured. I felt the pain I had suffered. The ghost shook his head sadly. In fact, even if I took his body away, I can only live in the world like a walking corpse. Can't see light. Enduring the pain of body rot every day. Is it really meaningful to live like this? I can think of a solution. It can cure his body. Real. You believe me. The man in black is anxious to say that people are talking about it. Ghosts have their own way. Forced to leave ghosts in the world against heaven. And there will be no good results. As a ghost-raising man, how could he not know? He just doesn't want to face reality. I'm really tired. Brother Sean. I stay in the world. It will only make you more painful. Forgot we can live well. The ghost flew to the end. A touch of sunset. Facing black clothes. The man smiled freely. Don't wear black. The man waved his hand desperately. Let the ghosts fly away. Cover the sun for ghosts and spirits. But Guaya just turned into ashes with his body. The man in black stumbled and ran away. Do. Only hold on to the floating black and gray. Xiaoqing. He knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Luffy and Beard are in a complicated mood. It was originally here to settle the accounts. I met a poor person. Hate is a double-edged sword. There seems to be no real winner. Luffy sighed. Open the urn. Pour out all the ashes and hair inside. Leave it to the man in black. Don't think this is the case. I'll let that vicious girl go. I won't let him go. The man in black will never roar. Luffy said nothing and left the paving road with the beard with gloomy wood. He received news from Luffy. Suddenly. Come here as fast as possible. Manager Lu really solved it. That's right. Luffy put the gloomy wood urn on the counter. There are no more ghosts inside. If you don't believe it, you can look at your own eyes. The pupils are completely normal. Lu took out a small mirror. I looked at my thick eyes. I couldn't help but cry with joy. Very good. Very good. I'm really saved. I knew that Manager Lu, you are fine. But Luffy and Beard had no expression on their faces. The attitude became a little cold. Lulu was excited for a while. Come back to your senses. I found that the atmosphere was wrong. What's wrong? Miss Lulu, shopkeeper. When we were retrieving the urn. Meet someone. There is a word mountain in her name. Do you know this person? Luffy Road. Lulu was slightly surprised. The eyes flashed. Road. Don't know. But he said. She is Xiaoqing's boyfriend. Lu Qin was killed by someone. Luffy stared at Lulu. Lulu lowered her head with guilt. Then he looked up and said loudly. He's talking nonsense. Don't be deceived by him. Zhang Shan is a complete scumbag. He came to eat, drink, gamble, and even cheated Xiaoqing for money. Xiaoqing might have been injured by him when she jumped off the building. This sentence alone can be confirmed. This woman has known it for a long time. Sister Lin is actually Zayakin's ghost. Her scheming is so deep. Don't make drafts when telling lies. If it weren't for finding Zhang Shan, he really hit it. Her heart is highly matched by his current face. The beard frowned. Want to curse people very much. Luffy raised his hand to stop him. All right. Don't say these off-topic words. Since the trouble has been solved, it's time to talk about business. Miss Lulu. How do you plan to die of this urn? Or is it alive? Luffy took out the paper and pen. Lulu. Eyes rolled. Smiling. Manager Lu, you said. This wood is very valuable. Luffy nodded. So can I be more? Lulu got the test. Please offer a price. Luffy made gesture shoes. The font size is not a black spot. Offering is the customer's right. I want to be greedy in the eyes of 200,000 Lulu. The beard gritted his teeth. Want to hit someone very much. Luffy said calmly. This dark wood was divided into 4 parts. Destroyed. The market is not worth so much money. What is the market value? Lulu looked at Luffy excitedly for up to 2,000. Still a price that is dead. Luffy replied lightly. The market price is the market price shoes. Prices are shoes. Prices of shoes are only charged at low prices. I was not surprised to find a good deal in the evil font. This is much different, too. But he was trying it out. It is better to have a price than not. Anyway, he still has some savings to do a plastic surgery. Maybe there will be a day to make a comeback. Then the transaction is completed. Luffy wrote as a ticket to Lulu sign. Press the handprint. 2 votes are made. Luffy made 2,000 yuan immediately. Give it to him. Thank you, Manager Lu. I'm so lucky to have you this time. Save me. I don't know how to thank you. Lulu smiled at Luffy. You're welcome. Receive evil things. To eliminate disasters for people. This is all business. Luffy smiles with a smile. Lulu stroked the scar on her face and said. Manager Lu. Do you have a treasure to restore your appearance? No. Then wait for me to have a good face. Let's repay you for trading and clearing. There is no need to do this. Miss Lulu walked slowly but couldn't see her off. Luffy stood up and walked with a letter gesture. Lulu wants to get close to him when she gets into a trap. But seeing his cold attitude. Just smile. Leaving the boss in disappointment. This woman is full of bad water. Still greedy. I want to say that 2000 is too much, my beard is angry. Business is business. Grudges are grudges. The evil font has always been only doing business. No matter grudges. Luffy smiled. 2,000 buyouts can be earned. This piece of gloomy wood can earn me 100 times the profit. The tiger was stunned again. Didn't you just say that you didn't want to be valuable if you ruin the building? Will he let him go? Of course not. Our evil font size is not black spots. Then this is our ability to use evil characters. Luffy smiled mysteriously. But the gloomy wood is rare. He doesn't plan to sell it. Why did I forget this? The evil font can turn evil into treasure. By your hands. That evil thing is different. Huzi slapped his forehead. I still think it's cheaper, that dog woman. He killed his good sister. In the end, there was nothing stupid. What's this called? For people like him? Disfigurement. It is his best retribution. This scar left by the wounded in energy. It's not that medical beauty technology can cure it. I also want to dream of Don Dongshan. Luffy has a way to cure his face. But he doesn't want to be that. Beard feels much more comfortable. And you think that foreign ghost man will really let him go? Luffy said again. Yes. If it was my girlfriend. He was forced to jump off the building. Even if I die, I will report to a man who is a man. How can evil blood be? Blood. If he had repented just now. I'll remind him a few more words. It's a pity that he's here. My bones are already rotten. There is no cure. Luffy smiled. I stretched my waist and went back to the bedroom to sleep. I had to do business that I had already taken on. But now after the transaction is completed. No matter what happens to Lulu, it doesn't matter what is wrong. Huzi suddenly felt happy in his heart. Night. The simple hut in the urban village. Zhongshan closed the doors and windows tightly. Sitting alone at the altar. Holding a sharp dagger in his hand. On the altar. It is a paper bag wrapped in Xiaoqing's ashes. Xiaoqing? Do you really have the heart to leave me like this? He picked up the dagger with a cold look. Position at your heart. You can't leave. You said. We must never be separated for the rest of our lives. He gritted his teeth. The dagger stabbed the heart hard. Ding ku. Just then. A blue-gray shadow jumped out from somewhere. He suddenly knocked the dagger away. Zhongshan turned his head and saw a blue-white little ghost. Squat on the altar like a wild beast. Zhongshan was shocked by his deformed feet pressing against Xiaoqing's ashes. Suddenly he became panicked. Immediately afterwards. The door bottle sounds. Open. A tall and gloomy figure. He walked in slowly. This man was covered in gloomy aura. The face is hidden in the shadows. A pair of sharp eyes. Like a sword master. I was wrong. Zhongshan hurriedly knelt down at the man. There is also a cold and hoarse voice from my master. From the tall figure's body. He didn't seem to open his mouth. The master did not mean it. Someone really killed the disciple's wife. To avenge your disciples? I had no choice but to steal the gloomy wood. Zhongshan bent down and went out. I was shivered a few times. A tall figure had to be tall. Smiled coldly. Rayleigh's eyes scraped the fruit from Zhongshan's back. You can steal the master's things with just one last word. If you have more difficulties. Wouldn't you give the entire master to you? Disciples must not dare. Just want to resurrect with the help of the dark wood. After the wife is done, she will definitely return Zhongshan. Sweat profusely, right? The tall figure stretched out his blue-gray hand like a corpse. For paper bags wrapped in ashes. Bounce it gently. The little devil jumped out of the paper bag. The green flame immediately ignited. Instantly turned into ashes. All right. Your wife is completely dead. You can return the gloomy wood to me. Zhongshan felt cold all over. Silenced. Take a tall figure. The sound suddenly became cold. The gloomy wood is gone. Zhongshan Mu. Burned away. The tall figure was furious. The body moved to Zhongshan instantly. Before. Like a shadow. Covering him. Where is the gloomy wood? Zhongshan was stunned. A touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. Slowly said. Shoe-size pawnshops have 3 more trunks every day. Zhang Fei complained. Refreshing. Beard has cleaned the pawnshop inside and out. This time I am practicing boxing in the yard. He took off his shirt and was bare. Exposes all the tendons and 8 packs of abdominal muscles. Agile body skills. Calm. Every punch and every kick is full of strength. Sexual moves. It looks ordinary. In fact, the flesh is fist. Not those fancy styles that are not useful. This kind of skill cannot be practiced once you absorb it. I'm afraid it's the boy's skill. Started training since childhood. Luffy suddenly felt that the origin of his beard was probably not that simple. But when Beard faced the ghost raising man yesterday, it's reserved strength. Only teach the other party a lesson. No life hurt. Be a good person. Not a blind reckless man. Not bad. The boss saw Luffy coming out. Huzi quickly sank the dantian. Received the moves. How can Huzi learn great kung fu? Luffy clapped and praised. I learned a little fist and kick when I was a kid. Can't get on the big table. It made the boss laugh. The beard is sweating. Smile. Passing through ambiguously. If you like me to take care of you, please keep me as a guy. Luffy looked at him. You really want to get into evil son-in-law? It's the key point of Huzi. Serious expression. Then I'll ask you a question. Please tell me if you answer the boss truthfully. That day, after resolving the evil spirits. After you take old man Zhao away. What did you do to him? Luffy has always been very curious about this. But before, Beard was just a customer. What should Huzi do? It has nothing to do with him. But if you want to take Huzi as a friend, he has to ask clearly. Actually, I didn't beat him up. Didn't scold him. Just brought him back to the village chief of the carnivore village. Those old turtles will definitely not spare him easily. Huzi smiled. The evil ghost is the first sister. The old turtles in the village can't do anything to me. Finally they kowtowed and begged for mercy. I've lost some money. I'm sorry to say that they're dirty things and pay for them. This was beyond Luffy's expectations. The apology is nothing more than the upper lip touching the lower lip. What's the use of a single sentence? Where can there be real money useful? The boss is not afraid of you laughing at people who are poor and have a weak ambition. Only when there is money in this society can you have dignity. The beard is honest. Money. Who doesn't like me? I also like. Luffy nodded. Beard can confess. Instead, it means he is not bad-hearted. That kind of hidden. Full of benevolence, righteousness. It's a person who is like dirt. Instead, be careful. Luffy lures. But what if I tell you that the purpose of evil font is not to make money? What is that? The beard was stunned. In his heart. The evil font is a business that is a bit off the door. Not open for 3 years. Open. Eat for 3 years. Opening the door to do business is not to make money. Why else? Luffy didn't answer. Instead, he patted his shoulder. Smiling. You don't have to rush to make a decision. Think clearly first. In fact, he already had the idea of collecting his beard and being a mate. But the bearded man still needs to be examined. After all, they have only known each other for a short time that they have been dealing with evil things. The most important thing is that people must be reliable in dealing with all kinds of strange evil things. If the beard can't withstand the temptation, it would be bad if you have any wrong thoughts that affect the evil font size. Luffy doesn't want this ancestral family business to be destroyed in his own hands. The door opens as usual. The business door just opened. Lu Fuguei came in. Brother Su, who was waiting outside, asked me to lie to you. His family is almost done. I plan to treat you to a meal in a few days. I hope you enjoy the glory for thousands of times. No need to eat. The business has been written in clear words. Director Su said. Don't be so polite. Luffy has no intention of socializing these things. He has other plans next. That's not to say. You saved the lives of the whole Su family. They want to invite a meal. Thanks. It is also normal human nature. When doing business, you have to make more people and make friends, and you are afraid of the deep alley. Having a meal with Director Su is the best publicity for evil characters. Lu Fuguei is very kind to his friend. Luffy would not give up if he didn't agree. Luffy had to deal with it. Then I will talk about it when I have time. Lu Fuguei laughed twice. Rubbing his hands and saying, I saw that you went out early and came back late today. Have you received some good baby again? Nothing is just a baby who works for 2 days. How can business go so smoothly every time? But Luffy didn't tell Lu Fuguei about the gloomy wood. Because it's very useful to keep this thing. Lu Fuguei was slightly disappointed. He said that the snake would not be sold. Luffy waved his hand. This made Lu Fuguei so anxious that he was heartbroken. It's like guarding a treasure mountain. But I can only read but not understand. He found an opportunity to secretly stuff Huazi into Beard's hand to ask about the situation. Who knew that the beard was as tight as a bottle? He said he didn't know anything. Lu Fuguei lost a pack of Huazi. But I didn't find out anything. I had no choice but to ask Luffy to leave time to have dinner with the Su family. Then he went back in disappointment. As soon as he left his beard, he couldn't wait to ask the boss. Boss Lu is unreliable. We collected the dark woods. Why don't you tell him? Because this is a in thing. Can't sell through regular channels. Luffy's gloomy would nourish his and nourish his soul is a great idea. Only in the hands of the Shanmen can people play their true uses. Ordinary people buy it to make a small item for decoration to transport it. A waste of beard. More novel. So where should I go? By Luffy but smiled mysteriously. Guasher Huzi opens his eyes wide. Is it the ghost market I think? Not a ghost market in the antique industry. That kind of ghost market is usually used to trade stolen goods. Our evil font size is shocked that the legal business does not participate in these. Luffy waves his hands. The ghost market I mentioned only opens once every 3 months. It's a place that specializes in trading strange things. Only things can be exchanged for things. This kind of ointment is the most popular there. Because I went to the ghost market to do business. Not only living people. Huzi feels very exciting. Not only living people. There won't be any ghosts. I don't know this. Because you can't show your true face when you go to the ghost market. Everyone has disguise. You can't see anyone making a deal with you. Is it a human or a ghost, Luffy? Check out the time. The full moon night in the ghost market begins every 3 months. There are 7 days left before the next time. I brought the dark wood. See if I can change something good. Huzi rubbed his hands excitedly. Can the boss bring me? But there are taboos in the ghost market. You must abide by it. The two of them were talking about the beginning. Suddenly, I heard the crows screaming from outside the door. The light and shadow at the door sway an uninvited guest. Enter the evil font. This person is tall. His face was hidden in the shadows in black robe. Even in broad daylight. It also makes it difficult to see his face clearly. Suddenly there was a gloomy aura of badness. Huzi's face changed drastically when he saw this man. Clench your fists to make a defensive gesture. Because there was a green eye on this person's shoulder. It's a ghost. This ghost duck is different from what they have seen in Zhongshan. Larger size. The palms are as bright as blood. The most terrifying thing is his gaze. No longer an animal. A savage and ignorant look. Instead, it is full of sound quality with human eyes. Luffy held down Huzi. Unspoken, authentic. Hello? Is there anything you need to hear about re-entering the world with the font size? The other party spoke. It's a hoarse old man. The sound hidden in the black robe. The sharp Sane looked at Luffy. Luffy was covered in goosebumps. It seems like the prey is being targeted by a wild beast. The visitor is not good. Luffy stayed calm. He said kindly. That's right. I am the current shopkeeper with a font size. Is the old man a good person or a black robe in the room? Just glanced at Luffy. Then he withdrew his gaze slightly. It seems that Luffy doesn't take it seriously. Lu Qingxuan's old guy is not here. Luffy frowned. My grandfather went out for something. What does the old man need to tell me is the same as me? Where has he gone? Could it be dead? The old man in this robe has a perfect wild air. Some old people care about it. The old man will definitely live a long life. Luffy's face turned cold. Old Daogwei is not here to be missed. Just please go back. We elderly people do not welcome irrelevant people. Young people just can't hold back. The old man in black robe sneered. What are you anxious about? Who said I was not here to discuss business? What do you want? Luffy's heart was stuttering as he looked at the old man in black robe staring at Luffy's gloomy wood Huzi. Sure enough, this old turtle came to the sunken wood. He and Zhongshan both leaned on the ghost bird. It must be an accomplice. But Faye took it back. Smile. I can sell it. As long as you offer the price. Price to my heart. The old man in black robe snorted coldly. This gloomy wood is originally old. It's just that you picked up the bargain and took it away. Do you still dare to raise prices with me? We opened the door with evil font size. Don't negotiate prices when doing business. What a gloomy wood. I received it from someone else. There is a ticket as evidence. Your mightiness. If you don't really want to buy it, don't waste time here. Luffy smiled faintly. The old man in black robe thought for a moment. For your grandfather's sake. I can give you 10,000. Don't let it go and say that I bullied the evil fonts back 10,000. Send the beggar. The beard frowned. How can evil-sized things be sold to the elderly so cheap? Have you said one less word? Luffy stretched out a finger and said. Want 10 million gloomy trees. No counteroffer. As soon as this is said. Not only the old man in black robe suddenly stopped. Boy. Are you kidding me? The old man in black robe had a restrained anger in his tone. This kid is too brave to yell. For a moment. He even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Of course no joke. If you have 10 million. I'll sell you the gloomy wood immediately. If not. Then please. Luffy made a gesture to rush the passengers. This is how the young man Lu Qingxian teaches you how to do business. You don't plan to open the evil font. The old man in black robe trembled with a cold and gloomy and dangerous aura erupted from his body. The green-eyed ghost on his shoulder. At the same time, he stared at Luffy unkindly. The temperature in the pawn shop. It became a little cold in an instant. My beard and spine are a little cold. How do the old man speak? Our evil son has always marked the price clearly. You won't be able to even get this little money. Luffy smiled. The strong muscles on the bearded arms are bulging. Pinch your fists. Shouted to the old man in black robe. Have you heard it? Clearly marked price. Can't afford it. Get out as soon as possible. Don't be embarrassed here. The old man in black robe stared at the two of them with his eyes as if he could eat people. The gloomy pressure enveloped the small pawnshop. The atmosphere is suffocating. Luffy's face remains unchanged. Looking at those cold and sharp eyes without fear. Huzi is even more prepared to fight at any time. Lu family boy. I remember you. The old man in black robe did not take action in the end. It seems to be afraid of something. Leave a harsh word. Sweep away coldly. The ghost pressed fiercely and screamed at Luffy twice. Get into the old man's black robe. The old man is very strange. It disappeared into the street outside in just a few steps. There is no one to see. Luffy just relaxed. The man sitting on a chair and wiping his palms away was under a lot of pressure to confront foreign ghosts. I want to buy something I call myself for 10,000 yuan. This old guy is deliberately looking for trouble. Huzi's tense muscles also loosened. Even if there are 10 million. I won't sell it to him, he didn't really buy the gloomy wood. What's more, he was rude to my grandfather. If the old man had a better attitude. Just want to take advantage of the gloomy wood. Luffy will say a few more polite words. But he actually spoke rudely to his grandfather. Luffy won't give him a good look. The old turtle also has green eyes. The ghost bird should be a ghost breeder. He looks much better than Zhang Shan yesterday. If he dared to rob it just now. I dared to fight him. Here is the evil font. He dares to do whatever he wants. I also have a way to tell him not to get out. Luffy smiled coldly. There is murderous intent in your eyes. The ghost raising man flashes. No matter how powerful it is, it depends on ghosts. Now it's time to start really in broad daylight. It's not certain who suffers. The evil son is not a place where people can bully him. Otherwise, how can I do business after it is reported? Beard's heart is full of his heart. Luffy usually looks at scenery and wink with kindness. Like a college student with no temper. But the look just now shows that. He really moved himself. This future boss may not be as gentle as he appears. There is also wolf nature hidden in my bones. But usually, I'm concentrating my breath. Only when things happen will you show your minions. Huziji's father told him. This kind of person is the most dangerous. That kind of twitching claws. It is useless to encounter people who are complicated by small things. The cruelty in Luffy's eyes flashed through. Immediately returned to my calmness. Gloomy wood is very important for raising ghosts. He didn't succeed. He should be very unwilling to give up. No matter what his relationship with Zhang Shan is. Zhang Shan's ghost bird is not at the same level as his one. Did you see those red paws? I saw the heels that were soaked out of my shoes. Huzi nodded. Just thinking about it makes me feel creepy. That's right. It's the claws stained with human blood. I must have seen many lives. Luffy flashed in a deep voice that the old man was not a good thing. People who raise ghosts like to play with Ian in the past 2 days are more careful. I see. Huzi knows how powerful the old man is. Nodding seriously. Although the old ghost-raising man was afraid of the evil character, he left. But just in case. Luffy still took out the snake and beard and carried it with him. In case of ghost attacking. It's safe for 2 consecutive days. The old ghost-raising man did not appear again. The boss, the old turtle, probably won't come. Beard gradually let go of his guard. After all, the evil font has a profound foundation. Even if Grandpa Luffy is not here. A few more people dare to find trouble with evil characters. This is best for Luffy to breathe a sigh of relief. The evil font is open as usual. Internet celebrity Bing Bing suddenly came to the door in a hurry. Manager Lu. Could you please ask Lulu have been here? He is missing. I can't find it anywhere. It's useless for him to call the police. Do you know where he is? His face was full of intersections. Luffy and Beard looked at each other. Zhang Shan will not let Lulu go. He is probably in danger. Miss Lulu. After coming to be a thing a few days ago. We have never seen him again. We don't know where he is either. Luffy rode. As something. Bing Bing was slightly stunned. What is he doing? Feel sorry. This is the privacy of the customer. Without the customer's consent. We can't tell others that he is really something unclean. Harmful. I had long felt that his condition was not normal in those few days. But Bing Bing had obviously guessed something. Resentment appeared on his face with heavy makeup. Damn it. He just let it go. Why did you pull me into the water? There have been a lot of my black stuff on the internet these days. He said that I joined forces to suppress another internet celebrity. Tell others to jump off the building. Please ask someone else to jump off the building. What does it have to do with me? I want Lulu to come out and clarify. But others disappeared. Bing Bing vented her emotions fiercely. Realizing the situation, I quickly adjusted my expression. Squeeze out. Is there any way for Manager Lu to remove the side effects of the necklace? Don't let those black fans notice me? Luffy glanced at him. The faint side effects of Miss Bing Bing necklace. I've told you a long time ago. If you don't want to be overly concerned, you can take off the necklace. Then what should I do if my popularity is? Where did Bing Bing leave? I can add money to you. This is not a matter of money. After some trouble, Bing Bing didn't take off her necklace in the end, covering himself tightly and leaving his butt. I'm afraid that things are not clean. If this continues, he won't end up with Lulu anymore. Beard shook his head and complained. I've said it clearly enough. What's the result? He takes it himself. People have to pay the price for their choices. Luffy doesn't care about the stall guards at street stalls. A day passed. Suppress the closing night. Gradually deeper. The evil font is quiet. Luffy and Beard are sleeping soundly. A blue-white one as big as a cat in the darkness. The little devil climbed over the wall quietly. Crawl into the backyard. The little ghost is on all sides. Walking in the yard like an animal. After a walk. Climb up the window. The undeveloped deformity sniffed the room with a nose that was not yet fully developed. It seems that he didn't find what he wanted. He jumped from the window and fell to the ground. Silent. Climb to the pawnshop quickly. Sinking arrows. Simple. Only counters and tables and chairs. No evil things were placed. The little devil still couldn't find what he wanted. After a while of unwillingness to climb, stopped in front of a dark room behind the pawnshop. This door is locked. The lock has a very special shape. It is absolutely impossible to open without a key. The little devil stretches his neck. The nose is close to the crack of the door. Sniffing inside. Found it. The little devil is excited. A little blue-white hand stretched out toward the crack of the door. It seems like I want to squeeze in through the crack of the door. The fingers of different lengths just touched the door panel. A golden light lit up on the door. In an instant, the little ghost was bounced away. Wow. The little devil let out a cat-like scream. The blue-white little face is twisted. Full of pain. What sound? Luffy was awakened in an instant. He listened with his ears. There was no movement outside. If it's a cat's crowing spring, it is impossible to just call this one and have any problems. Luffy got up worried. Pick up the ghost-killing whip from the desk. No shoes in it. Open the door and walk out. Luffy stepping on bluestone slabs. Walk through the yard with your own hands. Go to the warehouse. The strange scream just now came from this direction. Luffy came to the entrance of the corridor. First, squint your eyes and look at it. After I found nothing, I turned on the light door shop and everything was normal. The head of the facing room is intact. No signs of opening. It's really a cat called Chun. Luffy was full of suspicion. Always worried. Check it carefully everywhere. Finally, an exception was discovered. There is a small handprint with incompleteness on the lower right side of the warehouse door. The handprint is black. It seemed to be burned by the Lord and printed on it. If I hadn't squatted down and looked carefully, I really didn't notice that there was a talisman to ward off evil spirits behind the door panel of the warehouse. Some evil spirits must have come in just now. Like a child's handprint. Could it be a little devil? Luffy is analyzing carefully. Suddenly I felt a chill on my head. A cold air hits. If you have something, you can look up without waiting. He waved the willow branches first and threw them upwards. The cold of eagle dissipated immediately and Luffy. Then the little blue-white shadow that I looked up flashed by. It's really a little devil indented into the shadows of the corners of the wall. Luffy held the edge of the willow thigh. Squint your eyes. That little devil is only the size of a kitten. The skin all over the body is blue-white. The limbs and facial features do not seem to be fully developed. Short limbs. Deformed facial features. This is a little devil made by taking a fetus that has not yet been fully formed in the pregnant woman's belly. This kind of little ghost is most resentful. The little devil approaches the pants room. There is no doubt that I want to steal something inside. It can't be the wrong way. No wonder there was no movement 2 days ago. It turns out that I want to relax my vigilance while we are relaxing. Drive the little devil in and steal despicable. Who else can there besides the old man in black robe? Luffy doesn't have to guess. He snorted coldly and waved the willow branches to attack the little devil. This little ghost is thin and flexible. Just like a small beast is very fast. Easily avoid the whip and kick the limbs from the wall. Borrowing power. From the side, pounced towards Luffy. His black mouth wide open. Hunted the root of the ear. The fangs were revealed with jagged mouths. This kind of little ghost is the most cruel. Once bite. Never let go of your goals. Until the other party dies. Luffy dared not be careless. Quickly take 2 steps back. Wave the whip to block it. But the whip is difficult to use in a narrow space like a corridor. Maximum function. Instead, he was restrained. The little ghost is small. Very fast. You can always find tricky angles to approach Luffy, not like a ghost. Instead, it's like a ferocious beast cub. Make Luffy very passive. I almost got bitten by my sharp fangs several times. Just then, Beard heard the movement and got up and rushed over. Boss? Have our shop been thieves? Luffy was overjoyed. While resisting the little devil. While shouting at him. Who's he goes to get gossip? Good Beard. I was shocked to see the hideous little ghost. Don't be ambiguous. He quickly ran to the road as fast as possible. Flying room. The little devil ignored his beard. There was only Luffy in his resentful eyes. Although this evil spirit is cruel. But my brain is relatively swollen. Targeting one target is to stay alive. The little devil is fierce. After all, it is an evil spirit without enlightenment. Just rush hard. Although it's tricky to deal with. But there is no way. Luffy waved a few whips. Turn it on. Find an opportunity. Back to the warehouse door. A special evil-proof talisman is engraved on the door panel. The little devil just suffered a reduction in his losses. The momentum of biting slowed down. Whether it is a fierce spirit or an evil spirit. It is instinct to seek good fortune and avoid bad luck. Didn't bite Luffy. The little devil couldn't help but get angry. Two small eyes are fierce. Flashing. The two white deformed little faces were twisted and screamed in an impatient way. Two people crawled around the wall quickly. Try to find opportunities. The boss's yard was rushing. Beard hurried to look at him with a gossip mirror. Luffy waved the wicker side. Drive the little ghost in the direction of Beard. The bearded man has not stood firm yet. Then he shone the gossip at the little ghost. But the kid is too fast. He jumped away and turned his beard almost in the blink of an eye. The speed of the Bagua mirror cannot keep up with the speed of the little ghost moving. I was so anxious that I was sweating profusely. You're there guarding. I. Drive him over. Luffy calmed down. The king of hell hides. The little devil is difficult to deal with. You must be patient when dealing with the little ghost. There is a threat from the gossip mirror. The chance of the little devil rushing towards Luffy. Reduce. Luffy bit his middle finger. Quickly write a ghostly word on the palm of your left hand. The right hand wicker side and the left and right word ghost are used in conjunction with the word ghost. In addition, the gossip mirror on the other end of the corridor was attacked by both ends. Now it's the little ghost's turn to be in a hurry. The little ghost screamed resentfully. But he aims at the target and never stops. There is no intention of running away at all. He is still desperately looking for an opportunity to bite Luffy. Luffy deliberately slowed down and revealed his flaws. The ghost's eyes flashed with fierce light. He immediately blew on it. Just as Luffy shouts now. The edges of the willow branches and the engraved ghosts are sequentially called the little ghost. And at the same time, the beard also turned the gossip mirror to look at Luffy's mirror. Finally aimed at the golden light. Covering the little ghost's body. The little ghost was jumping in the air and kicked his body. The willow whip fell on him. A scream of wow. The little devil fell to the ground. Move short. Sifei climbed into the crotch quickly. Shop. Sticking out a scarlet tongue. Lick the edge marks on your body. A trace of pain appeared on the deformed little face. But he still had no intention of running away. I just didn't dare to rush hard for a while. His eyes stared at Luffy in the corner of the wall with even more resentment. Move gently. Look for opportunities with all limbs. Tiger Ghost. Tigers and ghosts ran into the pawnshop one after another to turn on the lights. Under the dim light. Both of them were back to back. Squinted his eyes and searched carefully. The little ghost is hiding from the lights in the corner. The corners of the lights. Avoid the two of them. Under the drilling counter with a fierce sound. When Luffy approaches, he felt the broken little tiny foot power. Feeling a chill of ankles. The horse and horse turned back the Japanese and flashed downwards. Even if you give up. Little Gue Gue is too fast. Although Luffy has already shown the fastest way. Still, my feet were scratched by the sharp nails of ghost claws. The feet are so slight and hot that they are sore. Boss. It's nothing. Hosey was shocked. Hurry up and looking for the golden light opportunity to look for Gue. The blue and white Gue Gue looked for his feet and feet flying. He endured the pain and waved the willow branches. The young Gue Gue was dragged out from the counter. There is a gossip mirror that shines the little ghost and cannot lose its movement. Feifei's eyes were tightly attached to Luffy. Grinning his teeth and making a threatening crooked foot. Very hideous. This little thing is so awesome. The beard was shocked and angry. He held the gossip mirror and pressed the little ghost tightly. Boss. Your injury doesn't matter, right? No big problem. In just a few seconds, the scratches on Luffy's ankle turned black. The whole leg was painful and numb. He endured the pain and took out a small box from the drawer. There are 3 silver needles inside. The little ghost is most afraid of struggle. Luffy stabbed a silver needle into the life gate at the corner of the ghost's eyebrows. Wow. A shrill wail echoed in the pawnshop. The little ghost was covered in black smoke. The blue-white skin is covered with worm-like hideousness. The lines emerge. 2 needles in a row. But the little devil has not been destroyed yet. But the figure faded a lot. It became translucent. To this extent, That old man raising ghosts is not easy. And the last shot. Luffy took a deep breath. Pinched the silver needle tightly. Punched the little ghost hard. However, the light above the head suddenly went out. Immediately afterwards. In the darkness. A pair of Saint's green eyes flashed by. It's Gue Yahuzi, be careful. Luffy loudly reminded. Fine. These days, the two have been used to carrying the blood-red feet that the ghost girl dared not close to her. Grabbed the translucent little ghost and lifted up. Huzi lost his direction in the darkness. I could only hold the gossip mirror and rush around. When the roadside noticed the change in the edge of the willow branch, he immediately pulled it tightly. But Gueya is not simple either. Flap your wings. Suddenly, a sharp and gloomy wind rushed towards the two of them. The ghost flies to minus the ghost crow. Take the opportunity to grab the little devil and break free from the edge of the willow branch. Breaking open the door and flying out the window. The street lights on Weibo shine in. Luffy took out the dog-toothed dagger. He threw it hard towards Gueya. Dogs and ducks hit crows. A few black feathers fell on the wings. The ghost's body was crooked. Two strange horns are emitted. Catching the translucent little ghost and flying away quickly. When the beard ran out with the gossip mirror in his arms, he had disappeared into the night. No need to chase the beard. Luffy sat down panting. The ghost claw scars on the ankle no longer hurt. Instead, it's chilling and hard. This is a symptom of the ingress of Yin energy. The wound must be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the Yin energy damages the internal organs. Boss. Your beard. Seeing his black wound. Worrying. Beard went to help me get some rice and incense ash. I immediately put down my gossip mirror and ran into the kitchen. He will find rice and incense ash. Live in shoe size. During this period. He cleans diligently every day. I have a good understanding of the layout here. Luffy tied his ankles with two red lines drawn out from the counter. Prevent the spread of Yin energy and bring rice and incense ash from the beard. He mixes the two together. Apply to the wound. Suddenly, the black smoke rose up rice. Turns black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flu has melted clean again. After applying this a few times, the coldness of the ankles gradually dissipates. What followed was a heart-wrenching pain. When the blood flows out of the ankle is bright red. Luffy stopped. Sprinkle the special gold invasive medicine on the wound and bandage it with gauze. That old turtle is so vicious. If you cannot buy forcibly, you will hide yourself. Let the little devil steal. Have the ability to come out? Have a fight openly. Beard scolds. Dao Lufei wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead. Often spit out a turbid duct. He is not having a good time either. The little ghost was injured. The ghost-raising man is a backlash. An old man in black robe sitting cross-legged in the shadow in a hidden corner outside the street, showing pain and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. In the darkness, the old man covered his chest and panted. It took me a long time to recover from the pain. The ghost press put the little ghost who had become translucent in front of him. Hateful. He had another angina pectoris. Finally got a piece of gloomy wood. I plan to practice life-saving magic tools. After being stolen by the foul disciple, it fell into the hands of the evil font again. Any evil thing has entered the evil font size. But it's not that easy to take it out. Someone introduced it to the world. Qingxian is dead. He saw that the young boy from the Lu family was powerless. The phase of the loss. I want to take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, the boy dared to tease him. He wanted to scare the boy with his own pressure. But that boy is very tough. Unwilling to give up the 10 virtues of ghosts. It's really unfavorable to do it during the day. He could only bear it for the time being. Waiting for 2 days, I saw that boy relaxed his guard. He quietly drove the little ghost to get rid of the evil-sized acupoint. As long as the gloomy wood is obtained. A life magic tool. Even if Lu Qingxian finds him, he is not afraid. But I never expected it. Not only did the little ghost not find the gloomy wood. Almost killed. I also suffered heavy damage due to the backlash. The ship was careless in the gutter. The old man in black robe regrets his contempt. Unexpectedly. The boy from the Lu family actually understood the weakness of the little devil. It's not easy to become a green-skinned villain. He devoted a lot of heart to it. Also feed with your own blood. All the best to nourish and prosper. One loss will be damaged. He lost at least half of his skills. I don't know how long it takes to repair it. This time I can only admit defeat. Lu Rifeng Chang, Lu family boy? You wait for me. A ruthless force appeared in the eyes of the old man in black robe. Put away the extremely ghost's shadow and flashed. Along with the ghost pressure. In the dark, the pawnshop owner blames me. Too low alertness. If you found out earlier, you wouldn't be hurt. The Yin energy in Luffy's body has been driven away. Except for the pain in the wound. Nothing bad. But Beard blamed himself. As a shopkeeper, an accident occurred in the shop. He didn't notice it right away. It's really too dereliction of duty. Your little ghost is a ghost-raising man. When the fetus is not yet full term, the pregnant woman's belly is cut open. The resentment of marrying a fetus is very good. Very fierce. It is difficult for ordinary people to resist beasts. The method of raising ghosts is too conscientious. I'm afraid that people like this are all black. The beard gritted his teeth when he heard it. In fact, raising ghosts is a magic spell used to save the evil spirits that died and died. But later, he was used by some ill-hearted warlocks. It turned into a magic trick that harms people. It's just that things in magic are originally good. But it is often because of people's desires and selfishness. It eventually evolved into a means of doing evil. Luffy shook his head. Bandage the wound. Put down your legs. 2 activities. But I strangely found that a warm current suddenly emerged from my dantian and flowed to my ankle. The pain relieves immediately when the warm current touches the wound. Why does it seem to be magic power? Luffy couldn't help but be stunned. The magic power of Shinmen practitioners. In addition to helping cast spells, it can also repair the body. But I have never practiced. Where did the magic power come from? Why don't such a person be punished earlier? Don't dare to come out clearly. Just hide in the dark. The bearded man is still cursing. Boss. Why not start today? I just slept in the shop to watch. Luffy doesn't care. That's Luffy, the boss. But as a friend, he had to reflect. This is not necessary. I was only the last shot to kill the little ghost and the ghost raising man should be backfired. Speaking of this, Luffy's heart moved. Xiao Fei's extra magic power in his body is to raise ghosts. He looked at the last silver needle in the box. Using a needle to stab the little ghost's lifegate will lead to the little ghost's ghost energy. That is, the passing of vitality. Thus it was destroyed. The little ghost is caused by the evil spirit. There is also the magic power of raising ghosts. I was scratched by a ghost. Causes ghost energy to enter the body. But because I drove away the energy in my body in time. So the magic power stayed. Luffy's heart beats frequently. The probability of such a good thing happening is too small. Because the young ghost is cruel and flexible. Many people can't get close to the little devil at all. Not to mention needles. If it is really magic power, then I made a lot of money this time. People in Shinmen have to get up early and go to bed late. Practice hard. It takes many years to have magic power. But I got it by coincidence. It's better to let the ghost raising man be killed by backlash. He can't even raise it in the future. The little devil can't be a bad beard and still scolds him. Luffy was in a great mood. Although it's just a guess. But just warm currents can repair wounds. It is certainly a good thing to be sure. It's just that it's too late today. I'll find a way to verify tomorrow. Close the door again. Beard refused to go back to sleep. Keep vigilant. Luffy let him go. This night, Luffy felt the warm current wandering on his body. It's like swaying limbs. They were all cleaned. When I wake up in the morning, the wound on the ankle has scabbed. I feel refreshed. He can't wait to verify it clearly. I went to several vegetable markets. Finally, I bought a small bottle of the 6-year-old agency from an old farmer who went to the city to sell vegetables. The font size of the blood evil can also draw talismans. Only, their talisman is different from the Shinmen Taoist sect. The words engraved in ghosts are drawn. Luffy used his middle finger to consume his body before. Not to mention that it takes 3 days to draw one, it is too low to produce. If there is magic power, no middle finger blood is needed. Use the mechanism instead. Blood and black dog. The word ghost was successfully formed. And you can also draw a few more at a time. He dipped the yellow paper with a brush to the mechanism. Blood took a deep breath and started writing. Huzi was watching from the side. I feel like my boss is a little different today. But what's the difference? He couldn't say it. Luffy was fully focused. Written carefully with one stroke. The pronunciation of this word is not supported yet. Carve. The word ghost formed smoothly. Luffy was very excited. Another 7 moment was drawn. All the ghost words have succeeded. The real mana. He really wants to thank the ghost raising man. Give him a lot of effort. Huzi takes self-defense. Luffy split his beard in a grand manner. A word for ghosts. Put away the rest. Thank you, boss. Beard is happy. This is full of security. Although he doesn't understand yin and yang techniques. But you can also feel the engraved words written by the boss on yellow paper today. It's even better than what was written in your hand before. By the way, he finally thought about the difference between the boss today. There is a unique momentum than before. No matter what. He and Dinglify, the boss. After the busy work, the sky is already dark. Beard goes to close the door. Suddenly a gust of wind blew at the door for no reason. The old wind chimes hanging in the corner of the door sway left and right. Make a crisp sound. The wind chime rings. Luffy's heart was shocked. Grandpa said. The wind chime didn't hit it at all. Only when special guests appear. I remember that since Luffy opened. Is it the first time I hear the sound of a wind chime? Which customer will be? He looked up at the door. A woman with no heads vaguely. Standing quietly in the night. The wind has stopped. The old wind chimes are still ringing. Strangeness. Didn't find it before? There is also a wind chime. The wind didn't think about anything? Beard looked at the wind chime and looked strange. But he didn't act as a wind chime. Continue to close the door. Beard and so on. Luffy called him. Can't close the door yet. Some customers stopped. Where are the guests? Beard opens his eyes wide. Looking out the door. The dim streets are deserted. No one. Tonight Luffy took out a white candle from the cabinet. Light up and put it on the counter. Turn off the lights with Beard. The Beard is unknown. But the lights went out as usual. Hoo-Poo's small pawnshop suddenly became dark. The dim candlelight. Lower Luffy's face. Half light and half dark. Looking out the door with eyes. Sighingly. This is a pawnshop with evil characters. If there is something to be done, just ask him to finish his voice. A storm of wind blows into the pawnshop. The wind chime stops the candlelight. Instantly turned into a worried green Beard. Open your mouth in shock. What do you want to ask? But Luffy made a close gesture to him. He quickly covered his mouth with his hands and looked around nervously. Nothing can be seen. But Luffy looked at the counter. Front. It seemed like a guest was standing there watching. Ask. What do you want to be? Luffy asked seriously at the air. Make your beard furry. There was a bloody body there. A woman without a head. The black shadow has no head. Naturally, I couldn't speak. Luffy calmed down. Take out a piece of yellow paper and push it out to take the blood. Dropped on yellow paper. Form a crooked blood-stained knife. Luffy was shocked. The woman's head should have been cut off. Could it be that he is going to kill himself? The headless woman knelt down at Luffy. It seemed as if it was begging silently. Where is the knife? Tick tick? Blood drips. 3 words are formed again. Duobachuan saw these 3 words. Beard. The storm of waves broke out in my heart. Isn't Duobachuan the shop of his former boss? The thing that came in was Luffy's. I was also shocked. It seems that Duobachuan's tragedy is not as simple as it appears. There is evil. The headless woman bent down at Luffy. It's good to do kowtow. I hesitated for a moment when I took Luffy away. Agreed. The headless woman is very happy. He bowed 3 times to Luffy. A gust of wind disappeared after it. The candlelight changed back to a dim color. The 4 blood words on the yellow paper are clear, strongly stimulating the nerves of the Beard. But Luffy didn't signal. He dared not speak easily. The Beard can turn on the light. Fortunately, it's soon. Luffy changed his mind to him. He quickly turned on the lights. The light illuminates the entire pawnshop. Beard swallowed. Asked the boss nervously. That was a special guest just now. Luffy replied slowly. When wind chimes ring on some nights, it means there are special guests. Arrived at the evil sun. Not only do living business, and do deadly business. The one who came to the door just now should be the boss of Duobachuan. He wanted to use a knife as a knife. What knife? Beard has guessed it. But he still found it incredible. The knife that killed him. Luffy took a breath. It was his first night walk. Facing a headless soul. I didn't feel any turbulent in my heart. That's bragging. The family was killed and the family was destroyed. So the boss of Duobachuan is resentful. Refusing to leave. The knife that killed their family should be of great significance. The Beard was stunned and said. Didn't he be chopped to death by Boss Liang with a kitchen knife? The kitchen knife has been taken away by the police as government affairs. It shouldn't be that simple. If he and the child were killed by Boss Liang, then Boss Liang shouldn't be able to swallow his resentment. Luffy pondered. I guess the kitchen knife is just a murder weapon. Not the culprit. Kill them? It should be another evil thing. Perhaps it was that evil thing that affected Boss Liang. This led to him killing his wife and children when he was unconscious. I remembered it. Before the accident. The antique he collected was wrapped in black cloth. It's like a knife-shaped beard blurting out. Then he is innocent. You can't make a conclusion before you see the evil sword. Lumen shook his head slowly. I looked at the heavy night outside. We will go to Duobachuan tomorrow. The Beard focuses on the head. He looked complicated. That night, Luffy fell asleep for a long time. I was thinking about the tragedy of Duobachuan family. Very early the next day, he got up. When you walk into the pawnshop, I found my Beard earlier than myself. There are 2 dark circles on the Beard and face. Obviously I didn't sleep well overnight. After all, it was his former boss's business. It is normal for him to worry about it. Let's go. Beard Luffy patted his shoulder. The 2 left the pawnshop and ate something casually. Then I arrived at the door of Duobachuan. It has only been half a month since Duobachuan's accident. This shop seems to have been vacant for many years. There was a gloomy and destruction. There were rumors of Duobachuan haunted before. It seems not groundless now. People who die suddenly have resentment. Will stay where death. I refused to leave for a long time. Beard still retains the key to Duobachuan. When the door is opened, his hands were shaking slightly. But this time it wasn't because of fear that the two doors would slowly open. A cold air mixed with the smell of coal ash came to my face. The Beard lifts his legs and walks in. Being pulled by Luffy, wait. First disperse the dead energy and in energy. The Beard stopped. First, I looked inside and saw that the dark floors and shelves in the store were covered in dust. The antiques on the shelves are all in place. For haunted reasons. No one came here to steal things. When the cold air is almost gone, the two walked into the house that had been uninhabited for a long time. The air is always colder than elsewhere. Looking around, where can I find a knife, especially an ancient knife? Luffy handed it to the Beard. A pair of gloves. Let him wear gloves to look for it. Don't get in touch with the things here directly. The two of them started to search carefully in Duobao Circle. I searched all the shops. There are a few worthless little daggers. Luffy has tested it. There is no energy on it. Not an evil thing. It should be in the living room behind. Luffy was not surprised. Boss Liang covered the knife so tightly at that time. I'm afraid that others will know. Yes. Of course, I won't put it on the shelves and look for it here. To avoid missing the living room. It's something that happened. The heads of humans and dogs are neatly arranged. The picture on the ground. It's still the shadow of the Beard. Go to Boss Liang's bedroom first. The blood on the ground has dried up weeds in the corners of the black yard. Luffy lets his Beard lead the way. Push open the bedroom door. The bedroom is neatly placed in its original position than I imagined. There is no trace of fighting. If it weren't for the blood-stained pillows and mattresses on the bed, I really can't tell that there had been a tragic murder in this house. Police said. The boss lady and the child were cut off in their sleep. The boss is neatly placed outside. Their bodies were still lying beards in the quilt. Don't look away. I don't know if I can't bear it or be afraid. The murder occurred in the bedroom. The evil thing should have been found in the bedroom too. We went out to Luffy and looked around. The eyes fell on the wall. A Boss Liang in the antique shelf is also an antique lover in his antique business. There are a lot of real fires on the Bo Ancient shelf. But there is no knife on it. The two separated in the bedroom. Put the cabinet. Drawer. I even saw it under the bed and under the table. It can be said that the bedroom is lifted upside down. But no tools were found. The two went to other rooms to find children's room. Warehouse. Kitchen. I found all the bathrooms. I just didn't find a knife with a vagina. Strange. Did the police take away his beard as a clue from the scene? His eyes were scratching his head blankly. Guess Luffy thought. Maybe that knife is not a knife in the ordinary sense. It seems we are going to meet Boss Liang. He collected this thing. What does he know best? Where to put it? Good. I'll contact me. There is still a police phone number here. Beard said. The two left. Although Duobachuan is in broad daylight. But stayed in the haunted house for a long time. Still uncomfortable. After coming out, Beard calls immediately. Boss Liang. If you are now being detained in a detention center, need to report in advance. He was very persuasive. The fastest one can only be arranged tomorrow. The next day, time is coming. The two of them brought some things over. After the things on your body are checked. Finally met Boss Liang. Luffy almost didn't recognize Boss Liang. In his 40s. In his prime, he was a strong middle-aged man with a bright red face. Now full of white hair. I lost a whole lot of weight. The whole person's spirit seemed to have been drained. He is old and haggard, as if he is in his 60s. He had handcuffs in both hands. His face was full of wood. Boss Liang called him. Pull out a cigarette and light it. Handed him in his eyes. There is only a little light. A complex emotion appeared on his old face. He said in a hoarse voice. Someone actually came to see me, Boss Liang. What was going on? Have you encountered dirty things? The Beard will lose sympathy. This is the evil shopkeeper Lu. If it's dirty, he can help you solve it. Boss Liang looked up at Luffy and was surprised. But then it was useless and useless. My wife and children are gone. They all said I killed it. I am also worthy of Boss Liang who lives in this world. Don't say that. If it is caused by dirty things, you can't blame you for figuring out the truth. The boss wife can only be at ease if she knows her. Huzi advised Boss Liang to shake his head in pain. No one believes me. Now I don't even believe in myself. Bearded shopkeeper Lu. Thank you for coming to see me. Boss Liang. You see what this is first? Luffy took out a piece of yellow paper and put it in front of Boss Liang. What Boss Liang looked down and saw 4 bloodstains on it. Suddenly my whole body trembled. His lowered eyes suddenly widened. This is my wife's handwriting. His lips were trembling. Luffy nodded. When did he write this? How could you have his words? Boss Liang is very excited. Some are incoherent. Maybe you don't believe it. He came to the evil font last night. Want to give me something. How could he have stood up last night? It attracted the police to look here. Boss Liang, sit down calmly first. Say it slowly. Luffy said calmly. Huzi also nodded to Boss Liang. Boss Liang sat down. But my chest was still undulating. Anyone who hears this news. It is impossible to remain calm. He picked up the cigarette lighted by his beard and took a few sips. What do you want to do? Boss Liang. We want to help you. We actually met the boss lady last night. I saw these words written with my own eyes. Beard carefully told the story of what he had swung last night. After listening, Boss Liang is stunned. Stay. My eyes turned red. His soul is still stuck in the ghost of Duobachuan. In the world. It is usually because of obsession. Luffy whispered. Death? I was the one who blamed him. I want to use the knife as a word evil. Maybe it was because that knife hurt your knife. Boss Liang's old body was shaking. It seems unacceptable. It's really that knife. I really hurt my whole family. Just react to him. Luffy knew he guessed it right. In a moment, he seemed to have grown a lot again, and his loose skin was shaking. I want to cry but can't cry. Since Boss Liang is a dirty thing, then we can't blame the knife where it is. You tell the Changchang Ward shopkeeper to take the knife. The boss's wife is also very relieved. Huzi couldn't bear to persuade him. Boss Liang covered his face. Swinging shoulders. The whole person was defeated by guilt. I can't say a word. Luffy sighed. Boss Liang's incident has happened. It's useless to blame yourself. Why not do something? Can make up for it a little bit. At least let them rest in peace. Right? This sentence awakened Boss Liang. He clenched his fist. Support yourself. Lift your head up. His eyes were red and swollen. Manager Lu. I've heard that you have good words for evil. Specializes in evil business. Right. Then you should have heard of the ghost head sword. The ghost head sword. Luffy was slightly shocked. The ghost-headed knife used by the executioner to behead his head. This kind of knife kills too much. Most people can't suppress it at all. I thought I could suppress Boss Liang. A smile that was even worse than crying. I heard the news last month. A big boss who bought a high price for a ghost head knife is enough for me to take it for 5 years. I'll ask around. Finally, I looked for a knife at a farmer's house in the countryside. The knife was hung on the earthen wall of the farmer's house. I could tell at a glance that was the real thing. These knives are heavy-duty knives. Because many heads have been cut off. Even if the blade is rusted, there will also be a chill. The farmer didn't know the value of this knife. It's just said that it was passed down from ancestors. Keep it and make a living. I charged it without spending much money. I thought that ghost-headed sword could make a fortune. Unexpectedly, the family was destroyed. Now, it's too late for Boss Liang to regret it. The day I received the ghost head knife, I contacted the boss. He promised to come and get the knife in 2 days. I put the knife in the dark compartment of the bedroom. It was fine at the beginning. But sometimes I feel a sound in my mind. It seems someone is talking to me. I can't hear what I'm saying. I thought it was tinnitus but didn't care. But the next day the sound became louder. He seemed to be shouting that it was so painful. My head hurts even when I cut it. Since then, I'm a little groggy. Sometimes the picture in front of you becomes trance. I saw a knife walking towards me. I'm very scared. My intuition tells me that it is the problem of the ghost head knife. Speaking of this, Boss Liang couldn't help but slap himself hard. I feel like I'm not thinking about that little money at this time. Our family is still fine. I noticed that there was something wrong with the knife and asked someone to get some slap on it. Thinking of this pressure. Just wait for the boss to take it away. I don't know if it's a result. The sound will be around for a while before I go to bed at night. Suddenly my neck felt very cold. It seems like a knife was built. I woke up in a flash. Open your eyes and realize it is a dream. I don't have a knife on my neck. But my wife and children are not in bed. I think it's a bit strange. The beard is already big. Rarely get up at night. Where have they gone? I'll get up and go check it out. I found them slashing their necks with a knife in the kitchen. I was frightened. He rushed up and grabbed the knife. My wife is very strong and I finally snatched it with a knife. Feeling very tired. Just sit in a chair and rest. It's obviously evening. I don't know why it turned out to be daytime. Boss Liang grabbed his hair hard. The beard suddenly ran in. I screamed strangely when I saw me. Run away again. Then I realized that I was covered in blood. The knife in his hand is also blood. My wife and children's heads are right at my feet. I clearly remember that I went to grab the knife. I don't know why this happens. The police all said I cut it. At first I didn't believe that my wife and children were my life. How could I do it? It seems now that it doesn't matter whether I cut it with my own hands. They were all killed by the knife I took home. It's me who should be killed. Boss Liang can no longer control it. Crying bitterly. The beard wants to comfort him. But I don't know how to speak. Luffy couldn't help but sigh. Evil and dangerous. Ordinary people will be in trouble at the least. Get ill. In severe cases, the family will be destroyed. The visit time has come. Manager Liu. Please take that knife away. I'll give you all my property. Otherwise, I would not be ashamed to see them, mother and son, even if I die. Before Boss Liang goes back. Luffy and his beard were half out of the detention center. Both of them are feeling a little complicated. Now, nothing is unnecessary. Take the knife as soon as possible. The most important thing is to let the boss wife and her son rest in peace. Back to Antique Street. The two went straight to Duobakuan. It turns out that there is a secret wall in the bedroom. No wonder the two of them couldn't find them in the room. The secret lattice is a safe beard. Use the password given by Boss Liang. In addition to some cash and jewelry, there is also a big knife wrapped in black cloth. Carry the big knife in the safe. There are 3 yellow talismans on it. Even if wrapped in black cloth, it also exudes a cold and solemn aura. It's him. Luffy put on gloves. Take out the knife. The blade is very heavy. Very heavy. The tentacles are cold. The two of them wanted to move the safe-scented thing. Restore the secret space. Back to the shoes with a knife. It was very easy to put a big knife wrapped in black cloth on the counter. In fact, even if most ghost-headed swords have murderous aura, it has been almost wiped out in the long river of time. It's rare to be so fierce. Luffy's expression is serious. The boss can't be. I'll beard. Worrying that there is danger in opening the black cloth. Fine. Luffy reached out and opened it. The layers of black cloth wrapped around the ghost head knife. The rusty blade body is revealed. The blade is about 1 meter too long. Cut the blade down with a straight top. The back is wide. There is a hideous and terrifying carving at the hilt of the ebony knife. The ghost head has a horn on its head and a fanged knife with its mouth. It's already a loss in the middle. It can be seen that a lot of heads were cut off. This is indeed a real ghost-headed knife. Luffy narrowed. A good ghost-headed knife. The blade is 3 points. The blade cuts iron like mud and is 3 feet and 7 inches long. Cut off 3 souls and 7 inches. 6 inches wide. 7 points to cut all 6 desires and 7 emotions. Ebony knife handles. Translucent in black. The knife is bright and black. Although it has rust and no longer cut iron like mud, the ebony hilt is no longer lit. But it was still obvious that it was a powerful ghost-headed sword and bearded. He looked carefully and chopped his mouth. Are there ghosts and evil spirits on this knife? I only see energy and murderous energy at present. Luffy tangled the black cloth again. The executioner executes. 2 tranquility taboos that cannot be touched. The execution time must be asked by the warrior with the strongest yang energy. Otherwise, the resentful soul under the knife may come to you. Second. There can be no more than 100 ghost-headed knives. Otherwise, the son will lose his son and grandson. The ghost-headed sword will also turn into a fierce sword. But this knife is a family heirloom for farmers. I guess the executioner has never lost his son and grandson. This knife has not cut hundreds of heads. The problem should be somewhere else. Let it go for a few days first. See where his evil sect is. Thinking of Boss Liang's fate. Hu Zi said in his heart. I'll guard it. In case you don't have to worry too much. This is the word evil here. No matter what happens, there are ways to deal with it. Luffy patted his shoulder. Put the knife on the shelf behind the counter. It was a safe day. Neither Luffy nor Beard heard any strange sounds. The two closed the door at night. Just sit in the shop. Beard looked at the dark ghost-headed knife from time to time. Luffy was much calmer in his heart. After all, it's not the first time I've faced evil things. And he still has magic power now. Ordinary evil. Even sneaky can't hurt him. The night is getting darker. Luffy simply closed his eyes and rested. The beard dares not slacken. Always be careful to stare at the movements of the ghost head knife. But I don't know why. He felt his eyelids heavier and heavier. Becoming heavier. I couldn't help but doze off. I don't know how long it took. Luffy seemed to hear the pitiful cry of the child. The child Luffy suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the ghost head knife. The ghost-headed knife lay quietly on the wooden stand. Nothing unusual at all. But the child's cry became clearer and clearer. It seems like he is crying in Luffy's mind. Cry and shout. It hurts so much. The voice is extremely miserable. What's the heartbreaking thing about hearing this? Luffy frowned and looked around the pawnshop. No source of crying was found. But I saw the beard holding the knife in his hands with his eyes closed. Cut the beard against the air. Holding hands with closed eyes. The invisible knife. Slashing down hard at the air. It didn't cut it as if it was beheading. His face was filled with pain and entanglement. Money is still pouring in my mouth. Sorry. Sorry. Luffy knew he was affected by the ghost head knife. But seeing that he is not at risk for the time being, let's observe what the ghost head knife asked him to do first. Luffy was surprised to find the child's crying. Didn't cut my beard. The child cried even harder. Wow. It hurts. What is the connection between this? Luffy stood beside his beard, watching this scene tightly. After chopping my beard a few times, The expression becomes very broken. Why can't you cut it off? Why can't you cut it off? Can't cut you off? Just chop me up and say. He actually beheaded himself. Beard Luffy knew that he could not just cut it. He quickly reached out to play. Unexpectedly, my beard didn't cut it into my head. His face suddenly became ferocious. Sitting with both hands, holding the knife. Slashed hard at Luffy. Okay. He obviously didn't bump into his hand. But there is a sharp murderous aura. He rushed up from top to bottom towards Luffy's neck. At this moment, he was like an executioner. This murderous aura is not a joke. It can really be asked for it. Luffy dare not be strong in his life. Just talking about it. Failed to hit a single knife. He waved his knife and slashed his good skills. At this time it became a trouble. He knocked over the table, chairs, benches, and benches. Luffy slashed hard. Worried that Beard would smash his store. I quickly moved my beard to the backyard. The beard chases it. While doing chopping. He was not moving fast. Luffy quickly distanced himself from him. But he couldn't cut Luffy and then chopped towards himself again. Extremely scary. Luffy quickly walked behind him. He took out a slap of the devil in the back. His body stiffened. I'm determined to stop moving. Still maintaining the original posture. It's like being imposed on a fixed body. Immediately afterwards, Luffy returned to him. He reached out and slapped his mouth hard at the seal hall. At the same time, the loud shout was as the slap sounded. The beard shook all over. Then he let go of his hands and opened his eyes in confusion. Eentang is a lifelong achievement of a person. Luffy took a photo. Added mana. It can restore the mind to the beard. What's wrong with the boss? Am I asleep? The beard rubbed his eyes. I don't know what I did just now. Mouth. I was affected by that knife. Luffy told him what happened just now. Asked again. Did you hear any beard before you fall asleep and get frightened? After seeing that Luffy and himself were fine, just breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling hard. It seems like a child told me. He hurt so much. Give me a knife. Let me chop his head. I don't know how to hear the mouth. He felt soft when he cried. I just want to end his pain soon. He just used a knife to cut his head without any hesitation. The knife seemed too dull. I feel sorry for him. I just want to cut my head and apologize to him. Then someone doesn't let me cut myself down. I cut and chopped it very much. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel scared. Oh my god. This is too evil. I don't know how I got hit. I just blinked my eyes. The child appeared. If you didn't wake up in time. Are we the same as Boss Liang's house? I guess it's about the same. You didn't kill yourself with a knife. It's just to let the knife kill you. Luffy thought. Guess where the ghost-headed sword is going to kill the people affected by him. I can't help but want to kill. Both the old boss and his wife should have been affected. It's not that Boss Liang died. It's the boss's wife who dies. He remembered that the bag was chopped off his head. It seems that the knife is so cruel that it will not let go of any creature present. The knife has passed too many people. Few people in the murderous aura can block the influence of this murderous aura. Luffy's most likely to be the case. Because he is now in a state of strength and forgetfulness. There was another layer of fear in my heart over there. That knife. Just keep it quietly in that way. It can kill people. If it weren't for the boss's excellence, the damage is really unimaginable. But there is something strange. What's wrong with children crying and going back to paving the way? Luffy looked at the dark knife and thought. The sword has no strength from beginning to end, and it has no power to influence people with the murderous aura. He saw what the child he saw looked like. He remembered that he had read it when the antique shop had rumored that Duoba was haunted. I heard the child crying and making a promise. But when the sound sounds, Luffy didn't find the ghost where the child should be, just a remnant thought. Can't see clearly. It seems like my head is crooked around my neck. It's like it's misplaced. The beard that was about to fall but couldn't fall shivered. When affected. Don't think it's really fucking scary when I think back now. Head misaligned. This is so weird. Luffy couldn't tell what was going on for a moment. Could it be Boss Liang's son? He didn't know if there were such a small prisoner in ancient times. I only know the child who was killed by this knife recently. Just this beard changed his face. You don't say it. I don't think so yet. You said that the more I think about it, the more I feel that it is a strong person. This is even more strange. The boss lady and Xiangxiang were both killed by this knife. Why is Xiangxiang a remnant? The boss's wife is a ghost and a tiger scratches her head. Is it because Xiangxiang is a child who is more fragile? It is very likely that the child's soul is not that stable. Killed in such a cruel way. The soul dissipates easily. Only a trace of remnant thoughts are left. The pain of death repeated. Luffy sighed. I think I know why the boss lady wants to be a knife. Which mother is? I am willing to watch my children suffer every day. Boss? Can we help Xiangxiang? Hu Zi was thinking of the figure of the child with a dislocation of his head. Fear of reducing a lot. More sympathy. It seems that This ghost-headed sword is a killer. Just reduce the murderous aura. A strong person can be free. But some things need to be prepared. We will be moved tomorrow. Although the method was found, the two of them still dare not take it lightly. He also took out the character of the ghost repelling, to avoid being hit again. But the second half of the night was very quiet. The ghost-headed sword is not at work. The white beard of Dongfang Road often breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy always felt that it was a bit too smooth. Such a cruel knife. It shouldn't be so quiet. But no matter what, it is always right to resolve murderous aura. Beard. You can buy four-sided bronze mirrors first and don't need antiques. As long as it is an authentic bronze mirror, it is enough. I'm going to have breakfast for two of them now. Be ready. Here is the bronze mirror and other things. Very good to buy, Luffy. Take some incense ash. When I found a piece of yellow cloth and waited for my beard to come back. The sun rises to the sky. But today's weather is not good enough. There is no sunshine left. Luffy asked his beard to spread the yellow cloth in the yard. The best location for sunshine. He took off the black cloth of the ghost head knife. Place it in the middle of the yellow cloth. And sprinkle a circle of incense ash around. Finally, the four-sided bronze mirrors are divided into four directions, southeast, west and north. I shine on the ghost-headed knife. In this way, the ghost head knife is as bright as a light bulb. Don't look simple. Actually, it has its origin. This is called the four yang yin formation array. Sunshine is the best way to resolve murderous aura. The time for resolution depends on the strong murderous aura. The more murderous aura, the longer it takes. Crushing into the blazing sunlight. Threads of black mist emerged from the blade. Go out and buy breakfast again. The two of them wait while eating. I don't know if it's because I haven't slept all night. At this time, both of them felt particularly sleepy. Thinking that it was the sunlight that the ghost head knife was shining again in broad daylight. It's a little relaxed. Dozing off. Luffy in a daze. It feels like the sun is getting smaller. He opened his eyes. I was confused for a moment. It was dark so soon. Then he was shocked. The whole courtyard was filled with a thick gray fog. The fog is rising. It seems that even the sun is blocking it. The light in the entire courtyard became dimmed. What kind of fog is this? Luffy thought badly. The fog blocks the sunlight. Wouldn't the murderous aura on the ghost-headed sword be dispersed? He hurried forward to check. The ghost head knife is fine. The knife is still there. But the knife has traces of moving. It was originally placed horizontally. The knife is still there now. Just not. There is still some incense ash. This knife wants to avoid the sun. Luffy sprinkled some incense ash around him. But the fog is everywhere. The sun is weak. There was almost no black gas emitted from the blade. At this time, Beard also woke up. I was shocked when I saw the heavy fog in the yard. Where does the fog come from on this hot day? Still a gray color. He hasn't seen such a mist tiger before. Go outside to see if there is still sun in the sky. Luffy rode. Good Beard. Knowing that something is happening. Running out quickly within 2 minutes, he returned and shouted while running. There is no sun outside. It's cloudy today. It seems that the change of the world has made this knife take advantage of the loophole. Luffy knew that he was going to put the ghost-headed sword on the murderous aura today. It is impossible to completely eliminate it. This heavy fog should be a way for ghost head knife to protect itself. If the sun is big, the fog dissipated quickly. It can't cover the ghost head knife at all. Unfortunately, the sky is not beautiful today. Luffy looked at the weather forecast. It's probably rainy season. It was rainy for several consecutive days. This is hard to wait. The ghost head knife is a big killer weapon. The danger of putting one more day is that you have to find another way. Luffy thought about going to the kitchen. He took ginger and vinegar and wiped it on the ghost head knife. This method can also kill. Some kitchen knives have killed livestock such as chickens and ducks. More times, it will also be murderous. Become less auspicious. This method can be used to drive it away. But this little way to deal with the ghost head knife. This order of magnitude has relatively limited effect. Wipe the heavy fog in the backyard slowly dissipated. It may rain if the clouds accumulate in the sky. Luffy repacked the ghost-headed knife. A piece of inscription was posted. The Japanese have temporarily suppressed them. Before thinking of a solution, neither dared to take it lightly. Sleeping in turns. The morning was quite calm. It's Luffy's turn to rest at noon. He just closed his eyes. I heard a miserable shout in my ears. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. This time it's not the voice of the child. And more than one. There are men and women. Many voices mixed together. Luffy was so upset. I really want to give them a knife. When he found out that he had this idea, I was shocked and realized that it was the ghost-headed sword that was causing trouble again. But it's noon now. The boss and the boss have another beard sound. Panic in the yard. Thinking of it, he also heard him covering his head with discomfort. Both of them were almost exploding by the screams. He has no magic power to protect himself. It is very easy to be affected. The power of evil things cannot be countered by willpower alone. Stick to the annoying places we go to. Luffy put the ghost-headed knife in his room. Another ghostly word was posted on the door and pulling his beard. Running to the street. The sound in my mind gradually becomes smaller. The two stopped. Looking at the pawnshop at the end of the street panting. What's going on? Sudden trouble in broad daylight. Much more powerful than last night. Luffy frowned. Last night, there was only one child crying. Today there are dozens of different voices. Roar together. Don't talk about beards. Even if he has magic power, he can't stand it. Evil things are usually caused by night. This is the first time I see you when I make a fuss during the day. Beard looked up at the sky. Fine raindrops. The road floated down from the sky and was cold on both of them. It's raining. Is the boss related to the weather? Even if there is no sun during the day. Better than at night. There should be other reasons. I didn't expect there were so many resentments on the knife. It's really strange. There are more resentment during the day than at night. The two of them waited outside for a while. Tempted to return to the pawnshop. I found that the screams did not sound again and the ghost head knife affected people. It seems to be time sensitive. Is it related to time? Luffy thoughtful. It seems that something has come to mind. Night. The two continued to guard the ghost head knife. The child's crying appeared around 1:0 in the middle of the night. This time I feel calm. Both of them were calm. The beard puts the word ghost on his body. You can avoid being affected by the murderous aura of the ghost head knife. Spend this night safely. But at noon the next day, dozens of miserable resentments suddenly sounded again. If the beard is facing a great enemy. Luffy glanced at the time and smiled. I know what's going on. He went out of the pawnshop with his beard. After half an hour, I returned to resentment. Sure enough, I didn't think of my beard anymore and was confused. What's going on with the boss? This sound will disappear one after another. It's because of time. Luffy took out the ghost-headed knife and took off the black cloth. After seeing the blood-cutting knife. These are swords, hands, ghosts. Two knives. A knife. A knife is a knife. The knife can cut off a person's head quickly. Make prisoners suffer less. The offender's family is suffering from less money. Let the prisoner use a quick knife. And those unattended prisoners. Or severely punished prisoners who are requested by the government. Just use a blunt knife to kill people. So the process of death penalty. The prisoner was in great pain. So the bigger the bearded Yen after death, he still doesn't understand. Do you understand what does this have to do with time? Luffy. Think about what time was the prisoner's execution in ancient times? Beard scratched his head and said. What always says on TV is beheading for 53 moments. I don't know what the hell is. It's 53 minutes now, 10 or 45 minutes now. Think about it again if the time when Nianqing appeared today was this? Luffy's eyes were bright. Hey. Or is the beard and eyes widened? In ancient times, I chose to wake up at this time. Therefore, it is a time when the yang energy is heavy in the day, so it can avoid being entangled in the stick. The road slowly relieves the knife. This is a blunt knife to seek offense. The process of death is very painful. Although the soul dissipates. But the resentment was attached to it. Over time. If there is too much resentment, it will burst out in 53 minutes. Ghosts dare not come out during the day. But resentment is not affected. Beard asked again. Then why did Xiangxiang come out at night? Because his death was at night. But there is no difference in murderous aura. Day and night. That's why Boss Liang was also hit at night. So that's it. Beard suddenly realized. His face showed joy. The boss discovered the law of this knife harming people. Is there a better way? Deal with it? That's right. There is the easiest way. But I have to find the beard of the farmer who sells the knife to Boss Liang. Please go to the detention center again without going to the detention center. Boss Liang has a document book. Remember the address and phone number you gained above. I'll go find a beard now. Don't be afraid at this time. Duobachuan is a ghost house. Run over hurriedly. Find out Boss Liang's information book. Find the address and phone number of the knife seller. Luffy calls a taxi right away. The two of them were in the light rain. It took 3 hours to arrive at the farmer's house. Luffy spent 3,000 yuan. I bought a farmer. 3 drops stop bleeding. Apply it to the ghost head knife. The farmers don't know what they are going to do. But if you break your finger, you will make money. He was still very happy to cooperate with the old man. Thank you on the way back. Luffy held the knife easily. Obviously, the threat of this killing knife has been lifted. Boss. What's the point of this? Why just apply blood? Hu Zi is not aware of his harshness. This is called blood pressure. Think about it. Why is this knife safe and sound at the farmer's house? It caused a tragedy in Boss Liang's hands. It is because the farmers are descendants of the executioner. His blood is kept in his bones. And ghosts and souls are afraid of killing their own people. There is a bloody and blood suppression of the executioner's hands. He didn't dare to do it. All things are mutually generated and restrained. That's the reason. After hearing these beards, I feel my head is itchy. It seems that it is time to gain knowledge. The precautions and taboos of evil things. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as profound and profound. Really alive until old age. Learn until you get old. Back to the pawnshop. Whether it is at night or during the day, the ghost head knife was quiet and quiet. Luffy and Beard didn't hear any resentful screams. As soon as the sky clears, the two of them put them in the yard and placed them in bronze mirrors to bask in the sun. In less than half an hour, all the murderous auras above were scattered. The evil sword was finally completely subdued. At night, Luffy and Beard walked into Duobachuan with a knife and spicy paper money. The boss lady Chanxiang has already solved it. Please rest in peace. Luffy displays his knife on the ground. Light incense. Burn paper and bow to the yard. Boss lady. I'll burn more paper for you. I hope you and Shangxiang can live a better beard. Keep adding paper to the fire. My eyes were a little red. When I was in Duobachuan before, the boss's wife takes good care of him. Although Changxiang is naughty, I also like to tease him. But it is also very cute when it is very popular. I will give him my beloved lollipop. Fine. Now I have conquered the ghost head knife. It's also considered doing something for them. A ghost of a headless woman appeared in the corner of the yard. He bowed deeply to the two of them. Then it disappeared. This is the dead body sound with the evil character. The dead man gives his own property to his shoes. Number. Shoe. Font size. Help them fulfill their wishes. Luffy inadvertently felt that the warm current in his dantian increased. Can getting thanks from ghosts increase your mana? He was very surprised. Take on this business. It's purely soft-hearted. I didn't expect that it would bring me such benefits. I don't know when I will meet again. After the party, Luffy and Hu Zi went to the detention center again. I learned that my wife and children finally got rest. I burst into tears. It seems that this shoe is causing a tragedy. In fact, isn't it that his own greed hurt the whole family? He wants to transfer all his property to Luffy. Luffy rejected the boss's wife's name of Ghost Head Knife and Great Evil. All businesses have been cleared. He doesn't need to take over Boss Liang anymore. But Boss Liang insisted on crying for him. I used to think about making more money. I have also done bad business for money. The farmer collected it with me at that time. Their ancestors told me. That's all I can stay at home. You can't sell houses. If someone else buys it, it may be unlucky. I don't believe it. For that little money, he insisted that the farmers sell it to me. In the end, it hurts my family. Nothing to say now is useless. I just want to go down early and atone for my wife and children. It's useless for me to keep this money. I am truly grateful to you. I hope you don't dislike it. But Luffy can't accept Boss Liang. Proposed to Beard again. Beard was stunned for a moment and confiscated it. Finally Luffy suggested that he donate it. Giving those in need is also considered accumulating virtue and doing good deeds. I hope that their family can leave the detention center safely. The Beard seems to have taken off the burden. The steps were much lighter. Boss. I want to drink today. Let's drink together. Back to the city. The two found a food stall near Antique Street. I ordered some wine dishes. Come down. Eat and drink slowly and it rains outside. No. I am happy to play several news about the disappearance of the population. Boss Hu Ziliang has made a lot of money over the years. Have a sip of wine. Luffy looked at his beard. Asked with a smile. Specific trumpet. I have no idea. Millions? There is always some. The beard knife is not a small number. Confiscated money. You don't regret it. Boss. Don't say it. I really regret it now. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I have never seen so much chin. Huzi smiled with a self-deprecating smile. But if I accept it, I don't think I'll sleep for the next life. My beard wants to make money. But I also hope that the money is earned by my own ability. Instead of taking a unique skill. Other people's cheap drinking. Luffy didn't say anything more. Have a good meal with Beard. After returning, Luffy took the account. Put the ghost knife into the warehouse. Eliminate murderous aura and resentment. This knife can no longer harm people. Become a handful. A regular knife that can be used to protect the house. Some big bosses who love to collect antiques like to buy one. This kind of knife is placed in the antique room. Most antiques are heavy and in energy. Collected too much. Something will inevitably happen. There is such a knife. By suppressing one's life, you can ward off evil spirits and ensure safety. The next day after flying away the knife, a mysterious man wearing sunglasses came to the door and spoke. I just want to buy this damn money. Luffy was surprised. The matter of collecting the ghost head knife. Just him, Hu Zi and Boss Liang. I've never told anyone else. Even Lu Fugue didn't know how this man in sunglasses knew. Did he keep staring at himself? Or staring at Duobachuan? Luffy suddenly remembered. I was followed a few days ago. I don't know if the two things are related. Feel sorry. I don't have it here. You said Luffy refused directly. He doesn't like to deal with such unclear people. Manager Lu. Don't rush to refuse. You first look at the sunglasses. The man took out a check and put it on the counter. There was a confident smile on his face. No need to read it. Just not. Luffy smiles politely in sunglasses. The man's eyes seemed to have changed after a smile on his sunglasses. Then he took out another check and put it on the counter. Manager Lu. You really don't have to watch it. Luffy's eyes don't look squinting. Don't even look at the beard. I couldn't help but glance at the check quietly. Didn't see clearly. It just feels like there are quite a few zeros. Manager Lu. Are you sure no one except my boss can give this price? The man in sunglasses seems to be a little unbelievable. I'm sure Luffy finds it a bit funny. Do you have to buy it if the price is high? Men with sunglasses. It's good to be a place. I hope you don't regret it. The man with sunglasses looked a little gloomy. After looking at Luffy. Pick up 2 checks on the table. Leaving coldly. After he leaves. The beard immediately smashed his tongue. The boss's knife is so valuable. He won't sell so many zeros. Not a matter of price. But this person's origin is unknown. We just put away the knife. Where did he know? Luffy rode. Yes. The beard slapped his forehead. Just now I was curious about the amount on the check and forgot this. I promise I'm very strict. Things you haven't told me. I will never say it out. I don't suspect that Boss Liang is locked up. It is impossible to tell the public how that person knows. So you can't sell things with evil characters to him without worrying about selling them. There is no need to cause trouble for yourself for a little money. Beard understands. He felt that the man in sunglasses was quite famous. Worrying that the other party has not bought anything, he will come to cause trouble. Be careful at the door. Fortunately that guy didn't come again. But Lu Fuguei came over happily. Shopkeeper Xiao Lu. Today is the day when Director Su invites him to dinner. You must leave time for the evening. Can have dinner with the Su family? Lu Fuguei was excited. The fat on his face was shaking. Okay. I can go to Luffy to look at him tonight. I found that his face seemed a little black. Strangely, Uncle Fuguei. Why are you a little haggard these 2 days? Have you lost weight? I don't think so. Lu Fuguei looked down at his big belly. You're not very good looking. Why are there some signs of weakness? Luffy saw that he was still as fat as before. But there is a kind of fatness. The feeling of energy and spirit being sucked away. Maybe it's because I've been too hard recently. Lu Fuguei smiled. I met a new confidant. I'll talk to me every night. It wouldn't be fine if you don't talk about it. The beard was stunning. Good guy. Every night. Can you eat and drink it like this old man? Being stronger. Do you understand? Lu Fuguei gave him a blank look. Your brother Lu is amazing. The golden gun will not fall all night. Really? I don't believe in beards. If you don't believe it, let's compare and see now. Who can pee far? Lu Fuguei was so angry. BB just said that the two of them were about to break up. Luffy was speechless. Wave your hands. Uncle Fuguei. Please take it easy. A person's body is weak. The yang energy is weak. If the yang energy is weak, it is easy to catch dirty things. He felt something was wrong with Lu Fuguei. But I can't see any problem. I can only wake up like this. Lu Fuguei smiled. I am the most pity for the jade. They are so enthusiastic. I'm embarrassed to hurt others' hearts. But brother Lu cares about it. I'll definitely pay attention. One afternoon. Talk and laugh. Time passes soon. Luffy meets Lu Fuguei. Except for the gloomy face. There is nothing wrong with it. So I didn't think much about it. It's not dark yet. The Su family's car arrived. I took the 3 to a high-end club. Su Ligua is full of spirit. He brought his children to greet Manager Lu at the door of the private room. You finally got inside and everyone sat down one by one. Su Mingxuan's face was much better than before. The streets of excessive indulgence have been alleviated. But he looked depressed. It seems very unhappy. There was a beautiful girl in her 20s sitting next to Su Ligua. Dyed red hair. Very fashionable dressing. He looked at Lu Fei with a skeptical look and was Su Ligua's daughter. Manager Su Mingxue Lu is our family's lifesavior Ningxue. Su Mingxian. You two come and toast a glass of wine to Manager Lu. Su Mingxian immediately arrived at Luffy. Show a grateful smile. Last time. My father was very angry. If it weren't for having dinner with Lu Fei today. His father may not pay attention to him, and he must take this opportunity to perform well. Su Ningxu doubted. Dad. What lifesavior? Are you talking too seriously? Our family's condition has improved. Shouldn't it be the doctor's credit? Ning Shui. You're still young. Don't understand the world. Some things are not something that can be done by relying solely on medical science. Su Ligua's doting explanation to his daughter. Not only your grandmother and mother's condition improved, and you can save your life. It's all the credit of Manager Lu. Our Su family is human. Repay kindness. Although Suningsu is half believing and half doubting. But at the request of my father, he raised his glass toast. Have drunk alcohol. After a few polite words, Su Ligua smiled again. Shopkeeper Su is indebted to the point. This time, besides thanking you, I also want to buy a few amulets and other items. I have a few of them that I have drawn myself. If Director Su likes it. Then Luffy took out 3 ghost-repelling characters. Su Ligua only took a look. I feel that there is a reassuring force on it. Thank you, Shopkeeper Lu. How can we take your stuff for nothing? He ordered the secretary to transfer the money to Luffy immediately. Luffy doesn't know how much the other party has made. Don't care. It was originally a casual talisman. Now he can draw several every day. Suningsu curiously picked up a ghost-killing word. After watching. Frown. What kind of talisman is this? Will it work? Su Ligua immediately glared at him lightly. Yang said angrily. How does Ning Shui speak? Apologize to Manager Lu quickly. Dad Suningsu was so aggrieved. Luffy waved his hands. It doesn't matter. Don't make things difficult for Miss Su. This is called the word. Most people don't know it. It has a certain effect of seeking good fortune and avoiding bad luck. Carry it with you. Things that can ensure safety. His cell phone jingled. It was a message from Xia Yao. Manager Lu. Mr. Lu has news. Luffy's face changed. He stood up from the chair immediately. Waited for so long. There is finally news. Feel sorry. Mr. Su. I have urgent matters to do now. Forgive me for losing my companion. Beard quickly put down his chopsticks. Then stand up. Lu Fugue said in surprise. Brothers of the Road. What? An urgent matter is more important than having a meal with Director Su. Feel sorry. I have to leave. Luffy nodded to Su Ligua. There is no time to explain. A big thing in a hurry. Nothing is more important than Grandpa's news. Lu Gua and Hu Zi suddenly left. The people in the private room were busy. Especially Lu Fugue. He was having fun eating. Manager Lu is leaving so anxiously. There should be something important. Su Ligua understood and authentic. Boss Lu. I have prepared many gifts. Please bring back the ones from Manager Lu. Mr. Su is so polite. Lu Fugue was very happy. He started a diligent conversation with Su Ligua. Su Ligua also talked with him with a very graceful time. But because Luffy, the main man, left, this expensive meal ended early. Lu Fugue sat among the precious gifts full of cars. After Xiao Xiaozu. Catch his cell phone rings. See the number on the screen. Lu Fu is blooming when he is noble. Xiaomei thought again. Elder brother. Don't hurry to follow me. Just as he said that, he asked the driver to leave the car. Another brother. Another way Lu Gue followed the address mentioned by Xia Yao. He Huzi took a taxi to catch a shopkeeper on the road in the old street. This street light. Xia Yao was wearing a white long dress. Gorgeous. Her eyes were staring at passing vehicles. As soon as he saw Luffy, he waved happily. Luffy crossed the road quickly. In a hurry. Ask urgently at the door. Where is my grandfather? Excuse me. Only found where Mr. Lu had been. Xia Yao understands Luffy's mood and doesn't mean nothing. Take them to the second floor of a building next to you immediately. This is a small office space. There is a boss with a conscientious detective hang at the door. The road is good. Just beard. As soon as I entered the door, I felt a great smell of smoke. The office is messy. There are sofas and tea makers for reception of guests next to the door. There is a large motor computer desk against the wall. The piles of information are written later. Brother Liangshan Lu has arrived. Thanks. The familiar one walked to the desk and shouted inside. A man with sloppy hair like a chicken coop. Lift your head from behind the computer screen. Look at the road. Fei Fei got up after he arrived. A file bag came out and walked out. Hello? You are the owner of the shoe-size pawn shop. That's right. Is it a big computer desk to write a message from my grandfather? Luffy nodded. I felt like the other person was looking at him with a strange look. The man's ham is Huzi. Head. I haven't picked up my eyes for a long time. It seems that I haven't woken up. Is it reliable for me to hold my brother in my mouth and have no edge-cleaning bats? Just call me Brother Liang. Your grandpa's computer desk left the pawn shop 3 years ago. Fortunately, he quickly withdrew his gaze. Hand the file to Luffy again. His purpose should be to collect one. In your words, it is an evil thing. Obviously. He has investigated the background of evil characters. Know what evil font size is used for. Manager Lu sat down. Look slowly. He is my cousin. Don't look at his sloppy appearance. Actually, he used to be a policeman. Very professional in investigation. Xia Yao smiled at Luffy. Turn around and Porsche Lu Fei nodded. Sitting and looking. It's second-hand. I couldn't wait to open the file bag on the sofa. There are only a few thin pages of paper inside. Record the place my grandfather has been to. Beard stood behind him like a bodyguard. Brother Lou carefully flipped through the information. 3 years ago. After your grandfather left the pawnshop, he went to a place called Sanway Tea House. Brother Liang took a puff of cigarette. Let's start talking. I've investigated this tea house. It is the so-called gathering of people from Xianmen rivers and lakes. Where to communicate information. Most people can't get in at all. Then your grandfather went to Tianlong auction house. This is where he last appeared. After leaving the auction house, I could no longer find any clues. Luffy raised his head from the thin information. These two places were repeated murmuringly. The three checked the Tianlong shooting rankings. What evil thing is my grandfather going to collect? Although there are not many clues. But it's very important. And this happened 3 years ago. Luffy checked it himself. But I couldn't even find the root hair. This brother Liang has good abilities. According to the characteristics of these two places. I guess your grandfather went to the 3 tea houses first. Inquiry of clues. After getting the clue, I went to Tianlong auction house. But he probably didn't take the photo of what he wanted. Brother Liang lit a cigarette again. Said slowly. The day your grandfather went to the auction house. One auction item was lost. Luffy looked at what he was, an ancient sheepskin map. Brother Liang shook the ashes. Eyes narrowed. But what is the specific record on that map? Only the owner of the auction house knows it. And after the map is lost, he asked someone to delete all the records related to the map. No one is allowed to mention this matter. It took me some effort to investigate. Luffy was silent for a long time before he said, did my grandfather get this map? This possibility is not ruled out in the places on the map. Brother Liang looked at Luffy. But Imho, the golden time for finding people is 72 hours. And your grandfather has been missing for 3 years. The hope for survival is slim. I see. But I believe my grandfather is not dead. Hold Xia Yao tightly with both hands. Also, Mr. Liu is not an ordinary person. I also believe that the guitarist will have its own fortune. Brother Liang glanced at him. Turn your head and guide. There is another message. I think I should tell Manager Liu. Please tell me Luffy to adjust his mood. Raise your head. When I was investigating clues to the sheepskin map, I accidentally discovered that this map also appeared once 20 years ago. That is the same year. Speaking of this, Brother Liang was stunned. The tone was slightly slower. Your parents died in an accident. What a Luffy just felt his mind banging. All of me was confused. My parents' accident is also related to the sheepskin map. There is no evidence. Only coincidences in time. In fact, I cannot make irresponsible inferences. Brother Liang stayed cautiously for a while. The teeth are bitten a little bit. There is nothing in the world. Must be. That's why my grandfather left suddenly. Go find this sheepskin map. Grandpa has always been a calm and composed old man. No matter what happens, you can handle it calmly. But the 2 days before my grandfather disappeared, he was always frowning. It can make him so nervous. Put down the evil font and Luffy left in a hurry. It must be a particularly important event. When my parents died. Luffy is still young. After that, my grandfather did not mention the cause of his parents' death. Luffy didn't know what Grandpa was feeling at that time. But for a father, what else is more sad than a white-haired person sending a black-haired person? Beard looked at Luffy in surprise. I feel a little uncomfortable. He always thought Luffy was a young master who grew up in a pampered and elegant manner. I didn't expect that I had no parents since I was a child. Grandpa is gone now. Manager Liu. Xia Yao couldn't help but stretch out her fair hand. Want to comfort Luffy. But after a pause, he took it back. I'm fine. Luffy took a deep breath. There was a chill in my eyes. Brother Liang. Who is the owner of Tianlong Auction? Tianlong Auction House is the corporate manager of Shangwan family. Called Wan Chunawei. Brother Liang's answer is like the information he provided. Concise and concise. Thank you, Luffy. Remember this name. Carefully put a few pages of thin information away. This is the only clue left by Grandpa over the past 3 years. How much is the investigation fee? This mother didn't wait for Brother Liang to speak and Xia Yao took the lead. No. I've paid. I said. I have to help Lu Changue find the old man. It's time to thank you for your promise. Luffy. This is my own business. How can MS Xia spend money? That's what I should have done. I had previously concealed the news of my grandfather's death. It's me wrong. You must give me a chance to make up for it. On Xia Yao's fair face. Full of persistence. Besides, Brother Liang is just a little money from his own people. There is no question of spending at all. Sure enough, the girl turned her elbows out when she grew up. Brother Liang. He smiled helplessly. No need to pay. Manager Liu. As long as you do me a favor. Luffy is very curious. I don't know where I can help a private treasure. Not long ago, there was a tragedy antique shop in Antique Street. The boss suddenly went crazy. Kill your wife and children to death. You should know the case that the shoe-size pawn shop is on Antique Street, right? Brother Liang knew. Luffy nodded. According to the police investigation, the boss of the antique shop has no conflict with his wife. Very loving. And his financial situation is good. There is no sign of killing your wife and cheating of insurance. What's more, he killed his wife with such obvious and cruel means. There is no sign of concealing the crime. The strangest thing is, with all the evidence conclusive, but he claimed that his wife and children were not hacked to death. It was they who committed suicide by themselves. In the end, he made up such a ridiculous reason to shirk the person in charge. It is also the cause of his wife and children's death. Is there something else? Luffy knows the truth about this case. But he didn't understand why Brother Liang asked him this. But he suddenly pleaded guilty 2 days ago. Also request a quick execution. He seemed to have figured it out suddenly. The transformation from the front to back is so big. It's hard not to doubt what's wrong with this. I learned that 2 people have visited this. After he said it, Brother Liang used it. His eyes seemed to be unwaking. Looking at Luffy. The eyes were filled with scrutiny of Luffy and Beard. He looked at each other. That's right. It's our Beard. It turned out to be Boss Liang's friend. It is reasonable for the boss to visit him. Could it be that he is secretly investigating Boss Liang's case? So I knew about their knife collection. Causes news leaks. Brother Liang. What do you mean? You want doubt whether Manager Lu has any connection with this case. Manager Lu is not that kind of person. Xia Yao. I was very dissatisfied when I touched my cousin. Authentic Yao Yao. Don't get me wrong. Seeing my sister protecting each other so much. Brother Liang explained helplessly. I mentioned these to Manager Lu. It's because I've encountered an equally incredible case. No truth has been found yet. He took a deep breath of cigarette. A contradictory look appeared on his face. I was a firm atheist. Because of this case, my beliefs began to shake. The case also happened in Luffy, Antique Street. Can't help asking. What case? 7 years ago. Antique Street. A boss was alive at home. Pack it off. Death due to blood loss in the skin. Brother Liang narrowed his eyes. I hadn't left the police force yet. This case is the bloody level of the scene where I took over. I still remember it freshly. Such a bad case team attaches great importance to it. However, find the last one. We are all stupid. All evidence shows that the murderer is the deceased himself. In other words, he wrapped his skin with his own hands. All traces of murderous weapons at the scene. Even autopsy reports prove this. But strangely, his human skin was not found at the scene. We checked for a long time. No clues were found. In the end, this case can only be concluded by suicide. I often think, how great is the limit for a person to endure pain? Who can live by themselves? Peel every inch of your skin. Autopsy report proof. He did not inject any anesthetic drugs. Brother Liang let out a deep breath. Even though it has been 7 years, he has left the police force. I still can't forget the impact this case has on me. Luffy and Beard gasped. Ordinary people will grin for a long time even if they cut their fingers. Not to mention wrapping your skin away. Xia Yao's face turned pale. Rub yourself into prison. His slender arms leaned against Luffy. Brother Liang suddenly remembered when something happened to Boss Liang's house. Some people also mentioned the case of foreskin on the Antique Street. He asked Liang, brother. I think there is something else in this case. Although all evidence suggests that the deceased committed suicide. But before he died, he wrote an old word on the ground. Maybe it means life-saving. But his suicide behavior was contradictory. Brother Liang lit another cigarette. Use cigarettes to calm your emotions. And the skin he wrapped disappeared. Lots of doubts. I always feel that he didn't commit suicide voluntarily. But forced. But he couldn't find any evidence. Everyone said I was thinking too much. Perhaps the deceased had serious mental illness. That's why this extreme self-harm is committed. He smiled self-deprecatingly. I don't know if it's because of the night. After the case is closed, I often dream of a bloody and skinless person. So I checked a lot of old cases. I didn't expect to find out. 2 similar foreskin suicide cases were found. Although the death is different and the time, there is no relationship between the dead. But the deceased dies the same way. They just wrap their skin away. And the wrapped skin disappeared. And the most important point. Each case is 7 years apart. In the messy hair of Brother Liang, those eyes that seem to have not woken up become extra sharp. The same way of death. Such regular intervals. It cannot be a coincidence. I suspect there is something extraordinary. The invisible murderer is committing the crime. Hearing such a bloody and weird case, all the people present had their scalp numb. If his speculation is true, then this murderer is too terrible. Luffy rode. You are worried that the Chestic case will happen again. This year is exactly the 7th year. Brother Liang took a deep breath. If the murderer is not caught, there will definitely be the next victim. Luffy swallowed. Asked. What is this murderer? I haven't found it yet. All of the above are my personal speculation. Brother Liang's expression was a little discouraged under the light. Although I left the police force for some reason. Never investigate the case again. But I can never forget this case. I heard that another strange tragedy occurred on Antique Street not long ago. I will pay attention to antiques to take on these two cases. Although one is suicide. One is killing people. But there is a similarity. That is, both have committed unreasonable and incredible terror. Said. His gaze fell on the road again. Fly on the way. Shopkeeper. Can you make Boss Liang suddenly relieve him? I think you should help him find the real murderer. Luffy couldn't help but look at the unkempt man again. Just by myself and beard, I went to visit Boss Liang. He can find out so many investigative abilities. It's indeed extraordinary. Xia Yao really helped herself find evil words. That's the case. There is no need to hide anything. As long as the other party has nothing to do with the man who bought the sunglasses. That's good. It's been found. What is Luffy Road? Brother Liang looked at Luffy tightly. Xia Yao is also very curious. Luffy's unclean knife. Is the unclean knife the evil in the mouth of your evil pawnshop? Brother Liang's eyes are wide open. I'm desperate to get Luffy's answer. Rumors have been spread on the Antique Street. Before the incident, Boss Liang collected a mysterious antique. That's right. That was the beheading knife left by the executioner in ancient times. The murder is too heavy. Only the executioner's descendant of the town. Others will be affected if they take the knife. Want to kill. Actually, it looks like a knife on the surface. In fact, it is the greed in Boss Liang's heart. If it weren't for his greed. Regardless of the farmer's rejection. The knife is printed. It won't lead to the tragedy that follows. The same must be true for the victims of the knife case. Brother Liang's hand holding the cigarette was trembling slightly. There is a mobile shopkeeper who has finally been confirmed for many years of speculation. I want to ask you to find the murderer. But the problem is that I know nothing about the murderer. I can't guarantee that I can help. Luffy said cautiously. If it is really an evil thing that can make people lose their skin with their own hands. Just thinking about it is stressful. What's more, all this is Brother Liang's speculation. It may not be the cause of evil things. I'll restart the investigation. Compare the files of several cases again. Do not miss any of the same objects or clues on the scene. Brother Liang's eyes seem to be burning with hope. Manager Lu. Although I've taken off my police uniform. But I don't want to see anyone. Because I have been victimized for the case I have found out. This is something that no police officer can accept. Looking into his eyes. Luffy couldn't help but be infected by his persistence. Nodded. If it is an evil thing, I will definitely help. Very good. Brother Liang smiled big. I was so happy that I was like a child in my 30s. As a thank you. He took the initiative to say that he would continue to search for news about Grandpa Luffy. And Luffy has anything to do with him. He will do his best. After some contact. Luffy likes this look very much. Uncensored. It's actually just. The big brother taught me to contact us for investigation. Lu Fei. The two were about to leave. Manager Lu. I'll give it to you. Xia Yao took the initiative to drive her car over. The Loki Mercedes-Benz is filled with a faint perfume-scented beard. Sitting in the back row with tactful eyes closed. Pretend to doze off. Liang Jebi. I'm 10 years older. In my impression. He has been as sunny and righteous since childhood. When my elder brother grew up, he became a policeman. We are not surprised. But later, for some reason, he suddenly left the police force. We dared not say anything when we asked him. I ran to the old street alone to open a detective center. Although he has become very decadent now. But things are still as trustworthy as before. Xia Yao helped Luffy for himself. The feeling of joy and guilt has been relieved a lot. Thanks to your help. Luffy Chong. He smiled. Polite. I should do everything. Xia Yao smiled. But Luffy was not very interested. Thinking of his grandfather and his parents. I couldn't help but feel a slump in my heart. Said softly. Manager Lu. Mr. Lu is not an ordinary person. I believe he doesn't have that easy trouble. One day you will find his Luffy. Feel his kindness. Nodded gratefully. Mr. Xia is a pretty good person. Maybe be friends. Back to Antique Street. That night, I took pictures of the desk lamp. He looked at the thin pages of information over and over again. Finally found the clues of Grandpa. He should have been very happy. But when I think of my parents' death, it's very likely not an accident. He couldn't be happy no matter how hard he was. If it's not too late. He wanted to go to Tianlong auction house to ask clearly. What did Brother Lu's father record? Is it related to the death of parents? Have Grandpa gone? There are too many problems in the above records. My mind is messy. Almost open your eyes. The eyes lit up. Finally arrived at parents. He didn't want a fly-in beard, so he walked in. At this time, no guest had two reception desks at reception. He whispered to his ears behind him. Xiao Yang. Have you heard of the new thing collected in the industry? What's wrong? I heard that anyone who has seen it will be crazy. Lingling has seen him not come to work for several days. Don't talk nonsense. You will make Mr. One scold us again when he hears it. This happened in the industry. It makes people panic. No one can tell me. Speak quietly. A guest is here. At this time, Luffy walked to the front desk to inquire. Hello? Is Mr. Wan Shunaway and Mr. Wan here? You find the young lady at the front desk of Wan, who is dressed in a well-deserved uniform. Put on light makeup. Very pretty. One of them smiled and said politely. Do you have something to auction? It's not that I want to consult Mr. Wan for an auction item. Please inform me. Luffy said politely, holding on to his anxious mood. We will list the monthly auction items. No need to ask Mr. Wan. I'll give it to you now. The front desk lady said and went to get the information. Excuse me. The auction I want to consult is not on the recent list. Only Mr. Wan knew to see a solemn lady like Luffy. Maybe I thought the auction items he was going to consult were very expensive. Let's do this. Please sit in the lounge for a while. Wait until Mr. Wan arrives. I'll notify you. He brought the two into the lounge. He also poured tea. Thanks. Sit down and start looking at the environment of Tianlong Auction House. Luxury and elegant. No need to be defeated. But Luffy saw black air spreading out in a certain direction in the auction house. This black air is as hazy as mist for ordinary people. Staff are coming in and out of the auction house. Some people are covered in black air. Incomplete. This is a bloody energy. Annoying. After touching, the fortune will become sluggish. It is prone to being unlucky or getting sick. Luffy couldn't help but be surprised. Things that are unclean in the auction house. This young lady is so nice and beautiful. Kind heart. Unlike receptionists in some places. It depends on your clothes not being well worn. The tail is rising to the sky. The front desk lady has gone far away. The beard still looked at the other person's back. The staff here have seen big scenes. I won't judge people by their appearance. Auction houses trade valuables. The person who comes naturally either rich or noble. Idwa is very low-key. Luffy stood up and looked in the direction where the black gas spread. But there is a door hanging there with the work area. A brand that customers are free to enter. Such a strong yin energy. Doesn't the people in the auction house feel it? Luffy was a little confused. But after all, it's not your business. Then he returned to the lounge area. Waited for about half an hour. The young lady at the front desk led two middle-aged men in a suit and tie. Good. I am the manager of the auction house of Wan Shunaway. What do you two want to consult? Auction items? The middle-aged man stretched out his hand enthusiastically. She had a smile on her face. But it looks very polite. Luffy stood up. He reached out and shook with him. Mr. Wan. Hello? What I want to ask is an ancient map. Just finished speaking. I felt the middle-aged man's hand pause. A hint of surprise flashed across Wan Shunaway's face. He looked at Luffy without any trace. Still keeping a smile. What map is Mr. Dao asking about? A sheepskin map. 3 years ago, Luffy appeared in your store and looked at him and said. Feel sorry. You might have made it wrong. We never had a sheepskin map in our auction. Wan Shunaway waved his hand with a smile. If you are interested, I can arrange for someone to take you to see another collection. Said. He arranged for the front desk lady to take them to the exhibition hall. He turned around and left. Luffy caught up with him. Mr. Wan. 3 years ago. My grandfather once came to Tianlong Auction House. I believe he has consulted this map as well. Wan Shunaway was slightly stunned. Road. Is your grandfather Lu Qingxue? Wan Shunaway's eyes suddenly showed an unpredictable look. You are a person with an evil character. That's right. My name is Luffy. He is the current shopkeeper with the evil character. Wan Shunaway's attitude changed subtly. Look at Luffy. Make a gesture to ask for it. It turned out that Xiaolu's shopkeeper was incontinent. Please speak in my office. The lady at the front desk of the office is fine. The tea was taken to the door. The shopkeeper of the small road. You are the descendant of Mr. Lu. I won't go around the corner and open the skylight and say something bright. Tianlong Auction House really doesn't have a sheepskin map. Wan Shunaway spread his hands. I know that map disappeared 3 years ago. I'm not here to buy the map. Just want to ask some things. Luffy said sincerely. Wan Shunaway raised his eyebrows. I want to know what is recorded on the map. Feel sorry. This involves the secret of the map. I'm just the administrator of this auction house. No right to disclose. Wan Shunaway shook his head with a wry smile. Mr. Wan will open a stand. Or set a condition. Luffy said directly. He can't let this go. You can find your grandpa's chance. Wan Shunaway hesitated for a while. Road. I want to ask the boss. Please wait. Said. He walked to the window. calling quietly, even though I can't hear what he said. But the words and expressions are very respectful. After a while, he walked back and said with a smile. Shopkeeper Xiao Lu. My boss said he could tell you the information recorded on the map. But there is a condition. Please tell Luffy immediately. Our auction house has encountered some trouble recently. If Manager Lu can solve the problem, the boss will tell you the information on the map. In addition to helping guest sacrifice collections, our Tianlong auction house. He will also collect some valuable treasures for auction. Recently we received a very special ancient painting. Since the painting was put into the auction house has frequent problems. Wan Shunaway showed a hint of distress. As the administrator of the auction house, something happened to the auction house. His greatest responsibility means that the painting is an evil thing. Luffy guessed that this should be related to the black gas I saw before. What exactly is it? We don't know. In this regard, the evil font is an expert who asked Manager Lu to help us with his eyes. It is better to choose a day than to meet the day. Just now. Luffy agreed very happily. The painting is now kept alone. Please follow me. Wan Shunaway made a gesture of invitation. He was very polite and respectful to Luffy. Leading the two out of the office. Through several corridors. Enter a warehouse. He turned on the light and walked to the transparent glass cabinet. It's this painting. In a rectangular cabinet, there is a rolled ancient painting. The thick black air emanates from the scroll, spreading towards the surroundings. So strong, Belaf jumped at the shopkeeper Xiaolu. Before opening the painting, I must remind you. Can't watch more. Wan Shunaway is solemn and authentic. I see. Luffy nodded. I'm even more curious about this painting. Wan Shunaway opened the glass cabinet. Be careful. Quickly spread the ancient paintings and more black air drifted out. Don't look at Luffy more. I feel that this painting is quite good. Remind the beard to say that he will run into his body and feel weak. Go forward and approach. But the more this is, the more curious the beard is. I couldn't help but glance. The content in the painting is strange. Not mountains, flowers. Not a maid. It's a team of sending off their parents. This pair of people play and beat. Carrying the sedan chair forward. There is a tall courtyard there. Looming. This painting was obtained by the boss accidentally. No signature. I don't know the author and dynasty. But from the paper process, it has at least a few hundred years of history. Wan Shunaway keeps a certain distance from the ancient painting cabinet. It seems to be quite afraid of it. The eyes never touched the scroll during the painting. He told me to find an expert to identify it. Because we often work with Master Li. I happened to be out of town recently. I stored the paintings in the warehouse first. However, Master Li hasn't come back yet. Something strange happened in the warehouse. What a strange thing. Luffy squinted his eyes and looked at the painting. Black and white ink painting. The small people in the painting have different shapes. I was quite afraid of it. But his expression is very strange. Everyone has no expression on their faces. It's obviously moving. But it gives people a dummy feeling. The sedan chair sways. The curtain floats in a corner. You can see the bride sitting inside. The bride's hands lifted up the veil. Half of his face revealed. It seems that Luffy wants to see more clearly when looking out. Suddenly I felt a little uncomfortable in my eyes. Then I heard the beard crying. Cover your eyes and retreat. Wan Shunaway quickly closed the painting. Cover the beard with a black cloth. What's wrong with you? Luffy turned around. Looking at the beard nervously. My eyes hurt so much. It's okay to cover your eyes with your beard. It took a while to relieve it. Put down your hands. His eyes turned red. Can you still see it? Luffy was shocked. I can see that I was looking at this painting just now. Suddenly I felt like my eyes were stabbed by needles. This will be much better. It's sour and astringent. It's even more uncomfortable than having a few pains. The beard kept blinking. Take out your own personal character to carry the ghost-killing character. I couldn't help but feel shocked. The engraved ghost characters have turned into ashes. The beard was scared after a while. If he hadn't engraved the word ghost to block a piece, maybe he would meet him blindly on the spot. The beard is nothing big. Luffy felt relieved. Manager Lu. I've reminded. You can't read this painting more. Wan Shunaway's face is not very good. The beard is rubbing red. Eyes muttered. No. I want to see that I was just curious about my eyes. Don't know what happened. I can't get rid of my eyes anymore. This painting has a weird appeal. It will make people unable to help but go to see him. Luffy's eyes were slightly swollen. He found that he was unknowingly attracted by the content in the painting. But he has magic power and is born again. So my eyes sting like my beard. That's right. Several of our employees were involved in the accident because they saw this painting. Wan Shunaway looked at the shopkeeper Luffy and Lu to know what kind of painting it was. Luffy just stared at this painting for the longest time. But nothing seems that descendants with evil characters do have some skills. This alone can't tell what's going on. Please tell me in detail about the strange things related to this painting. Luffy said truthfully. Why don't we go out and say that Wan Shunaway doesn't want to get close to ancient paintings anymore? The three of them left the warehouse and might have office. Wan Shunaway took a sip of tea. He frowned and said in a deep voice. The first day after this painting was put into the warehouse, our night shift security guard heard strange sounds in the warehouse. At the beginning it was vaguely not very real. It seems to come from a very far place. The security guard also followed the sound and looked for it. As a result, I walked outside the warehouse. He found that the sound was coming from the warehouse. It's a bit like the sound of gongs and drums on TV. He doesn't have the key to the warehouse. Can't go in and check it out. The next day I reported this to me. I think the security guard may have heard it wrong and didn't care when he saw nothing lost. But in the next few days, there were security guards who heard the sound of drums and drums in the warehouse in the middle of the night. And the sound gradually became clearer and clearer. Speaking of this, Wan Shunaway's brows frowned even deeper. Because it wasn't a security guard who reported this strange thing to me, I'll take it seriously. Worrying that something unclean would affect the auction house. So I organized a team of men. At night, I was guarding outside the warehouse at the auction house. In the middle of the night, I heard the sound of beating drums and drums. The sound from far to near. Like they said, it seemed like a team of music was approaching us. It sounds like a sorrowful music played for the dead. It was very scary at night. I immediately broke out in a cold sweat. But as the administrator of the auction house, I have to figure this out. Otherwise, I won't think about eating this bowl of rice. So I plucked up the courage to lead people to the voices. It turned out that the sound was very close to the warehouse. It seems to be a door separate from us. He has been engaged in the auction industry for many years. This is the first time I have encountered such a strange thing. I was also a little scared for a moment. There are several collections in that warehouse. If something really happened, it would be broken. Even if I lose everything, I can't afford it. I'll give the key to a security guard. Let him open the door. As a result, what beards we saw were so obsessed with listening to them. Can't help asking. What have you seen? Luffy also looked at Wan Shunaway. As soon as we opened the door, the sound of beating drums and drums disappeared. But I don't know what happened to that ancient painting. It's actually opened. I thought. Could it be the problem with this painting? But before I could go in and check, the security guard suddenly rushed in and hugged the painting. I was shocked. This is the boss's painting. Broken. No one can afford to pay. I scolded loudly. Let him put down the painting. But he didn't seem to hear it. Standing beside her, eyes staring at the scroll motionlessly. His expression was a bit scary at that time. The eyes are getting bigger and bigger. It seemed like my eyes were about to fall out. I feel something is not right. He also looked at Wan Shunaway at the painting. Suddenly, he had a look of entering Yo-Yu-Ji. My eyes hurt so much. I can't see that painting at all. But the security guard just clicked. I didn't blink my eyes. No matter who we told him, he ignored the pattern. Finally, he reached out to dig his eyes. His eyes were dug out alive. The bloody face dripped onto the painting. Everyone else was frightened. No one has seen such a scene before. All of them messed up for a while. Don't know what to do. My scalp was almost blown up at that time. Fortunately, I found a black cloth. Throw over in a hurry. Covered the painting. The security guard suddenly came to his senses and let go of the painting. Cover your eyes. Screaming loudly. I quickly asked someone else to control him. Everyone quit the warehouse in a hurry. Then I called an ambulance. He is still in the hospital now. The doctor said he was completely blind. People become crazy. I use my hands to pick my eyes every day. Use your own blood to scribble everywhere. Listen to Wan Shunaway. Speaking of this, Luffy's scalp is numb. The beard was even more frightened. It feels like the eyes are tingling again. I couldn't help but rub my eyes. This painting is not simple. Just taking a look can cause such great harm to people. Luffy asked him what he was painting. Wan Shunaway shook his head. It's just a mess. No one can understand it. What is he drawing? If Manager Lu needs it, I can ask someone to take a few photos to do this best. Luffy nodded. The content of the security guard's drawings may be related to ancient paintings. This ancient painting is an evil thing that can harm people. Needless to say. Learn more. Only by finding better. Find out how to deal with ancient paintings. Wan Shunaway said something just now. He cared very much. Mr. Wan. You just said that his blood dripped onto the painting. That's right. Blood flowed out of the security guard's eyes at that time. It was indeed a few drops of blood dripped on it. I thought this painting must have been ruined. Wan Shunaway took a breath. An incredible look was revealed. Wait until I come back from the hospital. It's already dawn. When I took people to pluck my courage to return to the warehouse. Pick up the painting and took a quick look. The paintings turned out to be clean. No drop of blood. Not absorbed by the painting. Luffy frowned. This is not good. I don't know what's going on. It was quite chaotic at the time. I may not be able to see it wrong. I put away the painting as soon as possible. Stored separately. Then, I ordered people to stay outside. Don't let others get close to you. Just report to the boss. Wan Shunwei's brows frowned into a big bump. Such a big thing happened. I dare not hide it. Halfway through. Suddenly I received a call from the security guard. He said there was a female employee who didn't know what was going crazy. I was thinking about putting on the warehouse bed with ancient paintings. But we can't stop it. He knocked away. The gate rushed in. Fine. He only opened the painting halfway and was held down by the security guard. But he bit people like crazy. A security guard was bitten by him. He was also taken to the hospital. Although I didn't dig my eyes. But people are crazy. Drap the bed sheets on your body. I wrote my makeup to remember the time to get married. Later I remembered the day when ancient paintings were first put into storage. He helped me get it once. I don't know if I saw something getting married. Luffy thoughtful. The team that was sent to the painting. It can also be understood as a marriage scenario. Now both employees have had trouble with this painting. We all have a headache. The boss likes to collect some niche calligraphy and paintings the most. If you can't find a solution to cultural relics, I can only bear the pain and burn it. This painting. Said. Wan Shunwei looked at Luffy. A trace of time is exposed. If the shopkeeper Xiao Lu can solve this problem, I think the boss will be happy to tell you the information on the sheepskin map. I see. Luffy nodded. Serious expression. That painting. The evil spirit is very strong. It has spread from the warehouse to the outside. The most urgent task is to suppress these evil spirits first. Avoid him spreading. Otherwise, other employees will be affected. It's outside the warehouse. It's so fierce. Wan Shunwei couldn't help but look around. An uneasy appeared in his eyes. Of course he could not see this kind of aura. Only natural yin and yang eyes. Or only those who open the sky's eyes after the day can see that the ice fly belong to the previous color as the fruit. I guess that's right. Wrong. The evil spirit of the Pangui was not that heavy at first. It only began to expand out after absorbing the blood of the security guard. The reason why the female employee went crazy during the day. It is also because the evil energy is aggravated. If the evil spirit continues to develop, more people will suffer any evil things. As long as it is stained with human blood, it will become even more powerful. Wan Shunwei immediately took it seriously. Then Xiao Lu has a way. I have a few talismans here. Although it cannot directly solve the problem of bone painting. But first suppress the evil spirit. Not dispersing out is no problem. Luffy immediately took out a few engraved characters. Let Wan Shunwei reopen the warehouse door. A ghostly word was posted on each of the four walls and the doors. Strange to say. Every time Wan Shunwei approached this warehouse before, all feel uncomfortable. There seemed to be a cold breath invisibly. Horoscope behind him. It made his back chill. After these talismans are pasted, this discomfort disappeared instantly. The shopkeeper of the small road. What kind of charm is this? Wan Shunwei. He couldn't help but look at Luffy with a different eye. At first they just wanted Luffy as a descendant of the evil font. Just a trial attitude. He didn't expect Luffy to be really good at it. We carry special symbols of font size. Luffy asked Wan Shunwei to lock the door. Tell him. Don't let anyone get close to here. Don't tear off the talisman on the door. Mr. Wan. I will personally walk this painting tonight. Before the problem is resolved. I suggest your auction house suspend business. Give employees a few days off. Wan Shunwei was very hesitant. The auction house runs daily. Losses every day. This is a bit too expensive, beard. He frowned and said indignantly. No. It's important for you to make money. Or is the lives of employees important? Something happened to 2 employees. Still thinking about that little money. These bosses are really heartless. Mr. Wan. This is also to better capture retro painting employees. I don't know anything. If the evil spirit is affected again, it will cause blood to be sucked. It's even more difficult to draw. The more evil people harm people, the stronger the power. Luffy was intimidating. I also have to ask the boss for advice, Wan Shunwei. I can't make up my mind. Going aside and making a phone call again. This time I finished playing quickly and smiled. Road. The boss said. For Mr. Lu's sake. You can give the shopkeeper Xiao Lu 2 days. The auction house has been closed for the past 2 days. To fully cooperate with the shopkeeper of Xiao Lu. But 2 days later. That is, after dawn the day after tomorrow. The shopkeeper of Xiao Lu has not been able to solve it yet. The trouble of ancient paintings. We're going to change people. The information on the pampered roll cannot be told to Xiao Lu. The shopkeeper is fine. Luffy nodded and replied. It was originally because he had something to ask for. It is normal for others to have conditions. What he fears most is that the other party does not mention the conditions. Those 2 do it first. I'll make arrangements now. No need to do it. We're going back and prepare something. Okay. I will send you a car to see Wan Chunaway off for you, very respectful. He asked the driver of the auction house to take Luffy and the others back. He immediately gathered the employees. Arrange holidays. On the way. Beard couldn't help but ask for directions in a low voice. Boss Fei. Do you see what evil thing the painting is? It's that easy to do it. In addition to some simple evil things, most of them have to be contacted by themselves. Only then can I figure it out. Hu Zi looked out the window calmly. It seems to be thinking about something. I see this painting as a weird one. Very. It's not simpler than that ghost-headed knife. The beard touches the chin. Why are you scared? Luffy turned to look at him. It is impossible to be afraid of it. Beard immediately raised his head and raised his chest. Make a fearless look. My beard has also seen the world with my boss. Don't be scared by a painting. But the next moment, he smiled again. Boss. My amulet burned to ashes. Can you give me a few more? Luffy also smiled. This time there is something more powerful for you. Luffy returned to the pawnshop. Go directly to the warehouse to remove the ghost-headed knife. I'll have a good beard. Eyes are wide open. Use this knife to deal with that painting. How amazing that is. This sword is born to kill. Although the murderous aura above has been eliminated. But the remaining power is still there. And with the majesty of the official family? It's a great deal. The shock knife is more suitable for dealing with evil things. But Luffy wrapped the thick big knife with red cloth. Let Beard buy some grapefruit leaves and boil them. Pomelo leaf water can remove evil and bad luck. It can alleviate the damage caused by ossification to beard and eyes. He poured out all the remaining blood from the mechanism. I wrote several engraved words. The boss's grapefruit night water effect is really good. I washed it a few times. The eyes are much better. Beard looked in the mirror. The redness of the eyes faded. Most of the time. Much more comfortable. Fortunately, I was not very hurt. Otherwise, wash it multiple times. Pomelo liquid water is useless. Back to the auction house later. Just stop watching it. A fall is longer. I will definitely be careful later. Luffy asked him to put the remaining grapefruit leaf water in a bottle bag. He took some common tools to exorcise evil spirits. I hurried to the auction house. Who knew that he had just left the house? Almost ran into Luffy with someone. Looking up. It turned out to be Lu Fuguei. He was carrying a lot of things in his hand. The path. Brother. What are you going to do? You were not hurt very much yesterday. Mr. Su prepared a lot of gifts. Let me bring it back to you. He yawned. A look of great shock hurts wealth. Uncle. What did you do last night? Luffy's face is so bad today. I was shocked to see his face. After only one night, Lu Fuguei's expression was a little bad. Turns out her whole face is turning black. Even the beard can be seen. Old Lu. What's wrong with you? To this extent. A stunning beard. Lu Fuguei coughed lightly. A bit complacent. I lowered my head and was taken to have a heart-to-heart talk last night by my confidant. Too charming. It's also a trouble. Uncle Fuguei. In addition to your physical weakness. Do you still feel that your feet are not as weak as you? When walking, he felt as if his body had no weight. Luffy interrupted him. Asked with sharp eyes. I might be tired recently. Have lost weight. Just eat more of your waist and nourish your waist. Lu Fuguei was shocked by his eyes. Asked weakly. Is there any problem? A big problem. This is the face of your energy being sucked away. Fat and thin looks, it doesn't change much. But it was already empty inside. Something wrong with your confidant. Luffy's expression is serious. What? Lu Fuguei was so scared that he shook all over. The gift in his hand fell all over the floor. Aren't you scaring uncle? What did I scare you? Luffy rolled his eyes. Lu Fuguei was immediately frightened. He quickly grabbed Luffy's arm and path. Brother. You have to save your uncle. I'll have the key these 2 days. Put this close to you. Stay as crowded as possible. Anyway. Don't see that confidant. Luffy was in a hurry to deal with the ancient painting. Don't care about it for the time being. He gave him a ghost to convince himself. What will happen to him when you meet him? You may never see the sun tomorrow again. Which one to choose? You can hold the cold by yourself. Lu Fuguei's face suddenly turned pale and so serious. Old Lu has a knife on his head. Don't mess around with your boss. Beard picked up the gifts on the floor and put them in the pawnshop to lock the door. The two of them didn't bother to talk to Lu Fuguei. Hurriedly left Antique Street Tianlong Auction House Luffy. When the two arrived, the sign of the internal upgrade and suspension of business has been placed at the door. Wan Chunaway has already sent most of the employees. Only a few security guards were left. The huge auction house became empty. Extremely quiet. Xiaolu shopkeeper. Thanks. As soon as I saw Luffy, Wan Chunaway came forward to greet him. Why are there anyone here? Luffy glanced at the security guards. I'm afraid there will be something happening at night. It's too hard for shopkeeper Xiao Lu to deal with it alone. Leave a few people to help you. Wan Chunwei smiled. Can help. But Mr. Wan. Let me tell the truth. The process of conquering evil things is very dangerous. Everyone must follow my command. Don't do anything without authorization. Luffy is serious and sincere. Otherwise they will be injured. Get things done. I'm irresponsible. He was worried about getting the other party. After all, there are so many auction houses. An expensive collection. No one can rest assured. Leave it to two outsiders. Shopkeeper Xiao Lu. Don't worry. The boss has given the order. We will cooperate with you with all our strength. Follow your arrangements. Wan Chunwei has a good attitude. Thanks. Luffy nodded. Then everyone stopped talking and came to the warehouse where the ancient paintings were stored. That Zhang Kague is conceited. Sticking it to the door safely. I strictly follow the instructions of the shopkeeper Xiao Lu, and no one is allowed to move. Wan Chunwei's way. Then Mr. Wan beat the door. Open the Wan Chunwei to get the key. Open the door. The ancient painting lights up. Lying quietly in the glass cabinet. Luffy hurriedly looked around. The engraved ghost words posted on 3 walls are also intact. No evil spirit spreads out. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. This shows that your method is still very useful. Then, he asked the tiger to mix the gray and cinnabar. Sprinkle a circle along the wall lights. The entire warehouse was encircled. Mr. Wan. Then you are watching the photos outside. Don't move around with your phone. I know, he reassures Dian Yengue. We will keep it in mind. Wan Chunwei glanced at the security guards. The security guards nodded one after another. Then Wan Chunwei took out his mobile phone and the shopkeeper Xiao Lu. I asked them to send the photos of the security guards scribbling. Very good. Luffy walked out of the warehouse. Wan Chunwei immediately clicked out the photo. Luffy came over, too. After obtaining Luffy's permission. Then I followed the screen on my phone. The pictures on the screen are shocking. The white wall was covered with scarlet blood. The lines are twisted and weird. Miscellaneous overlaps? Just looking at the picture, you can imagine that the person who paints should not move around. Luffy looked at several photos. I feel like the security guard is out of something. Zahoo? There is some pattern. It's just too messy. It's really hard to distinguish. He squinted his eyes. Then turned down and let Wan Chunwei suddenly move his hands and power down. Call in. The road to the hospital is long. Sorry to think. Receive a call first. Wan Chunwei is powered on. An anxious and panicked voice came out. Not good. Something happened to Mr. Wan Lingling. What's wrong with him? Wan Chunwei's face changed drastically. Dian Feifei hasn't taken action yet. Why did something happen to the female employee again? Lingling. She suddenly went crazy and wanted to jump off the building. Fortunately, the windows in the ward couldn't be opened. Now she's going to run out. Whoever catches, bites. We can't hold it down. The sound on the other end of the phone is very loud. No need to open hands-free. Luffy could also hear so many people unable to control a woman. What are you doing? Wan Chunwei scolded Mr. Wan. It's not that we do our best. I'm afraid it's our strength. Dr. Dewan can't do anything to her. We are guarding the door now. You can send a few more people. One more time later. I'm afraid we can't stop it. Must be guarded by me. It really has 3 long and 2 short. I'll take you. Wan Chunwei hung up the phone and looked very ugly. Mr. Wan Lingling is the female employee who was exposed to the ossification and had an accident. Luffy asked immediately. That's right. After he was taken to the hospital. Just putting weird makeup on yourself. I didn't expect to go crazy now. Wan Chunwei's temples thundered. Right. The security guard waved. You guys come and help. Dingfei said seriously. Mr. Wan. This is probably a manifestation of being possessed by evil spirits. I'm afraid they're going to be useless. What should I do? Wan Chunwei frowned. Luffy glanced at the warehouse and said. I'll go with you. Take control of her first. Otherwise, if he has 3 long and 2 short, the bone words that cause death will become even more powerful. That's great. Wan Chunwei is very happy. Leave a few people here to guard it. No matter what you hear. Don't hang incense ash when you see it jumping. Luffy put the ghost-headed knife in the warehouse. Keep guarding. Also called. Wan Chunwei left 2 people. Stay at the auction house. Then the group rushed to the hospital in a hurry. The inpatient department of the psychiatric department just entered the corridor. Luffy heard a harsh woman screaming from a ward in front of him. There are many people around the door of the ward. Give it aside. Give it aside. Wan Chunwei pushed away the crowd watching the fun. He squeezed over with Luffy and Beard. There is a tall and strong man at the door of Mr. Wan. Shouted anxiously. His face was caught and blurred. There are blood marks on the arms that are bitten by teeth. It's not just him who's panting. There are 3 men guarding the door. The same is true. There are more or less wealthy people on their faces. Is it okay? Wan Shunaway asked nervously. We bite to death. Stay here. He didn't let him rush out. Luffy looked into the ward. There is a disheveled hair inside. The woman who bumped into the crazy gasped. A pair of red eyes. Staring at the person at the door fiercely. Exaggerated makeup on his face. The teeth and fingers were stained with blood. Like a life-seeking female ghost. No one outside the door dared to look at him. Luffy noticed. There was a thick black air on his body. Mr. Wan let the others disperse. I'll find a way to calm him down and please. Wan Shunaway greeted the doctor. Send the people watching the fun away. Just in time to enter the door. Suddenly I thought of something. Remind quickly. Wan Shunaway Wan Gong. You hurry up and call a few people to go to the security ward to guard it. Don't let him go crazy, too. Wan Shunaway instantly understood. Let the security guards who are following here go there to guard them immediately. Fortunately, the wards are all in a building. Luffy and Beard walked into the ward carefully. The female employee screamed. He rushed up fiercely. Beard was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the gossip mirror in his hand at him. His figure is slightly consistent. There seemed to be a ferocious grimace flashing across his face. Then 2 blood-stained hands. It was like a ghost claw that grabbed the Beard's face. Beard quickly blocked his face with a gossip mirror. Female employee's finger hits the brass mirror. A smog of black smoke suddenly erupted. It seems like it is burned and its face is twisted. A harsh scream was made. When his beard caught his attention, Luffy took action. The wicker whip was whipped on the back of the female employee. The female employee trembled in pain. The black air on the body has been reduced. The blood-red eyes turned around, staring at Luffy with resentment. A hideous grimace flashed across his pale face. Luffy felt that the female employee was staring at him. But that grimace. That gloomy look. Even she couldn't help but shivered. Luffy stays calm. Continue to wave whips at the female staff. The female employee was completely angry. He rushed to Luffy's beard to find an opportunity to hold him down. Luffy waved his wicker whip. He led the female employee to approach the wall. Put the Bagua mirror into your bag. Going behind the female employee. With one clutch, he grabbed the female employee's hands forward. Then press it hard on the wall and the female employee screamed at the top of her lungs. Fighting wildly. A person who is possessed by evil. Very powerful. A strong man like Beard tries his best. He only barely held it down. Luffy quickly took out the grapefruit liquid water. She poured it on the female employee's head. The female employee trembled. The screams suddenly weakened. The struggle is much smaller. Immediately afterwards, Luffy took a deep breath and used his magic power to palm it. Hit the female employee on the forehead. The grimace dissipates. The screams came to an abrupt end. The female employee rolled her eyes. The body is like a cooked noodles. Fallen down softly. The evil spirit has dissipated. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that it's not that difficult to deal with people who are possessed. But that grimace made him care a little. The Beard picked up the female employee. Put it on the hospital bed. I took a few breaths. With the previous experience, he faced the situation of being possessed by evil spirits. So calmed down a lot. The cooperation with Luffy gradually became tacit. Mr. Wan. He's fine for the time being. Luffy nodded to Wan Shunaway outside the ward. Wan Shunaway. Then I opened the door. Walk into the ward carefully. If not seen with your own eyes. He really can't believe it. A weak woman starts crazy. It can be so terrifying. The shopkeeper of the small road. Fortunately you came here. Otherwise, I don't know how to end. Now he no longer doubts about Luffy's ability. This should be part of conquering evil things. The evil spirit on his body has been cleared. But his soul is not very stable. Can't be stimulated anymore. Luffy put a ghost uniform on the female employee. Think for a moment. Looking at the sky outside the window. There will be a moment when geniuses will be black. Since they are all here, I'll just go and see what the security guard is drawing. No problem. Wan Shunaway asked the doctor to come in. Continue treatment for female employees. He led Luffy and the others to the security ward. The security guard didn't go crazy. He hurts people quietly and tirelessly scribbling on the wall with his own blood. His eyes were covered with gauze. He almost bit his 10 fingers. All the walls of the ward were painted with strange pictures with his blood. Crowded in the eyes. The road is a nightmare for the dense fearful. What path is he frowned? Huzi suddenly frowned as he looked. Boss. Look at the faces he painted look like humans? The human face and beard say these 2 words. Luffy and Wan Shunaway were shocked. Boss. You stand a little further. Squint your eyes and you can see your beard. Standing behind the 2 of them. Fairest from the wall. Instead, he saw something. Luffy and Wan Shunaway retreated one after another. Squint your eyes hard. The lines made of blood are rough and wild. Just like oil painting. Can't see clearly. Stay away. Instead, it can be seen that the content is a human face. Wan Chunwei's scalp suddenly became numb. They were twisted and weird faces. The face is very sharp. The eyes are like scarlet people. Staring at the people in the ward with a hideous look. That's right. Still a woman's face. Luffy's brows jumped. Once you see what it is, those faces become particularly clear. Crowded together. A hideous smile. It seems to be rushing out of the wall. Wan Chunwei. Farewell to your eyes quickly. I don't want to see those horrible face liquid anymore. He took a deep breath. The impact brought by the smoothing of the picture. Road. Why is it a woman's face? Maybe it was the scene that the security guard saw in the ancient paintings. Du Fei thought about it. There is only one woman in that painting. That is the bride in the sedan chair. But I remember the bride was covered with a veil and didn't seem to show her face. Wan Chunwei was uneasy again. Another doubt. Then he accidentally sewed the painting a few times and knew the content above. Naturally he could not understand the evil things based on common sense. What he saw must be related to ancient paintings. No matter what he sees. As long as Manager Lu can solve the unclean things on the paintings. Wan Chunwei waved his hand and reminded him. But there is a prerequisite that cannot be damaged. That painting is safe. I will pay attention. The sunset in the sky outside the window has already set. The time is almost done. It's time to go back to the auction house. The three left the ward. The security guard was still smearing the wall with his broken fingers repeatedly on it. The bloody woman's face. It seemed as if watching coldly. The three of them went away. It was getting darker a little bit. Tianlong auction house. Two security guards guarding the door. Looking at the the gloomy auction house. I couldn't help but shivered. You said that painting is so weird. We won't have any trouble at night. What are you afraid of? Didn't Mr. Wan hire an expert? That boy looks like a little white face. How could you look like a master? Is it reliable to do things? The other one is a stupid big brother. How much can it be used? Let's be more careful. What's really wrong? Don't rush forward. It's also a salary of several thousand yuan. What a life. If you really go crazy like Shawan. What's the use of more money? Two security guards. One of Didi suddenly stopped talking. Looking straight at the other one. What's wrong? What are you looking at? The man was so furrowed by him. Turning his neck stiffly, looking behind him. The dark and deep corridor is clean. Empty. Only the light flashed slightly twice. Damn. You deliberately scared me. Didn't you hear it? He was about to get angry. Suddenly I heard a sound of gongs and drums. The sound came from the direction of the warehouse. It seems very far away. It's very misty and is coming again. His hair stood up all over his body. Don't panic when moving in panic. Mr. Wan said. Only sounds are heard. Fine. As long as we don't look at that painting. Another security guard swallowed. Try to keep yourself calm. The two of them leaned together and took a few steps back carefully. Want to ignore the voice. But the sound of gongs and drums is getting closer and closer. It seemed to be rushing towards them along the corridor. Oh my god. The two of them shouted and rushed towards the gate. What are you doing? At this time, a sound came from outside the door immediately. The two looked up and saw. It was the voice of Wan Chunwei and Luffy. The sound of beating drums and drums came out again. The two of them trembled and said. Luffy's face tightened. You didn't move the layout of the warehouse, right? The conscience of heaven and earth. That keeps staying outside. Absolutely never touched. Two security guards swear. Luffy's face was fast and fast. Run toward the warehouse. The boss beard quickly followed. The sound of guns, gongs and drums. Echoing in the dim corridor. Luffy's face changed slightly and accelerated. Rushed to the warehouse in one breath. I saw that the font inscribed on the door was blurred. But the closer the two of them looked. The boss screamed with this beard. It is ineffective by the evil spirit. The sun sets and the yin is strong and the yang is weak. The power of bone painting is stronger than that of daytime. Too much. Luffy's heart was raised. What is the situation with Xiaolu shopkeeper now? Wan Chunwei followed with the security guard panting. Mr. Wan, please open the door quickly. Wan Chunwei threw the key to a security guard. Let the other party open the door and security guard. His hands trembled. It was difficult to insert the key into the keyhole. The door pops open. A gap. The sound of guns and drums is instantly amplified. It stimulates the eardrums of everyone present. The security guard's face turned pale. After the path. Retreat. Luffy holds his hand and beats the ghost. The whip stepped forward and carefully pushed open the door. However, just the moment the door was completely opened, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly disappeared. In the cold warehouse, ancient paintings lie quietly in the glass cabinet. The scroll actually opened a piece by itself. And the ghost-headed knife Luffy placed on the glass cabinet fell to the ground. The engraved words on the 3 walls are gone. There were some ghost swords in front of the ground. Fortunately, I left the ghost-headed knife. Luffy stepped forward and picked up the ghost-headed knife. I couldn't help but feel scared. If it weren't for this ghost-headed sword, I'm afraid the evil spirit of ancient paintings has already rushed out. The shopkeeper of the small road. Wan Shunoi's voice came from outside the door. Don't come in. Luffy shouted immediately. Wan Shunoi put away the steps he had just taken. Be careful to retreat. Security guards surrounded him. The sun is young. Night is Een. Night is the evil world. Mr. Wan. You can understand by staying outside. Wan Shunoi has seen the dangers of evil things. Leave the security guard to retreat a little further. Keep at a distance where you can see the warehouse situation. Beard should be careful tonight. Luffy lets his beard hold the ghost-headed knife. I took out 7 engraved words. Arrange it in the warehouse according to the direction of the Big Dipper star. Form a small 7-star formation. Make the evil spirit unable to spread. Boss. I'm not afraid. Don't we have this killing knife? No matter what evil he is. As long as you come out to make trouble, you will have to cut off the trouble. Just cheering this guy up. I hope it is that simple. The arrangement is completed. Luffy looked around. The entire warehouse was waiting for the evil spirit to appear. The auction house is silent inside and outside. Wan Shunoi and the security guards were looking nervously outside the door at a security guard in the warehouse. I don't know if it's too nervous. Added legs. Silently right. Wan Shunoi said. Mr. Wan. I want to go to the bathroom. What kind of toilet is used at this time? Wan Shunoi glared at him. Mr. Wan. This is not something I can control. Can hold on to the small ones. I really can't hold it in. The security guard had a bitter face. Wan Shunoi looked inside the warehouse and felt that it was quite calm. Wave his hand at him. On the lazy donkey. Don't make too much urine. Go and go back quickly. It's a security guard like a big shot. He twisted his legs and ran away hurriedly. He didn't even come back with this beard. Wan Shunoi was confused. I was about to ask someone to go to the bathroom to take a look. Suddenly I heard the beard's nervous shout from the warehouse. The boss's words moved his beard. The face changed drastically. Pointing to the glass cabinet. Luffy stared at the glass cabinet in his heart. I saw the old saying that was originally lying quietly inside. It actually slowly unfolds itself. Think of the black evil spirit. Floating out of it. Spreading towards the surroundings. Be careful. Luffy loudly reminded. The black gas quickly spread throughout the warehouse. Arrive at the door. Although it failed to spread out. But Wan Shunoi and the security guards outside the door still felt a cold wind blowing. Immediately afterwards, they saw an incredible scene. The ancient painting constantly unfolds toward both sides. It's getting bigger and bigger. The contents on the glass cabinet scroll became clear all of a sudden. Oops, Wan Shunoi wants to move away. It's too late to look at it. His eyes seemed to be fixed. I could only stare at the yellowed scroll of the painting. The villains who were sending off their brides suddenly moved. It seems to be alive. Carrying the sedan chair and jumping forward. The sound of playing music coming from their instruments. Not like joy. Instead, it is like sorrow and joy, which is called shaking up and down. The bride raised her hands. He seemed to be crying with a sad face. On the 18th day of the first lunar month, we will wear a phoenix crown. Wearing wedding dresses and making sedan chairs, tears flow thousands of lines. This trip has no return date. He never cared about the hall. People are still ghosts. Just ask. I'll get married soon. Go to the bride's house to cry. The song is sad and resentful. It seems full of endless grievances. It broke people's hearts for hearing it. In a trance, Luffy found himself seemingly becoming the groom. Wearing new red clothes. Waiting for the bride in the sedan chair. The bride is beautiful. He is his beloved person. The red lanterns are hung high. He stood in front of the grand gate. Watching the sedan chair get closer and closer. Huang is so proud that he gets married. Where did I come from now on when I have children and classmates? A warm current emerged from the bride's dantian. Luffy woke up cleverly. Looking around. Everyone looks obsessed. Unconsciously attracted by the painting. All this happened in the blink of an eye. You can't watch the bride twitch her head tightly. He quickly blocked his beard. He has magic power to protect himself. Can withstand the impact of bone painting on the mind. But Beard and others won't do it. Boss. I'm fine. The Beard has a ghost-headed knife in his hand. Soon he came to his senses. He shook his head hard. He didn't want to see that painting just now. I don't know how I'm attracted to it. Take the gossip mirror well. Luffy asked his beard to block his eyes with a gossip mirror. I was carrying a rusty ghost-headed knife. Be careful to get close to the painting quickly. The picture seems to be infinitely enlarged. The villain who sends off the bride grows taller and taller. It actually became about the same size as a real person. In the sedan chair. The bride lifted the veil and looked at Luffy. Luffy didn't see the bride's appearance clearly. I felt a needle-like tingling pain in my eyes. He gritted his teeth and transported his mana to his eyes. There is no enlarged picture in front of you. It's a thick black gas. The black gas rolls. There are strange women's faces looming in them. Human face security guard draws human face. Luffy felt his eyes were dry and painful. He endured that he was not waving the heavy ghost-headed knife in his hand. The ghost-headed knife that had been basking in the sun was harmless to people. It has a natural suppression effect on evil things. The cold blade flashed through the black air and was split in half. A faint scream from a woman sounded. Wan Shunaway and the security guards outside the door came to their senses instantly. Then there was a burst of crying. The security guards covered their eyes in pain. Some people's eyes have turned red. Wan Shunaway lowered his head and felt the sting of his eyes. Heart beats violently. I was scared and sweated all over. Good. Luffy took action in time. Otherwise these people would have been blind on the spot. Mr. Wan. Be careful. Luffy didn't care. They left this to the security guards without any use. Instead, he only added to his father's Li. The dispersed black gas quickly reconverge. Turned into a hideous grimace. It looks exactly the same as the bride in ancient paintings. On the yellowed scroll, the bride's eyes turned into two bloody and scarlet tears. Immediately afterwards, the grimace opened its mouth and swallowed Luffy. And come to Luffy. Stay calm. Wave the ghost head knife. Cut to the face. The faces disperse. There was a ferocious scar on the bride's face in the painting. More blood flows out of the wound. It flows all the way to the scroll. The sound of water rushing outside suddenly rang out. Luffy looked up. I couldn't help but feel a slump in my heart. I saw red blood flowing down slowly on the four walls of the warehouse. Like blood and tears. Blood and tears flow. The handwriting on the engraved ghost characters will be slightly bearded. You go and keep the word engraved with ghosts. Look at that photo. You just apply the cinnabar according to the handwriting. You can't let the formation scatter. Luffy frowned and shouted. The formation dispersed. Evil chi leaks out. People outside are suffering. It was the boss's beard that took out the cinnabar immediately. Apply it to your fingers. Run towards the lightest colored ghostly characters. Smear quickly along yourself. Luffy wielded his ghost head knife hard. Continuously dispersed the recondensed grimace. This killing knife that has cut countless heads. Very powerful. Grimmar can't compete with it at all. Turning toward Beard. But how could Luffy give him a chance? Keeping tightly around your beard. Huzi ran around the walls. Constantly use cinnabar to smear and engrave ghost words. To prevent the talisman from failing. After a few struggles of faces. Go back to ancient paintings. The next moment. Those villains who were sending off their brides jumped out of the scroll. Surround Luffy. The sound of gongs, drums and swanna suddenly exploded Luffy. I suddenly felt my eardrums burst into pain. Immediately waved the knife at the villain and the villain was expressionless. It seems like a soulless dummy. Etc. Why is this villain different? The ghost-headed sword hung above a little man's head and suddenly stopped. Luffy stared at the weird face with wide eyes. There is a special villain in the bride-sending team. He seemed to be the groom's official in his groom's uniform. But Luffy remembers when he was reading ancient paintings before. No groom was found on the painting. Why does this groom look so familiar? It's the blind security guard. The groom's face looked exactly the same as the security guard. His expression is also different from other villains. Full of pain and fear. Luffy was surprised and was inconsistent. This is an expression that only people have. The groom's expression of fear and pain is in sharp contrast with other villains. He looked at Luffy. Even with a hint of help. Is this a means of confusing people's minds in ancient paintings? But Luffy's eyes now have magic power to operate. He also held a big ghost-headed sword with a brick-carved evil in his hand. He can be 100% sure that he is conscious. Absolutely not confused. So what's wrong with this groom? Luffy thought a little. The ghost-headed knife did not fall to the groom after all. He turned to slash and pounced at other villains. Expressing green expressionlessly. The villain suddenly turned into a ball of black smoke. It dissipated in an instant. Thick ghost-headed knife. Cut melons and vegetables in a meal. All the little men of Songqing dissipated. Only the lonely groom is left. Luffy's ears calmed down. Holding the ghost-headed knife in both hands. Gasping heavily. This knife is too heavy. At least 30 kilograms. He looked at the groom's panicked face. Thinking of the stupid look of the security guard in the ward. I couldn't help but feel aroused in my heart. Could it be that when he was thinking? A shrill scream suddenly came to my door. Luffy was shocked in my eyes. Turn around and look. I saw a security guard outside. Cover your eyes with your hands. Blood stumbled through the cracks of his fingers towards the warehouse. Don't let him in. Luffy shouted. If ancient paintings are stained with human blood, it will be even more difficult to control. Wan Shunaway and other security guards were a little scared. Hesitantly did not dare to go forward. Luffy is in the innermost part of the warehouse. He held another 30-kilogram ghost head knife in his hand. There is no time to stop it. Get out. Fortunately, my beard is quick-witted. Rushed over. Holding the door frame with both hands. Raise your legs directly. Kick the security guard out. This kick took a lot of effort. The security guard fell far away. The back hit the wall before stopping. My eyes. My eyes. His face was covered in blood. There are only 2 bloody holes left in my eyes. There are 2 eyes that have just been dug out in my hand. Seeing this, the other security guards all looked bloodless. Go further. None of them went up to save him. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his blood was not allowed to splatter on the ancient painting. This room has become calm. The bride has no abnormalities. The walls of the warehouse are no longer bleeding. The warehouse is clean. It seems that everything that happened just now was an illusion. Didn't you tell me not to watch it? What's going on with this person? The road room has a calm face. Frown at Wan Chunaway. If the ancient paintings are stained with human blood, everyone should stop living. Wan Chunaway recognized him with fear. That was when the security guard who went to the toilet in front suddenly yelled at the other security guards. What did you eat? When will he come back? None of you saw it. Mr. Wan. The master didn't call us just now. Don't look at us and close our eyes. I don't know when he will come back. The security guard in the warehouse is weak. We are also in order to cooperate with the masters. The rest nodded. A bunch of idiots. Wan Chunaway wants to scold him a few more words. Forget it. Send the person to the hospital for emergency treatment. You go outside, too. Don't make trouble here. Luffy waved his hand with a headache. Wan Chunaway waved his hand. The security guards took the person out and called an ambulance. And he himself stayed outside the warehouse. Mr. Wan. You won't leave. Wan Chunaway smiled helplessly. No way. The boss told me to stay here to cooperate with the shopkeeper of Xiaolu. He is just a job. Luffy has no evil spirit that is barely persecution. A lot of them were scattered by the ghost-headed knife. Damage to vitality. It shouldn't be a cause for trouble tonight. Luffy put down the ghost-headed knife. After a few minutes of rest. This knife is too heavy. It consumes a lot of energy to wield continuously. The beard is done well. Luffy gave a thumbs up to his beard. Lianjiazi's reaction is faster than that of ordinary people. If Beard didn't kick the security guard out in time, the consequences are unimaginable. These are all trivial matters. The boss Beard is very happy. I can finally help. Instead of eating a simple meal. The rest is almost the same. Luffy walks toward bone painting. The boss's beard is a little nervous. Nothing bad. Luffy is calm. The wrong bone painting in the ghost head knife. This is his weakest time. It's a great time to observe him. Yellowing scroll. The little people were carrying the sedan chair with expressionless faces. The bride lowered her head silently and shed tears. Although it's a marriage. Screen. But there is no semi-joyful atmosphere. Instead, it is particularly depressing. Luffy squinted his eyes and saw ossification. After no abnormal movement. Just let go. Look at the expression boldly. Suddenly, I became confused. How come there are 2 grooms in front of the team to send their brides? At the entrance of that grand mansion. 2 grooms standing ready to greet the bride. One of the grooms looks exactly the same as the security guard in the ward. And on the other side. Why are you so little Luffy looking with the one who just dug out her eyes? I couldn't help but be shocked as I looked at it. That's right. That's why 2 of them appeared in ancient paintings? Will those who are influenced by ancient paintings be rolled into the painting? It shouldn't be said that. Luffy sorted out his thoughts little by little. They are still involved in the real world. The soul in the painting. They became the groom in the painting. Luffy's heart moved. Open the glass cabinet directly. Wear gloves. Use your fingers to explore carefully on the scroll. Finally. He felt a slight hard mark in the lower right corner of the scroll. There should have been a seal here. It just faded for some reason. Luffy's eyes gradually became brighter. I think I know what kind of ancient painting this is, the boss. Are you okay? Beard saw his boss staring at the ancient paintings. After watching for a long time, I was afraid that he would be affected by ancient paintings. But he didn't dare to look at the painting. He patted Luffy on the back with his hand. Fine. Luffy rolled up the ancient paintings. Cover it with a black cloth and remove the gloves. Luffy breathed a breath of turbid air. This painting was suppressed tonight. We will find a way to accept him tomorrow. Boss. You figured it out. Beard. It's both surprising and happy, right? Luffy walked out of the warehouse. Chunaway. Come up immediately. How about Xiaolu shopkeeper? Can the evil spirits in this painting be solved? Another security guard has an accident. He couldn't be in a hurry. I'm 50% sure now. Only 500,000%. Chunaway was stunned. He had great hope for Luffy. But Luffy said he was only half sure. But if Mr. Wan is willing to cooperate, this is 100%. Luffy smiled at Wan Chunaway. Raise your eyebrows. Curiosity suddenly arose. How to cooperate with the shopkeeper Xiao Lu? Please tell me, Mr. Wan. Before this, I want to first ask where you got this ancient painting. Luffy asked. Wan Chunaway hesitated. I thought about the old man bought from an old man who set up a stall on the roadside. I don't know the origin of this painting. He said it was a friend who gave it to him. His friend was obsessed with gambling. Lost all the property. I also asked my relatives and friends that I borrowed a lot of money. Not stupid at all. I don't know where I got a painting. It was said that the ancient paintings were given to him. But since then, his friend disappeared. No one can contact the old man. That person must have gone to another place to gambling debts. I don't know whether this painting is true or not. He tried to sell it. See if anyone knows the boss and sees this painting very special. I didn't care if it was an antique, so I bought it. After saying that, Wan Chunaway looked at Luffy's shopkeeper asked this. I think there is something wrong with the origin of this painting. This is not a painting for viewing at all. Luffy wrote Wan Chunaway is very strange. The painting is not for viewing, it is called soul closing. Painting is an ancient technique to seal the soul in the painting. Add a picture of the dead into the pigment. Painting with blood. To seal its soul. The purpose of the warriors not being able to turn over. Luffy finished speaking. Wan Chunaway widened his eyes in shock. So, there is a ghost in this painting. The beard said angrily. It's another terrifying magic. To be more precise, it is a kind of resentment. Luffy said in a deep voice. Does Mr. Wan still remember the content in the painting? Isn't it just a scene of sending off a bride in ancient times? That's right. It's a marriage sent to you. But the wedding party on the painting is not human at all. But paper man. This bride is given to the dead to be buried with you. Why did Wan Chunaway be shocked when given to the dead? Mr. Wan. Please recall it again. Is the door of the house in the painting narrow at the top and wide at the bottom? Wan Chunaway thought about it. Nod. It seems that it was wrong. That door is cruel. The bride married the door. A dead coffin. It's his wedding room. This painting is about Inching of Song. After listening to Luffy's explanation, Wan Chunaway took a breath of cold air. I thought it was a festive scene of marriage in ancient times. I didn't expect it to be so unlucky. I see. This is a match for the Yin marriage. Beard. Speaking indignantly. This happened to our village. A girl died unexpectedly. His parents sold his body to the next village for money. A dead son's marriage. My own daughter also gave up the money. You won't be disgusted with your earnings. The village despises them. When passing by their house, spit at their door. What you said is a little better. At least he has passed away. Can't feel the pain. Luffy shook his head inside. The bride in the painting is alive. Forced to marry a dead man. The ancient times the ghost marriage was cruel. After the wedding, the bride will be buried with the dead. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is buried alive. A good girl in her prime. Died in such a cruel way. He will have no hatred in his heart. All the poor latecomers died. What else to marry? It's fine if my wife looks for the dead person. He even wants to die with a living person. The fist clenches. What do those people say are afraid of their son's death? I have no daughter-in-law and are lonely below. Isn't there no parents in the sun? Why are you going to accompany you? Wan Chunaway came to tell clearly. The shopkeeper of the small road. It means that the seal in this painting is the ghost of the married woman. That's right. People who force the bride to marry know that their actions are harmful to the sky. You are afraid that the bride will come back and find them to take their lives. Usually warlocks are asked to suppress them. Some evil tricks are drawn with the blood of the bride. I accidentally sealed the picture. So this kind of painting is also called the bride courtyard. Speaking of this little exposed silkscreen, I suspected that it was because of the printing of the book. There was originally a Dharma seal. This seal is used to calm the bride. Just don't know what. Fading due to the law seal. On the lower right corner of the ancient painting, Wan Chunaway, who originally had a seal pattern, immediately nodded vigorously. It's just that when the boss was looking at this painting, I accidentally knocked over the water cup. Who sprinkles on the painting? But strangely, after the boss wipes the water, there is no trace of water wet in ancient paintings. It was the seal that disappeared. The boss thinks this painting is magical. Let me put it at auction and find an expert review. Who knew that being an old man, Luffy couldn't help but look at him. So important. For information. Why did you pay at the beginning? Wan Chunaway said innocently. I didn't expect that the two had a relationship. However, Manager Lu was worthy of being the successor of the evil number. Even if I didn't tell the truth about your unauthorized ancient paintings? No wonder I have seen this ancient painting as well. The boss is fine. Something happened to the employee. Luffy said speechlessly. The seal disappeared. The resentment of suppressing the bride emerged. Being suppressed for so many years. It must be a huge hatred. That is why the evil spirit of ancient paintings is so fierce. The person affected by the painting. No wonder I was involved in the painting for a ghost marriage. Wan Chunawei wondered. Aren't they in the hospital? Mr. Wan. Look at this painting. Luffy waved. Let Wan Chunawei go to the ancient paintings in the cabinet. Wan Chunawei didn't dare to take Luffy's repeated guarantees before he plucked up his courage to take a look. I was surprised to see why there were 2 more grooms when the boss took this painting. Mr. Wan is not looking at whether their faces look the same as the 2 security guards who had an accident. That's what happened to them? Their souls are in the painting. The woman is the groom and the man is the groom. Luffy explained. The Taoist has lost his soul. People will become stupid and crazy. Wan Chunawei suddenly realized. No wonder Ling. I put on makeup all day long and said I was going to get married. Usually after 7 days of loss of the soul. I can never find it again. People will become madmen and fools completely. Yes. There is also this statement in my hometown. The beard followed. There is a fool next door to our house. The older generation said. It turns out that his scholar is very smart. It was when I was a child that I lost my soul and didn't get it back, so I became completely stupid. Wan Chunawei hurriedly calculated the time. The eyebrows were twisted into a big bump. The security guard who had the first to be in hospital has been in the hospital for 5 days. Is he still saved? Just find your soul back within 7 days. There is rescue. It's just a little more troublesome. Luffy pondered. After all, they are employees of the auction house. Please think of a solution by shopkeeper Xiao Lu. Wan Chunawei said sincerely. It depends on whether Mr. Wan is willing to cooperate. Luffy smiled. This has been said a lot. Go back again. Wan Chunawei couldn't help but be even more curious. How to cooperate? Luffy said only one word. Fire. Actually, it doesn't need to. Wan Chunawei asked Luffy to be involved in the soul in the painting. He has something to ask for from Tianlong Auction House. Of course, you have to do things beautifully. I originally asked about the origin of ancient paintings. I want to find the Dharma seal. That is, the seal stamped on the painting. It is easier to eliminate the bride's resentment with the Dharma inscription. But the origin of this is unknown. You must not find the seal. Then you can only use the method of cracking the soul sealing transformation. It was dawning without realizing it. Night is in. The sun is young. It's day now. Ancient paintings were severely defeated. There is also blessing of the 7 stars ghost town. Of course I don't have the strength to do it. Lock the door and let Wan Chunawei prepare to crack the soul sealing thing. I went back to the pawn shop with my beard and slept. I have a lot of problems with my beard on the road. Boss. Didn't you say that it's best to deal with evil things during the day? Why do you have to be at night this time? What he was most curious about was this. This time I want to save the souls of those 3 employees. Soul. Fear of the sun. So you can only do it at night. Wouldn't that be very dangerous? Thinking of the bloody scene where the security guard dug out his eyes last night. The beard is still scared. If Luffy hadn't blocked his sight in time, maybe my fate is not difficult to solve the problem of the security guard's method of cracking the soul-sealing transformation. Calm expression. Seeing that he was so calm, I also felt relieved a lot of myself. Although this boss is young and kind-hearted. But there is really nothing to say about dealing with evil things. Didn't sleep all night. Both of them were very tired. What's more, you have to cheer up at night. Fight against ancient paintings. Go back to the pawn shop and fall asleep. Time flies by. It's not yet dusk. The auction house car has come to pick it up. Luffy cleaned up. Take a bus with your beard. Wan Chunawei first arranged for the 2 to have supper in a nearby restaurant before going to the auction house to go to the small road. Shopkeeper. I'm ready for everything you want. Is this method really feasible? Wan Chunawei walked. Asked worriedly. It's not Luffy's ability to doubt it. But I am worried that Luffy's method will destroy ancient paintings. Don't worry. Mr. Wan. As long as you prepare as I said. You will be 100% sure. Luffy smiled at him. I promise to prepare as you requested. While speaking, Wan Chunawei stopped. Push open a door. There is an empty room inside. There is nothing. This was originally an idle conference room. I had someone move everything out. The shopkeeper of the small road. Do you think it's okay? It can be an empty room. Just Luffy goes in. Looking around, nodding. The firewood is here. Wan Chunawei has moved 2 sacks out of the corridor. Firewood is guaranteed to be elm branches over 10 years. Today I cut down 3 trees. Just cut down the branches as you ask. The trunk shaved the leaves. It's good to leave only wood. Luffy took out a fresh branch from the sack. Have looked at it. Showing a satisfied look. Then there is no problem. Those 3 employees have been picked up from the hospital. Retrieve it. This time in the car. I asked someone to take care of it. Bring them over. Wan Chunawei called immediately. He asked someone to push over 3 crazy and stupid employees. 2 security guards. Eyes wrapped in gauze. All 10 fingers were bitten to pieces by myself. Although the female employee did not harm herself. But from time to time, he showed a silly giggle. Luffy took out the red rope and tied the 3 of them to a chair. It's amazing. These 3 people each had their own edge seal in the hospital and started to storm. No one can hold back. But tied by this red rope. They all sat honestly. Don't shout or make trouble. Then, Luffy tied a red thread to the middle fingers of the 3. There is a white candle connected to the other end of the line. The birth dates of 3 people are engraved on the white wax. Just put it at their feet. After doing this, Luffy asked Wan Chunaway to open the warehouse door again. He went to take the ancient painting over. Now no one except him dares to touch that painting. I need 3 more people to help look at the candle. Beard counts as 1. Who is there to come to Luffy? Right. Wan Chunaway said. Let's come to Wan Chunaway and ask the security captain to stay in the conference room. Everyone else was waiting for the security captain outside. Very bad face. He looks like he is in trouble. But after retreating at this time, don't think about doing it at Tianlong auction house. Only print on the scalp. You just need to look at the candles. Don't let the candles suck. Just Luffy. Seriously order. The 3 of them sat next to the ash. Luffy sprinkled a circle of perfume gray along their surroundings. Tell them. No matter what you see. You can't go out after hearing nothing. Then he hangs the ancient paintings on the wall. A large copper basin was placed in the corner of the wall. The copper basin is full of fresh elm. Finally, close the doors and windows. After doing all this, Luffy stopped and took a break. Looking around the conference room. Make sure everything is ready to vomit. When the small house is quiet. Wan Chunaway, who was sitting next to the white candle, looked around and looked around. I couldn't help feeling a little nervous. But he hadn't had time to ask anything. It was getting dark outside. It's dark. From now on. Don't talk. Until I collect the retro paintings. Otherwise, the yang energy will be leaked. What happened? I'm not responsible. Luffy fell 3 people with a serious expression. Look at each other. Nodding vigorously. The expression became even more nervous. Luffy took a deep breath. Look at the ancient painting on the wall. The fish was ignited with yellow paper. The fresh elm is burning very slowly. In a short while, white smoke rose. The smoke soon spread in the conference room. It made everyone feel a little confused about their eyes. Wan Chunaway's throat was itchy. But thinking of Luffy's instructions. Cover your mouth and nose. Holding the cough. Security guard. I don't know what Luffy is going to do. Frown, fearful. Drooping your head. Brain. Only the beard is relatively calm. Definitely trust your boss. But the 3 of them have one thing in common. That is, he bowed his head and did not dare to look at the ancient paintings on the wall. The smoke from the burning of clouds continues to surge upwards. Intoxicated with the scroll. Luffy holds the ghost-headed knife in his hand. Staring at the beginning. The ancient paintings are quite calm. But it didn't take long to tremble as if I couldn't stand the smoke. A black gas emerged from the scroll. Want to put out the white smoke. But the black gas just touched the white smoke. It's like it's evaporated. Dissipated instantly. The woman's ethereal scream rang out. The painting trembled even harder. Blood was slowly flowing out. The 3 people who buried their heads felt numb when they heard it. I want to look up but I don't dare. My heart is stuck in my throat. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. This method works very well. So he put down the ghost-headed sword. Keep the brazier. As long as the flame is extinguished. Just add some yellow paper corpse wood to burn the flames. But the smoke is not small. The smoke keeps staining the bones. Black gas just emerged. It was evaporated by the white smoke. More and more blood flowed out of the painting. Then an incredible scene happened. The white smoke gradually spread into the painting. As the smoke penetrated into the painting, the villain in the painting seems to see something extremely terrifying. Suddenly panic. Throw down the sedan chair. Throw down the instrument. Running around. Thick smoke rolls. It's like a flood raging in the painting. The little people who sent Ching Ching could not hide in the white smoke and were wiped out. The smoke flooded the bride in the sedan chair. 2 new capsules flooded the door of the mansion. Not long after, the whole painting is covered with white smoke. There is no more blood flowing out of the painting. It seems to have dried up. Luffy's heart also rose at this time. Now is the critical moment. It depends on whether the souls of the 3 employees can be displaced. Next. Luffy narrowed his eyes as he endured the smoke. Staring at the ancient painting without blinking. 1 second or 2 seconds. Finally there was a translucent illusionary figure. It gradually emerged from the scroll. The figure is full of confusion and panic. It seems like I'm lost in this thick smoke. I don't know where to light a candle, Luffy immediately shouted at the 3 men guarding the candle. The 3 of them hurriedly took action. Shiver. The white candle lighted up and the dim candlelight lit up in the smoke. The illusory human image floated in the white mist like a headless fly. Suddenly I saw a candlelight. It's like finding the way home. He floated over involuntarily. As soon as he approached the candlelight instantly turned into a worry green. It sways like being blown by the wind. Wan Chunwei is guarding this candle. He was so scared that he shivered. Hurry up to protect the candle with both hands. At the same time, he felt a chill on his back. It seems that something is approaching. He raised his head carefully. Seeing an illusory pale woman's face, he opened his mouth wide in horror. Fortunately, he still remembers Luffy's advice. Gripping his teeth and not letting himself scream. The green candlelight gradually stabilizes. Then the illusionary figure floated along the red line on the candle to the female employee and disappeared in an instant. The candlelight turned yellow again. Wan Chunwei was stunned in shock. Very good. The female employee's soul returned to her position smoothly. Luffy's heart trembled. But now is not the time to relax. There are also 2 security guards' souls. She continued to stare at the bone painting. Not long after, the second and third souls emerged from the painting one after another. Their eyes are empty. A face full of confusion. Go out and light candles. They have just gotten out of the picture. There are a pair of pale ghost hands. Suddenly break through the smoke in the painting. Catch them hard. My classmates' memories of getting married in the church. Husband and wife burial. No one is allowed to go through ghost hands. Behind is a resentful bride. The bride of Rong ghost appears. Let go of the hand and slashed over it immediately with a heavy ghost-headed knife. The pale ghost hand should be turned into black smoke to dissipate. Ghost pain. Extremely painful. But it's very flying. Go forward quickly. Already a knife. Keep 2 souls behind you. Why let go of the dark air? Reconstituted into hands? Ghost Heart Girl is very important. The soul cloaks are in the drift. Ferocious and beautiful. Dead in the beautiful Hua. Her heart was filled with resentment. Hate of all the world. Even if the smoke burned his body. Make him die constantly. She doesn't want to let go either. The marriage has been completed. It's time to go to hell together and never imagine that the bride escaped completely floated out of the painting. Waving the ghost claws. The fierce god rushed over. Luffy waved the ghost head knife hard. Don't let him get close to those 2 souls. The 2 souls follow the waves in the smoke. Finally found my own wax. Floating over in a hurry. The 2 smoke turns green in an instant. It was swayed by the shock of the cold wind. Although Beard was shocked. But soon calmed down. Protect the candle with your hands. Don't let the light go out. The second soul returns to its position safely along the red line. Just the last security captain shook his hands. Don't let it stabilize for a long time. The soul couldn't help but get anxious. It's like they're at the doorstep. But he was rushing around the candle as if he couldn't get in. Hu Zi and Wan Chunwei were both anxious to see it. But it cannot be exported. Remind Luffy to deal with the ghost bride. I can't pull myself away at all. Oh my god. The soul was floating around the security captain anxiously. The security guards feel like there is something beside them. After all, I couldn't help but raise my head. Just opened my eyes and saw a terrifying face without eyes. He screamed in fear. His hand shook the candle. The candle tilted downwards. The candlelight is about to go out. Wan Chunwei. He opened his mouth and almost jumped out of his throat. At the critical moment, a powerful hand suddenly held the candle. And quickly covered the dying candlelight with his palms. The candlelight flashes a few times. Finally it lights up again. The soul finally found the way. Floating into the security guard along the red line. The body is full of spring sunshine. All of a loose body. The heart beats like a drum. Gassing heavily. The person who protects the candlelight is the beard. He ignored his safety. Leaving the incense ash protection circle. After the last soul returns to its position. He glared at the security captain fiercely. The security guard's face was bloodless. I know I almost broke something big. My head was covered in cold sweat. Wan Chunwei. At this time, nodded to Beard with gratitude without saying a word. Beard stops. I know I can't stay outside too much. Walk quickly towards your incense ash circle. However, he just stepped. The picture in front of me suddenly changed. It's no longer a smoke-filled conference room. It's a sedan chair getting closer and closer. He was wearing a groom's uniform. Standing at the high gate of the courtyard. Welcome your own bride. The bride in the school should be beautiful. She is willing to give everything for it. The beard is about to sink. A violent deed suddenly awakened him. Immediately afterwards, he felt his forehead be slapped. Suddenly, my headache was split. Everything around has changed. The smoke-filled conference room is back. Go back soon. Luffy, holding the big knife, was next to him with nervous expression. Fortunately, the ghost bride was scorched by smoke. Fast weak. Luffy can only withdraw from him and save him. Boss. I'm fine. He quickly endured his headache and jumped back to the incense ash circle. Faisong breathed a sigh of relief and ignored half of his body. The security captain with a circle of incense gray stared at the ghost bride looming in the smoke. I know he won't last long. He strode to the brazier. Burned the fire vigorously and bloody. The whole conference room was filled with smoke. Why is the body of the ghost bride covered with cracks like broken porcelain? The black gas is dissipating rapidly. He had bleeding tears in his eyes. His face was full of misery and grievance. Why can they escape? I can't do anything wrong. It's not the ones who hurt you. This bride is transformed by resentment. There is no normal communication at all. But thinking about the various things he encountered during his lifetime, Luffy still felt a little unbearable and let go. Ghost Head Knife said in a deep voice. Now you can escape. I hate it. The last drop of blood fell. The ghost bride's bloody eyes looked at the burning flames. Suddenly, he plunged in. Mars are splashing everywhere. The flame suddenly rose several meters high. Then it goes out. The ghost bride's figure completely dissipated. Rest in peace. Luffy whispered. Although the experience of the ghost bride is pitiful. But time has changed. Her enemies have long been destroyed. In the torrent of history, more innocent people should not be harmed. For evil things that harm people, Luffy has no guilt. If the ghost bride doesn't break it by itself, he will do something evil is evil. Compared with the rush when I first collected evil things, he has become much calmer now. Although the process was a little troublesome this time. But it succeeded in the end. Open the doors and windows. Let the smoke spread out. The conference room gradually became clear. President Wan finished. Luffy said to Wan Shunaway. Has it been successful? Wan Shunaway nervously asked about the number of soul Fonghun that he had broken. The bride's resentment has been eliminated. This painting is now the most ordinary ancient painting. Luffy replied with a smile. Not every evil thing has a special effect. Very good. Wan Shunaway got up from the ground with weak hands and feet. I hurriedly looked at the ancient painting hanging on the wall and had been removed by the smoke. There was no damage at all. The patterns in the painting are intact. It's really magical. He then carefully checked the ancient paintings. Apart from a smoky smell? No problem. Before the stone in my heart is completely landed. He has always been worried that ancient paintings would be damaged by fireworks. Then they pointed to the unconscious wounded man on the chair. It's okay for the soul to return to the position. But those two people's eyes must not be better. Luffy's soul returns to his position. It can restore their consciousness to normal. But you cannot create something out of nothing. Let the dugout eyes grow back. As for why the ghost bride wants to poach the eyes, maybe it's a resentment towards those people who are desperate to save them. Get Luffy's recognition. Wan Shunaway suddenly felt relieved. Although he witnessed the scene of his soul returning to his position. But the process is too fantastic. I can't help but confirm with Luffy. They are employees of Tianlong. Tianlong will be responsible for the end. In the future, the medical expenses and pensions will be borne by Tianlong. Then he carefully put away the old words. There was a joy that could not be suppressed on my face. What should he do, boss? Beard stood up. Have been active. The body is sent to the security captain. Never stood up. His eyes were dull. It seems to be in a daze. Nothing big deal. It's just overshocking. It will be fine in a few days. She is lucky and healthy. When leaving Shanghai, the ghost bride is no longer able to do it. So his soul was not hooked. Walking Luffy's tone is calm and authentic when facing unknown horror things. It is human nature to be afraid. In fact, we can't blame him for his unpromising things. When Wan Shunaway was very dissatisfied with his performance. I will probably not use it again in the future. But she is lucky enough. At least not blind. There is no crazy Wan Shunaway. Let the people outside come in and clean up the mess. He asked Luffy and Beard to go to the VIP lounge to fetch water himself. Everyone experienced the smoky fire in the conference room. One by one. It's the time for dry mouth. Luffy gulped when he heard the sound of the sound. The beard is like a ox shadow to take a break. Relieve it? Wan Shunaway asked a question with great enthusiasm. Xiaolu shopkeeper's methods really opened my eyes. But although the trouble is solved. But I still don't understand a lot. Hope you can solve the problem. Please say Luffy is very patient. You said you want to crack the soul sealing transformation. It must be roasted on fire. Why not use dry firewood instead of using stonewood? That thing is not very popular. It's all smoke when it's burned. The use of fire is to roast the bride's blood in the painting. But Shirmu's fire is not big. It is not easy to damage or ossification. As for why you use elm. I wonder if Mr. Wan has heard of the elm sacred tree. What's the point of this? Wan Shunaway feels very novel. According to legend, elm is one of the sources of fire. It has the power to burn out all the filth in the world. Luffy took a sip of water. Continue to explain. Some nations even regard elm as a symbol of sacred trees. Treat it as the patron saint of the village. Sincere worship. I think the sacred tree can bless them to get rid of diseases and evil spirits. It's so good for the weather. Wan Shunaway was amazed. It seems I'm going to apply to my boss. 1 or 2 elm trees were planted in our auction house. The real sacred tree is naturally not that simple. At least it will take hundreds or thousands of years. Luffy smiled. However, the burning flame of ordinary elm trees still has the power to eliminate evil. It's the same principle as peach wood can ward off evil spirits. In fact, it only cracks the soul sealing transformation. Very simple. Grill the blood in the pigment with elm fire. Just remove the evil spirit. But this time we have to find the fire of those 3 employees first. That's why it's a little trouble. Smooth with smoke and roast high slowly. It's really high. Wan Chunaway was convinced orally. The evil-sized means are well known. It's simply a lot of insight. Mr. Wan praised it. Luffy put down the water cup. Looking at Wan Chunaway, he said. Mr. Wan. I have successfully solved the ancient paintings of shoes. You can tell me what the sheepskin map is. He was a little nervous. But the other party should not temporarily raise the price or regret it. This is naturally appointing the shopkeeper Xiao Lu. I will report this good news to the boss later. Fortunately, Wan Chunaway is very happy. Go to the side and make a call immediately. After a while, the store came back with a smile. The shopkeeper of the small road. My boss is very happy. The information on the sheepskin map will be sent later. Besides, he also told me to follow the rules of evil characters. Rules for doing things with evil characters. Luffy was a little puzzled. Of course, I used this ancient painting to give the evil character. Wan Chunaway laughed. However, the owner of this painting still wants to keep it for collection. So it's a living thing. Don't be so polite. There is enough information about the sheepskin map. This was agreed in advance. How can that work? The boss told me that the shoes that I couldn't break. The rules of font size are under Wan Chunaway's strong insistence on Luffy. I had to take it out as a ticket. When the price is 10,000. This period is 10,000. Chunaway made 300,000 on the spot. Do the handling fee. Whether it's dead or alive. When the evil font is never doing business at a loss. Luffy looked at the account information. I can't help but feel it's hard to lose money. But he didn't care about the money at all. This time I was released to get information about the sheepskin map. Find clues related to Grandpa. 10 minutes later. Wan Chunaway received the message. Immediately send a photo to Luffy's phone. Please check the shopkeeper of Xiaolu. Thank you Luffy for being eager to open the photos. The shot was very clear. It can be seen that the map's material is very old. No map pattern black. The black one is a little blurry. Luffy frowned. He doesn't recognize the patterns on this map, either of them. It seems that it is a shopkeeper of some kind of ancient Chinese language. Don't hurry to go back and study it slowly. But there is one thing. I must remind you. Wan Chunaway smiled meaningfully. What? Luffy looked up at Wan Chunaway. You have a sheepskin map. Don't tell others. Many people are looking for this map. Let others know. I'm afraid it will cause you unnecessary trouble. Wan Chunaway shocked Luffy, slightly stunned. Asked. All of them are mysterious people. I don't know the origin. It was to avoid trouble at the beginning. We have deleted the relevant information about the map at the auction house. Where did this map come from? Is a vintage lover? Escaped from the black market. Put it here to consign. But the map was lost not long ago. Others died of illness. We also have no more clues. Luffy thought about it. Also said. Can I ask another question? What is the record on this map? Feel sorry. I don't want to tell you, Xiaolu shopkeeper. But we don't know that Wan Chunaway is greedy for spreading his hands. We've looked for some experts. But no one can identify the information on the map. The text above has never appeared in history. But one expert speculated. This should be a treasure map. Records the burial place of a special treasure. A special treasure. Luffy's heart moved. Feel it's very likely. They carry font sizes for generations. It is impossible for parents and grandfather who make a living by collecting these evil treasures to be busy with something unrelated. Then he thanked Mr. Wan. For me, too. Thank you, boss. At the beginning. He was still worried that the other party would regret it. Unexpectedly, the owner of the auction house not only gave him the map photos. I also revealed a lot of information to him. Welcome. The shopkeeper Xiaolu helped our boss solve a big problem. We should thank you. Wan Chunaway smiled and wanted to keep the two of them rest. But Luffy's heart is like an arrow. He sent a car to take them back. The boss has already said. Tell him the map information. Standing by the window. Wan Chunaway. Holding a cell phone. Very respectful attitude. The boy of the Lu family is no worse than his grandfather. By time. It may even surpass his grandfather when it develops. Sell him a favor today. It's great for us. Be more friendly with him in the future. Do you understand? Clear? Put down your phone. Wan Chunaway quietly watched the car go away. Luffy returns to the pawn shop on Antique Street. Although the body is tired. But there is no intention of going to sleep at all. He repeatedly looked at the map's photos. Don't miss any one of them. I also checked the above words online what they mean. It is a pity. Just as Wan Chunaway said. This text does not seem to appear in history. Passing Luffy read a lot of information. No information was found related to it. He had to give up the ancient Chinese revision for the time being. And study the pattern. Look horizontally and vertically up and down. The only thing that can be confirmed is that there are mountains and waters in this place. But where in China does not have landscapes? Luffy sighed. Rubbed the dry and sore eyes. The boss is not in a hurry. Take your time. Beard poured a glass of water over. The boss doesn't rest. He was embarrassed to go to bed by himself. With red eyes, I fucked with Luffy. Don't worry. At least there are clues now. Luffy's words seemed to be answering. Beard. It seems to be comforting myself again. This time it was not dawn yet. He asked Beard to go to bed. Holding your phone. Lying on the bed with a lot of worries. The messy questions in my mind one after another. I don't know when I fell asleep. In a daze. He seemed to dream of Grandpa. Grandpa was sitting beside his bed. Looking at him kindly. Tell him. Silly kid. Don't think too much. Keep the shoe size well. Grandfather. Where did you go? Why not tell me? Grandpa is back to see it. You will feel at ease knowing that you are safe and sound. Grandpa used his rough hands. Touched Luffy's head. Turning back on your body. Walk out slowly. Grandfather. Where are you going? You don't want to leave. Grandpa's back is getting farther and farther away, Luffy. I felt anxious. Sit up suddenly. But I found the room empty. He is the only one. Early in the morning. Who is the door with an evil font knocked on? I was so noisy in the early morning that I only slept for 2 or 3 hours. Get up from the bed reluctantly. Yawning and going to open the door. Brother Xiaolu, help, the door opens. A chubby figure rolled and crawled in. Brother bearded little Lu, come here. It was Lu Fugue's dark and black eyes. Looking at the beard anxiously. The boss is still sleeping. Just got back from work last night. You will come back later. Don't quarrel with others' lives. How could I wait for Lu Fugue to be so anxious that he sweated heavily? As he said that, he was about to rush into the yard. But he was weak. No need for beards. I took 2 steps and panted while holding the wall. Old Lu. You won't be unwilling to listen to your boss' advice. Let's talk to that confidant again. I almost saw that his face was worse. No bloody color. Like a dead person. Not that I want to go. He kept calling. I won't answer. He kept beating Lu Fugue. I want to cry without tears. I don't know what's going on either. I heard his voice. It's like a cat's paw's thorn in his heart. I don't know why I've been there. As a result, I was almost scared to death. Lu Fugue swallowed his saliva. Terror surged in his eyes. What's wrong? The confidant took off his makeup and said. He's not taking off makeup. He is. Lu Fugue knew that Hu Zi was using his boiling water to glare at him fiercely. I won't tell you. I'll go find Brother Lu. I think he will not die for a while. Just wait a little longer. Good, you bearded, are you bloating? I'll tell Xiaolu later. Let him deduct your salary. Lu Fugue was so angry that he wanted to be a tiger son. But when the body is normal, I can't catch up with my beard. Not to mention now. 2 people quarreled. I saw Luffy walking through the yard. Boss. Look at him being lively. Surely I can't die. You can sleep a little longer. The beard shouted. The path. Brother. Don't listen to him. You'll be late for a while. I was pissed to death by him first. Lu Fugue's face was dark. Panting old Lu. What's going on with you? Luffy glanced at Lu Fugue. I can't help but startle you. Want to raise the weak fire. Just like a dying person. The path. Brother. I don't want to die. You have to save me. When Lu Fugue heard this. Almost crying. Tried to grab Luffy's arm. Refusing to let go. Didn't I give you a talisman? How could it be like this? Luffy told him not to worry. Sit down and talk slowly. Lu Fugue said tremblingly. Fortunately, there is that talisman. Otherwise I would have died last night. Xiaomei is not a human being. Not a human. Listen to Lu Fugue. Luffy and Beard couldn't help but look at each other. What is not a human? It's a ghost. Beard watches the fun without bothering. Give Lu Fugue a thumbs up. Ghost Rider. Good guy. Lao Lu is still you are good. I'm willing to give up on the disadvantage. Shut up. Your Lu Fugue's nose is almost crooked. But I don't have the strength to argue with him. I can only ignore him. Brothers of the Road. I accidentally went to see Xiaomei yesterday. I think he is definitely not a human being. It's a monster. Luffy said speechlessly. Careless. I'm not asking for advice. I told you not to go. Brother Lu. I'll listen to your advice. I really didn't want to see him. Lu Fugue's expression was bitter. I held back the night before yesterday. Didn't go. But I don't know why. No see you for a day. He just scratched his heart. He must have used some evil tricks on me. He called me again last night. You didn't hear the sound. It's so fascinating. I haven't responded yet. The people who have passed by have passed. Luffy rolled his eyes. Then what? After I've gone. He massaged me the massage oil as usual. The taste is a bit weird. But it's very comfortable. Every time I pressed it, I tried my best. I feel like I can keep my golden guns falling all night. Seeing Luffy and Beard both looked at him with contempt. Lu Fuguei smiled kindly. I hurriedly continued to talk. Yesterday he went to take a shower after pressing me. While I was waiting for him in bed. Suddenly came to my senses. Why am I here again? I'm a little scared. I originally wanted to wear clothes and leave immediately. But I couldn't help but be curious. Just go to bathe. I took a few more glances. Listen to him. Luffy couldn't help but interrupt. Are you sure you are curious? Not lustful. Brothers of deer. Listen to me first. After saying that, I'm really curious. Lu Fuguei was amused and crying. Because there is a strange place in Xiaomei. Every time he saw me wearing a scarf around my neck, I will never take it off even when I sleep. I asked him why. He said he likes scarves. I didn't think much about what kind of emotions I thought. One time I was sleeping. Don't draw scarves secretly. As a result, he opened his eyes and grabbed my hand. He was quite angry at that time. I coaxed it for a long time before I coaxed it back. But I didn't take it seriously. I saw that he liked scarves so much. I also bought a few silk pieces to give to him. But he never brought it. Only take his own one. Lu Fuguei sighed. Actually, I really like him. I have really experienced this during these days with him. Never been happy. I feel like the past 40 years have passed in vain. Beard. Smiling. Then you can continue to talk to him. As the saying goes, peony flowers. It's a romance even if you're scared to death. Go away, can you shut up? Lu Fuguei is so angry that he doesn't want to fight. It's not that I have poor concentration. It was me who was fascinated by his magic. Every time I come back from him, I feel a little weak. It seems to be hollowed out. I thought I was old. Bad health. Later you reminded me. I just realized. Something is wrong. I, old Lu, have also experienced many twists and turns. I haven't seen any beauty before. Why are you so fascinated by him? Think about it carefully. He looks very average. Lu Fuguei is tense. A fat face and eyebrows were almost twisted. So last night I thought. Anyway, they're all here. I have to figure out what's going on. I think he took a shower. You must take off the scarf. I just want to take this opportunity to take a sneak peek. See what's going on in his neck. As a result, I just saw that. Lu Fuguei. The whole person was trembling. The eyes are full of fear. What did you see? Luffy and Beard looked at him together. I saw him take his head off. Put it under the shower and wash your hair. Lu Fuguei tried his best to say this. Good guy. Luffy and Beard both gasped. Take off your head and wash your hair. Is this still a human? Beard exclaimed. I said he is not a human. Lu Fuguei's voice was trembling. I was so scared that I sat on the ground. I originally wanted to run away immediately. But I don't wear pants. I got up and went to wear it. Xiaomei may have heard my movements. Remember to walk out in a hurry. The head is on the neck again. His hair was wet. There was still a scent on his head. It just seems like my head is a bit crooked. It's like not pretending. I don't dare to look at him at all. I don't even bother to wear pants. Holding the clothes and running out. But he stepped in front of the door. Ask me what I'm doing. How dare I fight him? I had to say. Boil water at home. Forgot to turn off the fire. I have to go home and take a look. He was very unhappy. Don't let me go. Ask me if I have changed my mind. He also grabbed my face with his hands. I hurriedly smashed the clothes in my hand. Unexpectedly, he screamed. Rolled to the ground. Black smoke was still coming out of his neck. I don't know what happened to him. Escape first. I heard him calling me from behind. That's not daring to look back. But I couldn't run any longer. Fortunately, there is a police station next to it. I heard that this kind of place has the majesty of the official family. The dirty things in the air dare not enter. I ran in with all my life. He really didn't chase him, wait. Beard couldn't help laughing. Old Lu. You ran out naked. At that time, my life was almost gone. I still have to wear clothes. Lu Fuguei said this. But his old face turned red. Quickly bring this topic. I hid in the police station and calmed down. I remembered the talisman that Brother Xiao Lu gave me in my clothes. It must be that the talisman fell on him when I smashed my clothes. Fortunately. If it weren't for that talisman, I definitely can't escape his claws. I dared to go home only to dawn. I don't wear a top. But I don't have time to come to find Xiao Lu. Brother, help me. Lu Fugue is still in shock now. So you ended up running naked. The beard is full of funny face. What a naked run. My old Lu is also a well-known person in the antique street. In the end, Lu Fugue must have gone home with clothes. He said with a straight face. Where did you get the clothes? I can't pick it up in the trash can. That's that coincidental. You just picked up the clothes. Beard doesn't believe it. Under his persistent questioning, Lu Fugue stammered and said that he finally picked up a paper case. Blocked the beard running home from the key part. He said loudly with his eyes wide open. Your key part is not your face, right? Puff. Can't help it. All the water that had just been drunk in my mouth was sprayed out. It's not that he is not kind. I really can't help it. A middle-aged fat man. Running naked on the street at night. That picture is so beautiful. Don't dare to watch a good horror story. Why did it end up making a funny story? Smile. Smile. I can't laugh at you to death. Lu Fugue glared at his beard in anger. But Lu Huzi disturbed this. The terrifying atmosphere was much lessened. Lu Fugue himself also felt much more relaxed. Luffy was holding back his laughter. Huzi poured Lu Fugue a cup of hot water to suppress his shock. But then again, I have no brains. Isn't that a ghost? Old Lu. Why do you say he is a monster? Beard is puzzled. Which ghost has you seen that can appear during the day? I saw Xiaomei walking outside during the day. And there is a shadow under your feet. Lu Fugue was determined. The most important thing is when I sleep with him. Can feel his body temperature? The flesh on the body is soft. It's so damn it's probably not like this. I haven't touched a ghost yet. I didn't know that my beard gave him a blank look. Turning his head. Boss. What do you think that Xiaomei is? Not a human. It's not that I can still move after taking off my head. It's really evil. Luffy rubbed his cheeks with a soft smile. He said seriously. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. It's really hard to say. I said he was a monster. Become specialized in absorbing men's essence. Lu Fugasheng sighed. After the divorce. I didn't look for a hold. I thought I had met the second spring. I remembered that it was a monster, Xiaolu brother Shu Weixie. The character is good at the front and back of the horse. You can't stand by death and refuse to save you. Fine. Didn't you let him suck it last night? You still have a breath to die. Luffy patted his thick shoulder. Consoling. But this is too fragile, it doesn't work. If there are any sequelae. Lu Fugue was worried. There is still an old ginseng hidden in you. Or I'll stew it first and replenish it for myself. If you want to create some sword king of hell, you just eat it. Luffy said immediately. Your body is in great deficit now. In a state of being weak and unreplenished. At this time, taking big tonic medicine is equivalent to taking poison. Lu Fugue was about to cry again. What should I do? I'll stabilize your fire first. As long as the fire is better. Everything is easy to say. Luffy got up and went to the bedroom. He took a talisman of evil warding left by his grandfather. I made a cup of talisman water for Lu Fugue. Although Lu Fugue loves money. But do things for evil characters. Still do your best. Caring for emotion and reason. He can't even watch. No matter after drinking this cup of talisman water. You go and eat something normally. Go home and have a good sleep. Carry good spirits. Raise the fire and slowly recover and return home. I'm alone, too. Too unsafe. Little brother. I wish you that Lu Fugue is also on Luffy's breath. Drink all the talisman water. Not even letting go of the scum. Then take out 200 yuan. Let Beard buy something delicious. And generously expressed his life when he lived in the evil character. He bought everyone's food. Beard looked at the 2 bills and shook his head. My boss takes hundreds of thousands of shots outside at one time. The talisman water you just drank is hundreds of. Who can eat if you have 200? Lu Fugue's face shook and ended with pain and took out another 300. It was almost the same as Beard took the money and went out to pack an extremely sumptuous breakfast. Lu Fugue tried hard to eat. As afraid of losing money. Eat alone. Most of the time Luffy couldn't help but smile. Lao Lu didn't see you making less money. Why are you doing so stingy? Although I divorced my ex-wife. But the child is my biological child. I don't have to save more for my kids. Lu Fugue sighed. I didn't talk about this topic. After dinner, Beard handed over all the remaining money to Luffy. Luffy only collected 200 pieces of water. Let the rest Beard keep for meals. Then he asked Lu Fugue to rest. Bearded shop. Go out by yourself. Luffy ran all the bookstores in the city. I bought all the books that studied ancient Chinese. Ready to take it home. Slowly study the grandpa's handing over the offer. He will never give up. Carrying Chen Diendi's book. Luffy is standing by the road waiting for the bus. I was thinking about that map in my mind. The voice of strangers suddenly came to my ears. He came to his senses. I saw a haggard couple. Send another flyer. Little brother. This is my son. You're okay. If I see him, make sure to call us. There must be a heavy thank you. The man respectfully handed a leaflet to Luffy. The red eyes were full of pleading. Above is a missing person notice. There are pictures of a little boy and related information about the loss. The child looks like he is 6 or 7 years old. Tiger head and tiger brain are very cute. Good. I have clues. I must contact you Luffy Tang to accept the flyer. Thank you, thank you. The couple thanked each other for their gratitude and continued to hand over the flyer. Change the ball whenever you want. The attitude is very cool. Luffy looked at their backs. I couldn't help but think of my parents. When parents have an accident. He is only 6 or 7 years old. So many years have passed. He was sad to find that he couldn't even remember what his parents looked like. The car is here. Luffy shook his head. Don't allow yourself to be depressed for too long. Leaving the pawn shop with his things in a car. Lu Fugue's cell phone, which was sleeping in a daze, suddenly vibrated. He turned over and didn't want to answer. But the phone kept ringing. He had to squint his eyes. Press the on key. A beautiful question. Who is it? You dead ghost. I'm not here to see me. A delicate voice came from the receiver. Like a current passing through the ears? Make him feel numb all over. I'll be here soon. Lu Fugue sat up from the bed happily. Just about to go out. Suddenly I found myself in the evil character. Suddenly my whole body was cold. It's over and here again. He ran out of the guest room in a panic. Shouting. Are the Huzi Xiaolu brothers back? Xiaomei's phone call is coming again. As for it? Just one phone call will scare you. This way the beard is dozing off on the chair. I was woken up by Lu Fugue just after having a good dream. Monk Luffy's books on ancient texts. Rubbed your eyes. Lift your head from behind the counter. After buying the book. He came back. Lu Fugue slept soundly. So I don't know what he said on the phone. He asked me to go to his house like nothing happened. I almost caught his words again. If I hadn't found out that I was in the shoes. I must have passed by in a confused manner again. Lu Fugue scratched his chest hard. This time I'm very twitching. Just want to run there. What should I do? Be patient first. I really can't help but say it again. Luffy rode. Lu Fugue was sweating profusely. What if I can't help it? Then there is only one way. Luffy said in a deep voice. Get rid of him and hear Luffy say this. Lu Fugue hesitated again. He said with concern. Or I'll endure it anymore. As long as my body can recover, it's fine. See you goodbye. Sighing his lips. Compared to the old Lu. You won't be reluctant to let it go. Almost sucked dry. I also thought about that monster. Fart. I can't bear to leave it alone. I'm worried about your safety. Lu Fugue said seriously with a stern face. The monster took off his head. Can you still try something easy to deal with? Just forget it. If the shopkeeper Xiao Lu had a bump. How did I explain to his grandfather? Drinking the talisman water. Have a serious day off again. His spirit has recovered a lot. He is no longer as lustful as a dead person. I feel excited about beards. Fear of death, fear of death. He also brought me to my house. Boss, listen to what you said. It seems that I know our old man very well. Who is not afraid of death? You're not afraid. I've seen Mr. Lu at least. Have you seen it? Just keep talking about my old man. Lu Fugue is really angry. Where did I offend you? Always go against me. Xiao Lu. Brother. You should take care of him quickly. Okay. What are the two big men fighting? Luffy stopped him speechlessly. Two beards? This person usually takes good care of people and things. I don't know why I treat Lu Fugue like this. But now is not the time to theory this. He said to Lao Lu. I guess you can't hide from this time. You're already there. That beautiful little one. Even if you don't go today. Not going tomorrow. I still have to go the day after tomorrow. Lu Fugue's face couldn't help but become heavy. Road. That according to your wishes. I have to go tonight. Unless you have strong perseverance. Be able to control yourself. Never go to the road. Fei shook his head. Otherwise, the root cause will not be removed. Can escape the first year of junior high school? Can't escape 15. Besides. Can't he come to you? It's like verifying Luffy's words. Luffy just finished speaking. Lu Fugue's cell phone rang again. It's news about the little hairdresser. Ask him if he has arrived? Lu Fugue's face changed suddenly. Color gritted her teeth. Then go and leave the small path. What are my fears for brothers? Luffy doesn't want to cause trouble either. But let Lu Fugue ignore it. He might get a lunchbox one day. Go and see that weird thing for a while. If it can be dealt with. It's best if you can't deal with it. Didn't you still have 2 legs? Luffy asked his beard to clean up. Take the ghost head knife again. So I set out with Lu Fuguei. Just in case. Luffy asked Huzi to drive Lu Fuguei's car. He and Lu Fuguei sat behind him. Old Lu. Now tell me how you met that little beauty. I met my clients while singing on KTV. He is a waiter at KTV. Lu Fuguei sighed. Others are very good at doing things. I drank too much that night. He took care of me properly. I think he is very good. So I added WeChat and chatted on WeChat. It's familiar after a while. He said his massage skills were very good. Invite me to his house to play. I was dizzy for a moment. Later, I became more and more addicted. Lu Fuguei's face was full of annoyance. I thought I had good luck with love. I didn't expect to encounter such an evil thing. In fact, we can't blame the sexy lady he sent to the door. How many people can control it? Old Lu. You don't even look at how old you are. When the little girl will burrow her beard into your arms. He didn't forget to ridicule Lu Fuguei while driving. What's wrong with me? I'm only over 40. In his prime. All right. Lu Fuguei snorted. After all, I am also a boss who has talked about more women. Unlike some people. I'm afraid I haven't even touched the woman's hand. The beard is on the neck. Lu, you're messing around. You think everyone is the same as you. If you really don't want a book. Can introduce it to you. Don't say what to do if you didn't take a photo. Lu Fufugi is moving back to a city. I feel much more comfortable. Luffy thought something. He can work in KTV. It means he is indeed not a ghost. There are corpses. At least she looks normal. Yes, remove the neck. Remember the scarf around your neck. It's no different from how many people give it to you. If I hadn't seen him take his head off. Beat to death. I don't believe he is a monster either. Lu Fuguei looked at the shopkeeper Luffy's little road with some concern. I know your family is very good at dealing with evil. Are you sure of such an evil monster? Not sure. Try it first. Before I met Xiaomei. Luffy doesn't know how to guarantee anything either. Lu Fuguei stopped talking. There are many worries in my eyes. Xiaomei's home is in a remote community on the outskirts of the city. There are very few residents here. The surroundings are deserted. There are not many lights in the entire community. I got off the car like a ghost building. Looking up at the surrounding environment. I feel the location of the community is a bit weird. But the light is too dark. He couldn't see the truth for a moment. Xiaomei lives in building 4. Lu Fuguei led the two into the community guard room with a familiarity. The security guard swayed his hat on his face. Doze off. Access control is useless. Buildings 4 are in the innermost part of the community. The overall area of this community is not large. But the greening is done well. Lush trees. He lives on the first floor. I saw the window without the light standing downstairs. Lu Fuguei pointed at him. A window with a faint light. Luffy thought about it and said. So, Lao Lu, go in and open the curtains first. My beard and I first observe outside. Find out what he is. This weird thing is neither human nor ghost. It was the first time Luffy heard that he didn't know anything. Busy directly. It's certainly not a wise move. But I dare not go in alone. Lu Fuguei was sad. What are you afraid of? It is dangerous to hold this help you. Just pat him on the forehead. You keep a door. We will go in and save you as soon as possible. Luffy stuffed a ghost-breaking word into Lu Fuguei's hands. Then call Lu Fuguei's phone number. You bring your headphones. We keep talking. I will remind you if there is any situation. Beard curled his lips. This is your life. You are not even at peace with yourself. The light is pointing at us. There is a situation. You must come and save me. Lu Fuguei also knew that this was the case. A few reassured advice. Put the keys in his close pocket. He went over and knocked on the door with his teeth. Luffy and Beard passed through the green belt with their own hands and feet. Come to the window door. Under the dim light. A gorgeous woman's face was revealed. Why are the dead ghosts so slow today? The woman saw Lu Fuguei. Just hook his belt with your fingers. Drag her into the house. There was a little traffic jam on the road. Lu Fuguei looked at him tremblingly. He floated to his neck involuntarily. He was still wearing the scarf with red flowers on black background. I didn't think that the red flowers looked like blood now. Under the ambiguous light. Xiaomei looked at Lu Fuguei with her charming eyes. Lu Fuguei's heart was pounding. He hurriedly opened his eyes from her scarf. Fine. Xiaomei didn't find anything. Hummed softly. He reached out his hand to hug Lu Fuguei's neck like a spoiled person. Why did you run so fast yesterday? Do you don't like others if you have a new love? No, no. There was an urgent matter yesterday. Lu Fuguei hurriedly moved to the window. Dodge. Xiaomei's hand squeezed out an eye that was even worse than crying. Try to stay calm. Xiaomei. I'm a little thirsty. Is it done if I pour me a glass of water? What water should I drink? I've prepared something for you today. Ensure that you quench your thirst. Xiao Mei giggled. He gave Lu Fugui a charming look. He twisted his waist and walked into the bedroom. This should be put before. Lu Fugui is sure to be all over. All the cells were excited. But at this moment, there was only panic in her heart. She quickly pulled the curtain open. Good. Let Luffy and Beard outside see what's going on in the house. Through the glass. Luffy made an okay gesture to Lu Fugui. Lu Fugui felt a little calmer. How about the dead ghost sitting on the sofa uneasy? Does it look good? Soon. Xiao Mei's delicate voice floated out of the bedroom. Lu Fugui looked up. Suddenly stunned. I saw that Xiao Mei was wearing a very unique set of underwear and fabrics, which were particularly small. Black stockings wrapped around long legs. A furry tail is attached to the back of the butt. The red scarf on his neck seemed out of place. Look at the tempting curves very well. White skin. Knowing that the other person is not a human being, Lu Fugui still couldn't help swallowing. The beard outside the window was even more stunned. The nosebleed almost spurted. Even Lu Fei is a little hot. It's not that Lu Fugui was fooled so easily. This little beauty is really good. Although that face looks average. But the figure is so devilish that I come here to give you a massage. Xiao Mei is holding a bottle of massage oil. Twist your waist and lean against the doorframe. A charming smile on his face. He hooked his finger at Lu Fugui. Good. Lu Fugui stood up subconsciously. Then I made a clever move. Stop it. If you want it, you're on the sofa. Devil. What new tricks do you want to play? I hated Xiao Mei and cursed coquettishly. Still twisted his waist and walked over. Take off your clothes. Lu Fugui looked out the window at the curtains. A corner of the lifting. Two pairs of eyes lay there. Old Lu. You do what he said first. Don't anger him. Luffy's voice came from his headphones. Lu Fugui seemed to be answering. Luffy seems to be answering Xiao Mei again. She took off her top. Exposed a big white belly. Are you lying on the sofa nervously and still have pants? Little Mei missed her red lips. Too tired today. You first made an excuse for me to press Lu Fugui. Xiao Mei has no doubts. A smirk. Lift his legs and ride on Lu Fugui's body. It doesn't matter if you're tired. I'll guarantee that you will be alive later. Said. He opened the glass bottle. Apply tan massage oil on your hands. A strange fragrance drifted out. How comfortable. Xiao Mei's too slender and tender hands. Massage on Lu Fugui's back. The eyes are full of love and comfortable. Lu Fugui's tense body relaxed instantly. An intoxicating expression appeared on his face. The paper seemed to have all the fears out of the sky in a moment. What tastes so fragrant? The two people who were quietly observing outside the window also smelled the fragrance of massage oil. Jin Xiang's beard moved her nose. A trace of yearning appeared in his eyes. The face couldn't help but approach the glass. It seems like I want to get into the house. The fragrance fills the nose. Luffy felt dizzy in his head. I couldn't help but feel restless today. Quickly circulate the magic power of the Dantian. The brain returns to clear light. Luffy's face darkened. There is something wrong with the massage oil. The beard beside him kept swallowing. The movement is getting bigger and bigger. I'm afraid it will be exposed soon. Luffy quickly used his mana. Come to his forehead. A crisp sound suddenly. The beard is clever. I woke up immediately. At the same time, Xiao Mei in the room heard the noise outside. Looking up to the window, he raised his head and kicked it slightly. But it was pitch black outside and nothing was there. A fox flashed across Xiao Mei's face. But she didn't go over to check it out. Instead, lower your head. Continue to massage Lu Fugui. Her technique is very careful. Ensure Lu Fugui. Every inch of the skin on the back is covered with massage oil. Outside the window, Luffy and his beard stood in a place blocked by the curtains. The heart was pounding. Fortunately, it flashed fast enough just now. Otherwise, Xiao Mei would have discovered it. Wait for a while. After confirming that there is no movement in the room, the two of them looked into the house again tentatively. When I woke up and looked at Xiao Mei, it wasn't the same feeling I just now. Beautiful is beautiful. But there is an indescribable weirdness. A strong and strange fragrance permeated the room. Xiao Mei is still giving Lu Fugui a serious massage. There was a strange smile on his face. His eyes were straight and his tongue was stuck out from time to time. Lick the corner of your mouth. It's like Lu Fugui is not a human being. It's a delicacy. It's obviously a erotic picture. But let Luffy go. Feeling creepy. Old Lu. How are you? Old Lu. He tried to whisper Lu Fugui. But Lu Fugui didn't react at all. Already completely addicted to the land of gentleness. Can't hear anything? This reaction made Luffy think of a possibility. It's not good to frown. This is the corpse fragrance. That is to say, Xiao Mei is corpse friend who is traumatizing Lu Fugui. This kind of corpse friend is some evil warlock cutting off the chin of the dead pregnant woman. The oil dripping from white candles is quite abnormal. It can achieve the effect of making the smear object unable to stop. No wonder Lu Fuguei couldn't resist Xiaomei's call. This is not something that can be fought against with willpower. It is obviously not a simple person to be able to get this kind of corpse friend Xiaomei. Luffy's temple thumped straight. The reason why Lu Fuguei was confused was found. But the most critical issue has not been clarified yet. What is Xiaomei? Luffy squinted his eyes. Carefully look at Xiaomei's neck. The red scarf is tied tightly around the neck. He would scratch it gently from time to time. It seems to be covered by a silk scarf. Some will itch. In addition to this, he looks no different from a normal person. If it weren't for Lu Fuguei's personal description, it's really hard to imagine that he can take off his head. One removes the head. What exactly is the person who can still act normally? It seems that we need to find a way to get him to take his head off. Luffy was thinking. Suddenly I saw Xiaomei stopping the massage. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seemed as if the meal had finally been cooked and he lay down, holding Lu Fuguei's face in both hands. Put the red lips close. His mouth and nose are not good. He is going to absorb Lu Fuguei's essence. The lips are exposed and the heart is tight. Although Lu Fuguei's foreign fire has stabilized. But only the last breath of energy is left. If Xiaomei sucks it away. He was completely cold. Old Lu wakes up. Luffy called Lu Fuguei on his mobile phone. But Lu Fuguei has been fascinated by his roommates. No matter how much you shout, it won't work. The engraved words Luffy gave him were put in his pocket. He was panicked just now. Take off the clothes and take them out. In desperation, Luffy slapped the window with his hands. Attract Xiaomei's attention. Xiaomei suddenly raised her head. Used slender eyebrows to frown. He patted his hands suspiciously. Luffy quickly gestured to his beard. Let the beard continue to move here. Xiaomei's attention. And he sneaked into the house to save people. Beard nodded. He grabbed the glass with his hands and made an unpleasant noise. Luffy held the ghost-headed knife. Run along the wall toward the gate. The door was deliberately hidden by Lu Fuguei. Nothing is left dead. Xiaomei saw the sound outside the window kept ringing. His face became extremely ugly. Jumped off Lu Fuguei's body. Striking to the window. Curtain. He pulled it away suddenly. Dim lights. Pour out through the glass. He looked outside at the bushes in the green belt. Slightly shake the shadows in the corners of the wall. A few cats cried out. I'll eat you sooner or later. Little May has a vaginal face. I cursed a few viciously. When he closed the window with his hands. Open the door quietly. Slide into the house with your waist. Xiaomei closed the window. Pull the curtains tightly. Turn around. Luffy hurriedly hid behind the cabinet. Xiaomei glanced at Lu Fuguei, who was like a dead pig on the sofa. He reached out and scratched his neck to calm his heart. Smile again. Go back and continue to enjoy his meal. Luffy leaned against the cabinet. Use both hands to hold the Gue head knife. Tension all over. Can't find the opportunity to wake up Lu Fuguei? I can only fight hard with Xiaomei. Who knew that Xiaomei's red lips approached the window of Fuguei? The sound of glass sounded again. The harsh and harshness of coming. The little beautiful eyebrows are pubic. Slim, long. The eyebrows were frowned. She took a deep breath. Don't want to worry about the sound outside the window. But the harsh sound kept ringing. It made him feel extremely irritated to his heart. All moods were destroyed. Damn cat. He stood up with a faint coldness in his eyes. Go into the kitchen quickly. Take a sharp fruit knife out. The curtains rushed to the window and opened. His eyes were cold. In the knife outside the hand. A cold light. He Fifitong quickly walked to the sofa. Among the people who pinched Lu Fuguei hard. Lu Fuguei made a clever move. Open your eyes in a daze. Why did Luffy quickly hold her mouth? Stuck for a moment. The word ghost is in his hands. Then be careful to hide behind the cabinet and get it. The fubao I gave you was clean. Luffy made a low voice through his cell phone and the sound of water in Lu Fuguei's hands. Lu Fuguei returned to his hands in a mess. Thinking that I was fascinated by Xiaomei just now. I couldn't help but feel a spirit. You and I will give the cerebellum a bath. Luffy fell again. Xiaomei will take off her head when taking a shower. Maybe this is when he reveals his true body. I try my best to give Xiaomei a sneak peek. There are 10,000 impulses in my heart. Want to run. But I know I can run away. Can't run away today. Tomorrow I can only grit my teeth and persevere. Xiaomei looked by the window with a knife for a long time. I just didn't see that damn cat. Don't even think about running away if I finish eating. Xiaomei bent over hatefully. Turning around and seeing Lu Fuguei sitting up. I couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly put the knife behind him. Show a charming smile. Devil. Why did you wake up? I am so thirsty that I am not very beautiful. You go take a shower. Not Lu Fuguei's mouth. I almost said I missed my mouth and took a shower. Xiaomei was confused and her head was tilted. Didn't you wake up before? Go quickly. I can't wait. Being stared at by Xiaomei. Lu Fuguei. Sweat and laughing dryly. Try to find yourself so anxious. Okay. I'll go wash now. Wait for me well. He heard what he said. Xiaomei was happy. He twisted his waist and walked into the bathroom. Soon the sound of running water started to sound. A mist path sounded like a small mist in the bathroom door. Brother. He went to Lu Fuguwei. Looking at the hazy glass door. Be careful to gesture to Luffy's direction. Luffy then showed his face and looked at him. I took a look at the bathroom. Holding the ghost head knife. Get close to you with your hands and feet. Lu Fuguwei also lives in the glass. He walked over tremblingly. The two of them squinted their eyes from left to right. Through the crack in the door, he looked inside, looking at Lu Fuguwei's heartbeat like thunder. But he couldn't help but want to see it. Could it be that day that I was dazzled? Read it wrong. The two men's eyes gradually penetrated into the bathroom. Misty mist. Clothes with very little fabric are thrown on the toilet. After the glass partition covered with water droplets. Xiaomei's concave and convex figure is displayed. Her back to the door. The key parts appear in the mist. It makes people think a lot. Warm water washes the smooth back. The red scarf on his neck became more and more eye-catching. She scratched her neck. Finally raised his hand. Gently pulled the scarf away. At this moment, Luffy and Lu Fuguwei's hearts tightened. Never blink. The bright red scarf slips off. A hideous scar on Xiaomei's fair neck was revealed. The scar almost surrounds the entire neck. A circle is like an ugly bug crawling. In sharp contrast to her beautiful body. Touched the scar. Xiaomei bent down. Let the shower wash. Start washing your hair. A light shampoo. The fragrance floats out. Waited for a long time. Luffy didn't see Xiaomei taking off her head. Isn't this quite normal? Luffy looked at the door with a questioning gaze. I don't know Lu Fuguwei on the other side. Lu Fuguwei himself is also very strong. Did she misread that day? Xiaomei just bent down to wash her hair. He was too panicked. So it was like Xiaomei floating her head down. But this is too outrageous. Wait a little longer. Lu Fuguwei's gesture to Luffy. Luffy continued to peek inside patiently. However, until Xiaomei finished washing her hair. He didn't take his head off. Luffy and Lu Fuguwei were staring outside the door. Could it be that they made it wrong? Difficult to be beautiful? It's just because the scars on the neck are too ugly. I don't want to take off the scarf. He is not a monster at all wrong. But the next moment, Luffy immediately denied the idea. If Xiaomei is not a monster. So what's going on with oil? What happened to Lu Fuguwei being sucked in essence? The corpse oil and Lu Fuguwei's essence are all for sure. Use corpse oil to confuse people. Let others stop wanting to stop. This is understandable. But do people need to absorb other people's essence? Absolutely impossible. Even if the Shinman is a bit off the scenes. The method of practicing yin and yang on the left path is to use the method of practicing yin and yang. To replenish yin or to replenish yin. But that is achieved through intercourse. Only monsters need to absorb human essence. This little beauty is definitely not a human being. He is acting so normal now. Probably for paralysis. Lu Fuguwei. Lu Fuguwei ran away last night. It's abnormal again today. He must have been suspicious. I want to reassure Lu Fuguwei in this way. Good. Continue to absorb Lu Fuguwei's essence. What a cunning monster. But thinking about this, Luffy was happy. Lu Fuguwei is just an ordinary person. Xiaomei. There are so many tricks to confuse. Lu Fuguwei. Does it mean that his combat effectiveness is not good? If so, he doesn't have to worry about that much. You can do it directly. Lu Fuguwei saw Luffy not speaking for a long time. I felt anxious as if I was burning. Gestures for Luffy. What to do now? Be calm and do not be impatient. Wait until he comes out. You attract his attention. I'll do it. Luffy's gesture plus lip shape. Said in a low voice. Finally, I'm going to do it. Lu Fuguwei's heartbeat accelerated instantly. It was obviously nervous, but the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Luffy immediately made a gesture to Lu Fuguwei. He raised the heavy ghost-headed sword. Lu Fuguwei understands it. Holding the engraved ghostly words in my hand, I walked to the door. Prepare to attract Xiaomei's attention. I saw Xiaomei wrapped a bath towel. Rub the wet hair. Tie the scarf back around your neck and barefoot. Step out of the dead ghost from the glass partition. What are you doing when you stand outside the door? It scared me. Seeing Lu Fuguwei cursing coquettishly. But the expression doesn't seem to be unexpected. Am I in a hurry? Lu Fuguwei knew that he could not lose his links at this time. He actually mustered up the courage to walk up. Grab Xiaomei's hand and die. So anxious. What did you run yesterday? Xiaomei smiled proudly and was pulled out of the bathroom by Lu Fuguwei. At this time, Luffy swung his knife immediately. Cracking towards Xiaomei's back. The knife is rusty. Have been rolled up the blade long ago. Take a photo. It does not cause much harm to people. But if it is dirty, it is a different matter. when it's a crisp sound. The ghost-headed knife slashed on Xiaomei. It's like chopping on a stone. Not only did Xiaomei not hurt her. Instead, Luffy's mouth was numb. No. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Xiaomei looked at Luffy. Luffy looked at Lu Fuguei. Lu Fuguei looked at Xiaomei. Everyone looked at each other. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Then, Xiaomei's breathing is getting short of. His face became gloomy. That little beauty. Listen to my explanation. Lu Fuguei was sweating profusely. I also want to argue about seeking death. Xiaomei roared angrily. He grabbed Lu Fuguei's hand and threw him out. Lu Fuguei. This fat man of 180 pounds was thrown on the sofa by him. Suddenly dizzy. Very strong. Luffy quickly slashed again. When Xiaomei raised her hand and blocked her hard. The slender arm. Hard like a stone. Strong and strong. Forced Luffy to take a few steps back. Blocked the knife with bare hands. He didn't even have a mark on his skin. This is not a stone. It's just steel and iron bones. Isn't this a state that only zombies have? Luffy was shocked. Is it wrong for Xiaomei to be a zombie? Zombies are afraid of the sun. And the limbs are stiff. There is also a spear on his body. Where can I move freely like Xiaomei? Luffy felt incredible. What is he? But Luffy has no time to think. I knew it was wrong tonight. It turns out that you, a fat pig, have found someone to deal with me. My beautiful face is so gloomy that it can drip out water to cover the road. Okay. I'll collect 1. 2. I'm taking a pair. As he said that, he rushed towards Luffy fiercely. Luffy quickly waved his knife to resist. Xiaomei is not afraid at all. The ghost head said. Just use a pair of arms to block the knife. She is extremely powerful. And copper and iron bones. Every move made Luffy's hands numb. Luffy couldn't stand it for a moment. Retreat. The shopkeeper of the small road. Lu Fuguei struggled. Get up from the sofa. He trembled and smashed the Krypton devil in his hand at Xiaomei. Have weak energy. The devils fell directly to the ground. Lien Xiaomei's hair waving on the knife actually angered Xiaomei even more. You used this thing yesterday. Hurt me. Death for me. Little Beauty's face is distorted. Being ruthless. I'm going to kill Luffy. Heavy ghost-headed knife. It's already difficult to wave. Facing a crazy little beauty. Luffy is really irresistible. If you want to find an opportunity to use the word. There was a loud bang at this moment. The door was knocked open. A tall figure rushed into the room. He rushed up to see this a few steps. The strong legs suddenly lifted up. Kicking at Xiaomei. He actually kicked him back a few steps. Boss, who's he? Luffy was overjoyed. At this time, the tiger. It's like a divine weapon from heaven. The tiger is blocking the way. Fly before flying. Tall and strong body. Extremely safe. Luffy put down his heavy ghost-headed knife. Have a breath. Xiaomei stared at her beard with her eyes narrowed. The eyes reveal the meaning of being able to eat people. Okay. It's actually 3 mothers who haven't played Sanfei for a long time. It's still such a strong and powerful product. I like to say it. He then acted like a beast on his beard. Who Z knows how powerful he is. Dare not to answer. He was holding the K-Japanese war in his hand and dealing with him. But strangely, the devils were photographed on Xiaomei. It doesn't work at all. But Lu Fuguei clearly said yesterday. He was able to escape by hurting the Japanese and hurting Xiaomei. What's going on now? Seeing this situation, Lu Fuguei was stunned. The whole person's face was bloodless. What kind of monster is Xiaomei? Not only is it invulnerable. A curse has no response. Isn't this invincible? The beast is flying and the tiger is panting. It kept rushing down its forehead. Although I didn't use my brain. But he kept thinking. Since Xiaomei is so powerful. Does he still need to use tricks to confuse Lu Fuguei? It is not enough to directly suck Lu Fuguei's essence. There must be a reason here. Does Xiaomei have very fatal weaknesses? Cause him to drive carefully? No matter how powerful an evil thing is, it has weaknesses. The same is true for demons and monsters. Luffy's eyes were staring at Xiaomei. The brain is running rapidly. What are the weaknesses? Boss. I can't stop him for long. You guys run away and engrave the word ghost. Right. Xiaomei is useless. The beard can't last long. He yelled at Luffy anxiously. Run quickly. The dear brothers Lu Fuguei ran towards the gate. Go to Luffy. Didn't move as the boss. He can't leave his buddy. No matter what Xiaomei's weakness is, she is escaping from her life. He stared at Xiaomei. Suddenly I found that Beard approached Xiaomei every time I made a move. When the neck is stammered, Xiaomei will dodge intentionally or unintentionally. His eyes lit up suddenly. By the way, just looking at the scarf around Xiaomei's neck, Luffy's heart pounded. Just now, he was shocked by his copper and iron bones. I forgot this for a moment. There is definitely something wrong with his neck. Remembering silk scars is not just for shading ugly things. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately put down the ghost-headed knife. Although this knife can cure blood, but it won't play much role at this time. His heavy influence on action. Luffy used a wicker whip to be careful. He shouted to his beard. Be careful to get close to Xiaomei. Xiaomei didn't run away when she saw him. Instead, it's coming. A trace of contempt flashed across his face. The meat delivered to your mouth. I can't eat it anymore. He whispered and grabbed his beard with both hands. I plan to take down my beard in one fell swoop. Go and deal with Luffy again. As for Lu Fuguei who ran away, he didn't even look at it. It seems to be fearless. I don't worry that he can escape. Boss runs away. I don't know. Luffy already had an idea. Also called anxious urging. Luffy's hair salon? Ruthless. He struggled even harder to deal with it. I was accidentally captured by Xiaomei. Arms. Xiaomei's hands are like iron pliers. She couldn't pull her arms out for a moment, and Luffy shouted loudly. He quickly whipped the willow whip hard towards Xiaomei's neck. The beard was controlled by Xiaomei. But there is also an advantage. Xiaomei couldn't free her hands to deal with Luffy's willow slashing the air. Awesome and tiger chest. Fear flashed in Xiaomei's eyes. He kicked his beard hard with both hands and blocked his body. Beard bows his head. Luffy's hand tilted. Avoiding beards. He shouted loudly. The beard just can't move his hands. Hearing Luffy shout. Cooperate and lower your head. Just as he bowed his head, Luffy whipped Xiaomei in front of him with a whip. Xiaomei's eyes wide open. He hurriedly pushed his beard forward with force. Who knew that the beard turned around in tightly? He grabbed his arm and refused to let go. Now it's Xiaomei. It's hard to get out of it. Watching the whip hit him with a crisp whip. Torture hard. On Xiaomei's neck. The wicker rat is able to contact the ghost. Therefore, the effective wicker to fight ghosts is the best. But it's a little bit short of dealing with other evil spirits. So Luffy poured his magic power on the edge of the willow branch at this moment. Xiaomei screamed and her neck was fragile as if a piece of paper was broken by a whip. A big hole was cracked directly. My head turned to one side strangely. But no blood flowed out of the cracks. Many blood vessel-like tentacles appeared at the broken corner of the head that was tilted to one side, dancing toward his neck. It seems like you want to connect back. What the hell thing should I wipe? Seeing this horrifying scene, Luffy was shocked. But she didn't stop. Instead, pursue the victory. The whip in his hand swung towards Xiaomei's neck again. The tentacle-like blood vessels were interrupted by the wicker side. Xiaomei's head completely broke away from her neck and flew out and rolled to the ground. At the same time, her body trembled. Firmly downward. Black patches grow rapidly on the skin. It emits an unpleasant odor. Let go, Beard. Luffy loudly reminded Beard. At the same time, Xiaomei's head is. The head fell to the small bag on the ground. Still with eyes wide open. The expression is ferocious and distorted. Tentacles dance at the fracture. Not like dying. The beard has been buried in his head. He only let go of his hand when he heard Luffy's reminder. Xiaomei's body fell to the ground. Skinny. The foul smelly corpse water splashed out from the fracture. It seems to be a dead body for a long time. Damn. Seeing Xiaomei reach out to separate her beard, I couldn't help but exclaim. The body I finally found was damaged by you. I'm going to eat your little girl's head. Trembled with anger. A deep resentment burst out in his eyes. A sudden jump. It actually jumped up like a ball. He rushed towards Luffy fiercely. When you flew. Several ugly blood vessels dancing out of his neck. Terrifying and disgusting. Be careful with this picture. Make Beard shout in his heart. Grab the ghost-headed knife on the ground. He hit Xiaomei's head hard. Faye also whipped at the same time. But what they didn't expect was that Xiaomei's head actually crossed the two of them. Using the wall, jumped towards the open door at a speed that was lightning speed. He was just a fake move. Actually, I want to take the opportunity to escape. No sound protection. He is simply fragile. He is going to run. Let this weird thing escape. There are endless troubles. Hu Fei reacted. Chasing your beard as soon as possible. He followed closely with the ghost-headed knife. But the head is quite fast. He flew out of the door almost in the blink of an eye. Kwai Luffy and husband chased him out the door one after another. As the shadow of the head flashed through the corridor. Suddenly anxious. The sky and the earth outside are big. It is even harder to chase after someone's head. But then there was only a dull sound. The head seemed to hit something. It actually popped back. I'll fight you. Then came the scene of Lu Fuguei yelling in with a brick in his hand. This guy couldn't escape. When he came back, he just bumped into the head. Too timely. Luffy actually shouted in his heart. Wave the head off. Take him into the house. He let out a harsh scream and fell to the ground. Like a euro. Then he waved his beard with a knife. He was knocked back to the house like a relay race. Go back and close the door soon. Luffy glanced at Lu Fugue. He shouted and rushed back into the room. Old Lu, come, Lu Fugue, who was full of beard and face, waves. Take him back to the house. Close the door. The room was filled with a strong stench of corpse. That scene happened so quickly. Lu Fugue didn't see clearly at all. What was hitting yourself? I didn't see what they were fighting. Only then did I realize that. Xiaomei's body fell to the ground. It's already very rotten. But his head rolled aside. There are signs of whipped on the face. But there is no blood. Eyes turn. Distorted face. He was still alive. Damn. I read that day correctly. Lu Fugue's hand holding a brick suddenly trembled. Legs are weak. The courage to come back just now disappeared. Sure. Old Lu. You didn't escape. Beard patted Lu Fugue's shoulder with appreciation. Lu Fugue can't tell what he has to do. Don't stand there. No matter what he is. Let's die first. Luffy waved his hand and held the wicker whip. Be careful to approach Xiaomei's head. The beard also walked away with a ghost-headed knife. Lu Fugue looked at the two of them tremblingly and following behind. Xiaomei's head rolled back in a hurry. Finally forced into a corner. There is no way to retreat. Showing a vicious expression. He grinned at the three of them with a bluff. Seeing that this trick doesn't work. Change it right away. A pitiful expression. Squeeze a few tears. I begged several brothers, I was wrong. Please spare me once. I never dare to harm others anymore. Luffy was unmoved. The whip in his hand was raised. The head was forced to get anxious. He opened his mouth and let out a sneering smile that stabs people's eardrums. Master, my scream came out in the darkness, so far away from Master. Luffy's face changed slightly. This human-headed monster was actually a bloody ghost raised by someone. As the saying goes, killing people to silence them. That would be even more amazing to keep him. Hurry up and kill this thing. Luffy raised his hand to fill his mana. He continued to beat him hard. The human hair is cruel. Don't listen to beg for mercy. Please. Please. Give me a side. My voice is no longer miserable. It seems like he is not a monster, but a poor woman and child who are suffering from abuse. Luffy pretended not to hear it. Smoking the black smoke hard. Rising from the head. His voice became weak. Looking at Lu Fugue pitifully. A complaint with tears. I've served you for so long. You are so cruel. I hate you. This seems to be a scumbag. Lu Fugue didn't know what he thought of. A trace of unbearableness appeared on the fat face. But he did nothing. Just silently turned around. Beard. I was originally worried that Lu Fugue would plead for the monster who was headed. But seeing that he is not serious. I have a good impression of Lu Fugue. Many of the true numbers don't work. The human head is completely harmful. Showing his hideous true face. There was endless blood in his eyes. My master will kill. You peeled you and broke your cramps and fed them to the dog. Luffy's whip is constantly. The black gas dissipates. The skin of the human head melts quickly like a candle. In the end, there was only a pale skull left. Luffy stopped. Still feel worried. Take a carved piece. The word ghost is pasted on the skull to make sure he has no reaction anymore. It should be dead. He then let out a long breath. Lu Fugue. The whole person is loose. The face is a bit complicated. What is the boss head? Beard couldn't help asking. It should be some kind of evil thing that was trained by evil magic. What is it specifically? I don't know either. Lu Fei frowned. I've only heard of Nan Yang. I have a kind of head-reducing technique to reach the highest level. The human head can fly away from the body. It is called a headsmith. Isn't this thing a downfall? Not a headsmith. You can't put your head on someone else's body. And under the head of the headman. There are also a long list of internal organs. It's bloody and very disgusting. Luffy slapped his nose. The whole house was filled with the smell of corpse. It's difficult to breathe. Not to mention this for now. Let's go back quickly. Corpse beasts will be poisoned if they hear it for a long time. And the head calls its master before death. Luffy was also worried that the other party would come and practice such a strange evil thing. This obviously makes it not a simple blood color. The three of them didn't say much about their faces. Hurry to exit the house. But before Lu Fugue went out. Stayed on the sofa for a moment. It seems like I picked up something and ran out of the building. Fresh air suddenly poured into the lungs. The three of them can finally breathe heavily. But when I stayed in the room for a long time, I was covered with a lot of stench. The whole area is quiet. Nothing. The windows are dark. There seems to be no living heads. The traitorous smile before his death did not wake anyone up. Luffy is increasingly sure that there are problems in the community. The three of them ran out in one breath. Drive away from the car without stopping. I quickly got on the road. The gloomy community in the rearview mirror is getting farther and farther away. 3. Talents often breathe a sigh of relief. Beard opens the car window. Let the cool night wind blow in and the stench of the corpse on everyone's body. Silenced for a while. If it weren't for the little brother Lou and his beard. My old Lou is in trouble this time. Thinking of the thrillingness tonight. Lou Fuguay sighed with lingering fear. Who would have thought that a love luck would encounter such a strange thing? Brother Lou. What is that thing? Why can you still be lively after moving your head? He really can't figure it out. Why are you so unlucky? I guess it's a human head. Bloody. What is used to absorb people's essence? What are you doing to absorb essence? I don't know either. But it is certainly not a good thing. Luffy pondered. This method is somewhat similar to the corpse. But the body and the head are not the same. It's like putting your head on someone else's body and pretending to be a living person. So there is no head. The body immediately rotted. What? Then aren't the corpse that slept with me these days? Lou Fuguay is in a bad mood. Now he would rather seduce him. He is a female ghost. Seeing him so depressed. The beard turned out to be abnormal. No jokes. Instead, he took out a pack of cigarettes. I threw a smell from him. Thanks. Lou Fuguay was a little surprised. He lit a cigarette with his trembling hands. I was gloating before. I wish he was unlucky. Luffy also came one. He is not used to it. The main reason is that the stench of the body is too bad. The ashes drifted in the night wind. Leave that community. It's already been once. Lou Fuguay cheered up again. No matter what. If you can save your life, you will be blessed if you survive a disaster. Lou Fuguay. There are also brothers Lou and Beard. We will be blessed and brave in the future. He cheered himself up. Old Lou. Didn't you escape that time? What are you doing when you run back? Beard said. That's it. Let him look at Lou Fuguay with a different look. At least this person is still a little loyal and fart. I'm not running for life. I'm going out to find a weapon. Lou Fuguay immediately raised his head and raised his chest. Old Lou, are the most loyal. You two are fighting hard inside. How could I leave you and run away? Lao Lu, is that kind of person? I thought at that time. A person dies and an egg is facing the sky but never dies. 10,000 years. Fear of a ball. At worst, I will be another hero in 18 years. True or fake? Why am I so unbelievable? The third son laughed deliberately. Believe it or not. Anyway, I'm going back to find you. Lou Fuguay snorted coldly. Recovered his cheeky skin. Smiling. This life and death together. Brother Xiao Lu and I have a lifelong friendship. The car suddenly bumped violently from now on. Make a loud noise. It seems like I bumped into something. Beard's face changed drastically. Quickly brake. Stop the car. What did you hit? You hurriedly looked out the car window. There must be their car on the whole road. There are no streetlights on both sides. It was very dark all around. It's dark. This happens to be a remote section of the road. I kept looking at the road but didn't see it. Someone in front of me might be an animal that suddenly crossed the road. I'll go down to see my beard. As he said that, he unbuttoned his seatbelt and was worried. Don't go down, Luffy, looking at the dark surroundings. I have a bad feeling in my heart. The three of them were joking just now. But he also looked ahead. No humans or animals were seen running by. Closed the window and Beard. Don't know why. But as usual, Luffy closed the car window and held the edge of the willow branch. Look outside carefully. Lou Fuguay. He was a little nervous by his serious expression. Swallowed. Asked. Is there any problem with Brother Xiaolu? Stop and wait for Luffy to answer. A blue-gray hand emerges from the darkness. Suddenly hit the car window. The hand was pale and bloodless. The skin presents a kind of dead talent. Where do some ghosts come from? Lou Fuguay was shocked. Trembling at the window. Luffy tightly held the edge of the willow trunk. Huzi grabbed the ghost-headed knife placed in the passenger seat. Then another blue-gray hand hit the car window. Climb up slowly with both hands. Immediately afterwards, a very pale face was pressed onto the glass. The grayish-white eyes stared at the person inside. Oh my god. Lou Fuguay screamed in horror. That's not a ghost. It's a dead person. Luffy said calmly. It's the master of the head. Chasing after it. Manipulate dead people. It is usually a means of hiding a corpse. It must be the master of one end who has come to take revenge. Beard was startled and sweated coldly. If he got out of the car just now, it must have been hit by the dead. Before they can react. On the other side, there is also a blue-gray dead person on the window. Stop and stop dead. He slapped the window hard. His palms seemed to be frozen hard. Very hard. The glass was shaking slightly. Fortunately, Lou Fuguay's commercial vehicle is of excellent quality. Nothing happened. Just let him smash it. But I can't hold on for long. Don't worry about beards, they will leave quickly. They dare not go to crowded places. Luffy said loudly. Through the window, he saw both sides of the road. There are actually many blue-gray figures. Stiffly towards the car. So many dead people. If everyone has copper and iron bones, they can't deal with it at all. If you listen carefully, you can also hear a faint sound image. It was sent out by some kind of musical instrument. Very strange. This is the sound of the corpse-bearing man manipulating the corpse. Lu Fuguei was so scared that his face was bloodless. He thought that everything would be fine if the head was solved. Unexpectedly, there was a more powerful person behind him who sat firmly on his beard. Immediately put my feet in the accelerator. The car rushed forward with a roar and seemed to have crushed something. A few violent bumps. The beard doesn't care. Firmly control the steering wheel. The maximum counter is better when the accelerator is stepped on. There are no other cars on this road. He simply did not care. Several blue and white figures blocked the road. Under the lights. Their faces rushed towards them with extremely ferocious faces. Luffy held the handrail. Keep a close eye on the front. Shouted loudly. Not a living person. Why be polite? The good beard gritted his teeth and drove the car directly into it. The flat car body shook to death. People are knocked away like bowling balls. The car is twisting left and right. Bearded back to the road in time. Continue to drive at a speed in the middle. My car Lu Fuguei is holding the handrail. The face is full of fleshy pain. When has it been? I feel sorry for your Chell Luffy. I couldn't help but give him a blank look. Looking to the rear of the car. Those blue-gray dead people. Get up from the ground staggeringly. He struggled to chase the car. This kind of dead man who moves freely has reached the level of walking zombies. But they can be fast no matter how fast they are. But there aren't many cars. Those blue-gray shadows were thrown away from afar. Until it is completely invisible. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although these corpses are weird. But after all, it is not difficult for them to get rid of the car. This time they should have a grudge. Luffy looked at Lu Fuguei. You have never told Xiaomei about your identity and address. Lu Fuguei's face turned pale. Sadly. I told him. I'm the boss of Antique Street. The owner who played with the head there would definitely come here to seek revenge. Luffy said speechlessly. These evil tricks are the most vengeful. It wouldn't be so easy. What to do? Lu Fuguei has the desire to die. I thought I had saved my life. Unexpectedly, it caused more trouble. Brothers of the road. We have lived and died together. You can't ignore it. Is this still necessary for him to say? Luffy killed the head. It is impossible for others to seek revenge. Don't panic. Arrive at Antique Street. It's our territory. He couldn't help but say it in his own territory. Keep calm. Go back. I'll live with you. Lu Fuguei is much more at ease. Before the trouble is completely resolved. Everyone must hold this thigh tightly. Stop. Just then. The windshield in front of the car was hit suddenly. An upside-down blue-gray face poked down from above the roof of the car. There was actually a walking zombie. Caught off guard. The beard was shocked. The steering wheel did not grasp the body of the car that was driving rapidly. Suddenly he tilted his way toward the guardrail on the side of the road. Luffy and Lu Fuguei in the beard's inertia zone are tilted. It was the beard who tried hard to stabilize his body. Keep turning the steering wheel on the brakes. The zombie was still hitting the glass with her head. The glass was covered with cracks in just a few strokes. The beard glass broke. The beard in front is dangerous. Luffy took off his seatbelt. Grasped the chair. Turned to the front. Holding the handrail with one hand. Roll away with one hand holding the edge of the willow branch. Staring at the zombies outside the car window cracked and broken. Zhazi and Feng poured in. The zombie rolled down from the roof of the car and squatted at the window. He grabbed his beard with both hands. The bearded and tilted around desperately had no way to resist the car that rolled Luffy used to his mana and waved the willow whip to the dead man's hand. A charred whip mark suddenly appeared on the zombie's hands. But he couldn't feel the pain. It just stopped the speed a little. Mama. The dead don't know how painful it is. It would be useless to know how many whips Luffy was slapping. Immediately picked up the ghost-headed knife from under the seat and poked it hard at the stairs. The tip of the knife hit the dead man and made a crisp sound. The body of this zombie is indeed hard enough. Although the tip of the knife did not pierce into his flesh. But it can play a stick-like role. The body of the walking zombie was slightly tilted back by this poke. Useful Luffy's body to move forward. Just lay on the center console of the car with a ghost knife. He rushed the zombies down the car desperately. Plus the car bumps. The zombie finally fell off the engine. The wheel hits the road. The corpse made a loud noise. The body of the car is fierce. The vibration speed just slowed down. Walk quickly. I don't know if there are any pursuers behind me. Let the beard drive quickly. Don't stop with your beard. Hurry up and restart the car. Bypass the zombies and quickly move forward. Drive off the car body and there are strange noises everywhere. The wind poured in through the broken windows. It makes everyone almost unable to open their eyes. Race along the way. Finally, the food was completely stopped in the car. I saw the bustling lights of the city before. Other cars on the road are safe. Luffy and Beard breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Although escaped from danger, Lu Fugue's face was ashamed and cried without tears. My car is. Old Lu. Can still come back alive? You are content. Luffy looked back at him. The foreign ghost man pursues us relentlessly. I'm afraid it's not just revenge. Did you take something? What? This question surprised Lu Fugue. Before leaving May's house. Did you take something? Luffy stared at him and asked. Lu Fugue hesitated. Seeing Luffy's eyes look like torch. Take out a glass bottle with a height of hand from your pocket. The bottle is yellow oil. Luffy's eyes widened. Not so angrily authentic. What are you doing with this broken thing? I think this oil works well. Just want to bring it back for you. Maybe it can be sold at a big price. Lu Fugue explained. I really thank you. Luffy was speechless. The Beard who was driving couldn't help but look back at Lu Fugue and said. Old Lu. I'm convinced, too. You really never forget to make money. I'm all about the size of my shoes. Isn't the evil font specialized in collecting evil things? Brothers of the road. How is this roommate of any special value? Lu Fugue asked, licking a fat face. What other special value can it have? It's nothing more than making others devote themselves to themselves. This thing cannot be sold randomly. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Luffy was not so angry. But this oil is really rare. In addition to having aphrodisiac effects on the relationship between men and women, it also has special effects on some magics. It's also a surprise. Reaped. The car drove to the Antique Street parking lot. 3 people get off the car. I just saw Lu Fugue. This business car is simply terrible. The windshield in front is sunken at the front of the car. The shell is broken a lot. There are scratches everywhere. Can drive back safely. It's simply a miracle. My car. Lu Fugue felt sorry for him. The flesh on the face is thrusting. A romantic encounter hurts the body and loses money. His intestines were cleared from regret. What's good? Good. Isn't it just one car? If you can't practice well, you will buy your heart. It's better than life. Beard can't stand his desire to love money like life. What kind of car do you know is a man? The second wife. Your wife is broken. You don't feel sorry for it. Lu Fugue used his sleeves to carefully wipe the scratches on the car body. Then you and your wife will live slowly. We are going back. Luffy shook his head. Step out of the parking lot. This night, deal with the monsters in human heads. He spent a lot of mana. Behind me, there was another terrifying cultivator who just wanted to go home and rest quickly. Don't care about Beard anymore. Lu Fugue keeps up with Luffy's pace. Wait for me. Lu Fugue quickly locked the car. Chasing the path with a thick face. Brother. Don't worry. Your life-saving grace. I remember it in my heart. It will definitely not let you work in vain. It's just that I'm short of money in this period. Repairing a car costs a lot of money. Wait until I slowly rub his hands. A little embarrassed. Typical. But don't worry. I, Old Lu, are not a person who eats and drinks for nothing. Everyone's expenses these days have all belonged to me. Luffy didn't save him for money. It doesn't matter if he stays for a few more days. Besides, aren't there any bottle of corpse oil? Return to the pawn shop safely. Luffy went to take a shower first. Change into clean and comfortable clothes. Then I knitted a brazier in the yard. Throw all the dirty clothes that were stained with corpse smell in it. It is impossible to wash the corpse smelly. Throwing the trash can will cause bad luck. Burn with fire is the best way to deal with it. Huzi and Lu Fugue saw this. He also burned his stinky clothes. After the busy work. It's already late at night. Everyone is very tired. No more to say. Go and rest each. All night Luffy sleeps peacefully. I didn't get up until noon and opened business. This is the benefit of being a boss. Whenever I want to open the door, I will open it at what time. Beard is responsible for feeding and chores. Lu Fugue is responsible for buying food. Should I say it or not? This day was quite comfortable. But Luffy is not idle. After lunch, I went to the warehouse to take out the dark wood and put it in. Tonight is the day when the ghost market opens. He wants to take the gloomy wood to the ghost market for a walk. Try to exchange for a suitable piece of material. But create a handy magic weapon yourself. The ghost head knife and the wicker whip are good. But each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Ghost head sword domineering. Can suppress evil? But it's too heavy. It's a bit inconvenient to use. The wicker edges are flexible. The best effect of fighting ghosts. But it's a little bit of a deal with other evil spirits. Luffy hopes to find a good anti-evil effect. A flexible and lightweight magic tool to use. He now has magic power. If appropriate. Just practice it to the life-saving magic weapon. The powerful practitioners in the Shinmen will practice a natal magic weapon for themselves. With the assistant of the natal magic weapon. Practice twice the result with half the effort. But there are very few people who can successfully practice. The Master Yang invited by Su Ming. Although it is also a person in Xianmen who has some real skills. But there is no natal magic weapon. Not really amazing. Roll-driven. The little ghost came to the old foreign ghost man who had a sneak attack with the evil font. There is no natal magic weapon to protect you. That's why it backfired so much. Grandpa Luffy has a natal magic weapon. It is called Sema Scales. Sema Scale itself is a dosage tool. Usually pawnshops are used to weigh gold. Grandpa's Sema Scale is made of special materials. Into his blood. Practice into a weight. It can be called a pole. It can drive away evil spirits and ghosts. Good and evil are very domineering. And very lightweight. Can be carried with you? However, once you practice the natal magic weapon. Bonding to the master for life. Don't pass it on to others. All prosper. One loss will be damaged. When Grandpa left. Naturally, he also took away this natal magic weapon. So Luffy wants a natal magic weapon. I have to find it myself. If you can't find good materials in training, it depends on you. Luffy put away the gloomy wood. Open the ancient text research books on the table. Magic tool. If you want to find Grandpa, you have to find him. Not someone who gives up easily. As long as you decide that no matter how good a man is, you have to go all the way. As for the corpse-raising man, not necessarily able to find it. Even if it comes. He wasn't afraid either. This is the ancient Chinese street. Not in the wilderness. Hu Zi and Lu Fugue dared not disturb him. Lu Fugue called. Ask someone to drag the car to repair it. Just stay in the pawnshop and play with your phone. Occasionally, I whispered a few words with my beard. The light and shadow sway at the door of the quiet room. The two hurried into the pawnshop. A middle-aged man ahead. A big gold chain is hung around her neck. A pair of eyes are shrewd. There are many beads on the thick arms. Have a nouveau riche temperament. The one behind is tall and strong. He looked like a bodyguard. Where is the evil shopkeeper Lu? The short and fat nouveau riche has a loud voice. His eyes swept across the three people in the shop. I just ask, what can I do to help you? Monk Luffy stood up from behind the counter. Lu Chu's unique kind smile when facing customers. You're so young. The nouveau riche looked up and down in surprise. Luffy heard at first glance that the shoe shop specializes in collecting evil things. A strange thing was dug out from my construction site. Do you dare to accept it? There is a business to make beard tea, Luffy. Of course, you must receive it seriously. Before this boss knew what evil thing it was. No one dares to promise. You might as well sit down and talk slowly. He walked out from behind the counter and made a polite gesture to the nouveau riche. Lu Fugue made his position very consciously. The nouveau riche sits down casually. The bodyguard stood behind him with his hands behind his back. Very imposing. The boss drinks tea and beard. He handed the teacup over and the bodyguard looked at him. The two met briefly. Hu Zi is silent. Retreat to the road. Fly behind him, his head held high. Not inferior to the opponent in momentum. My name is the person on Chen Jinfa's road. Give face. Call me a nouveau riche. He pointed his thumb at himself and said in a rough voice. It turns out that Brother Fa was disrespectful. Sorry. Luffy nodded slightly. Upstart. What this kind of people care about most is face. As long as he is given enough face. Everything is easy to say. Of course Luffy wants to give face to customers. I've been no longer on the road. Change career and do some serious business. Chen Jinfa was satisfied and modest. The next Taoist friend introduced it. I booked a small factory to rebuild the mall. When digging out a small coffin. Small coffin. Luffy raised his eyebrows. It is common to dig things on the construction site. Some are antiques. Some are ancient tombs. Some of them are evil objects buried deep underground. If the coffin is dug out, that may have something to do with the ancient tomb. The coffin is only half a length. The surface is red like blood is wiped. 3 nails were nailed on the top. Chen Jinfa continued. I've never seen such a strange coffin. What can you do with this? A coffin that is half a meter long is indeed rare. Luffy nodded. Asked. Brother Fa opened the coffin. The worker dared not move after digging this thing. Ask someone to ask me. I think I'm afraid of a ball in broad daylight. Ask the worker to pry the coffin open. As a result, what do you think is inside? What is Chen Jinfa's mysterious saying? Luffy cooperated and showed a curious expression. A ragged mud baby. I don't know what I'm doing. I asked the workers to throw Chen Jinfa away. But after that day, the construction site is not peaceful. What's the foundation? Can't even fight. Freshly built wall. After a while, I will collapse and replace it myself. Even technicians can't change masters. If this delays my construction period, there will be big trouble. Brother Fa thought it was the little coffin at work. Luffy rode. Such a small coffin was not buried seriously. It must be a dirty thing. Otherwise, why would it go smoothly before the coffin is dug out? Something went wrong after it was dug out. Have you dug something else besides this small coffin? Luffy asked again. No more. Just this. Luffy thoughtful. That's the case. It has nothing to do with the tomb. This small coffin of the clay doll might be really an evil thing. Chen Jinfa looked at Luffy's young face. There was no scruple in his eyes. Young man. I think you are very young. You really understand things like yin, yang, feng shui. Lu Fugue, who was standing beside him, immediately came to Fage's ability. But it has nothing to do with age. The shopkeeper Xiao Lu has learned the true teachings of Mr. Lu. The ability to collect evil things throughout your life is superb. You should know our Jiangsu family in Jiangchang. The shopkeeper Xiao Lu is the guest of honor of the Su family. He has helped the Su family solve big problems. This guy is a hijacked person. Chen Jinfa was stunned for a moment. True or fake? 3. One of our friends, the Su family, shouldn't fool people. How can this be false? Lu Fugue's face was serious. Su Ligua. Director Su specially set up a table to treat us to dinner. This is my brother. You will know as soon as you ask? Chen Jinfa squinted his eyes. See what Luffy thinks. This kid doesn't look like he got a master and turned to a little white face. When he asked someone for information, the other party only said that the shoes were good. Specializes in collecting evil things. But he didn't say it. The shopkeeper here is a young man with eyebrows on his mouth. Fage is not as exaggerated as he said. Lu Fugue is so sarcastic. Luffy waved his hand quickly. Do you understand or not? I'm blowing here with a lot of fun. It's better to just prove it with actions. Right? You have enough temperament. I like Chen Jinfa immediately got up as soon as she slapped her thigh. Since everyone is happy. You'll go with me now. I can really take that little coffin. Chen Jinfa, must be seriously evil. People who can get in love with the Su family. There should be 2 brushes. He decided to try Fage to be calm. I'm going to have something tonight. How will tomorrow be? Luffy stood up as well. Something is wrong. Chen Jinfa frowned immediately. My construction period is not waiting for anyone. Someone told me. Good shoes. Specializes in collecting evil things. I'll give priority. If you really don't have time, just go find someone else. It's really a coincidence. Fab. I have the key tonight. Let's do this. Beard brings my business card. He asked Huzi to hand Chen Jinfa a business card. Sincerely. Fab. I know that your time is money when you do big business. Just ask other experts first. If the trouble is solved smoothly. Of course I am happy for Fage. If it doesn't work. Brother contacted me again, how can you tell me this? Chen Jinfa can't make any mistakes. I couldn't help but look at Luffy more. Smiling. You guys know how to be a human being. I've received the business card. But I don't want to call you tomorrow. After saying that, he hurried away with his bodyguard. Lu Fugue didn't find a chance even if he wanted to keep him. Brother Lu, okay? Why don't you accept the business? He turned around and was puzzled. Luffy said. Didn't you just say it? I have important things to do at night. It is definitely too late to go over to see evil things with them today. Luffy spread his hands and started to pack up his things. I'm going to the ghost market tonight. The ghost market only opens once every 3 months. Never miss it. What matters is important to make money. Lu Fugue looked very sorry. If I had known, I would have sent a business card. Just make them happy if you like this kind of native boss. Very generous in action. I see he has a lot of strings in his hand. Definitely a fan of antiques. Huzi is so despicable. In your eyes, except for money. Is there anything else? I don't make money. What am I taking? Come. Thank you brother Xiao Lu for saving your life. Lu Fugue said with confidence. You used to make so much money. I don't believe you don't have a single point in your hand. Of course I have other uses. If I can take it out, will I refuse to give it? The 2 of them are having a quarrel. Luffy has packed his things. It's time for Beard to go out. Huzi no longer cares about Lu Fugue. Asked the boss curiously. Where will we go to? Luffy put his beard on his back and locked the door. Lu Fugue rushed to Xiaolu brothers. Where are you going? Don't leave me alone. Where old Lu is going tonight? Heavy in energy. Your fire is not strong enough. It is best not to spend a night in a place with many people. Luffy smiled helplessly. If the one who raises the dead comes to the door, I can't handle it alone. Lu Fugue had a bitter face. A place with a lot of people. He dared not do anything randomly. It really doesn't work. You can hide in the police station for 1 night. Then you have to come back early. Seeing that Luffy had decided, Lu Fugue is not willing to force him. He waved to them with a look and took a car from the antique street. Luffy. When I arrived at a dark alley in the old city, the alley Wudang Lane has been abandoned for many years. The driver saw them get off at this place. A strange expression on his face. He quickly drove away while stepping on the accelerator. Luffy looked around. It's not too far from Antique Street. The old buildings nearby also have lights and vocals. But the alley is dark and dull. No sound at all. There is a very tall willow tree at the entrance of the alley. The long branches and leaves fly slightly in the wind. It should be where there is a big willow tree here. Luffy looked around and didn't walk into the alley immediately. First, I took my beard to the woods next to me and dug some cold soil out. Apply on the face. Why do the boss want to apply mud again? Beard said curiously. The last time I painted my mud was to conquer my sister's spirit. I can't let my sister know that there are living people in this mud that cannot see the sun. Inchi can cover up the breath of a living person. People and ghosts in the ghost market will not burn them. Can't have a living atmosphere? Otherwise, it will easily cause disaster. After Luffy painted the mud. Wear a hat and a mask. But it's not yet time yet. Let's find a place first. Wait a little while. Beard looked at the alley. I felt the energy was so terrifying that I couldn't say anything. Two people are in a nearby abandoned building. You found a clean place. Sit and wait for the road. It's not that I look at the big willow tree in the alley carefully. Actually, he was a little nervous. It was his first time to come to the ghost market. It is based on the direction mentioned by my grandfather. Found this one. What if you make a mistake? The night gradually gets deeper. Suddenly a gust of wind blew. The big willow trees at the entrance of the alley sway in the wind. Luffy looked at the time. Suddenly happy. It's right to open at the ghost market now. It was here that he quickly pushed the bearded ghost. There are several taboos in the city. You have to remember it. Don't talk nonsense. No matter where the things are coming from. No matter where you go. You can't find out about other people's identities. Second. Buy it and leave it. No matter what you change or what you don't like, you can't regret it. Third. No trouble in the ghost market. Ghost market. Not our living people's territory. Get into trouble. It's not cloudy every day. It's cold, the earth is not effective. Arrived inside. Just follow me. Nothing to do. New. The boss nodded vigorously. I was both nervous and excited. The two of them applied some mud on their bodies. Just walked towards the big tree. The huge willow tree stands quietly under the night. The rough trunks are covered with willows of different sizes. One of the tumors seemed to have human facial features. The empty eyes above seemed to be staring at Luffy from top to bottom. Luffy quickly took out 2 incense sticks from his backpack. This fragrance is called human bone fragrance. It is made of ground dead bones into powder. He ignited the human bone box. It's under the big willow tree. If allowed, you can enter the ghost market. Luffy waited nervously for a moment. The blue smoke rises. The human bone fragrance burns smoothly. This is allowed. He breathed a sigh of relief. Wave your hand to your beard. The two walked into the dark alley together. It's dark before my eyes. Then the picture in front of me changed. Dim lanterns hang on both sides of the alley. The dark light. Light the alley half bright and half dark. There were many blurry figures walking around. I was shocked to see. They saw no light outside the alley. Isn't it the same world in the alley and outside the alley? This is the ghost market. Luffy suppressed his excitement. Walking around with a beard. Each lantern corresponds to a stall. There are strange things on the stalls. Eye-opening. Some are off-white bones. I don't know if it's human bones or animal bones. It looks very cunning. Some are unknown ancient magic tools. Looking at the ragged. I don't know if it can be used. Some are treasures and antiques. There are even precious medicinal materials such as linjir and ginseng. In addition, there are also many weird and incomprehensible things. The stall owners squat under the wall. Keep your goods. The face is blurred. I don't know, it's a human. Still a ghost. It looks weird and mysterious. Luffy took a walk around. I found that there were people under all the lanterns. It seems that if you want to set up a stall, you have to come and queue up early. Otherwise there will be no place. The price of goods can be displayed first by setting up a stall. It is easier to change what you want. Luffy guessed. But he wasn't in a hurry. After all, it was my first time to visit the ghost market. Not familiar with many things. Let's go for a walk first. He is here to exchange magic tools. Mainly visiting these stalls. Soon. An old token placed on a stall caught his attention. He squatted down. By the light of the lantern. Take a closer look at the rules of the ghost market. Once you get something, it means you want to trade. So we can only rely on our eyesight token to have a tiger's head carved. Very powerful. But Luffy looked at it for a while. But shook his head. This token looks very majestic at first glance. But it's a fake. Even carved wood is not considered good wood. There was no slightest revelation of evil at all. Here is a mix of things in the ghost market. Good things that are qualified. Of course, Luffy, who was mixed with fish, went to the next stall. There are a lot of things on this stall. There is Taoism, decree, tooth-retaining Buddhist beads, etc. Luffy looked at it one by one. I couldn't help but sigh. All are ordinary people. Even worse than his ghost-killing whip and ghost-headed words. It seems that good things are not often present. Finally came to the ghost market. Luffy was a little unwilling to give up. Go around every stall. Beard followed him honestly. Although there are 100 curiosity in my heart. But he didn't say a word throughout the whole process. I'm afraid I'll say the wrong thing. That was the nemesis that Luffy thought he was going to be disappointed. Without a glance at the corner. There is an inconspicuous small stall. There is an item on it. It was a 1 meter long wood. The surface is charred. It seemed like it was burned by fire. Luffy's eyes lit up. Is it a lightning strike? Luffy hurried over. Carefully look at the piece of wood. I couldn't help but feel very happy. This seems to be a juju tree hit by a lightning rod? Since ancient times, Tianlei is the nemesis of all monsters and ghosts. Lightning striking trees are trees struck by lightning. The Webtoon practices the thunder method to absorb the gold of lightning. The evil spirits are more spiritual. It is regarded as warding off evil spirits. The divine tree has a powerful anti-evil effect. But all lightning strikes in the wood. Lightning strikes the red date wood is the best. The second is the lightning strike of peach wood and the lightning strike of the cliff. Luffy's heart beats frequently. Then, the dim lantern light. My body approached and looked at the charred branch carefully. The delicate wood texture can still be seen in a piece of burnt wood. This is the characteristic of jujube wood. Luffy suppressed his excitement. Continue to observe the charred surface of the wood. There are traces of slight carbonization. It looks very cold on the outside. But there is a vague force in the gap that is turning around this force. If you don't get started, usually it cannot be seen. Fortunately, Luffy has a real person with yin and yang eyes. At this moment, Luffy's heart was about to jump out of his throat. But the surface is still silent. He looked up at the stall owner first. It seems to be a sloppy old man. Sitting in the dark place where lanterns cannot shine. An old pair of eyes was also staring at Luffy. Luffy pointed to Reki. Jujube wood. Take out your gloomy wood from your backpack. Swayed at the old man. The old man suddenly moved and wanted to lean forward. Staring at the gloomy wood in Luffy's hand. After a moment, the old man waved his hand. What does it mean not to change? Luffy's heart tightened. This lightning strikes jujube wood is rare for fire. If you miss this village, you won't have this point. Luffy quickly made a gesture. Ask the old man what he needs. After some exchange, he finally understood that the other party looked down on the gloomy wood. But do you think that only gloomy wood is not enough? Luffy thought about it. He took out half a bottle of corpse oil from his backpack. This kind of thing is very suitable for trading in ghost markets. He took it with him before leaving. What if it works? Gloomy wood is used to nourish corpses or ghosts. The old man is very fond of it. Gloomy wood. Maybe roommates are also needed. The old man stared at his roommate for a few seconds. Weighed the trade-offs for a long time. Finally nodded. Very good. Luffy was overjoyed. Let go of the dark wood immediately. Strike the lightning with your roommate. Zaomu held it in his hand and nodded to the old man. Just pulled his beard and left quickly. While he walked. While using black cloth to wrap the lightning striking wood. This is called not exposed. Hurriedly leave the ghost market. Go to crowded places. He wiped away the mud from his face. I took a car. Go back to Antique Street quickly. Once you go to the pawn shop. He called Beard. Close the doors and windows. Don't let anyone come in and disturb me. He took a dagger and came out. Carefully scrape off the charred marks on the surface of the jujube wood, remove them layer by layer. Forehead. Finally, a half-meter-long Jupiter was revealed. The wood is delicate and hard. Very intact. Luffy jumped up happily after making money. Since ancient times, many practitioners are looking for lightning strikes. What makes a natal magic weapon? This kind of good thing is hard to come by. Certainly. This is also due to his equally rare gloomy wood. There is also a roommate that Luffy stole back. Unexpectedly, it really played a big role. Luffy took a deep breath and cut his middle finger. Smear the blood on it. Then use mana to inject mana into the lightning striking wood. As long as the absorption is successful. This piece of lightning strike wood can become his natal magic weapon. This process requires a little focus. Can't be distracted. The blood gradually melted into the wood. But Luffy felt that his mana encountered an extremely powerful force. This power is like a natural untamed wild horse. The strong path is in operation. Mana try to control it. This power. Sweat beads emerge from the forehead. Luffy fought his life. Confronting this force. I don't know how long it took. His tight body suddenly loosened. Half the success. He melted his blood into this lightning striking wood. You can use some of the power of the thunder inside. The first time refining can achieve this level. Luffy is already satisfied. Natal magic tools are also relied on nurturing. As your mana increases, The mastery of natal magic tools will also become higher and higher. The stronger you are, the stronger the natal magic weapon is. Complement each other. It would be great when will one more deadly business come? Luffy wiped the sweat from his forehead. An extremely expectation arose in my heart. In addition to obtaining magic power through practice, you can also use the power of merit to increase it. Last time I took on a dead business. Help the ghost fulfill his wish. It should be that you have obtained merit. This increases mana. He is in a good mood. Even when I sleep, I hold this lightning striking wood to sleep. I have maintained my own life magic weapon. Grandpa Luby Sema said. The genius is just dazzled. Luffy was woken up by the phone. Unfamiliar number. Hello? Which shopkeeper Lu is me? As soon as FAGE's phone call is connected. Upstart. That thick voice came out. Brother Luffy was stunned and sat down. Get up. Lu Jinfa called himself so early. Doesn't this mean that the evil things on his construction site have not been solved? Manager Lu. Do you have time to come to my place today? Chen Jinfa's tone was filled with a hint of eagerness. Yukong Lu Fei nodded immediately. Didn't Brother Fa find the right knife man yesterday? It's hard to tell what it takes to find. Things haven't been resolved. It also caused me a lot of trouble. I'm so angry that Chen Jinfa. It seems to be a little focused. What's the situation? Luffy couldn't help but be curious. Can't explain clearly on the phone. Come here quickly. I'll wait for you at the construction site. Okay. Send me the address. I'll put down my phone later. Luffy just washes. Then Lele's wooden sticks are wrapped in a bag. Put it in your backpack. The lightning-striking wooden bag is only half a meter long after it is removed from the outer skin. Very convenient to carry. Carrying 10-way method. Today I didn't ask to verify the power of this lightning strike at Zayamu. Beard went out to live. Luffy wakes up his beard. The two of them bought some food on the way. When breakfast, Beard said that Lu Fuguei found an internet cafe outside yesterday to stay overnight. This time I'm planning to find a place to sleep. Then let him continue to sleep in a tea house. The two of them were not called Lu Fuguei. I took a car and rushed to Chen Jinfa's construction site. This is a rebuilding project of the mall. It was surrounded by metal fences. Luffy just got off the car. I feel like this place has a question. Squinted his eyes and looked at Manager Lu. You can count Chen Jinfa and the bodyguard to greet him at the door. Today, I am not tired even if I have 2 dark circles on my face. It seems that I haven't slept all night. The tall and strong bodyguard was still standing behind him. What's going on with Brother Fa now? The two of them didn't have the intersection in his heart. No nonsense. Well. Yesterday, Chen Jinfa almost made a fuss and fell down in anger. After I left your evil character, I found out another master named Wang. He came over and took a look. It is because of the bad feng shui in my shopping mall that causes trouble. Hearing this, Luffy couldn't help but wonder. Since Master Wang saw that there was something wrong with the feng shui on the construction site, why did something happen last night? Chen Jinfa talked about that master. I was so angry that my teeth were itchy. That shit. Master Wang said. He wants to make up a feng shui array. This will ensure that my transportation project will be smooth. I heard him say it well. Just let him try. He took a compass. Operation on the construction site. This puts a compass. He put a tiger head ornament. Made the workmanship. I promised me that the construction will start smoothly. If I want to follow the progress, I let the workers work overtime at night. It turned out to be evening. Many workers saw a mud doll running. Blink again. The clay doll disappeared again. A worker was almost killed by a brick that fell suddenly. There are still workers who were pushed by some unknown reason. I fell from the upstairs and broke my bones. Fortunately, no one died. But the workers ran away in fear. That doggy person is a liar. Chen Jinfa spat. Showing evil light. He said viciously that cheating money is a small waste of my time. No one missed the delivery period. I want him to pay his life. At this time, the mall had been completely demolished. But the foundation has not been built. Ruins are everywhere. If it is a larger construction site, not even a worker was deserted enough. Fortunately, I've been careful. I paid half of the money yesterday. I have sent a wanted order to my friends on the road. I will settle the score with him after finishing this matter. Manager Lu. I can say ugly words ahead. I can collect it if I can. Can't accept it. Don't waste my time. As he said that, he stared at Luffy with a bright look. Luffy said calmly. In fact, he is not completely cheating. At least the feng shui of this mall is really bad. Nothing is going well. Chen Jinfa frowned. The location of this mall is not bad. There are several commercial streets located near the main traffic road. This location. The traffic is not bad. Luffy smiled. Good location. It does not mean that feng shui is good. Fab. Look at the buildings across the road. Are they all pointed corners facing this side? Chen Jinfa looked up and looked at him. Squinted. It seems like a sharp corner. But that building is full of sharp corners facing here. This is called sharp horn evil. Sharp angle evil. If you face the main guard, you will easily have accidents. Fires and casualties. Luffy pointed at the sharp corners of the corridors. It's just a very common feng shui evil. But the sharp corner evil here is particularly powerful. Chen Jinfa's eyes suddenly widened when the fire broke out. There has been a fire in this mall. More than once. Seriously affects business. It is said that the fire protection settings are not done well. That's why it needs to be demolished and rebuilt. Sure. Manager Lu just made this one. You are more capable than that shit, Master Wang, what he said about the blue dragon and white tiger. I followed the place to retaliate. My brother likes people who are capable the most. As long as you can help me solve this problem, I will definitely not treat you badly. There was a little more appreciation in his eyes. Although this kid is young. I didn't expect there were two brushes. I know he went to inquire. I know that Su Jiajin has hired Xiao Kai, who has a bad name, to call Luffy. Brother, please don't be impatient. The problem with your construction site is probably not just feng shui, didn't you dig out a coffin material? After I've seen it. Explain. Luffy smiled. I asked the worker to retrieve the coffin. It is placed in a temporary built house. Chen Jinfa is an impatient person. Immediately led Luffy through the messy construction site. Walked to the temporary built prefabricated house. There are 3 temporary offices in this prefabricated house. The road is where workers on duty rest. The small coffin was placed in the office. The bodyguard opened the door. Chen Jinfa is wearing the stubby and short golden ring. Pointing fingers to the desk. Manager Lu. The small coffin is on the table. I looked deeper and deeper. The man told everyone to cover Luffy and beard with a tablecloth and walk in. Standing by the table. After he put on his gloves. Just uncover the tablecloth. A big red coffin was exposed. Regardless of the coffin material is out. They are all made of normal coffins. But the proportion has been reduced a lot. Only half a meter long. Looks exquisite. But there are 3 small holes in the lid of the coffin. Are these 3 holes of Brother Fa the original place to nail the nail? Luffy asked. That's right. Chen Jinfa was a little bit of nails, and I was not a worker at that time. Throw these things together. Thrown it. The coffin was recovered and the nails were nailed. I don't know where I went. Luffy didn't say anything. Reach out and open the coffin. The small coffin refers to a pile of broken mud. There are no clay dolls. The mud doll broke. Can be retrieved. That's all. Chen Jinfa explained with a wry smile. Dao Lufei looked at the coffin carefully. Among the broken mud. Discover something similar to human nails and hair. He couldn't help but feel aroused in his heart. No matter Clayman, Paperman or Scarecrow. As long as you add things on a person's body or birth date. Then you can become a substitute for this person. This clay doll should be the one who buried someone here. Where did this small coffin be dug? Think about it. Luffy asked. There is a pile driving location there. I'll take you right. Wear a safety helmet. That night. If the workers hadn't all carried helmets. He was really hit and bleeding from his head. Chen Jinfa asked the bodyguard to bring a few helmets over. Take a photo of the gray. Everyone brings you all. Then the bodyguard leads the way. Lead everyone to the pile driving position. It was this Chen Jinfa who stopped in front of a big pit. There are a few cement piles in the pit that are half filled. The entire construction site is in the stage of just starting to build piles and walls. It means that Chen Jinfa's project has just begun. Just got into trouble. Work is not going well. No wonder he was anxious. Where exactly? Luffy squatted by the pit and looked inside. Is it difficult to see? There was a cement pile there. We found out when we removed the piles. Chen Jinfa pointed to the direction below. The small coffin was taken out of the cement pile. Luffy browed. There was a guess in my mind. Yes. What's the problem? Chen Jinfa looked at Luffy brother. Have all the cement piles here been removed? Luffy didn't answer. Instead, he asked again. There are 2 stakes. Don't move. I'll keep it. It's a little bit to save. Right? Luffy looked again. 2 cement piles were found to be old. The color is obviously different from other piles. And more complete. Those 2 are right? Is there any problem? Manager Lu. Chen Jinfa scratched his head anxiously. What did you see? Just say it quickly. I'm most annoying to someone to keep it in hiding. Don't worry. I'll take a look first. Luffy got up and walked along the pit to the 2 thick cement piles. After a few glances, jumped directly into the pit. Be careful, boss. Hu Zi was shocked. He hurriedly jumped down. Aaron Chen Jinfa winked at his bodyguard. Bodyguard. Then he jumped into the pit. Luffy walked around the 2 cement pillars a few times. Suddenly stopped in front of a pillar. After a few glances, he looked back at the location where the small coffin was dug out. There is something wrong with this pillar of Brother Fa. Remove the waste. Why was Chen Jinfa surprised? If I guess correctly, there is also a small coffin in it. What's more, there's a small coffin. Chen Jinfa was very surprised. Open your eyes wide and look at the shopkeeper Luffy Lu in the pit. You read that right? Brother Fa asked someone to remove the pillar. Of course you will know. Did I read it wrong? Luffy smiled. Obviously very confident in my guess. Bodyguard Aaron walked over and looked at the one. The old stakes can't tell anything. Right. Chen Jinfa shook his head. After Chen Jinfa hesitated for a while. Grit your teeth and tear it down. Just treat the old ones and don't go. The heart doesn't come. As long as Jincheng can start construction smoothly. These are all small things. Aaron. You go and call a few people. Destroy him immediately. I can't wait for this impatient attitude for a moment. Aaron's strong arms grabbed the bulge of the big pit. He jumped out of the pit with a forceful kick. Flexible and powerful. Like a leopard. This guy has some kung fu. Beard saw his skills. I couldn't help but squint my eyes. This bodyguard has obviously been practiced. And it's not a sleek. The momentum on his body is very heavy. The eyes are cold enough. The beard jumped out of the big hole as easily. He reached out and pulled Luffy out. Those workers were scared. I'm afraid it will take a while to find someone. Shopkeeper Lu has eaten? I'm afraid we'll eat something together. Lu blonde hair is dry and verbal. He was in a panic. I don't even care about breakfast. Then let's have something with Fa brother. Luffy agreed happily. When he and husband set out. Just a hurry to deal with the two. Not full at all. The three of them left the construction site. I found a breakfast bar nearby. Lu Jinfa is quite refreshing. Two of you who ordered a lot of food, eat slowly without hesitation. He picked up the chopsticks himself. I started eating with big mouthfuls. It seems that I'm really hungry. If you have free meals, your beard will be opened directly. Luffy winked quickly. Let him keep it a little bit. Don't embarrass Shoes. It's okay. A martial artist. The appetite is blood. Chen Jinfa didn't care at all. Instead, laughed loudly. My Aaron also had such a meal. To satisfy the appetite of 3 people. Eat a lot. It's okay to fight 10 with enough strength. I was blocked by my opponent several times back then. It was Aaron who saved me. I swear to him at that time. My brother will eat it in one bite. I'm afraid I can't be hungry. He mentioned the bodyguard. Chen Jinfa is very proud. Brother Fa really values love and friendship. Fei followed the trend and praised it. Your brother is not bad, too. I can tell that he is a trainer. For this kind of flattery. Chen Jinfa is very helpful. Eyes picking up beard. But compared to my Aaron. Still a little bit of beard. Suddenly, I was a little dissatisfied. He said carelessly. Haven't seen it yet. This is not necessarily true. Then I have time to gesture with my Aaron. Chen Jinfa laughed and said. After dinner, I exchanged greetings for a while. Chen Jinfa received a call from Aaron. Tell him to find a worker to disassemble and assemble. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Chen Jinfa paid immediately. He led Luffy and Beard back to the construction site in a hurry. As soon as I entered the fence, I saw several workers wearing hard helmets pushing the machine toward the village. The eldest brother doubled their wages before he was willing to come. Aaron Hui reports are okay. These are all small money. As long as you can do things as soon as possible. Chen Jinfa waved his hand indifferently. Then, the workers arranged the machines and waited for Chen Jinfa to order. Chen Jinfa looked at Luffy. A trace of worry appeared in his eyes. There is really something wrong with this Xuanzi. Demolition directly. Nothing will happen. Post this. Nothing will happen. Luffy thought about it. Take out the word ghost for a moment and let the tiger go down and paste it on the water cement pile. Manager Lu. What is this? Why haven't I seen such words? Like a ghostly talisman. Chen Jinfa squinted his eyes and looked at it for a long time. I can't understand the road and pick it. But if you don't understand the road, it is called engraving ghosts. The special engraving of the Japanesine blood is an evil-proof talisman dedicated to our evil font. Chen Jinfa raised his eyebrows. Raise your hand. Let the people below start work. He and Luffy were standing by the pit. Watching the workers operate 2 bodyguards. Each stands behind his boss. They all hugged their arms and exposed their strong muscles. It's quite a bit of a secret competition. The roar of the workers starting the machine is deafening. Fragments. Dust splashes everywhere. Luffy and others couldn't help but take a few steps back. About half an hour later. The sound of the machine suddenly stopped. The voices of workers came from the smoke and dust. Something is there. Chen Jinfa hurriedly stepped forward 2 steps. Asked. What is it? Is the coffin supposed to be bright red? It's like smearing blood. The smoke slowly fell. The worker's horrified face was revealed. Chen Jinfa stretched his neck and looked at the cement pile. Discovered part of it. Sure enough, a small piece of red wooden board was revealed. The color and material are exactly the same as the small coffin on the desk. Wow. There really is one. Chen Jinfa's face was shocked. Looking at the shopkeeper Luffy Lu incredible way. How did you see it? What exactly is this thing? Dig out first. After verification, I will definitely tell FAGE Luffy to shock him. Please be careful, my colleagues. Don't break this little coffin. Did you hear it? You guys keep digging. Get the stuff out in full. Chen Jinfa urgently issued orders to the workers. Boss Chen. This is not okay. This is a dirty thing. If you remove it, it's the workers. You see me. I see you are shrinking. Don't dare to do it. What are you afraid of? Chen Jinfa shouted. I invited a master with the evil font to take charge. Another evil-proof talisman was posted. Keep you safe and sound. The workers still didn't move. Chen Jinfa bites it. Grit your teeth and add money. I'll double my wages. There must be brave men under heavy rewards. The workers gritted their teeth. Turn on the machine and continue to dismantle it. The small coffin was finally removed safely. The workers turn off the machine. Dust and sweaty face. It was full of glad that they put the small coffin on the ground. Don't dare to move too much. Boss Chen is okay, right? Chen Jinfa saw this very smoothly. Now I have a little more trust in Luffy. Looking at Luffy with a comment. Is Manager Lu good at this? Okay, let the big guys disperse. I'll take the coffin up. Luffy said and put on gloves again. Jump into the pit and lifted the small coffin. This little coffin is heavy and very cold. The 3 nail caps arranged vertically on the front of the coffin lid were obviously deeply nailed into the coffin. Luffy's brows leapt. 3 soul-locking nails were so cruel that they saw Luffy get the coffin. Chen Jinfa immediately waved to the workers. Okay. Go out. Boss Chen. Then our wages. Aaron. You take them to rob money. The workers followed Aaron to the side. Manager Lu. What exactly is this? Chen Jinfa looked at Luffy anxiously. Why do 2 people go in and say that the things in the coffin cannot be seen? Luffy climbed out on the ladder built by the worker and pointed to the fingerboard. The group walked quickly into the office table. Luffy placed 2 small coffins side by side. Regardless of the color size. Or the shapes are exactly the same. It's like a replica. There should be a clay doll in this coffin. The clay doll is a substitute for humans. That man was buried in the cement farm. Luffy did not take off the coffin. Why is this? Chen Jinfa said in confusion. Not a real person. What's the use of burying it in a cement farm? This is called the soul-killing village burying flying in a deep voice. What to fight? What is this? Chen Jinfa was even more confused. Luffy rode. Brother Fa should know how to make a steak. I don't know which one of the projects is doing. Tashinzwang. That is a bad thing that lacks great virtue. Tashinzwang is a very cruel architectural technique. It is said that when Lu Banshu was building houses or building bridges and roads in ancient times, if a collapse accident occurs, it will be considered as frozen soil. Destroy local feng shui. Alarm the ghosts and gods. Need life to fill it. To soothe ghosts. This will make the project proceed smoothly. To put it bluntly, it is to sacrifice to living people. Buried people alive in cement piles. Sacrifice to ghosts and gods. Sometimes some homeless people disappear inexplicably. Maybe it was just someone who got rid of the steak. This practice is harmful to nature. However, the project was suspended. The loss of one day is incalculable. Especially for the ones who fight against the banker. So there will always be people who know it. If it doesn't happen again, the project has not been smooth these days. Someone has come up with this unlucky idea for me. I gave him a big hole in the wall on the spot. Chen Jinfa's face was full of indignation. Point your thumb at yourself. I, Chen Jinfa, got stuck in the road. So many years. Be honest and upright. Not a good person. But never do this kind of unethical and smoke-prone style. He cursed a few viciously. I don't know if it's pretending or if it's so upright. Soul-killing steaks and steaks are a type of art. But the soul-killing steak is even older. Use the soul. And the Dashingswang uses living people. Luffy explained. What Chen Jinfa's brow suddenly twisted into a big bump. Soul-killing steaks require the soul of a man and a woman. Add nails to the clay doll. Hair and other things replace this pair of men and women. Then put it in 2 small coffins. Use 3 soul locks. Nail to lock the soul. Their souls can no longer run away. Buried into the cement farm. Forever imprisoned in the darkness. Whether it is a steak or a soul-killing steak. In fact, the purpose of both is the same. All sacrifices are done by human life. Ensure the smooth work. The ceremony is over. Men and women who have been beaten with soul stakes will suddenly die. I really want to say the biggest difference. That is, it is impossible to convict people in law. After all, this is not a living person. But Clayman. Luffy shook his head. I don't know who was in the mall at that time. There must be something wrong with the repair. It seems that there was a problem with this mall when it was built. I heard it was rebuilt by Downs Enterprise. I'll go back and ask clearly. Chen Jinfa showed distress on his face. But since all sacrifices have been made, why is this mall still not peaceful? There is no fire at all times. Someone had an accident. This method can only ensure the smooth construction of the house. But regardless of whether there is any problem later, Luffy pondered. The souls of these dead people are trapped in cement piles. Often, resentment is hard to relieve. Look at the paths built by stakes. Is it more likely to get a car accident? Add a sharp corner evil. It is hard to be peaceful in this mall. The special Grandma Chen Jinfa now understands it. Suddenly cursed. Introduce these several projects to me. Isn't it a cheat? Xiangzi, this dog-daughter thing. Go back and settle the score with him. Manager Lu. You can see the origin of this coffin. There must be a way to resolve it. You pry open the coffin. Break the confinement of the soul sealing nail. The ghost inside ran out. Has been sealed in a cement farm for many years. He must be very resentful. That's why it's going to happen. Don't let your project go smoothly. Road analysis. Take away the ghost. It should be fine. That's great. When will Manager Lu accept it? Chen Jinfa said anxiously. Ghosts will only appear at night. Of course it will take until evening. Luffy said seriously. But there is one thing. What do I want to explain to FAGE? Our evil font size forbidden moments. Do you know about FAGE? I want me to help you solve the problem. I have to treat evil things for me. As long as you can get rid of the evil spirits inside. This little coffin is of great use. Maybe Luffy will make a big profit. I'm going to do something big. Chen Jin's expression relaxed. Wave your hand immediately. I wish you could get this evil coffin for me. Don't worry. This is definitely no problem. You help me solve this big problem. I will not only give you the coffin. It's going to be heavy. Thank you. Then we will start this intact coffin tonight. Don't move first. I'll be useful tonight. Luffy said no problem again. What you say is what you are. Chen Jinfa immediately made the decision. Luffy smiled. After some contact. I didn't expect that Chen Jinfa is quite good. Although he looks like a nouveau riche. He is very happy to be a person and do things. Take evil things like this. What I fear most is that some people make their own decisions and don't obey the arrangements. Make some unnecessary trouble. Then, Chen Jinfa asked Alon to open a room nearby. For everyone to rest. He didn't sleep all night last night. Very tired. Go into the room and fall asleep. Luffy and Beard were resting in the room. Beard fell asleep after watching TV. Snoring sounds everywhere. Luffy was a little excited. Take out your own lightning strike to sweep the wooden stick. Feel the powerful power contained in it. I can't put it down. The stick is half a meter long. Like a small rolling pin. At first glance, it looks ordinary. Who would have thought that this is a rare good thing? Now I have a natal magic weapon. Let's try the power of this lightning strike wood tonight. He was full of expectations. To be in a better shape at night. I still forced myself to take a look. Evening. Chen Jinfa entertains Luffy. The two had supper. The group returned to the construction site early. Night falls. The lights are on. The surrounding cities of the construction site are shining brightly neon lights. Cars coming and going outside. Life is noisy. From this we can see that the location of this mall is indeed very good. I just don't know what went wrong at the beginning. So the soul-killing stakes are used to fill in houses that have formed sharp corners on the shopping mall. It was built later than the mall. Or is this the reason? Luffy's eyes narrowed slightly. There have been problems with this place from the beginning. When will Manager Lu take action? Chen Jinfa's voice gave way. Flying back to his senses. At this time, there was only a searchlight on the construction site. It looks very dark. I don't know if it's psychological effect. Chen Jinfa always felt that the construction site was gloomy. There is an indescribable cunning. The neon lights and the sound of traffic outside seem particularly far away. I have been walking outside for so many years. I haven't seen any big scenes fighting for territory in the past. Fight for women for power. There are a few things he can't do. But I just can't handle these gods and ghosts. Where is the worker's accident? Luffy found 2 tablecloths. Wrap 2 coffins together. Carry a beard by yourself. Let me show you Aaron to lead the way. Chen Jinfa waved his hand. Aaron was carrying a high-brightness pull-up flashlight. Lead a few people into the foundation pit. Walk towards the darkness. The original basement of the mall has 3 floors. It's deeper inside. When Manager Lu went down. Be careful. Chen Jinfa followed Aaron and said as he walked. As the temporary ladder was getting darker and darker downwards. There was a little chill in the air. The earthy smell became rich. Jump down outside the last few steps. Then hang the torch on the pole next to it. A bright light illuminates a corner of the dark pit. Luffy found bricks and cement scattered everywhere around him. Most of the walls are in a collapsed state. The road is out of the way. Several workers were building the wall last night. A few stone bricks suddenly fell from it. Chen Jinfa looked up. Looking at the thick and wide face above, wrinkled. And when workers walk on the ladder. Suddenly, something pushed me from behind. Fall directly off. At that time, I heard the screams of the workers in the office. So I came over with Aaron quickly. Seeing the workers' heads full of blood. It scared me. Thinking of last night's scene, Chen Jinfa still has lingering fears. Some workers are covered in blood. Some broke their legs. Some are unconscious. Go directly into RCU. However, compared with the huge liquidated damages, workers' compensation is a trivial matter. Road shopkeeper. Can you handle this tonight? Fab. Don't worry. I will definitely try my best. Actually, you don't have to come down. Staying on is safer. Luffy looked around. Calm and authentic. I'm not afraid of these. If there are really ghosts in this world, I really want to see it. Chen Jinfa said viciously. Luffy, I glanced at him. It's okay to stay here. But don't do it randomly. Follow my command. He knew there were some things he had never seen with his own eyes. It's hard to convince people. No problem. Chen Jinfa agreed very happily. Luffy winked at his beard. The two of them walked in the dim pit with their small coffin in their arms. Chen Jinfa looked curious. Following closely with Aaron. Just put it here. Luffy chose a slightly less messy position. Put the opened coffin on the ground. Then he took everyone behind the pillars. He wants to use a small coffin to lure the ghost out. The ghost was sealed in a coffin. I must have been full of resentment towards this thing for many years. As for the unopened coffin, don't move for the time being. He sprinkled some incense ash around him. The depth of the pit is very quiet. The hustle and bustle of the city seemed to be inaudible. Chen Jinfa's eyes widened. Staring at the little coffin. Waited for a long time. Still no movement. I couldn't help but feel a little impatient. He opened his mouth. Want to ask something? Luffy shook his head calmly. Motion him not to speak. 4. He's an impatient person. What I don't like most is waiting for irritability. Take out a cigarette. Hold it in your mouth. Just about to ignite the corners of your eyes. Yu Guang accidentally glanced at the ruined one opposite. Something seems to be moving on the cement wall. He narrowed his eyes and looked down. Suddenly shocked. That thing is oval. It is slowly floating out of the wall. The eyes and nose are exposed, which is human face. The cigarette suddenly fell. Chen Jinfa opened his mouth so that the old mainland shopkeeper had not waited for him to speak. I saw the cement face smile strangely at me. Then a slight sound came from the top of his head. Everyone looked up. Suddenly my face changed drastically. A row of bricks fell violently from above. Be careful almost the same time. The beard pulled Luffy and Aaron and pulled Chen Jinfa. 4 people rolled away from the bricks. Ordinary. The bricks landed on the ground. Suddenly, he fell into pieces. The slag was splashed everywhere with beards. Are you okay? Luffy just stabilized his body. I saw a scratch on my beard's arm. No skin trauma. Beard shook his arm indifferently. Chen Jinfa is safe and sound under Aaron's protection. Aaron's reaction was quick and he was not injured. Manager Lu. There was a face on the wall just now. Chen Jinfa's face turned pale. He pointed at the cement wall opposite in a daze. Luffy turned to look. There was nothing on the wall. I really saw it just now. That face smiled at me. Chen Jinfei said anxiously. I believe the ghost inside your brother Fa is here. Luffy's face was serious. It seemed that he took out the incense ash and sprinkled it around Chen Jinfei. As long as there is this protection circle. In that thing. I dare not get close to you. Luffy nodded to him. Take out the lightning-striking wooden stick and look at the darkness of the surrounding ladders. It seemed that a very small figure flashed by. Beard. You think Brother Fa should not leave the scope of the small coffin? Luffy immediately chased in that direction. It's the beard removed. The ghost-headed knife on the back. Remove the black cloth wrapped around the outside. Be careful in your hands. Watching around vigilantly. The shape of this knife is very domineering. The ghost head removed is even more hideous and terrifying. Aaron couldn't help but take a few more glances. Chen Jinfa swallowed nervously. The strange scene just now. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that Aaron was tightly guarding him. When Luffy chased to the ladder, the little black shadow was gone. They squinted their eyes and ran. The magic power is so unsensible. Feel the movements around carefully. To his left, there is a cold smell. In Chi. Luffy immediately turned his head under the dark light. It was a row of mostly collapsed brick walls. There is a sinister little black shadow in the corner of the wall. It seemed that he was planning to knock down the bricks to attack him. Luffy pretended not to find it. Holding the Thunderstrike Jujube stick, he turned slightly and for the next moment, the brick wall suddenly collapsed. Luffy was ready. While dodging sideways, Just crossing the collapsed wall, he rushed directly to the little black shadow. The little black shadow seemed to be surprised. Turning around and running away, Luffy chased after him. This little black shadow is less than half a meter high. Hands and feet. It seems to be a clay doll. But he ran faster than a rabbit. The clay doll ran very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye. Just ran out into the pit a few meters away. There are all kinds of debris and brick obstacles. Many Luffys are very troublesome to chase. If you are not careful, you will fall. He cheered up his spirits. Focusing on the clay doll. With his perception of heroism, not thrown away by the clay doll. The clay doll was chased so hard. Just turn around. He rushed towards Luffy not only but did not retreat. Instead, I feel faintly in my heart. Immediately waved the lightning striking jujube stick in my hand and met it. This half-meter long stick contains the powerful power of heavenly thunder. Haven't touched the clay doll yet. The mud doll panics. After twisting his short body desperately, he avoided the lightning strike and landed on the ground. He glared at Luffy with hatred. Punching into the cement wall. Suddenly disappeared. Luffy ran up there. Looking at the cement wall panting. I was shocked and confused. This little thing can be hidden inside the wall. Luffy frowned. Lift the foot frame. Kicking towards the cement wall. This wall has not been repaired. Not strong. After being kicked by Luffy, he collapsed. A little black head. After coming out of the corner of the wall, he secretly looked at Luffy. Immediately ran along the base of the wall toward the other side of the Een energy. Luffy sensed the Een chi. Immediately shut my legs and chase after me. But just finished kicking the wall. Not enough strength on the legs. Speed. Didn't keep up for a while. The mud doll took the opportunity to run towards Chen Jinfa and the other two. Chen Jinfa saw Luffy but couldn't catch the clay doll for a long time. He couldn't help but said anxiously. Who's he? Brother? Do you want to help Blue Shopkeeper? The boss didn't say it. No beard. Strongly guarding the two small coffins. Chen Jinfa was anxious. Want to ask Along to have a look. Suddenly I saw Luffy running towards him. Immediately afterwards. A cold wind flashed by his side and quickly flew away. Then Luffy shouted nervously. Luffy saw the mud doll running into the wall beside Chen Jinfa. Then a wooden board covered with nails fell heavily towards Chen Jinfa. The rows of nails were also flashing in the darkness. Hair. Extremely sharp. Chen Jinfa still doesn't know what happened. I felt like Aaron was caught on his shoulder. He pulled him back with force. At the same time, Beard also held the ghost-headed sword in his hand and waved it at him, and did not slash him. Instead, it mounted the board. The wooden boards are densely packed with long nails. If you are hit by this thing, it's about to burst into pieces. Chen Jinfa's heart beats like thunder. I was shocked and sweated coldly. Fab. It's okay. Luffy chased after him. The clay doll is gone again. It's okay. Good. It's so dangerous. Chen Jinfa's throat is dry. Aaron's shoulder hurts. It can be seen how much effort Aaron used just now. Aaron glanced at Beard gratefully. Thank you for using his back to block Chen Jinfa. If the Beard didn't use a ghost-headed knife to hold the wooden board in time. The nail hit him. You're kind and handsome. Beard carried the ghost-headed knife on your shoulders. Said lightly. It's fine if it's okay. Luffy looked at the expression of incense ash on the ground. Seriously. This little thing is elusive. Can use monsters to harm people? It's useless to be able to borrow a protection circle. Fab. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. It's better to go outside and hide. This thing is so fierce. Chen Jinfa wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead. Stay calm. He gritted his teeth. But in my territory. I will feel relief to see him being wiped out with my own eyes. Then be careful. Better stay away from the walls. And these dangerous items? Luffy gave it to two devils. Then move the nail board aside. Use a few bricks to press the running mana. He was among the broken walls. Walk carefully. Looking for traces of clay dolls. In the pit. The cold air is very cold. A brick fell in front. Luffy immediately ran over. On the wall behind him. A cement face slowly emerged. He glanced at him resentfully. As the wall followed quietly. When he arrived at a staircase. A pair of blue and white little hands like cement cast. Thrust hard on his back. The Inchi felt a sharp cold air coming from behind. Pegasus and lowered their body immediately. The small cement hands pushed the empty. He hurriedly took it back. At this time, Luffy also knocked Lei Imu Muji over. The wooden stick touched the clay doll with his fingertips. Suddenly, a scream similar to a cat's roar. The fingers suddenly disconnected the arm. He took back the wall in pain. Luffy squatted down and saw the sizes. The many fingers are made of mud. It's really a clay doll. No wonder it can hide in the wall. He frowned, and clay doll can appear in the wall at will. You can't catch it when you run around like this. It seems like I have to think of a way like this. Just then, he heard the Beard's nervous shout. Be careful, brother Fa. He quickly turned around and looked. I saw my beard facing a wall. Waving the ghost head. A cement grimace. A flash of time across the wall. Then a brick fell from above. The boy in Chen Jinfa avoided the bricks and smashed them all over again. He smashed the open small coffin. In addition, it was smashed to pieces. Before they can react. In addition, the unopened coffin is sparse. Sue's movement started. Not good. The little thing wanted to release another clay doll. Luffy ran back. While shouting. After hearing the remaining coffin beard. Hurry up. He waved his sword to the back of the coffin. After passing by, hide it again. Huhuzi wrapped the coffin. Don't destroy the mud doll and run back. Looking through the small coffin. A little relieved. Fortunately, he didn't let him open it. Both clay dolls ran out. It's even harder to deal with. Speaking of this, Luffy suddenly moved his heart. Instead, since this is the case, care about this clay doll. Why not take the opportunity to lure him out? Huzi put the coffin on the ground. How did Huzi do as manager Lu? Don't care about that thing? Chen Jin found that Luffy didn't go to find the clay doll. Instead, I'm here to make trouble. The little coffin couldn't help but be strange. Ask a question. It's not that thing hidden in the cement wall. Can't chase it at all. He actually wanted to use the ghost in the coffin to lure him over. Luffy took out a ghostly word. They were both pressed here by the soul-killing stake. The soul and mind are connected. One encounters danger. Another one will definitely come to save him. After saying that, he pasted the word ghost on the small coffin. There was a painful night sound. It came from the small coffin. This sound is like a child crying. It sounds very pitiful. The child Luffy was slightly surprised. Is it a boy or a girl? Luffy listened to the small coffin. Like the crying night sound of a child. The brows pounded slightly. He actually used a boy or a girl as a soul-killing stake. Those people were too crazy at the beginning. It is said that whether it is a natural outfit or a soul-killing stake, the best results are for sacrifice with boys and girls. The more cruel this technique seems, the better the effect. Luffy even suspected this evil technique that was harmful to the world. It's not from Uncle Luban at all. Instead, some magicians use the name of Uncle Luban to achieve their goals. Because Uncle Luban's original intention was to prevent unscrupulous employers from bullying the carpenter. This is a poor couple who have been tragically harmed by evil magic. Luffy shook his head slightly. But he won't be merciful. Because the children are resentful. He has turned into a devil who harms people. Once you get killed, the miserable cry of a child will never be heard. Reverberating in the dark pit. This cry. It's like a cat's claws scratching the glass. It's pitiful and harsh. Chen Jinfa was creepy when he heard it. All the hairs on her body stood up. Aaron's face was also a little ugly. Huzi has seen many bloody evil spirits. Holding the ghost-headed knife in his hand is quite calm. Luffy was very calm. Mana power is activated to no sense. Pay attention to the movements around you. He could feel a cold eagle. Wandering around them, sometimes near and sometimes far. The little thing was looking for opportunities. Luffy calmed down. The crying stimulates everyone's eardrums. It also stimulated the clay doll. In the dark, a ferocious little face emerged from the cement column. Staring at Luffy with resentment. It seemed as if I could swallow Luffy alive. Luffy seemed to feel something turning towards this side. It seems that. He quickly retracted into the wall for the next moment. Clay doll. Appearing from another wall. Listening to the pitiful cry of my companions. The small face made of cement solidified was full of anxiety. He crept around the walls. Looking for opportunities to get close to. There were several times when he leaned over quietly. Again, because he was afraid of Regum, who was in Luffy's hand, he retreated in panic. He grinned in anxiety. Suddenly climbed up to the tallest cement pile. Climbed to the highest point and crawled in. After a moment, a crack emerges from the cement column and expands rapidly. A large spiderweb-like crack soon formed. The entire huge cement column began to stagger. There is constant dust. Will debris. What sound is falling? Luffy noticed something was wrong. Find the source of movement as soon as possible. Then, Aaron and Huzi also found out that they looked around at each other. Only Chen Jinfa heard nothing about a hideous ghost face appearing on the shaking cement pillar. Immediately afterwards, the mud doll was drilled out. Standing at the top of the cement column. Push the cement column hard. It hit everyone in a flash. Run quickly. Luffy yelled. Pick up the coffin. Running toward the distance. The air surging. Huge pressure followed one after another. A cement column. It weighs several thousand pounds. As long as the iron ingot is hit. Only a pool of meat paste left. At this moment, everyone can't care about anything. Show the fastest speed in life. Running away from the pit desperately. There was gravel everywhere. Hearing a deafening bang from behind. Earthquake war. Dust is everywhere. Everyone is stumbled. falling into the debris. I don't know how many places I have broken. All are okay. Luffy endured the pain. Get up from the debris. He looked up nervously and looked around. I'm fine. The beard was the first to raise his hand. There are scratches on the arms. We're fine, too. Next is Chen Fafa's protection. Aaron, who had the least wounds on his lower body, was covered in blood. But there was no sign of pain on his face. Seeing that everyone is fine. Reassure the road. Turning his head and looking for the small coffin urgently. When I fell just now. The little coffin rolled out. The little coffin of disaster is stuck among the piles of fragments. Fortunately, the smoke and dust did not break, and the small figure jumped and ran. Getting closer quickly. That little coffin is not good. Luffy didn't care. How sharp the edges of that pile of gravel are. Punched over directly. Block the small coffin with your body. At the same time, the clay doll also rushed to the front. Grinning. The hatred in his eyes hit the top. The broken finger moves violently. Will bring a piece of gravel? He smashed Luffy's beard and yelled at Luffy's ghost-headed knife in his hand. Angry chopped the clay doll off at the clay doll. A flexible jump. Dodge his slashing beard. A random chop. Don't let the doll get close to Luffy. But there is a way to guide you. Luffy flew out his hand and stared at the sky coffin machine. Luffy immediately relocated his magic power. He knocked the lightning wood against the inspiration of the mud doll with a crisp sound. The mud doll suddenly kicked the body. The electric kettle seemed to be faintly shining across the body and cracked on its head until it was tightly landed on the crack. Fall 4 minutes on the ground. Split and cut to death. Flying Thunder panted and thunderstruck. Jujube Wood is indeed well known. He saved this powerful little ghost from the doll with just one stick. At the moment the mud doll broke. The crying in the small coffin is trembling by the way. Fei followed the anger in the coffin. The coffin was violently shaking. Come on. Fei took out a carving. The word ghost is posted on it. The crying gradually weakens. Finally, it completely disappeared. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. Sit among the pieces and relax. I felt it hurts in my body. That hurts, too. Suddenly grinned. Boss. You have many beards on you. Put down the knife. I was nervously watching Luffy's trauma for minor injuries. When you go back, you need to wipe it with the special gold sores made from our shoe size. It will be fine soon. Luffy smiled at him with peace of mind. Actually, there are a lot of scratches on the beard. But he is stronger than Luffy. It looks a little better. Manager Lu. At this time, Chen Jinfa, supported by Along. He stumbled over. Manager Lu. How are you? Fine. Finally, the clay doll was solved. Luffy wiped the sweat from his forehead. As a result, I made myself a big face. The pillar fell down. Make it into a mess. Everyone is covered in dust. Manager Lu is really amazing. Whether it is ability or character. I, Chen Jinfa, admire Chen Jinfa. His eyes were full of gratitude and appreciation. He felt that this young shopkeeper was different from others. Don't be happy. Only then did a clay doll be solved. There is another one here. Luffy cheered up. Holding that little coffin. Stand up. Looking at the small coffin in Luffy's hand. Chen Jinfa's expression of relaxation just now became nervous again. Manager Lu then opened the coffin all over his body. They were all cleaned up for him. Although these dolls are pitiful. But we are not trying to keep him for harming others. A little devil is ruthless. There is such a great power. Can make such a large pillar fall down. If I don't accept it, I don't know how many people will die. He still feels frightened when he gives it. Fage is right. But I thought of a question. Luffy pondered. What? What happened to this construction site? So much so that a pair of boys and girls need to lick it. No matter what he has, he counts one. Let's solve this little thing first. Fage waved his hand anxiously. I am very worried that the mud doll in this small coffin will also come out. That's what customers say. Luffy is no longer worried. Holding the small coffin, I was ready to find a suitable place. When you take action. I saw the mud dolls broken on the ground. He stopped and asked his beard to put away the pieces. Put it in your backpack. Then he carried the small coffin through the messy pile of stones. Found a relatively flat position. Put it down. Take out the little hammer prepared in advance and prepare to start. Be careful, shopkeeper Lu. Fage couldn't help but get nervous. Don't worry, brother. He couldn't run out. Luffy said bit by bit, prying the soul-locking nails on the coffin. When the first nail was pulled out, the coffin immediately trembled. Chen Jinfa was shocked. But Luffy's face was calm. Pick up a mineral water bottle. Put some turbid water inside. Pour into the coffin along the hole. The coffin calmed down quickly. Luffy then pulled out the second nail. After pulling it out, it's time to get some water in. Holding the small coffin. Just shook slightly. Luffy pulled out the third nail. Pour all the water in the mineral water bottle into the third hole. The little coffin didn't move at all. A fishy smell of wet soil emanated from the 3 small holes. When Luffy finished doing this, Chen Jinfa was surprised to find the surface of the coffin was red very fast. Get old at a speed visible to the naked eye. He thought he was confused and rubbed his eyes. The whole coffin has turned old. It seems to have been buried under the ground for many years. No longer as bright as a wash. Manager Lu. I'm not mistaken. How did this coffin fade? FAGE read it right. The coffin fades. It indicates that the magic of soul-killing equipment has been broken. The clay doll here is really just a clay doll. Luffy opened the coffin lid. There is a mud doll less than half a meter tall inside. Wet and cracks all over. Have hands and feet. Clear eyebrows. Very realistic. But the tender face is not cute. Instead, it was full of pain. Rest in peace. Luffy asked his beard to put the broken clay doll on it. He wrapped the small coffin in soul-locking nails. Hold it. It doesn't matter if another small coffin is smashed. Anyway, what is useful is that this one has not been opened in advance. Brother Fa got it done and clapped his hands. He smiled at Chen Jinfa. That's fine. Chen Jinfa opened her eyes wide. He was on guard for a long time. I didn't expect the process to be so easy. This little coffin was not opened. The mud doll inside was not released. So it's easy to deal with. Luffy smiled. Chen Jinfa scratched his head, showing a look of annoyance. After a long time of trouble, I'm causing trouble for myself. What to dig out later? Can't mess around anymore. You have to find someone to take a look first. How can you blame Fa brother for just breaking ground? It is inevitable that this small coffin will be dug out. Luffy looked around and found that there was nothing abnormal in the construction site where the soul-killing stake was broken. Then I let go of my heart and came to the coffin. Found the road poem. It seems that everyone has real skills in age. The dog-good Master Wang looked at his beard pretending to behave. Actually, he's a fool. Trouble solving. Chen Jinfa was very excited. Look at Luffy's eyes. Very appreciated. It's a dusty face. Show a big smile. He proudly blocked Luffy's shoulder. Do you actually admire someone who is capable the most? From now on, Manager Lu is my brother. This young shopkeeper is not only capable of doing things. Very happy. No position to sit or carry water. Very much to Chen Jinfa's appetite. FAGE has won the award. Luffy smiled faintly and the matter was solved. Everyone stopped walking through the messy piles of stones. While climbing the stairs, Luffy suddenly heard a strange sound. It seems like the water is bubbled. He is worried. Looking back at the messy pit. Very dark. I didn't see anything coming out. Fab. Have you heard any sound? They turned around and asked. No one else. Chen Jinfa paused. Everyone listened quietly for a while, shaking his heads one after another. What's wrong with not hearing it? Manager Lu. Nothing. Maybe I heard it wrong. While speaking, several people climbed out of the pit and came out of the warm air rushing up. The noise of the city traffic is in my ears. Neon lights are sprinkled around. There is a lot of human feelings. Manager Lu. It's real today. Don't rush back and rest in the hotel for a night. Tomorrow I will sit in the east and set up a table. Our brothers, Chen Jinfa, are very hospitable. Luffy is not allowed to return to the pawnshop. He was forced to go back to the hotel. It's still a hotel at noon. Very close to the construction site. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, you can see the situation inside the construction site. The pit was as dark as a big mouth cracked from the ground. Luffy was always worried. Then he said to Chen Jinfa. Fab. I'm still worried that you don't rush to start construction tomorrow and observe for 2 days. Chen Jinfa touched her chin and was struggling for a moment. Slap the thigh. I believe it. Manager Lu. Then let me listen to you. Observe for another day. Said. He let Luffy and Beard go and wash first. Change off the dirty clothes on your body. After packing up, the two came out in their nightgowns. Aaron immediately brought up a small medicine fragrance to deal with the serious injuries on everyone. Very skillful in movements. Brother Aaron used this Luffy to bring out his own special golden sore medicine. Aaron looked at the shopkeeper Chen Jinfa Lu. What you give is definitely good things. Chen Jinfa nodded to him. Aaron just got the golden sore medicine. I will give you medicine and pharmaceutical powder to sprinkle it on the wound. The cool and comfortable shinching is quite cool. After Aaron handled it for the others. I just started to deal with the many I used to do in the fight. It is common to hang color on your body. Who is going to the hospital? It's all handled by yourself. Chen Jinfa sat on the lounge chair and lit a cigarette. Brother Fa's life in the past should be very exciting. Luffy smiled. That's a lot of past events. Chen Jinfa vomited a mouthful of thick smoke. A hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. The era of fighting and killing has long passed. People always have to look forward. I, Chen Jinfa, is not convinced by the old age. And make a fortune. Then, he squinted his eyes and looked at Luffy. Manager Lu is young. A bright future. Thank you for your hard work tonight. I called a few pretty girls. Let you loosen your bones. Chen Jinfa clapped his hands. The door is wide open. Several beautiful girls of different styles walked in. Holding massage oil in your hands. A gentle smile on his face. Suddenly, Beard's eyes were almost falling to the ground. I don't know what kind of shopkeeper Lu and the bearded brothers like. So he called a few more Chen Jinfa to bite the cigarette butt. You're welcome. Can't pick it anyway. Thank you for your kindness. We don't need this. Luffy waved his hands repeatedly. Beard swallowed. His boss even spoke, but he had to shake his head. Manager Lu, please be polite to me. I just don't treat me as a brother. Chen Jinfa shouted. These guys don't like me. I'll change you a batch soon. Manager Lu must be happy. Really not. We don't have this hobby. Luffy smiled bitterly. 2. These are all vulgar fans. Where can I get it? Chen Jinfa waved his hand in the eyes of shopkeeper Lu. Let those beautiful women go out. He also stood up from the recliner. Manager Lu has a good rest tonight. I'll finish rescheduling tomorrow. Don't give Luffy a chance to refuse. Just Aaron and the others went out. What a pity. There was still a little smell of massage oil in the room. The beard smelled. A regretful expression appeared on his face. Otherwise, let Brother Fa call you back. Luffy looked at him and said. Not so. I'm a serious person. The bearded old face turned red. Jump onto the bed. Pull the quilt to cover yourself. Luffy smiled. Worked all night long. I'm really tired. After turning off the lights, I fell asleep quickly. I don't know how long it took. Luffy felt cold in his body. It seems to be soaked in cold water. The body keeps sinking. Cold. The biting water drowned him little by little. He felt suffocated. Can't breathe. Struggle desperately. Want to help it up. But the body seems to be frozen. Can't move at all. Just as he was about to sink into the bottomless darkness, a warm current suddenly surged out of the Dantian. The cold water flowed up. Luffy sat up and gasped in big mouthfuls. It was a dream. Night light. There was a dim cold sweat. Luffy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I was shocked and confused. How could you have such a strange dream? Then, he heard something happening next to the bed. Turning around and looking at the beard. Use a quilt. Covering your head. He tried his best to kick his legs. Beard. Luffy jumped out of bed quickly. Release the quilt. Slap his forehead hard. Arouse him to Beard. What's going on with you? How to use it? Covering myself with a quilt. Luffy frowned. What a beard and sweaty head. His face was swollen and purple. Gassing heavily. I cover myself. I had a dream. I dreamed that I fell into the water and almost drowned. I also had the same dream, Luffy. My heart skipped a beat. Both of them have the same dream. Obviously not a coincidence. Damn. What's going on? There are dirty things in the hotel. Huzi jumped out of bed quickly. Hold the ghost head knife. Looking vigilantly at the ghostly sword around. Even if there are dirty things in the hotel, don't dare to do anything. It should be another reason. Luffy walked to the window. Pull open the thick blackout curtains. Looking towards the construction site below. It was already late at night. Most of the neon lights in the city have gone out. Only the streetlights are still lit up with responsibility. The construction site is dark and silent. Far away. Can't see anything. I don't know how Fage and the others are. A little worry arose in Luffy's heart. I was planning to call Chen Jinfa. The door of the room was knocked frequently. Lu, Manager Lu. Are you asleep? It was Chen Jinfa's anxious and panicked voice. The beard opens the door immediately. Brother Lu is in trouble. I just had the same dream with Aaron. Chen Jinfa walked in quickly. There was a hint of horror on his face. Aaron followed him. Not very good looking. Did you dream of falling into the water and almost drown Luffy Road? That's right. That is. Chen Jinfa's eyes widened. Full of worship. Manager Lu. You are so amazing. This can also be considered. Not what I calculated. But I and Beard did it too. The same dream. Luffy smiled bitterly. Chen Jinfa and Aaron looked at each other. It was shocked that 4 people had the same dream. This is definitely not a coincidence. It should be related to the construction site. Luffy nodded. When leaving the construction site, he had heard the sound of water bubbles. And water also appeared in the dream. And obviously related. There is really something going on at the construction site. Chen Jinfa hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked outside. But after a few glances, I couldn't tell the reason. Manager Lu. What's that? I don't know either. It's not safe now. Dawn. I'll go over and see Luffy tell the truth. The thing that I worry most is still happening. The soul-killing stake is broken. The original dirty things on this construction site came out. Fine. By dawn. It's only 2 or 3 hours. No one dared to sleep. Chen Jinfa and Aaron stayed in Luffy's room and were worried. Continuously. Smoking waves just calmed down and started again. Can his construction site start smoothly? Is this year unfavorable? It seems that I will go to Master in vain. Stay till dawn with your eyes open. When the morning light just fell, the four left the hotel, walking towards the construction site. Going across the road, I could smell a faint smell of blood. What does it taste like on the construction site, right? Chen Jinfa's face is very bad. Open the fence and walk into the construction site. The smell of blood is even stronger. The source of this odor. It's the pit for pile driving. The four of them hurried over. Everyone wants to know what the construction site is. Just walked to the pit. Seeing the situation inside. Suddenly my whole scalp became numb. Oh my god. What are these? Chen Jinfa took 2 steps back in fear. The bottom of the pit was filled with blood-red water. The smell is sensational. There are some places in the water that run wildly. Water level? It seems to be rising slowly. At first glance it looks like a pool of blood. Did we dig the groundwater? Or is it a pipeline? Chen Jinfa is lucky. Luffy found a long stick. Eat it. Dipped in scarlet water. Pick it up and smell it. My face suddenly changed a lot. This is blood and blood. Chen Jinfa was incredible. Where does so much blood come from? Is it dead below? Many people are wrong. Even if the dead are buried. This is also rotten corpse water. Not blood. Don't worry. This must be related to the original dirty things on the construction site. Luffy quickly calmed down. Let's find a way to figure out what this blood is. Just figure it out and it's easy to deal with such a large area. Chen Jinfa calmed down his mind. Watching Luffy lift. Squatting by the pit. Staring at the place where the blood keeps bubbled. Thinking about it. Let's try some living things first. Luffy is in charge of the bloody reality. Chen Jinfa quickly calmed down. What living things does Manager Lu want? I'll go buy some roosters and gooses to choose which one is Long. The vitality of Luffy is good. Chen Jinfa immediately asked Along to buy it and Along left the construction site quickly. I just said why that boy Qianzi is so kind-hearted. Let me introduce a job to make a lot of money. It turns out that they are all pitfalls. Chen Jinfa looked at the shocking blood in the pit. Grit your teeth and wait. This is solved and see how I deal with him. If it cannot be solved, he will be buried with him. There was a fire in his heart. I wanted to make a good move. Make a good start for your business journey. As a result, I got such a tricky thing out. Luffy stood by the pit. Looking up at the sky. He looked down at the blood in the pit again. Thick bloody feed. The entire construction site is filled with water. Occasionally, the increase of a few bubble water levels is slow. But it has never stopped. Leave it alone. It is very likely to flood the pit. Luffy found that the bubbling places were in places where the sun could not shine. Something seemed to be flashing through under the bubble. He squinted his eyes. Unfortunately, the distance is limited. The thing is hidden under the water. It really looks clear. It doesn't look like a human form anyway. Who's he? Look at me. Luffy stepped on the ladder. Want to get closer to blood? Just got down 2 steps. I felt like my calf was surrounded by a colding energy. This biting coldness is the same as the feeling of being flooded by cold water in my dream last night. Luffy immediately retracted his legs and returned to the edge of the pit. This blood looks very dangerous. It's better to be cautious. Chen Jinfa walked around the pit anxiously. After waiting for 2 hours, Aaron ran back with sweat on his head. Carrying a few live roosters in your left hand. He was carrying a few big geese in his right hand. The big goose is very noisy. He also stretched his neck to grab Aaron's legs from time to time. Can Manager Lu be alright? Okay. Luffy nodded. Throw the rooster and the big goose into the blood. The blood immediately bubbled and the rooster and the big goose flapped their wings in panic. The water splashed right and there were pits everywhere. Several people quickly retreated. Some bosses. Look at the beard's face changed drastically. Pointing at the blood, screaming. The roosters and big goose screamed. Fighting hard to escape. But they were like being pulled by something. It sinks a little bit. The harsh scream came to an abrupt end. There was only a string of bubbles coming up on the water. Those living creatures don't even have root hairs left. It seemed to be melted by sulfuric acid. This bloody water looks from afar. What is it like a hideous scarlet mouth? Chen Jinfa was frightened. This blood can melt living things. Luffy found a few long sticks. Slide down. Stir the water surface. The stick is safe and sound. Attacking the big goose can ward off evil spirits. All living things are afraid of dirty things. But even they could melt the blood. There must be an evil one below. Big guy, big guy. Chen Jinfa's color is ugly. Manager Lu. Can you deal with it? All questions. FAGE takes evil things. Eliminate disasters for people. Once we have picked up the evil font, business will be responsible to the end. Don't worry. I will definitely find a way. Luffy said solemnly. If I can't solve it, I will tell the water the truth. Don't waste your time. I must believe in this. I still hope you can help me solve the problem. Chen Jinfa nodded vigorously. Luffy walked around the pit, thinking while walking. Suddenly I thought of something to stop. I remembered a kind of evil spirit. This blood is a little bit wondering what it is. Chen Jinfa followed him and asked immediately. That kind of evil spirit is called the blood water ghost. The world dies in extreme pain and resentment, and usually dies in water. When they appear, the water will turn blood red. Once a person gets close to the blood, he will be rolled down. The corpse is gone. Never find it again. Luffy said in a deep voice. What you mean is that I died so much that I died very miserably. Chen Jinfa frowned. But where did the water drown people in the city? Now we can only confirm the engineering team that has undertaken the shopping mall. It's because of this. That's why I have to use a pair of boys and girls to fight the soul outfits. How to deal with this thing? Chen Jinfa only cares about this brother Fa. I think we need to prepare both ways. Luffy thought. You said Chen Jin's expression was serious. First, buy a few stones. Stop the blood for the time being. Don't let him wander out. Second, find someone to find out clearly. When the shopping mall was built, what happened? This is no problem. Chen Jinfa immediately ordered Aaron. Aaron, you go and inquire yourself. Whoever dares not tell the truth? Who can do his best with him? Understand Bulong's expression and responded seriously. Go and do it now. In addition, don't let people get close to the construction site. Luffy induces Chen Jinfa to call someone to guard the construction site again. Immediately afterwards, they sent out to buy a market for buying a town in Shurchang. There is a special market for selling this kind of stone. Luffy thought about it. 4 pieces were chosen. The stones carved with the hideous beast. Chen Jinfa paid on the spot. Let someone deliver it to the construction site immediately. Luffy asked the delivery workers to place 4 stones in 4 pits in the southeast, southwest, and northwest of the pit. After a while, a magical scene happened. The blood actually subsided slowly. The water level has dropped a lot. Manager Lu was so awesome. Chen Jinfa was overjoyed. This kind of formation stone. I know it's also called Shurgandang. I heard it can ward off evil spirits. The most common one is that some places that are prone to car accidents. Put a stone on the side of the road. This road is too peaceful. But I didn't expect that even the water ghost could calm the blood. The 5 elements of ghost belong to water. Earth overcomes water. Stones are naturally soil. Use. Shurgandang can naturally suppress blood. The ghost did not relax unless he stared at the slowly falling expressions of all sides. It's just the root of doubt. The root cause is not removed. Blood will come up again. But how would Chen Fa grit his teeth and get rid of the roots? The easiest way is to get the blood directly. The ghost has been destroyed. But living people cannot get close to this blood. So this is the ultimate solution. We are waiting for news from Aaron. Aaron inquired for a whole day. Finally came back in the afternoon. In addition, this brought someone. This person has a bruised nose and a swollen face. Apparently I got a lot of beats. Strong boy. Chen Jinfa had no good face when he saw this man. His eyes were gloomy. Did Aaron find out clearly? Aaron glanced at Xianzi's cold and said. It's better to explain it yourself. Xianzi shivered. I immediately said that he looked at brother Chen Jinfa carefully. I really didn't know there was something wrong with this mall before. Otherwise, you will be beaten to death. I dare not introduce this job to you either. I only found out today. It turned out that something happened during the construction of this mall. Chen Jinfa lit a cigarette. Squint. Looking at this man named Xianzi. Xianzi looks like he is in his 30s. Very dry person. The head is very sharp. Like a big mouse. What happened to me? Explain to me clearly. Otherwise, I will throw you down. The bones cannot be found in blood. Although I have retreated a lot. But there was still a scarlet piece at the bottom of the pit. Just looking at it makes people frightened. Xianzi Qingzi's face turned pale in an instant. He told everything he knew about himself like a bean. It turned out that this place had a life of death as early as the demolition. Before building the mall. This is an old community with a history of decades. Environment. The facilities are old. But the location is very good. Located on a major traffic road. There are new commercial streets around. A developer took a fancy to the location here. Want to build it into a luxury shopping mall. But I encountered trouble during demolition. Most residents accepted happily. There was only one crazy old woman. No matter what the developer has to offer. Not willing to sign. Become a real nail household. People who do ideological work. Going one after another. The old woman couldn't even get oil and salt. Finally, as long as someone persuades him. Like a madman waving his crutches. Drive people away. It's impossible to communicate at all. It's because he's a factory that has delayed such a large amount. The developer was in a hurry. But not long afterwards. This old woman disappeared strangely. Missing? Not that simple. Hearing this, Luffy couldn't help but frown. Chen Jinfai is also cold. Humph. Don't think about it. I also know that the black-hearted developer did this, I really don't know. Anyway, the police have also come to investigate. No one was found. Xiangzi smiled bitterly. The developer just found some connection. I took over the old lady's house. Anyway, he has no children. One alone. Then what? Luffy asked about the old house. The mall was pushed down and construction started. It was very smooth at the beginning. But when the last foundation is laid, the construction site suddenly died. Ren Xiangzi continued to talk. The first one to die was a contractor. At that time, he supervised the workers to drill the last foundation stake by the pit. Somehow, someone suddenly fell down. Just fell on a steel bar. Being penetrated my stomach. Blood flowed all over the floor. All the soil is dyed red. Before he died, he said someone pushed him. But he was the only one in that position. There is no one else at all. The second one died was the developer boss. Knowing that someone died on the construction site, the boss hurried to the construction site to check it out. He stood where the foreman had stood. I don't know what I saw. Suddenly, I got into the car in panic. Let the driver leave quickly. Unexpectedly, the car didn't even drive the construction site. Go out. Rescued in accident. A large truck parked next to pull cement. Suddenly the brake failure. Crashed directly into the boss's car. The boss's car flipped on the spot. He was thrown out of the car and fell into the pit and died. The driver only had a little scratch. Looks dead. The two people died so bizarrely. Some people say that the developer did something wrong. The old woman came to seek revenge on them. The developer dared not continue to sit down. When I go, I transfer the project to an uninformed boss from another place. The boss from other places started construction not long after the start of construction, and the last foundation happened. Can't fight? The technicians have thought of many ways but they can't do it. Then the boss from other places always saw two people at the construction site. The two people stood by the pit. Waved slowly at him. He approached and found the two men covered in blood. He was so scared that he was scattered. If someone hadn't grabbed him in time, he would have walked forward. I fell into the pit in one step. The boss from another place also knew that there was something to ask about this construction site when he was on the boat. Spend money to find someone. After inquiring, I found out that 2 lives had occurred. The 2 bloody people he saw. It is very likely that it is the contractor and the former developer boss. The boss from other places is angry and afraid. But all the procedures are completed. He had no choice but to bear this tone. Transfer the project at a low price. Minimize losses. Finally, it was the down company that took over. But I heard that the process of starting the construction was very smooth. I quickly took over them all. Xiangzi finished all this. Look at Chen Jinfa carefully. Chen Jinfa's face was extremely embarrassed. I didn't expect that there were so many things to do in the construction of the mall. No wonder everything goes wrong after he takes over. Fei said coldly. If that old man was really killed by the developer, he must have suffered a lot of torture before his death. People who can become blood ghosts are all because they die too much. Resentment is overwhelming. It would be a big deal if this mall could be built. These conscience-lost guys are unwilling to die. I deserve to hate my beard the most. This kind of black-hearted boss scolded angrily. So many accidents have happened. There was no news on the market. It seems that some people deliberately suppress these things. Otherwise, where can I find a sucker to take over? Chen Jinfa sneered. A word from Xiangzi. Don't dare to drop it. He buried his head guiltily. Chen Jinfa didn't deal with him immediately. Instead, he looked at Luffy and Lu's shopkeeper Yi for help. Do you think this bloody ghost was transformed by that old woman? How can I solve it? It is best to find a way to resolve the resentment. If it cannot be resolved, we must find a way to lure the blood ghost out. Deal with blood. Ghosts are an existence that many masters of Shinmen are afraid of. It's because blood can melt living things. Including people. Even Grandpa Luffy dared not approach him easily. Not to mention him. Luffy looked at the blood in the pit. Almost gone. Only a shallow layer of the pit bottom is left. But I don't know how long Shurgondang can suppress it. We must find a solution before the blood flows out again. Didn't the previous developers and Bado workers die? He is not breathing yet. Chen Jinfa said irritably. Maybe there are other reasons. Why didn't that old man want to demolish it? Change to a better living environment. There is also demolition payment. Any normal person should be very happy. It was Chen Jinfa who looked at Xiangzi. Who knows this? I heard that the old woman was a lunatic. Xiangzi said helplessly. Impossible. The old lady can refuse the developer's request very clearly and persistently. It can be seen that he has no problem with his mind. At least not a lunatic. Luffy thought. The reason why the old lady is unwilling to demolish it. Maybe it's the key. Chen Jinfa immediately glared at Xiangzai and said clearly. This big brother. I really don't know. I know so much news. Xiangzi said with a sad face. I see your skin is still itching. Aaron picked up her collar. She hurriedly cried and begged for mercy. Snot. Tears flow together. As cowardly as a dog. I really don't know more about that. The old woman is dead. No children. How can I figure out why he is unwilling to demolish it in such a short time? Chen Jinfa was frustrated. Luffy thought of someone. My eyes couldn't help but lit up. Investigate past events. I have a good candidate. Luffy immediately contacted Brother Liang, who was exploring privately. Please help investigate this. When Brother Liang heard it was Luffy, he fell down without saying a word. Can Brother Liang find out in one day? A little difficult. I will try my best to put down my phone. Luffy nodded to Chen Jinfa. Let me wait for the news. Chen Jinfa knew it was useless to be anxious. Only patient. After all, that bloody water is so great. He has seen it with his own eyes. Any living thing that dares to get close will be melted. There is no clean bones to find. There are 4 stones that dare to suppress the blood. I won't take out for the time being. It's useless to stay on the construction site. Everyone went back to the hotel to wait for news. Chen Jinfa was worried and kept smoking. I don't even have the appetite to eat. The Tang family has a way. Just use a pair of boys and girls to fight the soul outfits. Build them all smoothly. He sighed and ran low prices. The subsequent troubles of closing high prices. It has nothing to do with them. Luffy of Tangjia family couldn't help but ask. It is the Tangjiala family, known as one of the 3 major families in our Jiangcheng. My heart skipped a beat. Isn't that the Xiaoyao family? However, Xiaoyao's relationship with her family seems to be not very good. What his business does may not necessarily have something to do with him. Manager Lu knows Tang's family. Chen Jinfa asked if he didn't know him. Just ask Luffy casually and smile. Tang Mingda has a good fate. Originally he was just a little man of unknown origin. As a result, I married 2 good wives in a row. It transformed into one of the 3 major families. Chen Jinfa sighed. 2 wives, Luffy said strangely. This is a famous gossip in Jiangcheng. Does Manager Lu know either? Tang Mingda was originally a small employee of the Xie family in the medicine department. I don't know why I tied up the only daughter of the Xie family. After marriage. Relying on the resources of the Xie family, he has made some achievements. However, the only daughter of the Xie family has always been in poor health. He died 10 years ago. After, Tang Mingda married the daughter of the jewelry king again. Relying on the resources of my second wife, I quickly climbed up. Become a big shot in the mall now. Chen Jinfa's eyes showed a hint of contempt. I always think that he is the least qualified among the 3 major families. What is the ability to rely on women to get to power? It seems now that his methods in the mall are not clean. Even the unethical and smoke-filled thing that can be done. That's true. If you want to make money these days, you can't be too conscientious. Maybe. Luffy shook his head. He doesn't understand the business world. He is just a person who collects evil things. To eliminate disasters for people. The rest is not in charge. Several people have been in the hotel. Wait until the sun sets. Chen Jinfa urged him several times anxiously. Luffy finally received a message from Brother Liang. Manager Lu found out clearly. The old man was named Lu Guiying. He was unwilling to leave the old house. Because he is waiting for his child to come back. Isn't he an old and widowed man without children? Luffy was surprised. He was originally married. Have had children. But 20 years ago. His child is lost. The husband also had an accident while looking for the child. Died. Under a severe blow. He became crazy. I found a neighbor who knew him. The neighbor said. He always felt that his husband and children were not dead. We'll be back one day. He was afraid that he would leave. The husband and children can't find their home. So, no matter how generous the developers give, he was unwilling to leave. I see. This old lady is also a pitiful person. Luffy shook his head. No wonder he is so resentful. This is an obsession that has been accumulated for a lifetime. But then the old lady suddenly disappeared. The police couldn't find anyone. It's just left it alone. The old house was also demolished. The neighbor guessed. He probably encountered unexpected problems. Just before the house was demolished. Take away some of his relics. Hopefully one day when the corpse is found, can be buried with her. Brother Liang induces Luffy's eyes to light up. What are the relics? One of the albums was the thing the old lady cared about most during her lifetime. There are photos of the 3 of them in it. Very good. Where is the album? At the neighbor's address. I'll send it to you right away. Brother Liang. Thank you so much. You helped a lot. Luffy was very happy. I have to say. This detective's investigative ability is unique. You're welcome. As long as you can help me find the murderer of the foreskin case at that time. Recently I've re-examined the file. With some new discoveries. No problem. If necessary, please contact us. I put down my phone. Luffy told Chen Jinfa the good news. Chen Jinfa was also very excited. Immediately sent along to the old lady's neighbor to get her belongings. Luffy also asked Beard to buy some other things for worship. Aaron is very capable of doing things. In less than 2 hours, he brought all the old lady's relics back. Aaron. You're not doing anything randomly. Chen Jinfa was a little worried about this fast speed. Don't worry. The eldest brother bought it for a lot of money. Aaron. That's good. Chen Jinfa nodded. Looking at the shopkeeper, Luffy rode nervously. Can these things calm the old lattice resentment? If we speculate correctly, it should be okay. What if it still doesn't work? Chen Jinfa. Worried. Then I can only hire you. Luffy gritted his teeth. Everyone came to the construction site again with everything. It was already dark. The blood in the pit was particularly glowing under the night. Luffy lights incense and burns paper at the edge of the pit. Worshipping to the blood. This is called ritual first and then military force. Old man. We know that you are wronged in death. But there are faults and debts. Your enemy is dead. Please don't make things difficult for the people behind you anymore. The blood didn't respond. Every grass and tree here. Every brick and tile has changed a long time ago. It's useless for you to stay here. Your husband. The child is not found when he comes back. But if you want, I can find you a new place to bury it. Then they will come back. We'll take them there. You are looking for you to find a place. Let your family reunite. Luffy said as he picked up the album Blood. Suddenly, bubbles popped up. It seemed like water was boiling. The water surface is twisted. A vague and hideous face was formed. 2 blood-red eyes are like whirlpools. Strong resentment. From it, a sharp wind blew over. I wish I could get everyone involved. The burning paper money suddenly went out. The sandstorm flew around the construction site. Everyone is a little unstable. Fallen and crooked. Be careful with your path. Fly away the blood. Recently, Huzilian just grabbed Luffy's arm. To avoid him being blown down by this cold wind. Old man. You've thought it through. I want to lose my soul. Or do you want to reunite with your family? The Een wind hurts the skin like a knife. Luffy gritted his teeth and spread out in the wind. The yellowed family photo album was revealed. The grimace and the blood suddenly surged. He rushed towards Luffy fiercely. Luffy's heart was raised to his throat. Could it be that you only fight hard and get overwhelmed? Luffy stared at the blood that was turning up. This jumped out with his hands. Hold the jujube stick. Be prepared to fight hard. In the blood. The old grimace was ferocious. He rushed towards Luffy directly. The boss Beard suddenly screamed nervously. Pull Luffy away with force in his hand. Take the trend and roll. Avoiding the water flow and burning paper money. Completely extinguish the blood. The tributes were washed everywhere. This bloody ghost doesn't appreciate it at all. It's not that easy to resolve the obsession with a lifetime. That's the case. Then don't blame me for being tough. Luffy gritted his teeth and held the wooden stick of lightning strikes tightly. Be careful of the blood surging towards the surging. Fortunately, I got this image. Although the water ghost is not grateful. But he reacted very much to the album. Maybe he can use the album to print his true body. Old man. This is a photo of your family. Don't you want it anymore? Luffy stared at the surging rush. Be careful toward the blood. Near. Boss. Don't go over. Too dangerous. A mustache nervous. Screaming. Beard. You're here. I know it in my mind. It really doesn't work. Don't you have longer legs? Luffy didn't look back. His eyes were staring at the bloody movements. Very cautious. Boss. Then be careful. Beard held the big knife and stamped his feet in a hurry. But Luffy didn't let him go. He won't move. To avoid helping. Chen Jinfa, who was avoiding the side, was worried. I became more and more impressed by the young shopkeeper. Luffy gradually approached the blood with the album. The bloody fruit really rolled even more powerfully. A high stream of water surges into the water. The grimace rushed towards the album. 2 bloody eyes seem to be looking at the photos inside. The opportunity is here. Luffy took action immediately. Holding the album in your left hand. A flashed sideways. Holding lightning strike in the right hand. Find a wooden stick to fill the magic power. He beat him hard in the face. Rest in peace. The power of heavenly thunder contained inside makes the face instinctively fearful. But he had no time to retract from the water. A small wooden stick that looks like a rolling pin. Just touch the face gently. There was a blue electric kettle. The next moment flashed in the blood. Grim face disintegrates. Blood fell back into the pit with a bang. And rapidly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, only a small stream of blood-colored water was left to retreat rapidly. The source of blood is the place where the corpse is buried. Lu Shuwei jumped off immediately. The pit. Chasing the boss beard. I'm afraid Luffy is in danger. Hurry up with a big knife. Keep up with Eren. You go and help, too. Chen Jinfa directed Eren to go down. I still choose to wait for the way above. As the little bones flowed, running all the way to the pit, retracted into a piece of soil, completely disappeared. It's here. Luffy squatted down. Insert a board here to mark it. After Eren arrives. Immediately. Eren told Brother Fa to find someone to dig up this place. I can do it without looking for someone. Tools are everywhere on the construction site. Eren found a shovel. Immediately, I dig at the place marked by Luffy. Seeing this, Huzi also found a hoe to help dig it. Chen Jinfa waited on it for a long time. The blood has disappeared. There is no danger in the pit. He also ran over. The two strong men work very quickly. Soon, a 2-meter-long pit was dug out. What the ding-dang shovel makes a crisp sound when it hits. The two looked at each other. Changed to a smaller tool. What is buried in the soil? Carefully digged it out. Peel out the outer layer of soil. It turned out to be a mouthful of water half a meter high. The quagmire is very heavy. A lid is covered on it. The two strong men have worked hard. He lifted it up. It looks like an old water tank from decades ago. Chen Jinfa pinched her chin. Carefully look at the water tank. Luffy reached out and uncovered the odor of the lid on it. It spreads out immediately. Inside is a tank of turbid stinky water. In the water. It seems to be soaking a pair of dead bones of human beings. It's indeed a corpse. Unless you don't cut more. Close the lid. No wonder he became a bloody ghost. This old lady drowned in the water tank. Looking at the broken bones. He suffered a lot of torture before his death. I'm afraid these people think that they buried the old lady in the water tank on the ground. Covered with smelly water. It will never be discovered. Unfortunately, they underestimated people's obsession and resentment. Luffy shook his hair. Call the police. Call the police. Chen Jinfa is so fierce. He, a man who had been on the road, called the police. Is it really suitable? Also, you're looking for a purpose. Then, bury his bones and relics together. If someone really comes to find it. There is also a place to worship. Just accumulate virtue and do good deeds. Bless you to have a smooth project. Luffy smiled. He patted Chen Jinfa on the shoulder. By the way. And those two clay dolls were buried together. Really accumulate virtue. As soon as you hear, you can bless the project smoothly. Chen Jinfa was immediately moved. He was confused. How he shall finally made up his mind. Okay. Call the police if you call the police. We are good people now. What are you afraid of? Not a police comrade. Out of the pit. Sitting in the temporary office on the construction site to rest. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the Tang family wanted to use the soul-killing equipment to press the blood. Ghosts are really too difficult to deal with. Fortunately, I found the old lady's relics. There is also the great magic weapon of Jujube wood. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to solve the trouble at this construction site. Luffy took out the Jujube stick and wiped it with care. The stick was stretched into the blood just now. The surface is still intact. Just touched the blood. The ghost disappeared in one go. It is worthy of being a great magic weapon that almost everyone in Xianmen wants to have. Completely resolved the troubles at the construction site. Chen Jinfa naturally thanked Luffy for his gratitude. Manager Lu. You worked hard this time. I, Chen Jinfa, see it in my eyes. Say thanks. That's all this feeling of vain. I hope Manager Lu won't dislike him. I took a thick red envelope. Give Luffy to take on evil things. To eliminate disasters for people. It would be enough to give this evil thing to me. Luffy patted the little coffin. No matter what the rules of carrying font sizes are. The rules on our way will be rewarded with kindness. This little coffin is given to you first. Wait until I finish the rest of my work. I came to repay Manager Lu. After Chen Jinfa insisted on arranging someone to send Luffy back. So he mustered up the courage to call the police. The police took the bones away to investigate. It will be confirmed soon. This is the regret of old lady Lu Guiying. I found the first developer's head. I thought it was time to change. It takes a while to find results. Unexpectedly. The next day, someone actually took the initiative to come out. Chen Jinfa Fengfenghua rushed to the word. Bring the news to Luffy in person. Manager Lu. Guess what the hell is the murderer? Luffy doesn't have to think about it. Is this still necessary to guess? It must be someone related to the original developer. Most of them have nothing to do with the people who went to demolition. Manager Lu had a clever plan. Chen Jinfa gave a thumbs up. This murderer is one of the people who came to the door to persuade him to demolish him. He called himself. Force the old lady. Agree to demolition. A momentary impulse. Violence was committed against it. The old lady fell into the water tank while struggling to escape and drowned. To cover up the crime, he buried the old lady in the water tank under the ground. Unexpectedly, after 6 or 7 years, the old lady's corpse was actually dug out when the shopping mall rebuilt. She knew she couldn't hide it. Just take the initiative to explain. Even if this dog is a scapegoat, we can also eliminate harm for the people. I'll follow what you said. To that old woman. There are also 2 clay dolls who bought the tomb. Now my construction site has finally started construction smoothly. Chen Jinfa is in a good mood. His face was full of red light. Manager Lu. I set up a table in a good place today. You must enjoy the glory. Otherwise, I just look down on me. Brother Chen Jinfa is not in a hurry to have a meal. Our business has not been completed. Luffy took out the small coffin and Dang the Aofa brother planned to be dead. Still alive. When the price is stated, I will give it to Manager Lu. What price is not priced? You helped me a lot. I should thank you. Chen Jinfa waved his hand straight. Fab. This is our evil font rule. Can't break. Luffy is holding a pen and paper. Smiling faintly, Chen Jinfa scratched her head. Looking at Luffy. Your evil characters are really different. Others take money to eliminate disasters for people. You don't want money. Instead, they collect evil things that others are afraid of. Is an evil thing still a good thing? Beard proudly said. Of course, have you never heard of it? Our evil font size has changed. The ability to be evil is evil in the hands of others. It can be turned into a treasure in my boss hands. Wow, so awesome. Chen Jinfa was so interested that he thrust the snake straight into his mind. After he looked at the small coffin, he said to Manager Lu. What treasure can this coffin become? I can't tell you. This is also the rule of our evil font. Luffy smiled and shook his head. Although he can't use this small coffin. But there is a kind of person who likes it very much. Can be sold at a big price? Otherwise it's not worth the fee. We took the liberty of having such great efforts. I know that all walks of life have their own secrets. Especially experts like you. Brother Fa, you have polite me. I am not a master. Just do some small business with a side-by-side. Luffy pulled the topic back. Fab. How do you plan to be Chen Jinfa no longer tells you? This thing is useful to you. I definitely chose death as the price. Just one piece of 68 cents. All the way. Everyone is going to do it all the way. Luffy wrote it as a ticket to Chen Jinfa. The transfer of the low party money becomes a ticket. The transaction was completed in duplicate and became Manager Lu. Now I can enjoy the whole place and go to have a meal. Luffy is expensive in the future. He was not going to be Lu's attitude. Luffy shit. But he called Lu Fugue. Lu Fugue was so happy that he couldn't even drink. Good to display your body. Soon he got along with Chen Fafa. Where I eat? The two are already intimate. It seems like I have been separated for many years and dear brothers. Here, the environment facilities are really average. It looks like a farm stay. But the business is good. Almost every table is full of people. There are even beards lined up outside. I couldn't help but mutter. I promised to treat you to a meal. As a result, I didn't go to a high-end club like the Su family. At least find a decent place. Become a precious gold. Ask someone to prepare private rooms in advance. Manager Lu. Don't look at this place for a long time and want to come to have a meal. All have to make an appointment in advance. Most people can't queue up at all. It is definitely a good place to send someone. Luffy smiled and Lu Fugue seemed to have said this here. Eyes shine. Excited and authentic. Is FAGE Wanyue Villa the one that specializes in Wanyue fan? That's right. The rich brothers know the goods. Chen Jinfa was very happy. Lu Fugue swallowed without hesitation. I heard that this kind of eel is much larger than ordinary eels. The largest one can be as thick as a baby's arms. It is also very spiritual. Whenever the full moon liquid in the 16th month swims out of the water cave to worship the moon. So it is called the moon-looking fan. Yes. The moon-watching fan here not only tastes very delicious. It also has the effect of nourishing yin and strengthening yang. It is a gas station for men to make money. Woman's beauty salon. Chen Blonde laughed. It's so amazing. Beard was stunned when he heard it. I couldn't help but feel expectation in my eyes. This is like no one can spend more money. Who doesn't want to become stronger? The boss of this family is my former younger brother. I heard that I want to invite a shopkeeper with a bad name. We were specially left with a place. The boy said. He encountered something. I also want to meet Manager Lu. Okay. I introduced Manager Lu and refused to collect the money. I can only beat you up from other aspects. If you can help you make more business. Receive a few more evil things. It also fulfilled my gratitude. Chen Jinfa looked at Luffy seriously. Even though you are young. But it is a good thing to make up for one more. Of course, the stronger the men, the better. Luffy's curiosity as he said also came up. He also heard a kind of moon-looking fan. But it is different from what Chen Jinfa said. That kind of moon-looking fan is not eaten. But the business here is really booming. Every table was full of people. The dishes are served soon. In addition to recognizing him, A large plate was placed in front of the beauty. The lid can't hide the delicious fragrance. This taste alone makes people feel appetite. I've prepared a top-notch for everyone. Do not mention it. Even though I can't eat enough. And Chen Jinfa clapped with pride. The waiter immediately uncovered the lid. Eels as thick as babies' arms are plated into balls on a plate. The freshly steamed ones are sprinkled with shredded ginger and scallions. A rich fresh fragrance fills the entire private room. The fragrance seemed to be magically staring at the cicada insects in their stomachs and stirred up agitation. I heard that at least tens of thousands of top-quality moon-watching eels are needed. Today I really follow Brother Lu. And FA brother has benefited from it. Lu Fugue swallowed his saliva continuously. I'll be good. How many years will it take to grow such a thick one? You won't become a sperm anymore. The beard exclaimed. This was the first time he had seen such a thick eel ate. Do not mention it. You will know the benefits of this thing after eating it. Chen Jinfa greeted him warmly. Especially Manager Lu. You eat more. Everyone couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks. Even Aaron, who had few expressions, showed a hint of desire. Only Luffy's expression was a bit serious. Staring at the moon-looking eel in the belly. Don't move your chopsticks while eating. Why doesn't Manager Lu eat? Chen Jinfa said in confusion. Brother Fa Lao Lu is afraid that this moon-watching eel cannot be eaten. Luffy is blocking the road. Everyone's chopsticks are eaten. Lu Fugue had already taken 2 bites. He heard what he said. I suddenly had an ominous premonition. Why can't Xiao Lu eat? Is there any problem with this eel? Several pairs of eyes in the private room looked at Luffy in one go. I've heard of a moon-looking eel. It's the size of growing up eating rotten food such as cats and dogs. Like this eel. Luffy said in a slow voice. In ancient times, there was a saying that when you are poor, you don't eat the moon-watching eel. Because this eel has been eating rot for a long time. There is a very toxicity in the body. People will have serious problems after eating. Even death. What Lu Fugue's face suddenly changed. I can't even hold the chopsticks. I've swallowed it in my stomach. I won't die, right? The rich brothers cannot die. You can eat with confidence. Chen Jinfa's face relaxed. Laughed. Wave your hands. I thought there was something wrong. It turns out that what Manager Lu said was this. Fine. Everyone can eat with confidence. The boss raised this moon-watching eel by himself. It's different from the pure wild one. It's guaranteed to be non-toxic, right? Luffy frowned. I looked at the tempting big eel on the plate again. Why do I feel like this eel has moisture? It's like dead human flesh grown up eating dead human flesh. As soon as he said this, there was a sudden death in the private room. Manager Lu. No. Have you made a mistake? Isn't Chen Jinfa's face full of shock and dampness smelly? This eel smells so fragrant. Everything is urgent, but it is reversed. If the moisture is rich to a certain extent, it will not smell. But it smells good. It is called Shixiang. Luffy said seriously. Old Lu. Do you smell this fragrance and feel the same as Xiaomei's bottle of corpse oil? Answer. The chopsticks in Lu Fugue's hand fell off. I was so embarrassed. It's really a bit like it. I'm not that unlucky. I slept a while ago. Now I eat eels raised by dead human flesh. Why can't you get along with the dead? Chen Jinfa looked at Lu Fugue. Look at Luffy again. Still unbelievable. It shouldn't be. Business is very booming here. So many people have eaten the moon-watching eel. If this eel is really fed with dead human flesh, someone should have had an accident long ago. But what I've eaten here, no one said it was okay. All repeat customers. Besides, they sell hundreds of eels every day. How many corpses have to be fed to so many corpses? Can it be hidden? Not long ago discovered. I've never eaten this kind of thing. Maybe I got it wrong. Luffy thought about it. This is the reason. Sorry. Brother Fa, don't affect your eating. You are just like everyone has no appetite. I'm afraid there's something wrong. If you don't eat it, don't eat it. There are so many delicious foods in the world. Let's change to something else. Chen Jinfa originally had good intentions. I want to invite Luffy to have something special. I'm also afraid that I will make a mistake. He asked Ao Long to find the waiter. Add dishes. Aaron just stood up. The door of the private room was pushed open from outside. A bald man. Holding a bottle of wine in hand. He walked in with a smile. All the dishes are served. Everyone didn't move quickly. I should have picked you up at the door myself. It's really too busy with business. Only now can you take action. Come. This bald head is hard to move into the door. Luffy noticed that there were several small shadows on his back. It's like the baby spirit's soul and stomach are endless. I'm afraid of not having any bottles. You long go to Chen Jinfa to pour wine. Now you're the one who's going to do it. A noble person is busy. It's understandable. Chen Jinfa killed me with a faint look. One day. Lifetime big brother. These are all my bald heads. The male elf looked around and punched everyone. His eyes fell on Luffy. Could this be the evil shopkeeper Lu? It was once said. Recognized the name for a long time. The bald man and the shopkeeper Lu strode towards Luffy. The black shadows on the body are like shadows. It brings up a small storm. But the people in the private room. No one can see it except Luffy. Just when the bald man approaches or passes. The air is a little cold. I've long heard of the evil pawnshop. Specializes in collecting evil things. Superb methods. I met Manager Lu today. It's indeed a handsome talent. The bald man poured wine for Luffy attentively. He said nicely. But Luffy's eyes were obviously suspicious. Luffy is not surprised. Smiling and being kind. Dao Hua has been awarded the award. The evil font size does indeed contain some evil gadgets. Manager Lu is humble. Your evil pawnshop is famous in the world. I heard that my brother Fa's skills are wrong. You solved it in 2 days. A compliment from a bald man. The smile on his face has never diminished. But Luffy felt that this person was not sincere. Smile but not smile. A typical smiling tiger stands vigorously. Those little black shadows on this person. Luffy saw it more clearly. It's indeed a few little baby spirits. Some were hanging on his back. Some hugged his thighs. Some sit on his shoulders. There was also a neck holding him. Luffy counted it. There are 7 living people in total. Being entangled by so many eagle spirits. It is rare to see a few things. What's even more strange is, an ordinary person is entangled by an eagle spirit. There will be problems with the body. Either unlucky or sick. But he looked red like a okay. Very energetic. Luffy couldn't understand it for a moment. Okay. Lai Tu Hua. Don't blow around here. Chen Jinfa waved his hands carelessly. If you really encounter something evil, take it out quickly. Don't waste it here. Manager Lu's time. A hint of displeasure flashed in the eyes of Manager Lu. But he still said with a smile. Isn't this the meal yet? What's more important is, I have to wait for Manager Lu to have a meal first. It's not just that you asked someone to serve some good dishes. This shopkeeper Wang Yueshanlu doesn't like bald men. Yijing looked very surprised. Looking at Luffy Road. Manager Lu's moon-looking fan is the characteristic of my family. Is it not to your liking to kill and do it now? What flavor do you like? I immediately asked the chef to cook one again. When he moved, the infant spirits on his body also moved. Very tragic. No need to worry. Mr. Hua. I just don't like fish. Luffy said quietly. You really encountered evil things. Now you can tell me. Talk while eating. Is this suitable? The bald man looked at Chen Jinfa. Then I'll listen to Manager Lu. But this dish needs to be added. Chen Jinfa did not hesitate. Manager Lu. You eat first. I'll prepare for a bald man smiled at everyone. Put down the wine and bald and leave the private room. He just heard Lu Jinggue say. Manager Lu. You don't have to be polite to him. Lai Tu Hua was the only one who ran errands under my command. That is, I have made some money by opening a restaurant these years. Luffy thought about it. Asked. Does he have children? I can't guarantee anyone else. But that guy definitely has no children. Chen Jinfa was sure to show a playful smile. Why is that? Luffy couldn't help but be curious. When I was mingling on the road before, he didn't know how he got into trouble with someone who was a big boss. The boss found out. I found someone to beat him up. Below was injured. From then on, it will be inhumane. Chen Jinfa chuckled. He's going to get married. With children. Isn't that child his? Luffy felt even more strange. If his wife or girlfriend is pregnant with a child, it's reasonable for him to be entangled by the infant spirit. Since he can't have a baby, why are there so many infant spirits pestering him? I'm afraid it has anything to do with the evil things he encountered. Manager Lu. Why did you think of this? Chen Jinfa's eyes wide open. Could it be that you can tell that even these problems are not asking casually? Luffy failed in silence. In the eyes of this local boss, why are you getting more and more amazing? Soon. There is a waiter to serve the dishes. Wang Yushin was withdrawn. Change it to many ordinary home-cooked dishes. Chen Jinfa was very sorry. I feel sorry for Luffy. He yelled to arrange entertainment projects after dinner. In life, you have to be rich and virtuous. Otherwise it would be too boring. After dinner, I'll take you to a good place. What black pearls? There are all kinds of ocean horses. Lu Fugue and Hu Zi were excited. Everyone wants to see. Luffy doesn't care about these things. He is even more curious. Did the bald man encounter evil things? There are so many haunted things in this world. Not everyone has anything to do with evil things. The meals were almost done. The bald man is back. The 7 little infant spirits hung firmly on his body. As he walked, a gust of cold wind arose. Lai Tu Hua has been waiting for you for a long time. I don't know how I came back. Toast Manager Lu. Chen Jinfa shouted to the bald man. It seemed that the other party was his younger brother. Bald man picked up the wineglass. Still smiling and authentic. There are so many customers. Greetings for each one. Let everyone wait for a long time. I punished myself for a drink. Said. He dries all the liquor in the glass. You still know some rules. Let your evil things be seen by Manager Lu. We still have projects later. Chen Jinfa urged. Is it? The bald man nodded and looked at Chen Jinfa coldly. The little baby spirits on him also turned their undeveloped heads and looked at Chen Jinfa in unison. This scene is very harmful. Fortunately, Chen Jinfa couldn't see it. Luffy. See it in your eyes. Not shown. Manager Lu, please tell Changchang whether there is any problem with this thing. The bald man walked to Luffy. Pull a chair and sit down. He opened a very beautiful packaging box. A small ornament that is the size of a palm inside is exposed. This is a three-legged golden toad carved by stone. A fat body. Sit and squat on the gold and gold yuan. He still had a copper coin in his mouth before Luffy could speak. Lu Fugue spoke first. This is called attracting wealth. The golden cicada has the meaning of attracting wealth and treasure. Many business people buy one and put it in the store as a mascot. That's right. This guy pulled a chair with great eyesight. This is what you want to put in the cashier. Yes, it's auspicious. Who knows from the day it is put on? I always hear crying when I sleep at night. Crying? Luffy raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at the creepy little infant spirits on him. Is it the baby's cry? Manager Lu is really amazing. It's the baby's cry. The bald man was very surprised. The eyes of Luffy changed suddenly. Every night I can hear crying when I close my eyes. That sound is different from that of an ordinary child. It's just a sound that only babies have. It was so noisy that I couldn't sleep at night. At first I thought it was the child of my neighbor's house. But I live in the villa. Where did the neighbors come from? There are no children in my villa. Not to mention babies. Manager Lu. You said what happened? Is this thing harmful? I bought it well before I bought it. Once you put it on. I heard the baby cry at night. I'll see Luffy put on gloves. Pick up this exquisitely crafted wealth-inspired ornament. Check it carefully. Everyone else came over curiously. Open your eyes wide. Soon. Luffy let go and attract wealth. Jin-chan shook her head and said. This is not an evil thing. It's just an ordinary ornament. The bald man is half believing and half doubted. That's not what caused this. Chen Jinfa immediately arrived at Manager Lu. You will definitely not read it wrong. Have you dreamed? Take the cry heard in the dream as true. Even if Fage is dreaming. You can't have the same dream every day. The bald man smiled bitterly. Every night I hear the baby crying sounds really. Let's talk about Manager Lu. Didn't it all just now? Did I hear the baby crying? Then you listen to Manager Lu. Say Chen Jinfa waved his hand. Everyone looked at Luffy. Luffy did not make a statement immediately. Instead, I asked Mr. Hua. In addition to this golden cicada ornament. Do you have any other doubts? I can't say anything else. Why would Manager Lu come with me to see the bald man beg Mr. Dao Xinghua to lead the way? Luffy stood up happily. You boy is lucky. Manager Lu is willing to help you make a statement. The bald man immediately became diligent in filial piety and rules. I understand. If there are really evil things, I must be the one for Manager Lu. There is still serious evil afterwards. The group followed the bald man to leave the private room. First, I arrived at the cashier. Luffy looked at the mascot and other ornaments above and shook his head. Then the bald man took them to his office again. This office is not standard. It's more like the restroom of his boss. There are a few crystals and other ornaments on the table. There is an ordinary calligraphy and painting hanging on the wall. No taste. Luffy checked it out. Still shake your head. There is no evil thing. Could it be that the bald man scratched his bald head in the place where I lived? Very distressed. If you don't mind, I can go and have a look. Luffy smiled. When he was looking for evil things, I am also observing the baby spirit on the bald man. These infant spirits just lay firmly on him. No abnormal movement. Just shopkeeper Lu doesn't bother with it. Thank you so much. The bald man ordered the foreman to take good care of the business. Immediately took Luffy and his party to the residence behind the villa. There is a small building behind this. There is also a row of bungalows. The little building is bald. The man's residence. It is convenient to take care of the sound of the villa. It doesn't affect his rest. What's there? Luffy looked at the row of dark bungalows. Asked. A place to raise eels. The bald man didn't say much. He hurriedly opened the door of the building. The decoration of the small building by Lu is very good. At least it's better than mountain dressing. Not next level. And very neat. It seems that people clean it carefully every day. Lie to Hua. You're wrong. It's so comfortable to live in. The guests were having a mess. I think it should be correct. Almost. Chen Jinfa looked at it and then felt a little unhappy. He said that a small building like Fage can't spend a lot of money. Put it into the villa. That's not a small number. When I have money. Must apply. The newly decorated bald man smiled and said perfunctorily. Take Luffy up and down to find the evil room. There's nothing to say. Luffy looked at it roughly. Finally on the dressing table in the second floor bedroom. I saw the fragrance emitted by a small incense burner. It smells very special. What's the fragrance of this? Luffy looked at me, who was calming my mind and helping me sleep. I was unable to sleep recently by the crying of the baby. I bought some incense to get some baldness. Is it effective? No use. These things are deceptive. I want to buy some sleeping pills. The bald man scratched his head. Smile. Manager Lu. You've seen all the ups and downs. Is there anything dirty here? You have no evil things here. At least I didn't notice Luffy's help. What is this? The male infant spirit hung firmly on his body. Adhesive his vitality. But strangely, he looks very energetic. Very healthy. There is no slight itchy feeling plagued by babies. What happened to the baby crying? The bald man scratched his bald President Hua in distress. Have you ever done anything wrong? Especially related to babies? Luffy asked suddenly. Since it is not caused by evil things, then the problem lies with him. The bald man was stunned for a moment. Said in a daze. What does Manager Lu mean? I was shocked to open the restaurant. What have you done wrong? So sorry. I can't help you, Luffy. What man you hid and said goodbye quickly? Manager Lu. Please help me see. Even if it's not an evil thing? What if it's something else? What kind of ghosts? Have you helped me get to the evil spirit? Feel sorry. I can only collect evil things. Please sign up separately. Luffy directly rejected his request. Stepping out of the building. Hu Zi and Lu Fugue quickly followed. Lai Tu Hua. What's going on with you? Don't tell the truth in front of Manager Lu. People like you have never done anything wrong. Chen Jinfa was very dissatisfied. Looking at the bald man Hua. I really don't have it. The bald man said innocently. Then I'll ask you. What do you use to nourish your good deeds to look at the moon? Chen Jinfa snorted coldly. Fab. I'm spending a lot of money. I ask someone to raise it is my unique secret. It cannot be said that the bald man is. Isn't there any dead human flesh in the smiles in a few places? Chen Jinfa Ban washed his face and the bald man suddenly widened his eyes in horror. Brother Hua. You think too much of me. I don't have the courage. I used to be with you. You know. I've never had any life on my hands. It was also when I had something to fight. You run the fastest when you were hiding in the last meat bar. But now I don't know if you can still run. Chen Jinfa chuckled. The bald man smiled slightly stiffly. Anyway, I won't go with Manager Lu. To be honest, the bad luck is that you take care of yourself. Without waiting for him to speak, Chen Jinfa waved his hand. After leaving, he looked at the backs of the group. The smile on the bald man's face became colder a little bit. Wait until they left a young woman in her 30s. Walk out of the dark bungalows. Come to the bald man under the light. There was a large blackboard on the left side of the young woman's face. Like a birthmark. Make his supposedly beautiful face ugly. How about my husband? He looked at the direction where Luffy and his men left. Ask a bald man. I think the shoe size is also a parallel product. Not capable at all. I can't even see what I'm on. Chen Jinfa. That idiot was cheated of. He also held people to heaven. The bald man snorted coldly. What should I do? How long can your body last? The young woman said worriedly. What else can I do? Eat more. Good at holding on. I don't believe in money. I can't find a big deal that is capable. I'll grab a good one for you now. As the young woman said, she rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the bungalow waiting. Run away. The bald man who hadn't found yet called him. No food or drink. Can't run far. I'll catch it tomorrow. This will make up for you. Body is important. The young woman walked into the dark bungalow. The bald man cleaned up his expression. Back in the villa. The business of greeting guests is booming. Then why did Luffy and his men drive down the mountain? There are still constant streams of cars coming up? This business is good. Chen Jinfa was a little jealous. Grandma's special don't know that Lai Tuwa has left. Who can I ask for fish? The business is so good. It is best not to eat Fage's moon-looking fan. Luffy shook his head. He had seen the bungalows where eels were raised. The doors and windows are closed tightly. Can't cover up the moisture. Then there must be a big problem with moonwangling. I asked him and he said it was okay. He dare not hide it in front of me. Chen Jinfa was so shocked that Luffy smiled. No explanation, etc. Lu Fugue interrupted in a hurry. Looking at Luffy nervously, what's wrong with Moonshingshen? I ate 2 pieces. I'll eat 2 pieces. Can't die. Are you doing well now? Luffy smiled and comforted. It's really okay. Lu Fugue half believed and half doubted, and looked unlucky. Chen Jinfa was very angry. It's okay to slap the car with 1 slap.